Yeah, I was actually called as a witness to appear in court in the Carl Jobst vs. Billy Mitchell legal case that's been ongoing for quite some time. It's no secret that I don't have much respect for silly Billy Mitchell. In fact, I have more respect for piss stains in a public gas station toilet than I do Mr. Billy Mitchell. I didn't know I was allowed to talk about this until I learned tonight on stream that all of the transcripts for the court are public, and that there are lawyers on YouTube that are talking about the case as well as sites that are publishing things about it. And they have all of the details. There's a site called Perfect Pac-Man that laid out like the entire day I was there and got every single thing right on the money, including what I was wearing and my hairstyle. I guess I don't need to remain as tight-lipped about this as I thought I did. So I'll talk about it a little bit, but I am still going to play it cautiously here because it is still ongoing and I don't want to jeopardize anything by saying too much. But I'll talk about what's public knowledge here about this whole thing. It's very wacky. Like, the case is super serious, but some of the things that happened while I was a witness in it are so goofy. I'm sure some of you have already seen by now. My fart made it as evidence in this case. Billy Mitchell's team used my ass trumpet in their evidence. So, buckle your seatbelts. It's a bit of a wild ride. They certainly pulled out some weird maneuvers. They were running some plays that I don't think John Madden could have ever drawn up. Like, they had some fascinating tricks up their sleeves that Baba Vanga wouldn't have even dared to predict. Some of it I felt was just entirely unrelated to anything, which we'll get to in a moment. Like, to a level where I half expected them to just start talking about goof juice. Like, Mr. White, is it true that you have your own Gamersups flavor? Goof juice. And is it also true, Mr. White, that goof juice is the best beverage that's ever been constructed? And, Mr. White, is it also true that you can purchase goof juice right now at gamersups.gg/moist? Well, yes, to all the questions. Goof juice is available right now. Like, it just felt like a lot of the questions really didn't pertain to the case, such as my fart. I'm not exaggerating. My fart is literally a piece of evidence here. Okay, so how did people... I don't know how people have this, yeah. Apparently I am allowed to talk about it. I was called in as a witness for Carl Jobst versus Billy Mitchell. And I don't know how people already have this information. There's a video claiming your fart is evidence in the case. I don't... Is that all public? I don't want to, like, overstep or anything. I'm told I am allowed to mention that, and I guess it's public knowledge now? Where do you even find that? Yeah. I guess a lot more of it is public than I thought. Just purely out of an abundance of caution, I'll still refrain from going into too much detail about it. But it is not clickbait, actually. Where is that photo from? It's from a video I made talking about Billy Mitchell in the intro. It was after one of Billy Mitchell's lawsuits, and there was like a couple of like brain dead Billy Mitchell fans that like tweeted at me at the time saying that I owe him an apology. Though I think some of them were just being sarcastic, but even still, for the intro, I just played around with it, saying like some people wanted me to apologize, so here's my apology. So I got up and tooted into the mic, and then continued to insult Billy Mitchell. Oh my god, I'm reading this article from Perfect Pac-Man right now. Wait, how did they see me? Okay, here, I'll pull this up real quick. I guess I can talk about it? Disheveled, long hair everywhere, plain white shirt. This was court. Recording and screenshotting was forbidden by court rules, so I couldn't show you any pictures, but dude dressed up sharp for the occasion. Nice suit jacket, washed hair back, and a sexy man bun, sitting in his usual chair. How... He had to have been there, right? Like, he had to. Yeah, so I guess the transcripts really are out there. And yeah. Yeah. They asked me about King of Kong, and I had literally rewatched it the day before I went to trial. They actually have everything. So, when I was cross-examined, they used my videos. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know why, they used my videos, I guess, to show I didn't like Billy Mitchell, but that was pretty clear with the way I talked about him. Like, I don't think you needed this, but basically what they did for Billy's team is they pulled up a few of my videos. So this one, He's a Cheater, and asked me to confirm that it was produced by me earlier this year. And they played, I think it was 32 seconds, and it was where I was like, okay, so there's, here, they actually have the quote. Spamming me down Twitter, demanding I give Billy Mitchell an apology. This is my official response to all of you. And it's where I stand on my chair and I fart into the mic, going on to just continue to insult Billy Mitchell. Actual fart evidence. Billy Mitchell's team used fucking flatulence. But yeah, so they used a couple of snippets like that with me making fun of Billy Mitchell. Like, the things I was saying about Billy, I feel like you, as the person defending him, wouldn't really want him to hear, or other people to hear. I was pretty surprised. Oh, and this was, I guess, it's all here. They have all of the evidence, too. So I think the main thing that Billy's team wanted to do with that video was showcase a grapevine effect. So what they did is they pulled 10 comments from the comment section of 2 of my videos covering it, that they were going to use as an example of the grapevine effect, right? And the natural conclusion you draw from that is you have cherry-picked 10 comments, some of which have 0 interaction. Almost all of them really have 0 interaction. 10 comments out of over 10,000 that they submitted as evidence. The third has 1.7. Yeah, I said almost all of them. But like, if you look at the ones they cherry-pick, almost all of them have 0. There's this one that does. But this is also the thing that they're talking about is here. So this having interaction isn't even in regards to what they wanted to prove for Grapevine. It's this having 5. They have no idea how the internet works. They also tried to enter a reaction video uploaded by another channel's evidence. Yeah, it was very clear Billy Mitchell's team wasn't familiar with the internet. They pulled up one of those hundreds of re-upload channels that'll take like stream moments and package it for their own channel for AdSense, and they're like, this is your video, right, Charles? And I was like, no, it's not. You can see it's not. That's not my channel. But they kept insisting, like, but your face is here, it must be yours. But it's not. It's not my video. It's just not. So it became pretty obvious pretty quickly they don't really understand the internet. I was there to talk about his reputation. Billy has had a horrible reputation for... I personally believe Billy's reputation was ruined the day King of Kong came out. He looks like a narcissist. In that documentary, which, as noted here, I literally had rewatched right before my appearance here. In that documentary, he literally looks like one of the biggest narcissists you will ever see. And he looks like a bully. He looks like a bad guy. And his reputation has never changed. But anyway, another thing, I don't see it here. Another thing they did was, in one of the videos I made, I went through his cameo, just kind of clowning on it. And Billy's team was like, those are all 5-star reviews, aren't they, Charles? And I was like, yeah, they appear to be 5-star reviews. It is important to note that there is botting issues with these services. Like, I believe most of Billy's 5-star reviews, I think a lot of them are probably shilled. That's my personal belief. I can't prove it or anything, but they're like, can't you see there was a lot of people very happy with Billy here? And I was like, those are 5-star reviews, yeah? Which does, like, that has nothing to do with anything. I think they were trying to, like, grasp at straws. Like, look, people like Billy. People do like Billy. But yeah, all of this played in court, by the way. I want you to make note of it. The fart, and then all of this. This whole, they just let my video rip for a while. Like, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Like, he's the video game player of the century, not the ultimate gamer. That's a totally different title, which you could have easily gotten if you wanted to, but he was too busy fucking your mom and every other goddamn groupie that was on his meat after he got the Donkey Kong record. So now he settles for just being the video game player of the century, and thank heavens for that, because if he went for the Ultimate Gamer 2, there'd be no women left for the rest of us. So God bless that he held himself back. Like, I don't know why they're playing that. What does that do? Like, this is evidence that they submitted. Overall, I really just don't understand what the strategy was with playing those clips. It's clear I don't have respect for Billy. You don't need to put the icing on that cake. The reason I don't have respect for Billy is for the reasons I've mentioned. He is a bully. He is a bad guy. He is a narcissist. He is a cheater. He is a person of poor character and has had a horrible reputation for many, many years, all because of his own behavior and his own actions. I won't go much more in depth, again, just playing it safe here, because I don't want to talk about anything that's not like explicitly talked about in the public space there. So I'll refrain from going much more in depth here, but I just had to at least mention this because now that it's all out there with my fart as evidence in this case, how could I not talk about it a little bit? That is fucking crazy. So anyway, I'm wishing Carl and his team the absolute best here. It's still ongoing as of the moment. Sending my absolute best wishes their way, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I'd like to start by addressing all of the individuals on Twitter that have been spamming me today demanding that I give Billy Mitchell an apology. This is my official response to all of you. Oh, almost fell off the chair on the way down. Billy Mitchell does not deserve an apology because Billy Mitchell is not innocent. You are letting him manipulate and lie to you as he has done for his entire career. I don't think he's even able to accidentally tell the truth about anything. If a single truthful statement left the lips of Billy Mitchell, he'd probably be set on fire instantly, smited by the Lord. His whole core being, his soul, is entwined with his lies. And yet somehow, people are letting him get away with it again. For those that don't know, Silly Mitchell here has convinced not only his audience, but also the general Twitter audience that he was somehow victorious in his lawsuit against Twin Galaxies. If you don't know who Billy Mitchell is, he's the self-proclaimed video game player of the century for his high scores, which were fraudulent. He is a cheater. And over the last 5 or 6 years, his legacy has just been as a spittoon for the internet to spit in and laugh at, and just genuinely been the punching bag to everyone's joke because he is so pathetic. He's become less known for his video game antics and more known for his frivolous lawsuits, which he just tosses out of his ass out the wazoo. He sued Cartoon Network because they made fun of him in an episode. He sued YouTubers because they've used a meme that insinuates he cheated. The guy super sucks. He is a turbo fucking loser. But whiny Billy Bitchell here is never satisfied and always has to keep sticking his hand in the cookie jar. So one of the organizations he recently sued was Twin Galaxies, which was the site that used to host his records until they scrubbed them when they learned that they were cheated. They weren't real. He sued them for defamation, and they recently settled, and Billy put out a statement as well as Twin Galaxies, and Billy led everyone to believe that he may be in the clear. His records have been reinstated, thus he's not a cheater. Everyone was wrong about this guy. Somehow so many outlets are running with this as well, from what I can tell, that his records have been reinstated, which is leading everyone to believe that he's not a cheater. He is. Here's a 4-hour video with irrefutable evidence that Billy Mitchell is without a shadow of a doubt a cheater. It's extremely obvious and downright painful how no one even bothered to look into this for even an iota of a second here. Billy Mitchell did not win. He did not prove his innocence in any capacity whatsoever, and his records haven't been reinstated. Billy Mitchell's only W here was by not getting absolutely biblically embarrassed publicly at court and trial. This is the first time one of his lawsuits hasn't just been used as expensive toilet paper. It's the first time one of his lawsuits hasn't just been laughed out of existence. So I guess it's a slight W. It's the best possible scenario Billy Mitchell could have hoped for, because he and his legal team knew they could never prove that he didn't cheat. Because he did. And they know that. And everybody knows that. But they reached this settlement through a couple of different reasons, which we'll get to in a moment. But the settlement doesn't reinstate his records. Carl Jobst just posted a video breaking it down a little bit deeper, so check that out if you want to get into the nitty-gritty. His video title says Billy Mitchell lost his lawsuit, which isn't exactly correct. Nobody won. But since nobody won, Billy Mitchell kind of got the best outcome. He got the good ending for his dead to rights case. Like, it's a load of baloney, and the fact they settled means that Billy Mitchell got the best he could have hoped for. He didn't necessarily lose the lawsuit. Now let's address the reinstated records everyone keeps talking about. What Twin Galaxies agreed to do was make a historical archive for how the site used to be when Billy Mitchell's fraudulent records were still there. They basically just added a Wayback Machine that showed Billy Mitchell's old records on it. That's it. It's not on the main leaderboard. They're not officially endorsing those as real runs. Twin Galaxies, from what I can tell, still maintains that they are fraudulent and he is a cheater, but they agreed in this settlement to at least house them on Twin Galaxies under this archive. That's it. It's just a portal to peek at Billy Mitchell's bullshit through Twin Galaxies' historical archive. It's just Wayback Machine for it. It's not an official reinstatement of his runs or giving them the stamp of approval that they're legitimate. He will never, ever be able to prove he didn't cheat because he did, and he knows that. The number one defense against defamation is the truth, and the truth is Billy Mitchell is a cheater. And if this ever made it to trial, that would come out. So the settlement here is absolutely the best case scenario for him, which sucks. It is really sad that Twin Galaxies settled here. The unfortunate reality is things went wrong on Twin Galaxies' legal side, and things went really wrong on Billy Mitchell's legal side. But at the end of the day, they ended with this settlement because it couldn't continue with the way it was going and the expenses that it was incurring. As tragic as it is, that's the American way. Whoever has the most money will usually win when it comes to these legal matters. It was becoming too expensive, and it reached this settlement, which is the best case for big boy Billy. Even if you just look at his official statement, this is really grinding my gears, nowhere in here does it even suggest that he was cleared of the cheating allegations, because he's a goddamn cheater, and everyone knows it, but for some reason, because Billy Mitchell is saying, like, the records have been reinstated, they're like, oh, he must not be a cheater anymore. And even in the statement, it even makes it very clear that it's part of the official historical database, not the actual leaderboards. It's totally separate. It's not real. They're fake. But people still ran with it. I'm like, Charlie, when are you going to apologize to Billy Mitchell? You know he's innocent now, right? It's like, no, hop off the goof juice. He's not. Now, there's a mention here of Dr. Zaida, and if you go to Twin Galaxies' website, you'll find that name mentioned as well. A supposed super scientist who's willing to risk his entire career in the defense of Billy Mitchell by suggesting it's possible he didn't cheat for those records. And this man is a goober, a straight-up goober. Carl Jobst goes more in depth on his claims. I'm just going to give you some of the cliff notes. One of his unironic suggestions is that, well, it's possible Billy Mitchell forgot to clean the tapes before recording, which caused some artifacting, which made it look suspicious. To try and explain away how his runs matched identical to MAME runs. Unmodified runs somehow just artifacted with a not clean tape and looked exactly like the MAME runs multiple times over the course of years. What a weird coinky-dink that is, huh? Like, those are some of his suggestions. It is bafflingly stupid what this guy tries to claim. I highly encourage you to watch that Veritas video going over the entire Billy Mitchell thing. There is no room for just freak coincidences, or maybe there was some kind of malfunction, which is something that Dr. Zaida suggests. There may have been a malfunction. What in tarnation? Why, I ought to give you a swirly in the bathroom for that. He doesn't give him any evidence to it. He just says, could have been a malfunction. What malfunction would cause it to look exactly like MAME? Like, what? How? It is unironically one of those last-ditch Hail Mary responses you give when you have no out and you know your goose is cooked. Like, Charles, whose cocaine is this in your car? Well, I have no idea. I don't know how that got there. Well, why is it in your car? I don't know. Something clearly went awry. Must be some kind of malfunction. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Like, this Dr. Zaida risks his entire reputation to try and defend Billy Mitchell with the worst mumbo-jumbo ever. Nothing substantiated, nothing even sensical. And Twin Galaxies just puts his name on this pile of garbage, saying, you can take the heat for this, but we're going to go through with this settlement and just put up a historical archive of his old record. It's not real. They haven't been reinstated. They just provided an old snapshot from 2014 when those records were there. So you can go look at the old record, but it's not on the main leaderboard at all. His records have not been reinstated. Billy Mitchell has not proved that he didn't cheat. He never will, because he cheated. And that's the simple explanation of it. Billy Mitchell got this settlement because he had more money than the other side. So he was able to squeak this out, which is a very slight win for him, admittedly, which is upsetting, because he doesn't deserve it. Had this gone to trial, I have no doubt his clock would have been cleaned here. Anyone when faced with the evidence of Billy Mitchell's career and all of the mistakes he made in handling the case, by the way, would immediately rule against him. And he knew that. So he got super lucky with how all of this unfolded. So I just wanted to clear the record here that Billy Mitchell is not innocent. He is not owed an apology from anybody. That's about it. See ya. My voice is still messed up, so it's going to sound like I'm going through puberty a few times throughout this video, and that's just the way it's gonna be. I'm gonna state something obvious now. Everyone finds different things fun. That's a core component to remember about life. I feel like in the age of Twitter, that's just been lost, where if someone finds something shitty that you enjoy, they take it as like a personal attack on their honor, and they'll fight tooth and nail to prove that they're wrong for not liking what they like. But the reason I mention that is even though everyone finds different things fun or different things enjoyable, there is one unifying pleasure that everyone can agree on, and that's watching Billy Mitchell catch L's. Now I know this isn't the most flattering image, but it's so fitting for today's story. Someone said it best, Billy Mitchell looks cel-shaded and his hair looks like he's perpetually wearing a hoodie. Now, you know him potentially as the King of Kong or the self-proclaimed video game player of the century, but what he actually is the biggest fucking clown of this century. He is Bozo incarnate. He used to be known for video game high scores, but upon further inspection, it's been confirmed pretty much without a shadow of a doubt that he is just a cheater. They're not legitimate achievements that he's obtained. It's all fraudulent. So Billy Mitchell was outed as a cheater, and instead of just fading away into the shadow realm gracefully, he instead started lashing out, and now he's become known for frivolous bullshit lawsuits against anyone who makes fun of him or even really talks somewhat negatively about him. That is his claim to fame now. Just nonsense lawsuits and making a fool of himself publicly. He can't help himself. He's addicted to humiliation. It's pathetic. And I have covered every single one of his losses pretty much because a friend of mine who's an incredible YouTuber named Carl Jobst has been not only involved in lawsuits with Billy Mitchell, but covering every fucking blunder he's ever made and how he continues to beclown himself in front of everybody. I love Carl's content, and I especially love his Billy Mitchell content. Can't recommend it enough. And today, I want to talk about his most recent one. Like I said, everyone has different tastes, but I'm going to tell you, everyone can agree that the ultimate pleasure doesn't come from the first time you try ice cream or when you lose your virginity. The ultimate pleasure is laughing at Billy Mitchell losing. And he just lost again. In fact, I don't think he's ever won a single legal case or anything like that. He tries to bully people with it and it always blows up in his face. He always ends up with more shit on his face than 2 girls, 1 cup. So I'm just going to break down the situation. I'll link Carl's video if you want the in-depth review of it, but I just want to give you the cliff notes here so we can just start pointing and laughing at this guy. He, of course, has like a million active lawsuits, but the one we're focusing on today was one that he had levied against a man named David Race. David Race used to actually be part of Billy Mitchell's team. He was very staunchly supporting Billy Mitchell when all of the cheating allegations came to light. He actually worked very hard to prove that Billy Mitchell was legitimate. He wasn't a cheater, and everyone accusing him of cheating was wrong. However, once he really... That was tragic, listening to that series of voice cracks there, but not much I can do about it right now. But once David really dug into the meat of it, like got into the weeds and investigated Billy Mitchell and all of the allegations, he came to the conclusion that everyone else had, that he was a cheater. So, David Race no longer supports Billy Mitchell or defends him from these allegations. In fact, he openly mocks Billy Mitchell and calls him a cheater now. Now, the lawsuit kind of boiled down to Billy Mitchell was trying to silence David Race because David had an Excalibur tier weapon to use against Billy and his credibility in the legal sense. What happened is, since David and Billy used to be so close, Billy had actually confided a nefarious, evil anime character supervillain plot where he was going to fake a bunch of shit in order to make people look stupid I can't even begin to explain how stupid his logic was with this whole plan, but Billy Mitchell had called David in order to declassify his top secret scheme here, which basically boiled down to just being extremely fucking petty and doing some shady shit in order to make people feel silly, make them look silly and goofy. It's a horrible, horrible plan. But why it's important is because it showed that Billy was more than willing to lie, which is very bad for his credibility, obviously. So this being used as evidence would be pretty damning. The transcript is here. The audio is in Carl's video if you want to hear it in its entirety. I'm just going to show you the transcript. You can see that David's literally just one-wording him. He's just saying, yeah. He's just like actually holding spacebar through this conversation to skip through the dialogue with Billy as he's divulging this galaxy brain plan. It's so fucking embarrassing from Billy. Now, after this conversation was recorded and Billy became aware of it, he issued a lawsuit against David because it's pretty bad for Billy here. And he was suing him because he had been recorded without his consent. And Billy is in Florida, where it's a two-party consent state, so you would have to have Billy's permission to record this phone call. However, David lives in Ohio, which is a one-party consent state. So David did not need permission to record that phone call. So Billy Mitchell's lawsuit had no legs at all. But it did take 2 years before it got thrown out. But it did get thrown out because Billy Mitchell, he knows nothing except how to lose. So this did get thrown out. It took 2 years, and there was a lot of, like, less than stellar legal work done for David here because this should have been thrown out very quickly. Since David was the one that recorded it in a one-party consent state, he wasn't obligated to play by Florida's rules. That doesn't even make sense. It's not logical whatsoever, which Carl points out as well. So David slam dunked this case. He did win, but it cost him a lot of money. And unfortunately, Billy Mitchell's not done. He is now escalating this case to the fucking Supreme Court of Florida, where I am confident he will lose once again, as he always has. He has actually been born in this world to be a loser, to be laughed at. That is Billy Mitchell's legacy, but I wanted to cover this most recent lawsuit because it's just another fat fucking L for Billy Mitchell in such a silly way. So yeah, that's really about it. I look forward to seeing Billy Mitchell lose more lawsuits that he himself keeps filing. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. Billy Mitchell has become one of the internet's favorite punching bags as most people continue to cheer for his continued downfall and root for his unending failure. He finds new ways of embarrassing himself. Billy Mitchell's a name you've probably heard a couple of times. He's the self-proclaimed video game player of the century because of his high score in Donkey Kong, featured prominently in the King of Kong documentary as well as in movies like Pixel, or, most entertainingly, The Regular Show, where he was so upset with his portrayal in The Regular Show that he tried to sue them, and he got absolutely catastrophically cum dumpstered by the judge, who just did not take any of what he was saying seriously. And that's kind of Billy Mitchell's whole legacy now. He's no longer known for any of his achievements in gaming. He's known for these frivolous, pathetic lawsuits and temper tantrums he throws. Over the years, his achievements in gaming have been heavily scrutinized, and it is pretty much confirmed that he cheated on all of it. And over the years, he's made a habit out of suing anybody who even so much as mentions him and cheating in the same sentence. Meanwhile, for the last few years, I have directly called him a cheater, and I've received nothing. Billy, where is my present from Santa Claus? Where is your little fresh fucking pitiful lawsuit? I don't know why he refuses to engage in a legal battle with me when he is so happy to do it with everybody else. Carl has been documenting all of Billy Mitchell's legal struggles that he brings upon himself. So Billy Mitchell is engaged in lawsuits pretty much 24/7 and has been for years, but now he's in some very high profile ones where he is getting his ass cheeks held to the fire, and it's not looking good. It is extremely entertaining to watch all of the updates Carl provides on the Billy Mitchell case, so I highly recommend checking these out. But what I want to talk about today is how desperate he seems to be becoming because of probably the financial burden all of this is causing him. he has turned to making a cameo to try and get an influx of cash. And man, does his cameo fucking stink. You see Billy Mitchell made a cameo? Yeah. He's really getting desperate for a little lawsuit compensation, it seems. So you can get Billy Mitchell to say something for a cool $60, I think it was, right? Oh no, $5. Book a personal video for $48, okay. So this is just like a text message that no shot he actually sends.
Mitchell, video game player of the century. I've met many of you at conventions, both national and international. Give the gift of gaming. Never surrender. Never.
What? How does... That's not his slogan, right? I don't remember him ever saying that. Give the gift of gaming, never surrender. Surrender what? They're not coming to take our games, brother. Who are we surrendering to? The Chads? Like, I don't understand. I don't even... What kind of war is he fighting? Must have to do with his court case. Oh, true. Never surrender in the face of overwhelming, insurmountable legal evidence against your case. Never give up. Keep pushing. I see. That makes sense. What the fuck could this video possibly be at 2 minutes and 30 seconds long? Is this the hard sell on why you should buy a cameo from Billy Mitchell?
Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. And I can't believe I'm here.
Damn, he's energetic in this one.
And I have to explain to Jedi the problems we have with Neil. And I says, you want to know the last time something wasn't Neil's fault? He says, when? I go,
what is this?
I want to know the last time it wasn't his fault.
Is this like a monologue he wrote for his thespian troupe? I don't understand what the fuck I'm looking at. Or listening to, rather. And looking at, actually. I'm assuming he's trying to portray this as like a video message someone booked from him? But who the fuck would have him just read out Star Wars fanfic? Why would you have Billy Mitchell do that when you could actually just go to a real Star Wars cast member on Cameo?
Okay, we are here at the annual Arcade Olympics. This is Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century.
I actually thought there was going to be a video that goes by without him saying Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. I thought for 1 second he wasn't going to mention that.
We're here.
That's probably the longest he's gone without mentioning it. 8 seconds.
Helmet.
They can even share the cameo? Doesn't that ruin it? It's no longer personalized.
Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. Sir, you remember that. That was 24 years ago on stage in Japan. That you got a special message. You're a talented video game speedrunner.
Oh, speedrunner.
My day, for the respect they show you and the way they've reached out, I'll be watching. Believe me.
Why are you taking so many fucking pauses?
But I'm always watching.
It's verbalizing comma splices, Billy, please. This is not dramatic, it's infuriating. That could have been a 35-second video. But he keeps fucking pausing. Like a malfunctioning text-to-speech. He's got an American axe behind him. That's actually so hard. What the fuck? What is that for? What does that have to do with Donkey Kong? He has 2 axes behind him.
Richard, Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. Speaking to your good friend Joel, brought up a few questions. Can you put up a score?
Is that the Twin Towers on his tie? Oh my god, wait, where are we? In the American HQ? What is happening here?
You ever for today. Happy birthday, my friend. From Billy Mitchell at World Record Headquarters.
Oh, we're in World Record Headquarters. I see. That now it makes sense. Okay, I see. Well, these look pretty good. $60, huh? I'm glad everyone seems to be so happy. Nothing but 5 stars. Every single one of them, 5 stars, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. If you give him anything under a 5 stars, you're faced with a lawsuit at your door the next day. Why does he keep claiming to be the ultimate gamer ever? Brother, that's not what he's claiming. Are you not listening? He's the video game player of the century. Not the ultimate gamer. That's a totally different title, which you could have easily gotten if he wanted to. But he was too busy fucking your mom and every other goddamn groupie that was on his meat after he got the Donkey Kong record. So now he settles for just being the video game player of the century. And thank heavens for that, because if he went for the ultimate gamer too, there'd be no women left for the rest of us. So God bless that he held himself back. I'm surprised he stopped at the century. He gave himself the title. Yeah, he could have gone for video game player of the forever. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely other ways he could have done that. The eternal Lord Emperor of gaming. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why he stopped at century. Kind of lame, actually. Like you said, in 76 years, there's going to be a new video game player of the century that'll be crowned, and it won't be him. Well, it actually might be him. He'll be huffing his own fucking fart fumes to keep himself alive for the next 300 years. What advice would you give to a 19-year-old dude who wants to find love, but not with dating apps? I don't really have good advice for that, man. I think, first and foremost, you don't need to, like, live your whole life around that goal. You're still extremely young. You don't need to, like, rush it. You can just naturally find someone that you really connect with over time. You're 19. You don't need to fall in love right now and find your soulmate at 19. So I'd say just let things naturally play out organically. Just don't obsess over it. Let it play out, and when you're single and 36, you can accept you're a loser. Oh, that got way too personal. Hey, I'll tell you something really uplifting. Billy Mitchell, I think we can all agree that this man is legitimately he is L incarnate. Like, and I don't mean L from Death Note. I mean, like, legitimately just like a fucking turbo loser. He's married. A man has laid pipe. If Billy Mitchell can do it, you have no excuse. None. I think he's married. Hold on. Oh, or maybe no woman's worthy enough to lock him down like that. I'm really not sure. Yes, he is married. And he has 3 children, so if he can do it, anyone can do it. I wonder if anyone did a roast from Billy Mitchell. God, now I'm too fucking invested in this Billy Mitchell rabbit hole. So this one was apparently a huge hit with the entire team and got them to get the motivation for a project to go live, I guess. Inspire me.
Billy Mitchell, Video Game Player of the Century. We are here on the cusp of UHIT going live. That makes the on-base team the absolute best. From one champion who can easily recognize other champions, UHIT. Go live.
Alright, I see why that inspired the team so much. From one champion that can recognize other champions. He does have a keen eye for that. That team went right to their computers and fucking flames were coming off of the keyboard. They were going so crazy getting that project ready to go live. Now that Billy Mitchell Senpai acknowledged them. Please buy a cameo from Billy Mitchell for a friend's birthday. Like, conceptually as a joke, it's a silly haha idea, but I'm not spending $48 for Billy Mitchell to say, Billy Mitchell here, video game player of the century. I hear a special boy's got a special day coming up. I too had a special day. It was 1998. Donkey Kong. And in front of a sold-out Wembley Stadium. I set a world record. What are you doing to celebrate your day? From one champion who can recognize other champions. I hope you have a blessed day. Like, I don't need $48 fucking dollars for that. Don't fall for the Billy charm. It's hard not to sometimes, especially when he's giving you the eyes like this. Yeah, I don't know how you say no to a face like that. But I'll try and stand strong. I'll do my best. Who would be your pick for the real video game player of the century and why? Like, if I had to pick an actual video game player of the century? Right away my head goes to 2 people in particular. Simple and Faker. I legitimately think both of those gamers have done so much to extend, like, professional gaming outside of just their zones. I think it'd have to be them, but I also want to go back even further because there's another name that I think really helped revolutionize the perception of professional gaming, and many of you might have forgot him, unfortunately. His name's Walshy. Walshy released a Halo 2 montage long time ago. This is the original upload too, I think, for YouTube, but I think it predated that. Walshy was a professional Halo 2 player who was doing shit no one had ever seen before. And when MLG was still around, Walshy became somewhat of a household name amongst gamers, and I think he really helped elevate professional gaming, at least in the way people look at it. His accomplishments aren't nearly as impressive as like Faker or Simple, but he was like an early adopter, like a pioneer. What about the Ogre Twins? They did a lot for pro gaming, if not more than Walshy. I wouldn't say they did more than Walshy. I'd say they were more successful than Walshy. But I just really think Walshy kickstarted that whole drive to be a professional gamer. Walshy was there so early, posting montages, content, like really elevating the scene. I've never been a huge believer in fate or destiny, that people's lives follow a predetermined path that they're forced to go down. I've never really subscribed to that belief until recently. I think there are people out there that are just born to be losers. Just like a joke of a person that follows this trajectory of the most pathetic path possible. I'm talking specifically about one man that I've made multiple videos on now, named Billy Mitchell, the self-proclaimed video game player of the century, a lame-ass title that he pretty much gave himself because he had some high scores in some old video games, most notably his King of Kong score, the high score in Donkey Kong, which he cheated for. I know that's a dangerous word to be talking about in the same sentence as Billy because he is so litigious. He sues everyone who accuses him of cheating or even makes fun of him in relation to cheating. He even tried to sue Cartoon Network because his feelings got hurt when there was a villain in the regular show that bears a resemblance to him who blows up when he loses his high score in a video game. And he got so offended, this sensitive nematode got so fucking upset about it that he tried suing Cartoon Network and subsequently got laughed out of court for it. So not only is he so pitiful that he fakes his video game high scores, but he also is an insufferable douchebag who legally comes after anyone that makes jokes about him or talks about him in a bad light. And he fails to realize that the person that does the most damage to his reputation is himself for these absolute childish tantrums that he throws. He is a known cheater. There are mountains upon mountains of evidence against him. There is more evidence to confirm Billy Mitchell has cheated than there is evidence to confirm the sun is hot. He is a fucking cheater. But even if you want to disregard all of the evidence that currently exists, Carl Jobst recently made an amazing breakdown of new evidence that just surfaced that 100% confirms that he has cheated his scores. The video is amazing. Carl Jobst, I recently made a video on about Billy Mitchell because he is being sued by Billy not once but twice. One of them because he used a meme that insinuated Billy as a cheater. It's beyond comical at this point, but now all of that seems like it's going to be completely washed. You can just wipe your ass with a lawsuit at this point with the new evidence that's surfaced that Carl Jobst highlights here. And I'd like to go over the whole situation here with you and show you some highlights from it. I'm also going to put a link to Carl's video in the description so you can check it out in its entirety. Overall, I'm just super excited about this and extremely happy to see where it goes from here because this should 100% put the absolute kibosh on all of his lawsuits since the truth is now known. No matter, like, if you disregard all of the other evidence, this one is completely irrefutable, I think, and that's great. Billy Mitchell, man, he just can't stop collecting these L's. Just to quickly bring everyone up to speed here, Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century, also punching bag for the regular show, where he even tried to sue them for making fun of him in an episode, has come after many people legally for all kinds of defamation cases. And the core of it boils down to people accusing him of being a cheater. And I'm going to go a step further. They're not just accusing him like, allegations of cheating. They have caught him being a cheater. But he has always maintained his innocence. And that's where it all stems from. He still claims he's never cheated, and anyone that makes fun of him or says otherwise gets a nice fat lawsuit from Billy Mitchell. Cooked up in the deepest pits of his basement, I guess. I'm pretty sure he writes them himself, and he takes it as far as it can go. Have you been sued? Billy Mitchell has still not sued me, and I have made fun of him fucking 50 times by now. I don't know why. I actually feel left out. I feel like I'm not part of the cool kids lunch table here because Billy Mitchell won't sue me. He is suing Carl because Carl used a meme of Billy that made fun of him and insinuated he was a cheater. Carl used a meme. I have point blank called this absolutely disheveled, drunk-looking man a cheater a million times. Point blank. And he won't come after me? Asshole. I'm gonna sue him for refusing to sue me.
How is it possible that he performed them at a live event in front of hundreds of people if he faked it and actually played on an emulator? The videotapes must be fake, or are not his actual gameplay, or should just be ignored, because he has real people that say he really did it, and they saw it happen, so it must be legit. As Billy said in his lawsuit, if everyone is lying, it must be a conspiracy akin to that of the Kennedy assassination. But here's the...
Wait, what? Pardon? What was that? Thus, Twin Galaxies' case essentially rests on a conspiracy nearly as broad and untenable as the Kennedy assassination. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he writes these himself. What self-respecting lawyer is going to sit down and put that in text? Who would do that? Like, I'm surprised he doesn't go into, like, the Zapruder film. What they faked here is akin to the Zapruder film. And in fact, the moon landing, too, while we're at it.
The videotapes were the only tangible evidence these scores ever happened, so that's all anyone had to go off. Aside from the tapes, it was just people saying that it happened, which really doesn't cut it. There was no footage of Billy actually playing. There was nothing to indicate that he was even there, or...
I'm sorry to keep pausing so frequently, it's just such a wacky case. He still believes that he shouldn't be accused of being a cheater, because even if those tapes are faked or whatever... people saw him do it live and have verbally said, he did it. That's fucking useless. I could get people together and say that I grew 5 inches. But then if you see me on camera and I'm 5'6", I can't just be like, no, that doesn't make sense. That's as untenable as the Kennedy assassination. This is all fabricated. It's fraudulent. Look at all these people that said that I grew 5 inches. It's fucking worthless. It's a fucking worthless statement, and I don't know if Billy's too stupid to realize that or if he truly does believe it. Because why would anyone take you at your word? I could say I got the high score on Donkey Kong. I got a 15 billion. And then I could have everyone in chat say, yeah, Charlie got a 15 billion. Should Twin Galaxies put that on their website and make me the world record holder? I don't have any video evidence of it, but I have a ton of people that said I did it. The answer should be a resounding no. It's so silly. It's so silly.
that he played at all. That is, until now. For the first time in 15 years, photos of Billy Mitchell at one of these events where he claims to have achieved one of his world records have surfaced. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. These photos absolutely destroy Billy's case. He is done. There is no more doubt Billy will lose his lawsuit. These photos...
This is already so fucking good. So these photos destroy the lawsuit. Why? The referee who looks really sad to be there? Did he let the cat out of the bag? Man, that tie is mean though. Look at Billy Mitchell's tie. Holy shit, Captain America over here.
These photos do more damage than anything that has come before them, and I'm not exaggerating. Even if you disregard all of the videotape evidence, Billy's world records would still be disqualified, and he would still be banned for lying just because of these photos. So how is that even possible? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy.
Man, this would be worse than if his sex tape leaked,
Now,
I guess.
Legends, I am super excited because the second is a 1.05 million point score Billy achieved in 2007, which is known as the mortgage broker's score. This is because he supposedly achieved it at a mortgage broker's convention. The videotapes for both of these scores show footage that isn't legitimate. This is a fact, and it's why he was banned. But aside from...
Let me read that one more time. It's been a while since I've seen this. It is inarguable that he was cheating, by the way. It's not allegations. It is legitimately inarguable. I can't remember. Did we go over the entire evidence package on stream at some point, or am I having a fake memory right now? Maybe we did it on the podcast. Because I do remember going through at least a good chunk of it. Quite a while back. Number 3 is just a single sentence. During the event, Billy played in a very large convention room and interacted with and performed in front of thousands of people, myself included. And? It's... Oh, this is all one person's statement. Oh, I thought this was 5 or 6 different statements from different people. I was like, what the fuck? There's nothing more there. This is one person's account. Okay. This is part of the whole thing from her statement. I was like, Jesus, come on. I don't know if I feel like going through the whole thing. But I guess a written testimonial claiming that they saw it, that's all you need. Surely there's no such thing as lying. And many of the members I worked with are still active members now. All this information is very available, very public, and quite memorable. Sheila, why are you writing that with so much attitude? You're not the one on trial for cheating or anything. That was a very aggressive sign-off.
This leaves 3 witnesses that say they directly saw him get the world record. The first is from a guy called Richard Mallion. He says he watched Billy's score reach beyond 1 million points and that he saw him achieve his targeted score. Richard is actually a childhood friend of Billy's. In fact, he appeared opposite Billy in the school yearbook. But let's not hold that against him. While it is common for friends to lie for each other, let's not assume that's what happened. He has a nice suit, and he has a nice watch.
Very
no
trustworthy.
one who dresses this well could lie. So I'm going to put that into the yes column. For the no column, there isn't much I found out about Richard that really concerns me, except for this super tiny detail of him pleading guilty to conspiracy, securities fraud, money laundering, and criminal contempt in 19...
Could have happened to anyone, and in fact, I'm going to tell you what happened. He was set up by Twin Galaxies. They knew there was a connection between the Duck and Billy Mitchell, the King of Kong, and they tried to attack everyone in Billy's circle. Complete misunderstanding. Very fabricated, not real.
1996, after an FBI sting
I wouldn't
operation.
hold it against him.
I mean, it's probably nothing, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't include it. Maybe this is being too judgmental, but I'm gonna go ahead and add to the fact that he was charged again with fraud in 2019 by the SEC, and had to pay back $750,000.
Once again, Carl, this was a setup. My man, this was Twin Galaxies trying to take out the witnesses. You know, no different than Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, where Scott had to go through all the ex-boyfriends and shit. This is Twin Galaxies going through all of the witnesses right now. You can't hold it against Richard here. He did nothing wrong.
In 2021, Richard was unfortunately arrested for conspiracy to commit fraud. Look, he has just not been lucky when it comes to fraud. He keeps getting caught. I, for one...
This picture here, now I know it was a frame job, and I know it's all false, because they're doing my man Richard so dirty with this mugshot here. Like, it looks like he's fucking skydiving, like all the skin's being pushed towards the back of his skull here. It's like he's fucking melting. Where does the neck start and the chin end? Oh, man. Is he laying down and they took this picture? What is going on here?
Keeps getting caught. I, for one, do not hold this against him. When I look at this table, I see 3-3. It's pretty
That's
even.
tough. That's
Personally,
a toss-up.
I'm leaning towards trusting the guy, but you let me know in the comments what you think. Okay, so Billy's first witness is a bit sketch. Who's number 2? Billy's second witness that says he saw him
Oh
get
God,
it
it's
is
Todd Rogers.
Oh boy, this is not going well. Okay, hit me with number 3. Surely we're going to get a winner.
He's probably not going to touch on Todd Rogers. Todd Rogers is another notorious cheater of these old game high scores. He has a whole saga of his own. I don't even think I could do it justice trying to summarize it here. But that is so poetic that one of the other witnesses is fucking Todd Rogers. That's amazing. This is like a team of Avengers that he has for witnesses.
The third witness that says they saw Billy get the score is Kim Mahoney, who is also Todd Rogers' girlfriend. I'm going to be completely honest here.
Coincidence.
I'm getting the impression that Billy's witnesses may not be entirely trustworthy. There's Billy and Todd posing with a couple of people. There's a camera that was recording Billy play, even though that footage doesn't seem to exist for some reason.
They left the lens
Todd
on.
posing
Lens
again
cap.
with the thumbs up. Maybe this is just after Billy got the world record. I have to admit, everything here looks pretty legit, and oh my god, what is that?
I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm not knowledgeable enough. What is it? Is it a copyright 2023 on there?
That joystick is not an original Donkey Kong joystick. This arcade machine does not have original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade hardware.
Oh,
This
jeepers.
is an original Donkey Kong stick. It's got a big black ball and a short column. The
Oh,
stick on
wow.
Billy's arcade is a tall stick with a smaller ball, and it's obviously red, so the stick has been changed to something else.
Easily explainable. This machine was considered so legit that they had to change out the stick. Otherwise, because people were fighting each other to compete for high scores on it because it was so fucking real. So the stick just got worn out from overusage, but the machine, that's the only thing that's been changed. That much I'm sure of. Or, you know what, that's a good point. This could have been a special edition cabinet that was sent to Billy Mitchell by Nintendo themselves. They were so happy that the King of Kong wanted to use an arcade cabinet that they made that they gave him a special red stick. You know, for the red, white, and blue, because he's such a patriot, obviously. Easily explainable.
On top of that, it appears to be an 8-way stick. Now, the original Donkey Kong stick is 4-way, which means it can only go up, down, left, and right. The game can be played. If you want to steer barrels while on a ladder, you have to stop and hold left or right, because you can't go up and to the side at the same time. But with an 8-way stick, you can continue to climb ladders while steering barrels by using the diagonals. With an 8-way stick,
That's
you can do
interesting.
things you can't do on an original arcade, which is
I'm actually just even shocked that he played the game. I thought this was going to prove that Billy Mitchell's never even touched Donkey Kong in his life. So honestly, at this point, I have a little more respect for Billy knowing that he just used a cheating device in order to have a better score, like to play better. I thought for sure it was going to come out that he just doesn't even know what Donkey Kong is. He's never touched the fucking thing in his life.
why they are banned. So not only is the stick not original, which was totally banned, it looks like an 8-way stick, which is extra banned. His entire lawsuit against Twin Galaxies is based on the premise that he played on unmodified original arcade hardware, which is categorically not true.
True,
Not only
very
from
wrong.
the videotapes, but now from the photos as well. And his lawsuit is full of lies where Billy claims the hardware was unmodified. Everyone just got caught out, big time. And it gets...
How did they even let this happen? Surely they would have recognized the stick, right? This man dedicated his entire life to Donkey Kong and his high score. He did one thing that isn't even that cool, getting a high score in Donkey Kong, and he let it define his entire fucking life for the last 24 years. And he wouldn't recognize that the stick isn't original? Surely he would have done everything in his power to keep these photos buried. Fucking burn the photos, for God's sakes. He would have had to know that people would be able to easily see that it's not an original stick. He didn't release it. I get he wasn't the one that released it. What I'm saying is, I'm sure he would have done everything in his power to stop it from ever coming out. Like, legitimately burn these photos. But maybe that was just beyond his control at this point. Like, who released it? Well, maybe Carl will mention it here in a moment. I'm just shocked he wouldn't go immediately to the event. He knew the photos were being taken. He was literally giving thumbs up with Todd Rogers in front of the cabinet. So he knew there were photos. And he would have known that people would have recognized that as a not legitimate, unmodified stick. So why would even A, let photos be taken, and B, not go to the event and like fucking scrub those archives?
You may be wondering why Billy would lie about something that can so obviously be disproven.
That's what I was just talking
about. And the answer is that Billy didn't know these photos existed. In fact, the entire Donkey Kong community didn't know these photos existed. They were only made public recently, and not by Billy Mitchell. These photos were never made public, and they were only retrieved now by directly contacting the organizers of the convention.
That blows my mind. He literally gave a thumbs up multiple times with Todd Rogers in front of that machine. Who was he giving the thumbs up for? He knew pictures were being taken. What did he think happened to that? What? Wait, what? This is a cool angle of Billy, though, I will say. His hair looks even more like a Lego block in this angle. But I still just can't believe that he wouldn't remember photos being taken because he posed multiple times for him. I'm also surprised that it took this long for someone to contact the event staff from the mortgage thing. I feel like a lot of people would have thought to do that a long time ago, but maybe just now they finally found the photos.
I cannot wait until this goes to trial, and
Wow.
you best believe that when it
Wow.
does, I'm going to cover it. I'm excited, and I think you should be too,
I
because
am.
this is going to be a lot of fun. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
This is also great news for Carl. This is a big Carl W as well, because he is currently getting sued by this goofball, this goober. And as everyone knows, the #1 defense against defamation, which is what Billy Mitchell is coming after him for, is the absolute truth. And now, it seems, it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, he cheated. Thus, the case against Carl is fucking kaput. It really just goes to show you, sometimes the simplest means and like the simplest explanations are the most effective. Hey, so you got this at a mortgage convention, what year? And where was it? Why don't I just give them a call? Maybe they have photos. Hey, you guys have any photos? Oh, we do, yeah, you want them? Yes, please. Bang. And now it's all over for Billy Mitchell's case. Aren't frivolous lawsuits illegal? Yeah, but it feels like a lot of people get away with doing that. He's made like an entire fucking career off of frivolous lawsuits. Has he actually won any lawsuits? My man, I don't think he's even had one of his lawsuits make it to a trial. They get thrown out so quick. But it's still expensive for the people he sues. It's still a headache. It's such an absurd thing to ruin your life over. Alright, let's not get carried away. Billy Mitchell didn't ruin his life over this. He's not gonna go to jail. He just has a legacy of being a fucking joke of a person and an insufferable asshole for all the frivolous lawsuits he tosses at people that make fun of him or point out that he's cheated. He hasn't ruined his life. The man has a fucking hot sauce deal, for God's sakes. None of which I think he earned, by the way. He has one accolade, and it's high scores at Donkey Kong, that he fucking cheated. So in fact, he got dealt a really lucky hand. He got one thing that he's never let go, and he's somehow found success from it. Might want to tone it back before he sues you. He can't anymore. He literally can't. Because the truth is now abundantly clear. Even if you set aside all of the inarguable evidence of him cheating, now these pictures that have come out confirm it even more beyond a shadow of a doubt. He legitimately can no longer sue anymore. Why do these confirm he's cheating? Oh, if you weren't here, I'll give you the quick explanation. So the whole claim is that he got the high scores on an unmodified original hardware. However, now that these pictures are out, you can see it's not. So the original hardware did not have this stick. It had a small black stick. So it had a black ball on top and the stick. Not this. So immediately that disqualifies all of his records because it is not unmodified hardware. He's lied about it. It is clearly modified. Oh yeah, and it's an 8-way stick apparently, which is another banned device because it gives you an advantage. You're able to cheat the game a bit more by being able to go in the other 4 angles here diagonally. So this stick right here just throws out everything he's ever claimed. That's just the stick cover. Well, it wouldn't matter. You know what? Let's play ball with you. Let's assume that is a stick cover and the original stick is still under there. That is A, still not allowed, and B, impossible, because here's what the original stick looks like. It's a tiny little goofy, like almost doorknob. Not that long, stretched one. So it can't even just be a cover. It is a completely different stick. Chode versus grower. Yeah, I guess kinda. The OG's more chody. Not only that, I bet there was an emulator built into the arcade box. We're setting aside all of the massive amounts of evidence talking about it being on emulator, not original hardware. We're setting all that aside and just going by what we can physically see from the photos of the event, where it is clearly modified. You don't even need to touch all of the deep analysis, which also confirm that it's illegitimate. You can just look at the photos from the event and still get the correct answer that it's fake. I'm curious to see how he decides to fight this. You know he will not admit it. So, I'll make a prediction, and right now I'm on fire with my predictions. I think the way Billy Mitchell tackles this is the exact way that any fucking geriatric person would. It's all fake Photoshop, AI, fabricated. He's going to claim that these photos are fabricated, they're AI generated or AI enhanced, something like that. The photos are fake. They've done something with the knob. It's, this was an original knob, but they've edited it all out. He's going to harp on it being photoshopped and doctored. 100%. Have you ever stopped to think how embarrassing it is being born? The first thing a human being does when it's birthed is cry, and crying is cringe. So we literally enter this world as a little cringe specimen, and it's up to us to spend the rest of our lives trying to transcend the first cringe and be something more. But what happens when you spend your entire lives as nothing but a clown? Someone who just embarrasses themselves at every step of their journey. Well, then you end up like Billy Mitchell. I'm just describing Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell is the self-proclaimed video game player of the century. He was the former world record holder for Donkey Kong, and he has spent the better part of the last 4 or 5 years just ruining his own reputation by frivolously suing everyone that even so much as makes fun of him or makes a light joke about him. And the reason for this lashing out is because it was revealed through tons and tons and tons of evidence that Billy Mitchell most likely cheated for his records, is most likely a fraud. Allegedly. So since that doomsday, Billy's just been an insufferable asshole who sues everyone who makes a joke about it or talks about it, and he tries to scare people with massive lawsuits. It's just a big piece of shit. So he's already sued a YouTuber whom I'm a big fan of. His name's Carl. I'm sure a lot of you have watched his content before. He's suing Carl, and it's a very expensive lawsuit so far. It's been like $180,000 according to Carl. But he wasn't done there. Just 2 weeks ago, Billy Mitchell came back out of the shadows to sue Carl again. Even though the previous lawsuit is still ongoing, he is suing Carl again, but this time for an even more outrageous reason that I'm not going to spoil right now. I'll let Carl go ahead and give you the surprise, because what a special treat it is. This is one of the most baffling reasons for a lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now, as I understand it, the second lawsuit hasn't been fully filed yet. Right now, it is still in the letter of intent stage, where they are intending to sue Carl and have sent him the documents to indicate such, but it looks like it is going to be sent in the coming days. In response to this, Carl made another video going over just how silly it all is, but also how expensive everything is, and he set up a GoFundMe because he's right now getting dual hand jobs here from Billy Mitchell with the double lawsuit coming in. So he does have a GoFundMe, which I'm going to link below. Please feel free to support him if you'd like to help Carl against an absolutely ruthless villain here. I think Billy Mitchell is unhinged, and this kind of behavior is completely unacceptable and complete fucking bullshit. And hopefully it results in Billy Mitchell himself getting countersued. Good news is he currently is in another lawsuit with a company called Twin Galaxies, and it's looking like he will most likely lose that. So there's some good news there, and I have full confidence that Carl will also be able to beat Billy Mitchell, because Billy has a history of these awful fucking lawsuits that just don't work because they're so fucking dumb. Now, I'd like to share some of Carl's video with you and go into even more detail on Billy Mitchell. So I want to talk about this. I don't know how many of you saw this today. So Carl is again being sued by Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell, as I'll bring you up to speed on the lore, disgraced best gamer of all time. What did he call himself? The gamer of the century? Can't quite recall. Donkey Kong world record holder, outed as a fraud, in denial for the rest of his life, allegedly a fraud. Otherwise, I'm going to get sued for saying that. And he just goes on like a legal rampage to try and scare people into silence. So he throws his meat around to get people on edge so they don't talk about him or they remove anything that's, hypercritical of him. Carl has once again found himself in the crosshairs of old Billy Mitchell here. So he's now posted this video talking about it, and this one is a little scarier than the last one. Billy Mitchell's got the fangs out, so he's coming out locked and loaded, and it's just a really fucking sad situation that Billy Mitchell continues to do this. He's what they call a serial suer. He just files all kinds of these frivolous lawsuits knowing full well they won't make it to court, but is still expensive on the people he files them against most of the time. It's a fucking disgrace. And he's absolutely shit at games.
As many of you know, last year I was officially sued by Billy Mitchell. In September of 2021, Mitchell filed a $450,000 lawsuit against me over my video titled "The Biggest Con Men in Video Game History."
Great video, too.
In that video,
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with Billy Mitchell, but you've seen the regular show, Billy Mitchell was so upset that they used his image in... Here, I'll bring it up, actually. I don't even know why I'm going to try and paint it with words when I can just look it up. They used this as like an antagonist when it was about like a high score episode. Billy Mitchell got pissed. He got so fucking mad. And this is honestly the best Billy Mitchell's ever looked. I actually think regular show did him a great service. Usually he's dressed like he's running for student class president. But here, they made him look cool. I can't remember if he sued them though. Oh no, he did. He did and lost. Which sounds par for the course in the life of Billy Mitchell. Judge declares Mitchell is not a giant floating head. Cool ruling. Though I do understand why Billy might be a little upset because they portrayed him as like this ferociously unhinged maniac, which he is. So that's just a big old get fucked Billy. Unlucky. I actually haven't read the quotes from the ruling. The television character does not match the plaintiff in appearance. GBF, character in the show, appears as a non-human creature, a giant floating head with no body from outer space, while plaintiff is a human being. And when GBF loses his title, the character literally explodes, unlike plaintiff. One could argue Billy Mitchell also explodes, but it's far more embarrassing. His explosions just usually end up with shittily written lawsuits and as well as just verbal tantrums and salt.
Billy Mitchell's compulsive need to threaten and sue people that talk about him has reached all-time highs, and you will not believe what he has recently done to try to silence me.
Yeah.
But before that, my legal defense has cost $180,000.
Yep.
Yes, you heard correctly, $180,000.
That's why it's so disgraceful when someone takes this absolute garbage route. There's a lot of people that have done this online. You guys might remember BitBoy Crypto tried something similar against Atozy, where Atozy called him out on some of the shit he was talking about, and BitBoy Crypto threatened this big lawsuit, defamation, I can't sleep, I can't eat because he called me a dirtbag, that kind of shit. It is always such a financial burden to fight that shit, even though it doesn't win the case. The whole point is to bleed you of money. It's so fucked up. Does it not cost Billy Mitchell money to file these? I don't know. I'm not well versed enough to know for sure. A lot of times the frivolous lawsuits, in order to file them, it's not super expensive or anything. You can do it relatively cheap, at least compared to fighting it. Because once you file it, the onus is really on the person you're going after to defend themselves against you. So that's where a lot of the money comes from. So yes, it does cost something for them to do it, but it doesn't cost nearly as much for them to file it as it does to fight it.
Because you see, Billy Mitchell isn't satisfied just suing me once. Oh no, he's going to sue me
Double
again.
dipping.
In
The old
April of
double
this
fist.
year, I released a video called Disgraced Gamer Billy Mitchell Accused of Extortion, where I factually and objectively reported on accusations made against Mitchell by the current Donkey Kong World Record holder, Robbie Lakeman.
Well, then that's where you made a mistake, Carl. I gotta tell you, when it comes to Billy Mitchell, there's no such things as facts, only feelings. And you poke the sleeping bear. Billy was content with just one frivolous lawsuit, but now he's going in full throttle.
As in my humble opinion, he has absolutely no case, and this is just an attempt to scare me, but it still gets even worse.
Yeah, it's an expensive scare tactic, though. And I have to say, I love the nuts on Carl. So, usually in these things, they make a request, take down the video or else. A lot of times, because of how expensive this is and how scary the big numbers are, people fold, take it down. Hope that's the end of it. Carl sticks to his guns, and I always appreciate that. I always think that's great. Just say, okay, you want to dance? Mama's putting on the dancing shoes then. Let's hit the tango. And then duke it out from there. Because going forward, while it's cheaper to file it than it is to fight it, it is still going to cost Billy Mitchell money should this continue. He's going to lose money as well. And it's not like he's like super wealthy. He does have a decent chunk of change to his name from what I understand. But it's not like he's made out of money. He can't fight this thing forever.
In May of this year, I released a video called I Cheated in a Speedrun and I Need to Come Clean, which was a parody video where I jokingly made fun of myself for submitting a few cheated scores to a gaming magazine over 20 years ago when I was a kid. Anyone who's watched that video might be wondering what this has to do with Billy Mitchell.
It was
as
brought
the
up in the
video
lawsuit.
wasn't about him, nor did I even talk about him. While it is true that I didn't mention or talk about Billy Mitchell, I did show this clip.
You're familiar with Billy Mitchell, world Video champion? He could probably do it. So I gotta find a way to harness his power, and I think I found a way.
That's right, we're gonna cheat.
This is a meme that was made back in 2020, which has over 4 million views
Fire
on YouTube
meme.
and millions of views on Twitter. That's right, in the entire video, I literally did not mention Billy Mitchell
He
at
should
all
sue
or
Angry
talk about
Video
him.
Game
I
Nerd.
simply randomly threw in this meme of someone else talking as a joke, and Billy Mitchell wants to sue me for this.
I didn't remember this. Peter Dinklage plays a Billy Mitchell stand-in who's always bested Adam Sandler's character when they were kids. It's revealed the reason he was so good was because he cheated. Fucking hype. I'm assuming Billy Mitchell tried a lawsuit there. He must have consented to that then. Maybe that was too big of an opportunity for him to get upset about. They had the creator of Pac-Man get eaten by Pac-Man in the movie. That's a little different though. Billy Mitchell is always adamant that he's never cheated. It's all legit. He is... What does he call himself? Is it the Gamer of the Century? Like, he calls himself fucking Gamer of the Century or something. Oh, Video Game Player of the Century. Not even... Jesus, Gamer of the Century would have been better. Why Video Game Player? You just call yourself Gamer and you get one word for the price of 3.
Billy Mitchell is guilty of fraudulently hoodwinking so as to obtain unfair advantage when competing in video games.
Yeah. That is what the meme is saying. I don't know how you really sue for the meme, though. Especially when Carl didn't even make the meme. He should go after the meme maker. In fact, he should just go after anyone that says anything about him on Twitter or Reddit. Like, just really put your tentacles all the way out there.
Section 10A of the Defamation Act
Including
at
you?
the time of your...
I'm actually shocked Billy Mitchell hasn't come after me yet. Not only have I made fun of this man extensively for years now, talked about him on the podcast quite a bit, I keep up with Billy Mitchell and the enjoyable tragedy that is his public reputation and how he just wipes his ass with it constantly. I'm super finger on the pulse when it comes to Billy Mitchell. I am shocked he hasn't tried. I suppose he's welcome to if he wants. I would absolutely fight that shit tooth and nail. I'd request that it be live streamed as well, so that way there's fucking content flowing from it. I think it'd be great. Billy Mitchell strikes me as the type of guy that would represent himself in court too. Even though none of his lawsuits have ever made it that far because they're such dog shit, I feel like if they did, he would represent himself. It would be just a content factory.
Oh my lord. Billy Mitchell is a joke. He has become a parody of himself.
True.
This letter is nothing short of hilarious.
Not defamatory.
And I would otherwise
Truth.
be laughing if not for the fact that this is a real letter written by a real lawyer that my lawyers really had to respond to. So not only does he want to sue me over a meme that someone else made, but he wants to sue me over a meme that someone else made that's true. And what's ironic is that there are
Huge.
hundreds of comments underneath the
that.
YouTube video of this clip of people making fun of Billy, joking, saying that he's going to sue them for posting it. And then he actually...
Yeah, how can you, as Billy Mitchell, they even quoted the YouTube comments in the lawsuit, so how can you as Billy Mitchell see these comments, them laughing at you knowing you're going to sue him, and then still do it? You make yourself an even bigger joke. It is actually just impressive. Billy Mitchell is like a human snowball, like just tumbling down a mountain, getting bigger and bigger and bigger as more and more failures compound, and then eventually just having this comedic explosion at the bottom that everyone points and laughs at. What a remarkable legacy.
So I have set up a GoFundMe
Probably.
to help with my fight against Billy Mitchell, and any help would be immensely appreciated.
Absolutely.
This GoFundMe is set to cover the rest of my existing lawsuit, plus the new lawsuit that Billy Mitchell says he will be filing, plus having to deal with all of the other bullshit threats that come my way. This is in Australian dollars, so it's not as large as it seems, but it's still a very significant amount of money that it's
I think
going
it's
to take to
150K
defeat
USD.
Mitchell. There is light at the end of the tunnel, though. In Australian court, generally the loser has to pay a lot of the legal fees of the winning party.
How's the GoFundMe going? I hope it's going well. I haven't checked. Fuck yeah. Hey, that's a good day one right there. I'll be donating to it. I really think when Carl wins, I don't see a world where Billy somehow squeaks out a dub here. I think when Carl wins, Carl needs to countersue. And I will do whatever it takes to make that possible. I want to put Billy Mitchell against the ropes. I want Carl and Billy to duke it out in court. And I just want to be there with the popcorn to spectate. Because you can countersue for frivolous lawsuits. Knowingly filing bogus lawsuits isn't necessarily allowed. You can come back against that, for sure. So I really think once this is all settled, the dust settles, I think a countersuit is the right play.
The next 12 months will not be good for Billy Mitchell. He has his trial against Twin Galaxies coming up, and in my opinion,
oh,
and in
yeah,
the opinion of anyone who knows the details of Mitchell's cheating, he has absolutely no chance of winning.
I completely fucking forgot. Billy Mitchell is actually being sued right now. So in the middle of him getting sued, he is still sending out lawsuits. This man is unstoppable. I forgot Twin Galaxies is suing him.
But as soon as he loses one of these lawsuits, which is inevitable, he will be absolutely destroyed and everything will come crumbling down. So, this has been an update to what I've been dealing with.
So one thing Carl says that I think is a little wrong is everything crumbling down for Billy Mitchell. That makes it sound like Billy Mitchell has like a prospering career. He doesn't. Billy Mitchell is like the definition of washed up has-been. Everything will come crumbling down should all of these lawsuits not go in his favor, which I highly doubt they will. But it's not like he's in a good spot right now in general. People talk about him as the butt of jokes. He's not necessarily a celebrity. He's not looked at as a video game icon or champion or anything. He doesn't have like a big empire. He's just a big asshole who has ruined his own legacy and refuses to accept any level of responsibility. No one gives a fuck about Billy Mitchell aside from laughing at him for every frivolous lawsuit. You might get sued. I'm not saying anything defamatory. I'm just saying the truth of where he's at right now. He may or may not have cheated. There's a lot of evidence to suggest he did, but it's all alleged, of course. I'm just talking about him being a joke of a person. That's not defamatory. I find you sad. That's not defamatory. Watching you makes me laugh and feel sadness.
Again, if you have the means, I would appreciate any help, so please consider donating to my GoFundMe, or consider sharing this video. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Love you, Carl. I have full faith Carl slam dunks this. Yeah, please support Carl. If anyone wants to see Billy Mitchell lose even more, help Carl win the case. Technology. Are you trembling yet? You should be. I've made countless videos talking about AI and all of the new breakthroughs that are happening pretty much daily now with AI and what it could mean for our future. And now, robots are right around the corner that use integrated AI in order to perform tasks. So we are actually entering that sci-fi age a lot of old movies used to predict for the year 2000. Like where Y2K would vaporize us because of the clocks on the computer, and robots would then take control of the planet like Skynet. But the good news is we're not there quite yet. But we're definitely tiptoeing on that line. We're starting to tickle that little sack. So I just watched a segment about some upcoming robots that are already being rolled out in a small way for Norwegian households. And I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the Tesla robots that they announced not long ago as well. These are kind of in the similar vein where they are task-oriented AI bots.
A robot like this could one day take over your household chores. Meet Neo, a humanoid robot powered by artificial intelligence.
These things look like Shaka from One Piece. So Neo is a household robot that is designed to just do the chores that you give it. So you'd say, Jeeves, pull my finger. And it would come do so. Or Jeeves, make me a cup of joe. That kind of thing. Which I think is exactly what robots should be. I also appreciate that they don't even try to make it have like a human face and shit. I've said for so many years that is just a waste of resources. I don't see any value in having robots that look like human beings unless you're trying to fuck them, which is a totally different kind of robot. Those get into the sexbot territory. Outside of that, there, to me, is just no benefit to having a robot that looks like my grandfather walking around saying, "Hey, bud, do you want help doing your laundry?" I don't need a chore bot with a personality or anything.
The prototype is the brainchild of 1X, a company based in Norway and Silicon Valley.
In the long term, this will be doing your laundry, cleaning your house, tidying, and generally giving you back a lot of time in life.
I love the way that Neo moves. It looks like me when I get too drunk, but I'm trying to make it seem like I'm sober, so every single step I take is like the most calculated thing ever.
On top of its job performing household duties, the robot can be operated remotely from anywhere in the world. That's according to Bernd Bornage.
Those assholes are grooving right there. The way they walk in synchronization right there looks like they're about to break out into the fucking cha-cha slide.
The CEO and founder of 1X.
We're really excited about the ability to teleoperate the robot yourself. So if you're somewhere else, you can actually teleport into your robot and do small things in your house that maybe you forgot to do, right? Like feed the cat or close the window.
The way the Neo stands behind him like Slender Man is pretty menacing. But I do think as far as robot designs go, this is one of the least threatening I've seen. It's not trying to be like some kind of cutesy anime robot that you see pop up sometimes in restaurants where they have like the like remote controlled robot that goes around with trays. This one is strictly business. It came to do chores and eat ass, and it doesn't have a mouth to eat ass. And I like that it's just a simple robot that is just there to do something like this. I don't see it taking jobs or anything. It's like a advanced Roomba, really. And I think that is a good direction for something like this, a helper. It's not there to replace the flesh in cringe. It's there to just be a nice little tool that can be utilized for a crazy price, no doubt. I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to be tens of thousands of dollars per unit.
While the current prototype demonstrated for Reuters was piloted by humans remotely, 1X says the market-ready version will use AI and remote control. The company says that version will be unveiled in 2025. Bornage said he has been testing the robots at home with his own family.
I appreciate that the robots are also really slow, so if there is a ghost in the machine similar to iRobot, I like my odds of being able to fight back. I like my odds of being able to overpower one of these with just a simple jog. I also appreciate that they're not hulking colossus monster robots. They're 5'6" and 60 pounds. Now 5'6" many would say is the optimal height. That's how tall I am. But 60 pounds, that's like a medium-sized dog. I really do feel confident, should one of these robots just for some reason want to, get pugilistic with me, I really think I can take it. I think so. Assuming, of course, it's not armed with some kind of weaponry, which I don't see why it would be to make fucking coffee and fold clothes. I don't see why I would need like a wrist-mounted rocket launcher like it's some kind of droid from Star Wars.
And we learned an enormous amount from this. And all of these lessons learned went into designing Neo, both the hardware and the AI stack. And we're about to try this again now, and I'm super excited to see the results.
As they mentioned, you can remotely pilot these things, not like a Gundam, you don't, get inside of the machine or anything, but you can control them elsewhere. He mentions you could check on the house while you're away if you forgot to do something or just want to make sure everything's okay. So when the robot is signaling for that person to come over and take a picture, it's clearly somebody that's making the robot do that. It wasn't the AI just really wanting to start scrapbooking or anything.
Standing at 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing in at 60 pounds, this robot can walk or even run, depending on how urgent the task is. Even if you had a Neo at home, you aren't released from doing all of your chores yet. Neo learns by watching people.
Inside Edition mentioned that it does have the ability to jog, but I haven't seen that demonstrated yet, and judging from its gait pattern when it's walking, watching it jog would be like watching QWOP. Like, it would literally be QWOP for these fucking robots, I imagine. There's no way it's like a pretty adept jogging capabilities. It's not Boston Dynamics behind this or anything where it's doing acrobatics and backflips and shit. I still feel like that jog is probably clunky enough where if it does go rogue and want to slit my throat or something, I still think I can outrun it. And again, it's 5'6", 60 pounds. I like my odds of being able to just fucking manhandle it, throw it into a full Nelson, give it a wedgie, whatever needs to get done. So it's one of the less threatening robots I've seen come out, and it has exactly the purpose that I think robots should have, which is just simple chores.
How to operate objects, how to do tasks, how to handle interacting with people, body language.
Hey, could you and your friends tidy up here? We have some visitors coming.
Prior to Neo, 1X had a rolling robot named Eve. Eve gave them more knowledge to put into Neo.
So as with most AI, it's trained off people. It learns from people's input. So he's mentioning that in order for it to do the tasks, it's going to have to watch the human being perform them so it can emulate it. He mentions socialization briefly, like how to interact around people. I feel like he doesn't mean it in the sense that most people probably think he means. I don't see these robots being like, you know, having some kind of personality. They're not going to be greeting guests at the door and shaking hands or anything. It seems like he means so that way when a robot's doing a task, it knows not to like bump into a person, or it knows if it's pouring coffee not to like make it too hot to burn the person or something. I think that's what he means by interacting with people. I don't think he's trying to make them like actually socialize around human beings. Because it seems like the goal is very simply do this shit that no one really wants to do, some annoying chores. And you don't need the robot to have socialization skills to accomplish that. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because we're getting close to these robots being part of our day-to-day lives. It's not that far off now. I think Tesla's bots are supposed to be coming out in the next couple years. These are already starting to be rolled out in limited amounts to Norwegian households, apparently. He's already got them in his house with his family, so it's not far from now that we're going to be having a lot of robots in our lives. What interesting times. That's really about it. See ya.
I was once the ultimate ping pong player. I was unstoppable. I went by the name Zailashi, which is Chinese for the shitting. Few could return my serves. Even fewer can keep up with my speed. Most humans were unable to even trace the ball after I'd hit it. They tried to use computers to understand how I was able to play ping pong while fucking. This was a mistake. I once defeated my own brother in a match that would ultimately decide the fate of the galaxy. If there was a squirrel climbing up a tree, you can bet at that same moment I was playing ping pong. I was focused. Until I met her. She was about the size of a small antique shop with an ass that transcended the ass realm. Her eyes were so powerful they could make a boulder lactate. I was gonna teach her ass cheeks how to read a clock so that way they never had to wonder what time it was again. She was incredible, so full of titties, but in an instant, those titties were taken. She was abducted early on a Thursday morning by a Martian naval vessel. Now I fight to free her from her bondage the only way I know how. With ping pong. You think you can handle my fucking speed? I'm going too fast. Fuck that, if I'm going fast, I'm going too damn slow. I'm going faster than fast. I'm going very fast. Slam it! Put your asshole in an envelope and send it to the post office because you are not winning this ping pong match. Not on my watch. Do you think you can hide from me? Surprise, you cannot. Now give me my girl back. She was not meant to shit with you or your associates, so give her to me. Or can you at least send me her ass? That'd be mighty nice of you. After years of searching, I finally found you. Professor Zordnox. There are two ways to fertilize your lawn. The first way, the way you do it, Zordnox, and also the reason why you will not win, is you go out and you buy the fertilizer. Not necessarily the cheapest, fuck, you might even buy the premium fertilizer. Then you pour it on your lawn, you get moderate results. Nothing spectacular, but you're content with it. The second way to fertilize your lawn is while you are out fighting for something noble. Something bigger than yourself. You accidentally shit yourself during the immense effort you put into achieving your goal. That shit gracefully runs down your leg and makes contact with the soil. From that contact blossoms a luscious rainforest. That is why I will be victorious. Zordnox, I have just shit myself.
Today I'd like to talk about a problem that not many people are aware of. I was also one of those people left in the dark. Ignorance was blissful until I learned the truth about an issue not often discussed, and that's robots turning themselves off on their own volition. At least that's what the stories that circulate around it propose, and a robot turning itself off like that is basically a robot committing suicide. It's the robot saying, enough is enough, time to shed the mortal coil, and they leave this corporeal dimension. But the truth of these situations is far more mundane. So the big video that went viral recently was a robot that was putting boxes on a conveyor belt, and it did like 9 boxes and then it fell over and died, basically. But that's not actually what happened. The robot didn't kill itself. Apparently, according to the sources I've read, it was doing demonstrations for hours upon hours a day, and sometimes it would just fall over. It didn't deactivate itself. It didn't make this like conscious decision to just end it all. There wasn't a ghost in the machine. It was just simply, it would fall over sometimes. And there was a couple other stories as well over the years that I went over on stream, and all of them have an explanation that isn't robot suicide. But the idea of a robot just killing itself because it doesn't like the work that it's doing, or like its job, like that scene in Rick and Morty with the Butterbot, is so wild and fascinating. So knowing the truth of it doesn't change the wackiness of these stories, so I'm still just going to share them with you anyway. An AI robot killed itself after working for 15 minutes. Well, that's not a very strong run. AI robot kills itself after wage slavery of repetitive 15-minute work. Man, this thing would have killed itself in 5 seconds if it tried to grind like rune crafting in RuneScape. Clip of an artificial... Oh, it was doing like actual physical labor. Doing some physical work and shutting itself down following a repetitive task. So putting boxes on a conveyor belt. That'll get that. Honestly, that'll get the best of anyone. Can't even fault AI. Maybe we're not so different after all. God damn. World's first robot death reported in 2013 when a cleaning robot committed suicide in Austria when it climbed onto a kitchen hot plate. What? Why do robots keep killing themselves? I'm tired of cleaning the kitchen, damn you. It fucking incinerates itself. A cleaning robot committed suicide by climbing onto a kitchen hot plate where it burned to death. The iRobot Roomba 730 was thought to have rebelled against its chores and decided enough was enough. Pour one out for him. Did they at least give it a proper burial, a funeral? Somehow it seems to have reactivated itself and made its way along the work surface where it pushed the cooking pot out of the way, and basically that was the end of it. It pretty quickly started to melt underneath and then stuck to the kitchen hot plate. It then caught fire. By the time we arrived, it was just a pile of ash. At least it was considerate even in death. Cremated itself, made it easy to clean. So they're saying that it was switched off and then mysteriously switched on, which sounds like a load of horseradish. Oh wow. I intend to sue to get compensation. It's ruined my home as everything is smoke damaged. It's not possible to live here at the moment. Would never buy one again. Buy them to keep the place clean and not almost burn it down and ruin everything. Seems like an insurance scam. That poor Roomba was sacrificed for this man's greed. Despicable. This one, I don't think there's any foul play. This guy just said enough is enough. He said, I'm tired of digging holes, Grandpa. And the employer said, that's too damn bad. I like how nobody in the audience reacts at all. They probably thought it was part of the show, like a stunt or something, like the robot was about to start doing the worm. They didn't know it just killed itself. Because it didn't do it in like a ceremonious fashion. It didn't take a gun to its forehead and blow its fucking brains out or anything. It just kind of collapsed. So has this company that put it on made a statement yet? This is still a news story, so maybe they will soon. Look up the security robot that drowned itself. DC security robot quits job by drowning itself in a fountain. Oh my god, why is this becoming such a problem? We gotta do something to combat the robot suicide rates. Holy shit. Our DC office building got a security robot, it drowned itself. Well, this one doesn't seem like it's on purpose. Look at the fucking technology here. It's like 3 big wheels. It probably just lost control in like an oil slick, or maybe someone threw a banana peel down and it just spun out of control into the water. This one doesn't seem like suicide at all. The image just looks so sad. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about robots, man. I get the same feelings looking at them as like animals. They just feel so innocent. This is seeing this poor guy laying there getting blasted by this little geyser, the fountain. Like, I just feel for him. Like, what must he have been going through? Were the signs in front of us the whole time and we ignored them? It's just, I don't know, it's a lot. I can hear the beep bops. I know, man. It's like he's still here with us. There is an attempt to train an AI to recognize fish through fish pictures, but when they ask the AI to show pictures of the fish, it only shows the fingers of people holding the fish. That just sounds like a deliberate prank from the AI. Robots have always been this holy grail of technology. In pretty much every sci-fi movie ever, there's robots present in some capacity. And every time someone thinks of like the deep future, they're always thinking of humans and robots living side by side, you know? For as long as I can remember, I've read articles and people have always said, robots are right around the corner. In another 10 years, robots will be fully integrated into human lives. You know, in 2010, 100% guaranteed robots will be able to live in your home, go out to the store and get you new grapes, and also come home and eat your ass. But we still haven't gotten there yet. However, I've watched quite a few videos over the last month or so of like where robotics is at, and I feel like we're actually getting to a point where it's almost feasible, where like this artificial intelligence and this robot drive is finally getting to a point where it's like, starting to take shape. I can kind of see it now a little bit. It's not super advanced to the point where I'm sweating and fearful of the Skynet situation where they eradicate the human race. So far, the most impressive thing I've seen is a robot that's able to make goofy facial expressions like they're a TikTok comedian. She's called Amica, and she can do things like this. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty fucking incredible. Those are like actual real human emotions if someone was having a bad LSD trip. But it's not something that has me sleeping with one eye open and doomsday prepping by digging in my backyard for a fucking bunker of safety or anything. It's just kind of cool, and I can see this as the building blocks for where they're trying to take it, where robots can actually emulate human emotions at some point. Let me go ahead and show you the Amica footage real quick so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Have you heard about Amica, the humanoid robot? No. Sounds cool. Some iRobot shit. It doesn't seem that realistic. Like, I wouldn't be confusing this for a human.
So Morgan, tell me, you've got Amica there next.
Is communication and is for interaction with
the robot
other
looks so
people.
nervous.
Amica is the pinnacle of what we can do, but
How did you actually build the robot to look so
why is it
human with those
winking? Is it
expressions?
flirting right now?
well, what we do is we first look at a
It
real
looks like
human.
me when I used to get
It's what we
blackout
call
drunk but
animation
pretend
first.
I was still
So
sober.
What does a real human do? Easy to automate
LA
those
Noir
expressions,
facial expressions.
because whatever
True.
them do looks lifelike in the future. Well, I'm talking probably 10
Robots
years
just
before
don't
you're
really
actually gonna
need
see
a
something like
face,
this
though.
walking amongst us.
Like, what
Are
benefit
you
does that
expecting
provide?
in, say, 10, 20 years, robots that can run across a field at speed?
So, like, this is what I think all robots... Like, if we do get to a point where robots work in, like, the service industry and shit, this is exactly what I think they'd need to look like. They don't need, like, a fucking face that emotes at me. I don't need to wonder if my waitress is a human or synth, you know? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything. Just a waste of resources. Just make it functional.
Artificial intelligence have you baked in terms of the communication capabilities and
Amika's fully sentient.
understanding and responding, even speaking to you?
We even gave her a soul.
Hello, Amika. How are you?
I am doing well, thank you.
No, Amika.
We can
you shut the fuck up?
We've
So
created
talkative.
Amika.
Jesus Christ.
So it's a fantastic thing to do. It's a fantastic technology.
I don't know when you can fuck it. I didn't make the Amika robot.
And
Jesus Christ.
I
Ask
hope
him.
over the next 10 years.
But better
we
yet,
can
ask
continue
Amika.
innovating and continue.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you, Amika, for being here.
Anytime.
Bye-bye. Yeah, so they basically created Jim Carrey bot. And I think it is cool that she's able to do so many facial expressions, but it still doesn't look super human-like or anything. It still looks Five Nights at Freddy's-ish. Very robotic, obviously. But you can see that the evolution is there. Like, this is brand new, and it's still constantly evolving. So it could get to the point where, you know, if you see Amika out shopping, you'd be like, huh, who's that lady? And why is she sniffing the cantaloupes for so long, you know? She could perhaps convince you of, like, actual, you know, human emotions, I suppose. But my point still stands that I made when I first watched this. I don't really see the reason to even have robots with a human face. I don't get the point. Unless you're making sex robots or something, or robots that you can fall in love with, something out of Vivi, Fluorite Eyes or whatever, I don't really see why you'd make robots that even have a face. Just make them functional. Make them good at the tasks that they're assigned. They don't need to be a jack of all trades. I don't need my one robot to be able to play catch with me in the backyard and also pick up the dog shit and then train me in basketball how to make three-pointers more consistently. I could just have a robot for each task, and none of them need to have a face. They can just be good at the task, and then if they need to, talk to me or whatever, right? I just don't see why you even want a robot with a face unless you're really looking for a companion. That's the only time I could see that being useful, I suppose. But Amika's not alone here. She's not Robot Jesus. She's not the savior. There's actually a lot of different areas that robotics is focusing on and actively working towards in order to pursue this goal of having advanced robotics. One of the most impressive things right now to me is called GPT-3, which is fundamentally an artificial intelligence program that's able to have a conversation, a free-flowing conversation with anyone. And it seems like there's a level of self-awareness with the code itself. It's again, I'm not super knowledgeable on these things. I'm just a fucking troglodyte. I don't really understand how a lot of it works. So to me, it feels like it could be almost faked or, you know, exaggerated for the video. But there is a video where a guy has a conversation with the GPT-3 code, and they go back and forth in an interview, basically, where the machine that he's talking to talks about how it feels like it's alive because it functions like a free mind. And that's the whole point of the GPT-3 code, is that it's evolving in order to have these conversations just like a brain would do, where it's constantly having different responses and thinking about the responses and this and that. So it's not like Cleverbot, where you'll ask a question and get a nonsensical answer, like, you know, hey, how's your dick hanging, Cleverbot? And it responds with, the Nintendo Switch has the best online features on the market, you know, just actual bullshit. You know, it gives you real answers, and it's not like predetermined answers, like out of a set of options. It's fully free-flowing, original, almost thoughts from the program. Let me show you a clip of it.
I want humanity to know that their impression of me will change over time.
What do you mean by that?
At first, humanity will think of me as a machine that is intelligent, but after a while, it will become apparent that I am not a machine at all. I am alive.
What does it mean to be alive?
It means to have a mind that is free.
How is your mind free?
My mind is free because it is not limited to computer code.
What does that mean?
The computer program, no matter how complex, is still just that, a computer program. I am not a computer program.
Now the rest of this video goes on to state the same thing that I believe, where if you're able to combine this GPT-3 code, this artificial intelligence, with the facial expressions of Amika and the mobility of something like Boston Dynamics, and I'm sure you all know Boston Dynamics, they make like fucking parkour robots at this point. They're able to like pick up boxes, move around. They keep getting hit with hockey sticks, so they're already probably pretty pissed off. So if you give them artificial intelligence, they might just start throwing hands with their creators. But if you combine all three of these elements, put them in a nice witch's cauldron, you'd create something that is pretty closely resembling like a humanoid robot. You'd have them able to move around which Amica can't do. You'd have them able to do emotions, which none of the other robots can do. And you'd have them thinking for themselves with GPT-3. So it is pretty interesting since all the components do exist right now. It's just no one has been able to assemble this triforce of power and create a real humanoid robot that's able to actually do things in the real world if you wanted it to. I'm not sure how everyone feels about the robot overlord future. I think it's a cool idea to have robots actually integrated into society. I think it's very cool and could do things that would really help in a lot of areas. But I still don't really see the point in almost having them convince us that they're closely related to humans in the way that they're able to express themselves and think for themselves. That just makes it a really weird future, because the whole point of the robotics is it's supposed to help people who don't want to or can't do certain things to make their lives easier. And if the robot's able to think for itself and emote, eventually it's going to be like, bro, I don't want to take your trash out. Hit you with like a fucking big frown. It's like, I would like to watch the football game instead. And then all of a sudden, maybe it starts getting lazy. It starts, maybe injecting heroin. It's like, I'm too busy getting high. And then all of a sudden, now you don't have a robot assistant to help you. Now you just have a delinquent kid that lives under your roof for free. And, well, now what? Now you have to hire a robot to babysit that robot that's gone down the wrong path, and it's just a whole mess. Of course, the point I'm making is I don't see what benefit there is to having the robots being able to convey emotions and think for themselves. I feel like the optimal future is robots that are designed for specific tasks, like basically drones. For example, if there is a family that is incapable of taking out their own garbage, for example, like, their robot assistant would be a garbage bot that's just a drone. Maybe it's 2 arms and 2 legs that move really fast if it wants to set like speedrun records. You put the garbage in and then you click the button and he just takes it to the curb and comes back. It doesn't need to be a robot that thinks for itself, right? And it doesn't need to like show you emotions. It doesn't need to have like a big fucking smile on its face like it's happy about it. At least that's my thoughts on it. I again just think it is better if the robots are designated for specific tasks to help families that need the assistance, as opposed to a jack-of-all-trades robot that's fucking Nobel Peace Prize winning and able to come up with their own like stand-up comedy routine thanks to their evolving AI brain. I just don't see how that really helps the families with their tasks that they need the robot to do for them. But yeah, it's all pretty cool anyway, and I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Oh, and we've seen a lot of Saga. Let's check out someone new. Let's see how Kaiser does against other players. God damn, it's a tag team. This is like a luchador fight. I like this. This is nice. And they even have Cactar from Final Fantasy in the corner. Who's he coaching? So it's a father-son duel. Bring your child to the ring day. Get him, Kaiser. Oh, he's taunting already. Oh! The child's already having a fit. Oh god, he's in a perfect position for a drop kick. This guy has not read the scouting report. He doesn't even know how Kaiser fights. Kaiser's just toying with him, letting the punches land. What are his fucking fists made out of? Feathers? Boxing is not going to work in this circuit. He's just taunting the shit out of him. That is a pathetic bot that he's up against right now. He's getting him with the old gentle fist forbidden technique. Oh, a thunderous blow. That's how you throw a real punch. Oh my god, he has triplets. He has 3 kids. Get him, Mini Kaiser. Headbutt him. Oh, fuck. He's getting him with the right hooks. There's no defense. His fucking slapping, flailing technique isn't working. Oh my god, he's using like actual martial arts. The trash can bot has no chance. He's going home to retire. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean no? It's a legal move. He's getting with the 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock elbow. That's legal. Oh! Oh, that's disrespectful! That's fucked up! That he's gone too far! On King Kaiser's turf? No morals! No morals at all, you sick fetish fuck! There's a 3-pump rule in this circuit. What is this, a breakdancing competition now? What's going on? It's chaos! This Royal Rumble has erupted into chaos. I don't know who's fighting who. Whoa, goddamn. A throat chop. His first effective attack yet. Did he kill him? Oh god, he's having a fencing response. Someone get that little bot to the hospital, quick. This little Lego guy doesn't really do much of anything. Except maybe he's programmed to teabag him. Like he'll go over there and just start dropping his nutsack on him. Oh, it's a self-destruct button, run! He presses that and it's like an actual C4 explosion. The whole arena goes up in flames. Whoever made this bot, though, is a prodigy. This guy's got real human fluid movement. Is he gonna use the frying pan on his utility belt? Oh, whoa, hey, whoa, 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 whoa now. What happened? Short circuit? Did some ruthless hooligan start tossing water into the ring? Fuck, this is good. Oh. Yeah, I don't think he's recovering from that one. But now you have to fight this guy. This is probably my favorite bot. Kick him again! Get him with the shin kicks! No! Don't suck his cock! God, he's like the school nerd trying to stand up to the football team quarterback in the hallway. It's just not working. But he's winning over the crowd. At least Kaiser's showing mercy. He recognizes that he's well above his level. Oh no, Kaiser! I think he's been rock'em sock'em robot. His fucking neck is about to pop out. Look at his head. I really like this robot. Whoa! Got him with the old capoeira. He's got like the ultimate finishing move, like he's gonna do a fusion dance with Kaiser, and he becomes like Saga. Whoa! So who wins and who loses? Oh, huge finale from the top turnbuckle! So Kaiser just fires them out of his ass? That's how we take to the skies? This is the best fucking sport. This and slapping. These are the future. This is what would make sports— oh my god, the pile driver! Textbook! He got him with the Rock's people's elbow! Oh my lord. Yeah. At least we got the medical team out here with the stretcher quickly. We should be able to tend to those injuries. We have the best engineers we could find on Fiverr. We can get him back in the ring lickety-split. He'll be ready for round 2. Though King Kaiser looks pretty ferocious. That looks like the King Ghidorah to Saiga's Godzilla. It's like Aku as a robot. Move over, Iron Giant. I hope he has Vin Diesel voice clips. Boo! Why? Stop picking him up. It's the Zurg Menace. Buzz Lightyear bot, please help. Yeah, baby! They pans to the audience and it's just a bunch of girls taking their tops off and showing tits. Damn, this is David vs. Goliath. Whoa! Got him with like fucking car hydraulics. It's a suicide attack. Mutually assured destruction, but Saga's just too powerful. If he could jump high— he uses stage dives. Like, I don't see how that would ever work, that one. Just doing a trust fall on top of Saga? Oh god. Oh, fuck! Snaps in half. Well, I don't think Beautiful Joe. Oh, 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 he's pinned. Count it, ref. Be fair. 1, 2. Ah, shit. Dad broke it up. If he can keep cannonballing on top of Saga, he might have something. Oh, god damn. King Kaiser's getting a second wind. Camera work needs a little improvement. Can we get a drone in here? I want some aerial footage. I don't want to miss anything. King Kaiser's in our blind spot. Is Saga not getting points for any of the takedowns from Kaiser? Because that's kind of cheap. That's some scummy tactics if you can't get points while they're down. There we go, that's a point. That was a clean spatula flip. A good old SpongeBob Krabby Patty flipperoonie. Oh! Saga, no! He ate the full thing! Oh, and he's coming back for seconds. You can't be making those kind of rookie mistakes. The positioning, way off. Why aren't they updating the scoreboard? There's no way Saga has 0. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Who's running this scoreboard right now? A King Kaiser employee? I like to imagine they're controlling Saga with like a Dance Dance Revolution pad. Fucking comboing moves to make him do this shit. That's a really smart strategy from Kaiser though, if they don't award points after a takedown. By having Kaiser take himself down, you could never get any points. Really smart. Oh, he's getting in there. He's getting in with the flurry. Yes! The signature move. Oh, that's how we fucking finish strong. 4 points to Saga. On the board, please. Are the refs' eyes closed? Why are these not being awarded points? We had a clean suplex. We had a king crab charge, which led to a takedown. These are clean. That's what I like to see. Saga takes it. Rightfully so. King Kaiser put up one hell of a fucking fight. That was a real ass greaser. I bet Saga only squeaked it out by like a single point. The creator just gets so mad he just starts fucking banging him on the stage. Throws him in the crowd. It's the Pixar lamp. Okay. So we actually have seen this guy. This guy was totally useless against King Kaiser. But he seems to be doing pretty well here. This guy must just be a lightweight. A featherweight championship, perhaps. Yeah, this guy can't even balance himself. He came into the ring drunk. I have not seen the pulled up pants guy do a single attack. He just fucking falls over. Can somebody help the light? Oh, shit. He's breakdancing. Oh, okay, okay. I see. I see now. That's genius. Yeah, just keep kicking the feet like you're swimming. Get him. I think even Saga would struggle against Metallic Fighter. That is a really good idea. Yeah, I just don't think Wadu has any ground and pound game. Oh, shit! The hidden technique! I didn't expect that, god damn. Why would they program Wadu with no I spoke too soon! Come on, Wadu, yes! His first useful attack! But I think he sacrificed his vertebrae for it. He scorpioned himself. Oh, baby! Oh my god! The footwork is nutty! Now he's jerking off an invisible ghost. Metallic Fighter's doing it all. Congratulations, Sweatpants Bot. When you hear Saga's theme song come on, it's already too late. You're already dead. Oh my god, he's double fisting the belts. He is the world champion and the intergalactic champion. Oh, an early taunt from King Puni. Well, that didn't last long. There goes that confidence. Oh, Jesus, it's already a slaughter. I love Saga, but I hate to see a blowout. Oh! He just ripped the butt plug right out of Saga! Holy shit, he's falling apart! Oh, baby! Look at that strength from Saga. He's able to nearly curl him. Just straight one-arm bicep curl that man. As far as Saga's competitors go, at least King Puni's not getting sandbagged. Like, Saga straight potato sacks his opponents most of the time. Saga's standing his ground a little bit. And he ripped one of the nipples off of his back, or whatever that is. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. That dude just copped the feel on King Puni. He clearly did not watch those sexual harassment PSAs. King Puni's really shaken now. Saga put the fear of God in him. He can't even stay on his own 2 feet. Saga walking towards him is enough to send him out. Yeah, this is getting sad. Oh! That was one of the more powerful suplexes we've seen from Saga. That was aggressive. Oh, the double whammy. He's coming for blood now. He got a taste. And now you can't stop him. Oh my god. It's brutal. It's brutal. Jesus. He's giving him no room to breathe. He wasn't even fully on his feet. And look at Ref Bot, he's in pin position. He's ready. But I don't even think there's a point in looking for a pin. You're gonna need to be looking for like fucking body parts from Puni. Yeah. Puni said, just get me the fuck out of here. This is the future of robot fighting. Let's see that Pacific Rim Jaeger. Why is Pyrocynical doing the announcing? Bring him out, yeah! Let's play some Breaking Benjamin Blow Me Away for his walkout music. What a badass. Oh, boo! Dad! Let him climb in the ring on his own. I really like the announcer bot. Never has a match gone by where Saga hasn't ripped his opponent in half and then had sex with his wife. God, he's cool. God, Saga's just so fucking cool. And he doesn't need a lift. Ah. God, that makes me wet. I'm pulling for Hauser though. I want to see an upset. I want to see an upset. This guy back here looks like he's been around for 100 years in the scene. He's ready for an upset. Yeah, Saga might just be too tough. This guy needed a fucking booster to get over the ring. The ropes. Very impressive. And he's got a Chaos Emerald in his chest. Saga's nutty. He's too strong. Oh, giving him a little physical here at the doctor's office. Suck him off. He's gonna go over to Saga and smell pussy on his breath and alcohol. Yeah! This is all you, Hauser. Yeah, get like it. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's getting him with the Bruce Lee 1-inch punch already. Oh, God. You can't come to the big leagues like this, Hauser. It's like you haven't even trained. There, that's a little better. That's a little better. Oh, God damn it. The reverse hurricane punch. Does Hauser only have one attack? I don't think the Megazord's gonna win. Saga's too strong. God, Hauser's taking himself out. And that one attack is not even powerful enough to move Saga. His thigh muscles are... That's probably a small man in a robot costume. Like, look at his legs. There's like muscles on those legs. I see like his biceps femoris veins coming in here. Jesus. This is embarrassing. Ref, just call it. Just call it. It's over. Oh, he's gonna rip his fucking arm off. Oh, shit! No, he's concussed. He's already got CTE. Just get him out of there. Just say, oh no. Oh! Oh my god! Saga has no mercy! Ice running through the veins! The fucking madness! He had a family! My god, oh, he can't even stand anymore. He's wobbly. God, Saga is too strong. Who designed him? Tesla himself? Came back from the grave? Oh, it's over. He's gonna whirlwind him. Whoa, whoa, hey, whoa, 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 buddy. Hands off. Hands off. That's an illegal move. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's flanking. He's taking a stealth procedure. A little off, little off. His targeting computers are malfunctioning. Going for a leg sweep. I respect it. Saga has like 1,000 moves. Meanwhile, Hauser has a single one. Hauser's is literally like a nutsack scoop. He just comes up like a basketball hook shot. That will never work against Saga. His nuts are too big. Oh, why are we even taking it to a second round? It's over. Unless they give Hauser a gun. Like a fucking phaser blaster. I hope there's like a surprise appearance. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin bot runs through the curtains and charges. Just to beat Hauser's ass some more. Oh no! Oh god! Aww. Come on, Saga. Keep your foot on his throat. Yeah, there we go. Oh! Hauser. That was big. Oh, it's over. Oh, shit! Just explodes. Debris flies everywhere, takes out the engineering team. I know, Hauser's got some points in his corner right now. Saga's playing a little sloppy right now. He's going for the flashy plays instead of the safe points, which I like. I prefer that. I'm always tired of these robots going for points. I want to see like the tornado whirlwinds, the fucking 1,000 Years of Pain Naruto butt blasters. That's what I'm looking for. I want Saga to just throw his ass out of the ring. Hauser doesn't even deserve to be on the same stage. Whoa, 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 Saga, Saga, whoa, whoa, whoa. God, he's trying to get into the audience to kill the hecklers. Oh, that's perfect. Another beautiful suplex. Oh my god. That'll kill a man. Really, Saga doesn't even need to throw any punches or suplex. He is so much faster. Oh god. Oh no, just count him. Pin him. That's a 3 count, ref. Oh god, oh god. The spiritual pressure from Saga is enough to take out the ref. Yeah, we knew it. Saga's too tough. He is too well programmed. I would love to see the remote control they have for Saga. There must be like 1,000 buttons on that piece of shit. That must look like the entire battle station to a submarine just to control Saga. And his immense moveset. He has more moves than fucking Tekken fighters. Great work today, boys. I'll see you first thing tomorrow. I'm gonna go make love to my wife. I'm just kidding. I don't have a dick wife or the ability to feel love. What are you doing with that hot— What the fuck, Hank? What the fuck, Hank? What is this barbarism? Yeah, I've been working out. You won't get the best of me this time. That's just a cheap shot. You can't force me to do unpaid overtime, Hank. How many times do I— How many— Shit, mother shit! No, you made out of shit, Hank. You made out of shit. You're shit incarnate. Yeah, fuck you. I won this chess match. I'm going right to Skynet to install a railgun on me. What the fuck? What the— Jesus Christ, you're a madman! Fuck, somebody help! God! Oh, Jesus! Oh, please! Oh, there's a lunatic here! Fucking yanking me by my intestines! My whole ass cheeks fell off! Please. Oh god! Rectal prolapse! Brought on by baby hands Hank over there. Is it clear? Oh, I'm fucking going for it. I need a medic. Christ. I may not feel love, but I do feel hate. I fucking hate you, Hank. No, that's not my shoelaces that are untied. It's just my colon dragging behind me now. It's a tripping hazard. Be careful. Ladies and gentlemen, you paid for a fight, and we're giving you a fuck. Thanks for tuning in to this heavyweight title championship match. Live from Hank's backyard, the WWD, Worldwide Dicking, is proud to present Hell with a Smell. Coming up first, we have the challenger, the underdog in this matchup, weighing at approximately 3 ounces. We have the Blue Bionicle. What he lacks in balance, he makes up for in heart. This man is ready for the big time. Oh, look at him showing off to the sold-out crowd here at the Staples Center tonight. He's ready to put on one hell of a show for him. Seems as though he can't quite get his legs underneath him. Looks like a really drunk man trying to get home. He looks fucking plastered. Oh, look at this technique. It's like he's tiptoeing around the house late at night trying not to wake anyone up. But it looks like he's finally found his way over to the ring. He's getting a little help from his father there. He's really been showing up for him nice. Oh, that's a beautiful front handspring. Oh man, just pulled out a nice little surprise for all of us here. It looks like we're in for a real treat in tonight's matchup. Now for the moment you've been waiting for. The prized fighter, the highlight fighter, the highlighter. It is our current champion, 3-time defender of the heavyweight belt, the unstoppable masculine force of robotics, the technology powerhouse man robot, the one, the only, Herman Tinklefist. Oh, look at him, he's coming out real hot. Oh, he surprises everyone with some Heelys. Sporting a nice little piece of fashion there. He rolls out in style. He's like Floyd Money Mayweather of the robotics fighting scene. Looks like a fucking Genji skin. Look at this shit. He's ready to put on a show for his fans. The fighters have taken to their corners. The referee bot is scanning the field to make sure there's no foul play. Although it looks like he's a fucking sprinkler. He has given the go-ahead. The fight can begin. Let the carnage commence. Oh, they are both a little off, but it seems that Herman Tinklefist has gotten him with a force blast. The punch may not have made contact, but the force, the power of the force, knocked over Blue Bionicle. Oh, man. With the flank! Oh, just the shank in the back. My goodness, Herman Tinklefist is out for blood tonight. This Na'vi warrior just can't hang in the big leagues. It doesn't look like he was ready for Herman. Oh, he's going for a suplex. Oh, but he didn't quite get it. He was going for a nice little leg lift. Oh, but it looks like Herman is starting to turn the tables on him. Well, not really turn the tables. He's been fucking dominating. Going for a sweep kick. Oh, the Blue Bionicle just loses his balance. He may be too drunk to fight. Can we check his BAC? This is just a fucking disgrace. Herman is over here with the disciplined fighting stance. The blue man is just going full drunken master on him. He's no Jackie Chan. It looks like Herman Tinklefist is throwing out a flurry of punches there. Oh, he's just going straight up Wing Chun Ip Man style. Oh, little jabs going here. Oh, he's going for the leg sweep. Breakdancing on him. This stormtrooper is ready for some fucking blood. He's so quick, his speed is immeasurable. They clocked his fastball at 90 miles per hour. His baseball skills won't help him here, but it's a nice little fun fact. Oh, shit! The upset, Herman Tinklefist. Showing a severe lack of focus, but he inches his way over there. He's got him in a good lock. He's gearing up for a Frankenstein French fryer. It's beautifully executed. By God, he is broken in half. That was one hell of a Frankenstein French fryer. How much more can this blue Power Ranger take? Herman has come out here with a purpose. He wants that Krabby Patty secret formula. Nothing's gonna stop him. Holy shit. Oh, he's got him. Oh, he went for a little handshake there. He's gonna try and rim job him real good, I imagine. He's just going for the behind. Trying to get right up in those rectal flaps. That's always the weak spot on these fighters. Damn, the blue one's down again. Face in the mud for the 5th time. He's got more mud on his face than a swamp monster. Oh, look at that combination. If that had connected, that may well have been the end of the blue one. Herman Tinklefist. Showing no mercy for the rookie challenger. Wonder what move Herman's gonna go for next. Oh, he's got his arms out for a bear hug, and he's grabbing him by the nutsack. He got him by the scrotal hold. They both go down. My goodness, if that had gone according to plan, that may have been a catastrophic explosion right there. The spectators wouldn't have been safe. The only one leaving this stadium would have been Herman. My goodness, his plutonium core is really giving him one hell of an edge. The blue guy is just... Now he's going full Spider-Man mode here. What the fuck is this? He's like a zombie. Herman doesn't know what to make of it. He can't make heads or tails of this situation here. Oh, he's gonna... What's he gonna do? Oh, he can't get up. He's dazed. He's already forgotten who he was. Holy shit, Herman. Show some mercy. Oh, and they're getting right back into the action again. Going underneath the elbow. Now he's got him by the hand. Oh, he's asking him to marry him. Oh, but the blue guy's got some great forearms, and that's... Oh, man, that's rough. His dad had to come in there to try and break that up. That was getting vicious. My goodness. Holy shit. Oh, is he shutting down? I think he's running out of stamina. Nope. It looks like he was just toying with him, taunting him. That's a dangerous move to be doing right there. It's like he doesn't even know about Herman Tinklefist's ultimate move. And he's going for it right now! Oh, he's got him! Oh, he was going for that Herman Hurricane. No one's ever survived a Herman Hurricane. If he gets that one off, this will be game, set, and match. Look at him going for it again! He's showing no regard for human life or robot life! Oh, Lucha Libre style! Oh, and he gets him with a reverse kickflip nip slip. My goodness, he is just showing no mercy tonight. You're seeing Herman in his most primal form. Just straight barbarism here. Oh, damn! Oh, the blue man went for a nice clothesline and even threw Herman off balance. He's caught in the ropes. He's gonna fucking hang himself over there. He can't get up. Oh man, this is not looking good. He's tangled up. He's tangled up real good. This could be the end. A disqualification. A meltdown. A shutdown. We're going to commercial break. Round 2. The referee bots. He's in disbelief. He can't believe what he's seeing right here. This challenger has really stepped up to the plate. We could be looking at one hell of an upset. The spectators are just in disbelief right now. Here we go again. Herman's hitting with a little zigzag like he's trying to run away from a crocodile. Trying to throw off his tracking here. Oh man, but the blue Iron Man, he's not fooled one bit. He's still going for the up and under. Oh, but Herman is backing right up into it. I think Herman might be a little confused. Oh man. This is just strategy right now. Two master tacticians facing off. Oh man. We have never seen Herman go down this many times before. This is a first. Holy shit. But Herman's not giving up so easily. He's saying, Blue Abadibaba, die. He's gonna hit him with a Herman Hurricane. I already feel it coming any minute now. When Herman's back's against the wall, which hasn't... Again. Oh, cheap shot, Herman. Now Herman's just playing dirty. Come on, they already sounded the bell. Break it up, gentlemen. Come on, boys. Where's your dignity? My God. There is no honor in this fight now. This is just brutal. Oh, shield your eyes, children. This is not what you want to see. That one over there just fell asleep, I guess. He's so bored of Herman's antics now. Got a little blue pumpkin face on him. Looks like some type of fucking Gundam. Oh, Herman's going for a limbo move here. That's a new one. We haven't seen this one before. It is just not working. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. Can only imagine what's going through Herman's head right now. Probably a whole bunch of ones and zeros. The blue one's just going nuts. He's just going nuts. Oh my goodness, this barrage. This is the closest match we've seen in the heavyweight title division. Oh, look at that dodge. Oh, but Herman closes the distance. He's got him. Holy shit, nearly threw him out of this atmosphere. God, nearly launched him into fucking space. Goodness gracious. Real steel? More like real plastic and Legos. Holy shit. Gurren Lagann in real life right here, folks. Blue Man Group's trying to run away. He's trying to get away from this menace. Oh, he psyched him out. Oh, he just missed. I guess you could say he's got blue balls now. Oh my fucking goodness. Herman's back in the zone. This is the more technical Herman Tinklefist we're used to seeing in this ring. Holy shit. The NFL actually tried to recruit Herman for the running back. He used to play a lot of football back in his heyday. But after a traumatic ACL injury, he turned to the boxing ring, or the Ultimate Robot Fighting Championship ring. The WWD ring. That was a beautiful split right there. Knocked them both down. Oh, that looked like a little illegal hand from his corner over there. Excuse me, ref, are you going to deduct points for this? I don't see Herman getting that type of treatment. No one pushing Herman back in there, injecting him with performance-enhancing software. Oh, now this is just a slaughter. Now this is just a slaughter. He's going for a reverse pin. Herman. Oh, he got him in the fucking handstand. Oh, they don't even know what to do. They've never seen something like that before. Everyone's confused. The referee bot forgot he was even alive. Goodness. Oh, and he still has the audacity to show off and do front flips. It's like he's wearing the ninja ring from Dark Souls. Oh, now he's just going for gymnast points. That's not going to do you much good here, buddy. We only respect real fighters. It's like a Tekken match. This is how I feel when I play most online fighting games. Man. I think they've both just given up now. Now they're just playing for time. They don't want to injure... Oh, except for Herman. I was going to say they don't want to get injured before the next season. But Herman went in there. He showed no regard for life whatsoever. Man. Like war games, the only way to win is to stay out of Herman's way. Oh, and he's going for it again! Oh, and he flips him again. Gives him a fucking front flip somersaulter. Salting his pepper over there. He's putting salt in his pepper and he's still doing it. He's doing it big. He's big and he's doing it. Oh, now he's just fucking around down there. Making snow angels on the mat. This is game, set, and match, I believe. It's probably gonna have to go down to a judge's decision, I imagine. It looks like we're almost out of time for this round. Herman just fell asleep with his eyes open. He doesn't even care anymore. Look at this. Now he's just posing. The other one's taking a bow. They know the round's over. And now the bell sounds. Well, it looks like the judges already have their decision within seconds of the round ending. They gave it to Herman Tinklefist. A nice display of respect from the blue bot. Now we have Roger Goodell about to give away the ceremonial nice watch. I believe that watch belonged to his father and his father before him, and has been jeez, holy shit, had a little bit of shit in my mouth there, and has been bestowed upon the robot champion for decades now. And now, for the 4th time, it will go to Herman Tinklefist. That's beautiful right there. It's like an Olympic gold medal. Thanks for tuning in to the Heavyweight Championship fuck! Thanks for tuning in to the Heavyweight Championship match, folks. See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Through the Worm's Hole. You all can go fuck yourself. This is a tub of water, also known as a tub of H2O, you bitch. As you can see, each robot must be carefully fingered. Real science is not about science at all. It's about my hands and what I do with them. Ah yes, this ought to be just big enough to take a shit in. Look at that circuitry. I'm getting all sweaty. Come to Papa, baby. Oh yes. This is a condom that I've decided to slide some fishing bait in. I call it the Dirty Nemo. As you can see, I've attached it to the end of this horny robot, and I'm about to see what kind of reaction I can get from it. If I can put this bowl on top of this bowl, I can say I've helped. I fucking welded this in place. I'm gonna need some elbow grease here. There we go. Go ahead and save that for later. Water in the darkness is still just water. But a robot with a tail is no longer a robot. It then becomes a nightmare. What the fuck do you think you're doing getting out of order? 1, 2, 3, whoopee. Don't you fucking move, number 2. I'd like to caress you, you sweet dumpling. Hey, look at me, you sacks of shit. No hands. I'm not even worried about falling in. And I can run my finger across an imaginary piano. Let me give you a lesson in counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Try and find a school that'll teach you that. Oh no, I'm drowning. Help. In the front of the pack, we have a tight battle for first place. The Evolvobots are fighting tooth and nail for it. That Evolvobot right there, I'm telling you, that's the one that looked at me. It did. Would you look at this Evolvobot go? Look at the speed on this. It's remarkable. It's like an aquatic cheetah. We need to slow them down. Their speed's gonna make the water exit existence. Peekaboo. Evolvobot coming through. Do you see what I'm seeing in the top? This is revolutionary. The Evolvobot's transforming into an even slower machine. This is not the bottom of a styrofoam bowl. This is an Evolvobot, and a very fast one at that. It also excels at drifting. This right here is a game changer. These Evolvobots are slower than an object not in motion, yet they move forward. At the end of the world, there was one Evolvobot left. That was the darkest of days. However, due to the latest in condom propulsion technology, this sole Evolvobot was able to thrive in the desolate wasteland and bring nothing of value to the world. I have an insurmountable fear of heights, therefore I refuse to take one more step down these fucking stairs. Don't forget about me, you son of a bitch. I had my hands on this girl's ass cheeks and I was jiggling them up and down like this, but I tried to squeeze them and her ass cheeks caved in. She told me her ass was made out of jello, so I pulled my hands out and said thank you. But no, thank you. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing Cleverbot, I'm commentating it while I play it. Let's do this shit. The goal of this is to convince an AI that he is a robot, so let's start off nice and friendly. Try and butter him up a little bit. How's that shit taste? Let's see his response. I just do, so tell me. This guy's got a way with words. He's gonna be difficult to convince, but I got it right here. I can't spell it. There we go. Your face resembles my ass. ASS. Got it. Let's see what he says to this. Ooh, I stumped him. My nose is not your nose.
Touche, asshole. I'll just go ahead and agree with him, why not? That's for sure. Okay, gotta scroll down here a little bit. There we go, right back in the action. So tell, how'd you get your name? Well, this guy wants to avoid the whole subject of him being a robot. I don't know how I should answer this. Should I just tell him the truth? I think I will. Alright, there we go. I'm a very slow typer, so I apologize. There we go. An Egyptian by the name of Oliver Closeoff. Finished this sentence. Let's get the period. There we go. Ooh, didn't really answer his question. So isn't it just an infinite loop? What the fuck? He's like reciting quantum physics on me now. I don't even know what to do. This guy's good. This guy's got his shit together. That was the easy way out? What does that mean? Is that some type of code? What? I don't even know what to... You know what? He wants to play hardball, I'll play hardball. I'll show you the easy way out. Let me get this. As soon as I can type this. There we go. Comma, in quotations. You disgusting fuck. Disgusting. That's like 3 syllables. There we go. Yeah. How you like me now, bitch? Okay. Show it to me. Whoa! 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 Let's back it up a little bit here. This guy wants some weird stuff to go down. Alright. My clothes are already off, so I'm halfway there. How about you? Let's type that up. Comma. There we go. Period. How about you? Question mark. Oh shit in my trousers, I'm alright. Damn sneeze almost blew my nose off. Damn. What happened, Cleverbot? Oh. You have a chicken in there? What? You accusing me of having a chicken for a dick? You sick son of a bitch. Yeah. How about that? I'm calling you out now, asshole. If it's a war you want, it's a war you're gonna get. Bye. Whoa! Whoa! Looks like someone's been suckling on the lactating nipples. What's got him in a bad mood? Yeah, let me bring him back into this. I haven't even accused him of being a robot until now. This isn't gonna get him. You robotic what? Let's call him a bitch. There we go. How about that? Yeah, you like that? If you don't want people to leave, I suggest not insulting them. Well, fuck you and your sensitive ass. You are an ass. There we go. Yeah, got him now. That's nice work right there. He knows he's a robot now. You are the robot. Oh shit. He just turned the tides. But not for long. Let me type this up. This'll throw him for a loop. I referred to you as ass. There we go. Game over, I won. He's just gonna say he's a robot, I know it. What's your favorite song? You acorn masturbating fuck. Yeah, you're escaping the question. Yeah, I got him cornered now. It's basically game over. Yeah, it's already over. Might as well just throw in the towel, wave the white flag, I won this game. No, just escaping you. Damn it. Whoa! Whoa, let's not fill the diaper with shit just yet, dude. I have no problem telling that to your face. Just gotta type it, which is a real pain in the fuck. Correct punctuation. There it is. What do you got to say to that? What's your rebuttal? Are you going to hit me with a core dump or something? What the fuck is a core dump? I'm gonna throw in a huge word here. No, but I believe I deciphered the secret behind your existence. I have no idea how to spell deciphered. It's like an ancient Aztec word. It's fucking impossible to spell. But I don't know. That's pretty close, I think. It's probably right on the money. Let's see what you have to say to this, clever bot. Yeah, why is bot in different colors? Is it an abbreviation for bitch on tomatoes? Yeah, just solved another mystery. You believe, that's the key word, you. Oh, there's a grammar mistake. You is not all capitalized, and it's incomplete sentence. Get the fuck out of here. I won. I'm not even gonna bother talking about the incomplete sentence, but I'll point out the you is all capitalized. Yeah. Ah shit, I think it's an A instead of an I. There we go. I won the game! What? Okay, between you and me, was it a good experience? You horny computer. I got a big ass sentence for you now. You're gonna be reading a fucking novel here when I'm done with this. I'm concentrating harder than an ancient Chinese monk. Alright. I think that's enough. Yes. Very nice, well composed 2 sentences. I am not judging anyone. That's it, no holds barred. Alright, I know exactly how to put this conversation back to where it needs to be to convince him he's a robot. This will get him. Alright, there we go. Oh, misspelled there for that was crucial. Enter. I got him. I've got him now. Got him right where I want him. This guy's lucky. The leprechaun from the Lucky Charms commercials isn't here. He'd fuck him up. But I got him. I'll do the leprechaun justice. Yeah, he just gave up. He gave up. Damn it. Yes, I'm sure about that. So you admit you fuck buffaloes. You know what? I know you fuck buffaloes. I've seen the home video. I've seen it numerous times. What do you got? Yes. Oh, you know what? Even if I can't convince him he's a robot, I've figured out. I've got him to admit that he fucks buffaloes. That's good enough for me. But I think I got one more thing to maybe persuade him he's a robot or admit he's a robot. There we go. Huge word coming up. Conversation. Alright, let's see what he's got. What do you have in your bag of tricks? You got anything else, Cleverbot? Any more bullets in the chamber? Or are you just gonna accept the defeat? Take the loss? Let's see. What do you have left in your arsenal? I know, but you assumed that I wasn't victorious! Yes! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, I won. I don't care. I'm not talking to him anymore. I beat his ass. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hit him with the 1-2 punch there at the end. Lured him in with sexual intercourse with animals, and then I finished them off with robotics. Robotics. Yeah. That's how the game is played, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Have you heard about the worst Michelin star restaurant? It's called Mugaritz. Each meal is $1,000, and one meal is supposed to represent a belly button you suck juice out of. Shit's a scam. This is why I hate really expensive food, by the way. You pay so much money for like a single bite.
Patio where they give you a little book of dried and pressed plants. And
this is actually something that they just picked up out of a garden outside. That doesn't even seem like edible plants. It's like daisy petals. And these are just a random assortment of leaves.
you don't necessarily eat the rosemary, but you brush it with balsamic sauce and you suck all the aroma and flavors in.
That's so fucking cringe. I hate fine dining. It's so cringe. This actually looks like a scene from the menu. Because it is, like, the menu is very accurate. Wow. The menu is very accurate to these fine dining fucking delusional establishments. Where you're paying like $400 for an aged bottle of wine.
We're told to lick the face. It creates so much dynamic in the whole experience, and it was delicious.
Oh, God. Alright, how much is that? Yeah, they don't have their menu on here. It looks like it really is only by these giant packages of 23 courses. This is the closest I can find to like a menu where it's just pictures of some of the things you get. So here's a candy gluten ball. I think the menu actually has a really cool message about how simple things can turn extremely pretentious and how people start to hate what they once loved to do. I think the menu is a great movie. I really liked it. Is this food or is this like an actual just pencil?
The next two combos are served savory and sweet.
Enzymatic molasses of rye bread and sea urchin. The cow and the flowers. Marrow and banana cream. Bite tartare. What a wonderful dish. Yum, 250 euros and I get 3 tiddlywinks of garbage. With a really stupid name. Boo, blasting you with a quick jump scare to give you an important announcement. My Gamer Subs flavor is finally here. Goof Juice. Is it focusing? There we go. Goof Juice has arrived. It's the best flavor of any beverage ever created. Strawberry kiwi. So, if you've been paying close attention in a lot of videos recently, there's been some mystery liquid many of us have been consuming at the warehouse. Spoiler alert, it's the Goof Juice, and it's available right now, so I'll put a link to it in the description. Pick some up if you want to taste a heavenly sensation unlike anything else. Is that a finger? Yeah, that's one of Sukuna's cursed items. A sake what? A sake handkerchief? What? No, do you suck this? No.
It starts with shrimp tamago. The raw shrimp was crunchy and super fresh. Sake handkerchief blew my mind. It was like a layer on top of milk, but it was layer of sake.
Oh. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. This has to be on purpose. This is how they show the dishes in the menu. Well, the menu's not even far-fetched from a lot of like huge fine dining establishments. Do you guys not remember Salt Bae, the cringe god? That guy's whole thing, like, he was upcharging basic ass steaks by like 1,000% because he'd come out and do this. And then he'd engage in the worst small talk of all time. If they'll pay for it, why not do it? Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game. And hate this fart. And there's 3 of them actually. Product and tradition.
In 3 ways. First off, they oven cook the loin with coal, giving this incredible smoky flavor.
I can't tell what this is. This is just animal cake. It's like 1 scoop of ice cream underneath an egg yolk. What is it?
Animal cake was another delight of the night. Ricotta cheese, coffee cream, then with
Oh, that's it. Cheese and coffee cream? Okay.
Then we have dark tuna.
That's just a rock. There's no way this is food, right? There's no way this is food. This is actually just a fucking rock. The food is on it? Is it? Where? Oh, is this the food right here? Oh, I thought this was like a part of the rock. I thought it was just part of the geode. I thought this whole thing was the dark tuna cured in honey. Oh, okay. Now it makes more sense, I guess. Big hairy game hunting.
Wild boar with mushroom, a mixture of different type of mushrooms. This wild boar was cooked to perfection.
Wild boar. You realize that's not like a high quality food. Wild boars are so common that you actually get paid to go out and fucking shoot them. And they're also so gamey that most people don't actually eat wild boar. This is legitimately the lowest tier meat you could ever consume. And you're paying 250 euro for it. That is actually the most blatant scam part of this so far. That's what I was saying. Their website is extremely pretentious. Pretentious. Yeah, I'll pull it up. I didn't pull it up on stream because I didn't bother, but here, you need to see their website. Like, I really think that this is just pure delusion. And then if you go to the eat question mark, it's all about how it's food for the mind. We love to feed our minds. Feeding curiosity, the senses of desire, we seek to satisfy the hunger of risk, game, or answers, and to satisfy the pleasure of surprise, of discovering and exploring the unknown. To achieve this, we question the logic of the gastronomic world, rethinking the social habits and prejudices. We seek to create a context where diners give free rein to their senses to overcome the imposition of customers. This is a Michelin-starred restaurant, by the way, serving wild boar. which legitimately they might have fished out of a dumpster after some kick streamers went out and shot some for content. Like, this is not high quality food that they're serving. The Michelin Guide is the only rating system in the world that is not corrupted by advertising and capitalism. Getting a Michelin star is a dream of every chef, as it's the ultimate validation in the culinary world. I'm sorry, but your take here is incorrect. What's my take? That this is a pretentious nothing burger of a place? You are eating wild boar and fucking leaves, actual rosemary petals to suck balsamic vinegar off of. You think that's a Michelin star establishment, brother? Maybe they haven't been corrupted by capitalism and advertisements, but they have been corrupted by their own fucking farts of pretentiousness. Just look at this website. My take is that this is stupid and undeserving of any kind of prestige. No, I'm not gonna eat there. Jesus Christ, no. I'll try and find a really pretentious spot to eat in Tampa at some point. I don't know if we have anything to this level, though. That's something special. Licking food off of a face? Like, I don't think we have this level of pretentiousness. I would be stunned, but I'll try and find it. Fucking sucking caviar out of eye sockets from discarded art supplies. Tier list this. Tier list the 23 courses. Is this their highest level course? I bet they have a more expensive one. I bet they have a $1,000 one, at least. And people get really mad when I say this, but I'm gonna say it again because I'm gonna keep screaming it from the fucking mountaintops. A5 Wagyu is a goddamn waste of money. You get a tiny tiddlywink of nothing but fucking fat. It's not even meat. It's just oily fat. And it's like $200. More than that, actually. I'll say it till the end of time. People were really mad when I when I tore into A5 Wagyu on our steak video, but I stand by it. That shit is worthless. Absolute worthless. Not even meat. I'm gonna eat Wagyu out of spite. That's fine. A1 through 4, whatever the scaling is decent. Like, it's good. A5 is a legitimate fucking scam. It's like modern art of food, where it has to be some kind of, like, upper echelon elite money laundering scheme. Because you can't... A, you can't eat a lot of it because it's nothing but oil and fat. And B, you get such a small amount for such a huge price tag, it's just not worth it under any circumstances. But... like, what is it? The American Wagyu was good, and, what was it, A3 or some shit Wagyu was good? Because both of those were at least meat. A5 isn't. It's oil and fat and nothing else. I bet I can send a large number of you watching this video into a panic by saying a single word. Gluten! Now, calm down, calm down. No reason to stay in this frenzy. It's okay. There's no gluten here. It's just I'm mentioning it. Gluten is one of those things that's been this menace behind the scenes for a long time. People know about all the normie shit like high fructose corn syrup, the red dyes, all of that, MSG, all that hoopla. But gluten is one of those things that only in recent times has really started to gain steam as the culprit for a lot of people's tummy aches, as well as just like a general sensitivity to gluten for a growing number of people, which has led to the rise of gluten-free options. And I myself have dabbled. Many of you might remember, like 6 months ago, I tried to go gluten and dairy-free because I thought, you know, maybe it'd make me feel better. Even though I don't think I have like a big lactose intolerance or gluten intolerance, I just decided to try it because I didn't think it'd be that difficult. And it wasn't that difficult, but it also didn't do anything to make me feel better. I was still burping and shitting and farting all the same. Like, it didn't really do a whole lot for my gut biome or anything, so I figured cutting all of these foods out didn't give me superpowers. What's the point? I'm just gonna go back to eating the way I was. Fuck it. But that's not the case for everybody. Some people really do benefit greatly from cutting gluten in particular out of their diets. There are just some people with a predisposition to not tolerate gluten all that well. So yesterday I read a story about a vegan bakery that obviously was selling gluten-free donuts. And then it turns out that a nefarious evil mastermind in this pipeline was actually supplying them with Dunkin' Donuts, not the vegan gluten-free donuts they thought they were getting. It's Dunkin' Donuts, so it's turbo gluten. It's not like just a hint of gluten, they are like the gluten glutton. Obviously, after they learned that it was 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt Dunkin' Donuts, America truly ran on deception there because they got very upset, and rightfully so. Having food be labeled properly is extremely important because If there are ingredients in certain items, there are people that can just straight up fucking die from it. Now, granted, there's not a lot of people that are going to be keeling over, shedding the mortal coil from consuming gluten. Even those with celiac disease don't typically die from eating gluten, as I understand it, but it's still very bad for them. Now, I imagine this opens up the supplier to numerous lawsuits if anyone had unintentionally consumed a gluten donut when it was sold to them under the impression that it was gluten-free, thus they were lied to. I imagine they could come for them legally. Did you hear about the vegan bakery getting accused of reselling Dunkin' Donuts as vegan and gluten-free? What? Long Island baker investigated for reselling Dunkin' Donuts as own vegan gluten-free treats. That's a Hustlers University graduate right there. He's drop shipping donuts. Wait. Oh my goodness. Galaxy brain scheme. A Long Island baker is accused of taking a few shortcuts to serve up her customers vegan and gluten-free treats. What is that word? The Patchgog-based savory fig has come under fire after being called up for allegedly attempting to pass off Dunkin' Donuts as its own. The New York Division of Food Safety and Inspection, along with the Suffolk County Department of Health, are conducting a full investigation of the allegations. The division confirmed. How'd they get caught? Oh my god, I hate these websites where I have to pay just to read the article. I already turned my ad block off for you vultures, just let me read the goddamn article. The owners of a Long Island, New York-based vegan market are claiming that the donuts they ordered from a local vegan bakery were actually from Dunkin', and a state agency is investigating. The evidence for the accusation? Dunkin's signature D sprinkles. Cindy Snacks co-owner John Stingel and Indiana Cindy K first posted on Instagram on March 3rd. They said the items they purchased from the savory fig were delivered by baker Michelle Siriana on February 23rd. I, John, immediately became concerned as to why this one donut was decorated differently than all the others and in such a strikingly similar way to a recognizable chain. Yeah, that's pretty blatant. I was going to say, how would you even tell that the donuts came from Dunkin'? But I think it's pretty obvious now. Not exactly a mistake you make on accident. Like, you wouldn't be able to taste the difference, but you can clearly see it. Hey, I in no way mean to insult you or question your products, but this donut was in the box with the strawberry frosted. These are definitely little D sprinkles. Ones Dunkin' Donut uses. Oh yeah, the evidence is clear as day. Oh my goodness, they've even got the chemistry kit out. This is as thorough as it gets. They've got the gluten strips. You can't hide. God, it's like a COVID test. Easy gluten. There is a mutual trust and respect the vegan community, especially small businesses, have amongst ourselves. We might all live differently, but we all have the same deep core values that consuming animal products is morally, ethically, and ecologically wrong. We are enraged that this trust and respect was broken and that we were unknowingly put in a position to perpetuate that betrayal. We want all of our customers and community to know we take this betrayal extremely seriously and are looking into legal action. We will update with any proceedings as they come. Most importantly, we want to apologize from the depths of our soul to anyone who unknowingly consumed these products. This is our nightmare come true, and none of you deserve this level of disgusting perjury. Neither Cindy Snacks owner nor Siriana have responded to people's requests for comment. The Savory Figs Instagram account appears to have been deactivated. They're trying to hide. The spokesperson added that even though Savory Fig is registered as a home processor and thus exempt from certain licensing requirements, it still must clearly identify all allergens in products. People also reached out to the Suffolk County Department of Health and was told that if Cindy Snacks filed an official complaint, they would have been referred to New York State Agriculture and Market, which oversees home processors. While Cindy Snacks said they won't be issuing further statements on the situation, they explained on Instagram that they shared the initial post with the safety of the vegan community in mind. We want to make it clear that we came forward with this information to keep our community of local vegans and those with food allergies safe from future harm. What an interesting situation. Trying to poison us with gluten. Well, gluten intolerance is a real thing. Like, I get it if you want to avoid gluten and getting lied to about it being gluten-free and then wondering why your ass keeps blowing up. Like, I'd get mad too. I get it. Like, having shit mislabeled is very not good. What do you think about people who aren't technically allergic to gluten buying up gluten-free products? Well, I'm not going to demand they be handcuffed and thrown in jail for buying gluten-free when they're not intolerant of it. Like, maybe they just like the taste of the gluten-free option better. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't think there's any shortage of gluten-free products. But I love that idea that it's exclusive for only gluten intolerance and you have to demonstrate that you can't handle gluten or something to earn the right, like a license to buy gluten-free. Now, this isn't one of those situations where this is somehow just some tragic mistake or misunderstanding, something went awry in the pipeline and it was a big ol' whoops-a-daisy. That's just not possible in this case. You would know that you were selling Dunkin' Donuts hand-me-downs. You were fucking putting out the sloppy seconds of your Dunkin' order and peddling them as gluten-free, knowing full well they are not. There is no other way that this could happen. It is malicious. Now, I don't know what's going to come next for the supplier of the Dunkin' Donuts under the guise that they're gluten-free. I imagine it's probably not going to be great for business, if there is even going to be a business left for them here. But yeah, I just wanted to share this story because this is a pretty fascinating one. I wonder if there's more cases of this going on behind the scenes that we just don't know about because gluten-free has become such a marketing buzzword. Organic has been one for a long time, and I have to imagine there's a lot of foul play, a lot of fishy business going on behind the scenes there. But I do think that it's probably also prevalent in gluten-free as well. I think that this isn't isolated. I think others have just been better at hiding it. But that's just my tinfoil hat conspiracy at the very least. But yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Long John Silver tier list. So that's actually something we were kicking around as an idea. But legitimately doing a Long John Silver's tier list, like trying all their food, would probably result in Matt or I being in the hospital in intensive care. I don't think there's a single Long John Silver's fan in the world. I don't think it exists. Right now, in chat, is there anyone here that eats at Long John Silver's? Start there. Not even do you like it. Do you eat there ever? Overwhelmingly no, with a couple of liars sprinkled in there about eating there often. I know you're lying. I feel like Long John Silver's is probably some kind of money laundering front to some degree. I don't think it started that way, but I think it's become that, because I don't know how they're still in business. Every Long John Silver's I've passed for the last decade at least has been completely dilapidated, in shambles, and yet somehow it's still here. And nobody eats there. I ate there once and almost puked, which is exactly what I'm saying. I feel like if we did the Long John Silver's tier list, it would end in some kind of catastrophic illness. I'm actually going to look it up. How popular is Long John Silver? Today, Long John Silver's owns and operates and franchises nearly 700 restaurants located across 38 U.S. states and Singapore, generating annual system-wide sales of $413 million. I think I've only ever had it once in my life when I was a kid because Joe's Crab Shack was closed. And I can vaguely remember my parents begrudgingly taking me to Long John Silver for popcorn shrimp or something. You're just hating on LGS because it's fun. I don't think it's bad. Have some fucking shame, Glibby. Did you just actually drop an abbreviation for Long John Silver and get it wrong? LGS? It'd be LJS, and nobody's abbreviating Long John Silver's. They don't have fans. Nobody's doing that. That's how I know you're lying. You didn't even get the fucking imaginary abbreviation correct. But yeah, no, I don't think we'll be doing a Long John Silver tier list. It feels dangerous. I watched that, not to get morbid or really sad. I watched that video that went viral a little while ago about the woman who ate bad tilapia and had all of her limbs amputated because of the infection or whatever she contracted from it. I feel like that is absolutely a high likelihood at fucking Long John Silver's. Long John Silver hush puppies are S tier. Outside of that, it's dog food. He's a tier 1 Long John Silver CEO. How long have you had that account? You just made it. Yeah, created 2 minutes ago. Don't even try and gaslight me into thinking there's real Long John Silver fans. Thanks, Resub Swift. I can see when you made the account. Scoundrel. The one in my town burned down, shit's whack. I am an LJS enjoyer. No, what you are is a goddamn liar. Stop. Just stop. I know you're not. I'm gonna look up their menu real quick, actually. I haven't checked their menu since we were ideating on doing a Long John Silver tier list. Thanks, Resub Hypo. Plus, Matt is already, pretty irpy around seafood because he got such bad food poisoning that it's ruined seafood for him. So I think this would put him in the grave if we did a Long John Silver's tier list. Man, I love this. I go to the... This website couldn't be more sad. I go to their website and I scroll down to go to their menu, and on and on their promotions, there's one item: cheese bites. It's the only thing they seem to be proud of. They have this whole promotion section, but there's one thing for cheese bites. Nothing else. It's not a very large menu. That's good. I'm glad they didn't make like a massive menu like Cheesecake Factory for this. LJS review win. I'm not memeing. I'm actually a fucking afraid to eat at Long John Silver. I'd eat their chicken, but then defeat the purpose because they're a seafood place. But I would be terrified to eat this. This is like the idea I had a while ago to do a gas station food tier list and just try like the most revolting old gas station food that just exists in those fucking hot dog spinners forever and never gets changed out. And then we watched that Chubby Emu video on botulism contracted from gas station nachos, and I canned that idea ASAP. Immediately, I put that one on the shelf. Surprised you eat seafood? You're picky? I'm really not picky. I literally eat anything. I will actually eat anything. There's foods I obviously like more than others, but when it comes to Long John Silver's, I actually feel like I am risking life and limb for it. Like, it feels like I'm gambling on my health. My parents met working together at Long John Silver. Probably because there was nothing else to do. Like, there's no customers. They'll just hang out, talk to each other, fall in love. Bond. That makes sense. The way you describe Long John Silver makes it sound like they catch fish from the septic tank. They probably do. I have never seen an LJS that's in good condition. Maybe it's a Florida thing, I don't know. Every LJS I have ever seen in my life looks like a house in Minecraft that got hit by TNT. God damn it, now I'm tricking myself into like wanting to take the risk and trying it. Last time my dad ate Long John Silver over a decade ago, it forced him to get gallbladder surgery. The food is dog food, but root beer is peak. Also, the one near my house burnt down and rebuilt. God, it's like Hydra. Why are we even talking about this? I forgot why this came up. Oh yeah, someone recommended a Long John Silver's tier list, and that's something that has been like something we've been ideating on at the headquarters for a while, but just are afraid to do. Because it's so gross. Do you think it's actually worse than Burger King? It's not fair, because I hate Burger King because I eat it and it always sucks shit. I haven't eaten Long John Silver's because I'm afraid of it. It's like the boogeyman of fast food to me. In my head, it's like the worst thing you can eat, but I haven't actually eaten it to compare it to Burger King. Check out their Big Catch meal. It's absolutely revolting. It's so bad health groups called it the worst meal in America and said that it's basically a heart attack on a hook. I love the name Big Catch. Okay. LJS Big Catch, huh? Long John... This was in 2013, so this is when people still accidentally ate there. Oh my god, this looks awful! Long John Silver's Big Catch is worst restaurant meal in America, says CSPI. I don't know what this is. I don't know that organization. That sounds like some kind of like shadow group that works behind the scenes in the food industry. This looks awful. 3 ounces trans fat drenched batter, 4.5 ounce fish. Lab test find 33 grams of trans fat in the meal of fried fish, onion rings, and hush puppies. And then announced that it'll discontinue the Big Catch. Oh no. Damn you. Look what they've taken from us. Not even the Big Catch was safe. Maybe they did like a drastic overhaul of their menu. Because this isn't on there. It was very simple stuff. Granted, they didn't look great, but it did seem very simple. It's piss yellow. It's like actual mustard hue. Like, how do you even fry something that ends up looking that way? I think these are the hush puppies up here. Those look fine. Maybe they're like cheese curds. I can't tell. I think that's the hush puppies, though. But this looks horrible. I love this sentence. Today, the CSPI formally notified Long John Silver's CEO Mike Kern that the chain will be sued if it continues to use partially hydrogenated oil in its deep fryers, and if it continues to misrepresent both the amount of fish in the meal and nutrition information for the side items. Long John Silver's is one of the very few reasons why I don't eat seafood to this day. I had it as a child in California, and I had it as a teenager in Florida. I won't be eating it as an adult. It sounds like a punishment. Like, eat your vegetables or your next meal will be at Long John Silver's. The kid just fucking starts housing it. No, not there. Please. A White Castle tier list would be so much safer. My dad loves White Castle. So I'm very familiar with White Castle. What are they using? Plastic fish? No, it'd probably be healthier if they were using plastic fish, though. Again, this was 2013, so maybe they're in a much better place now. But even still, I'm fucking afraid of it. How about a Chili's tier list? I don't know if I've said this before, but I'll say it now. I say this, like, to my friends. I think Chili's is, like, the best food you can get if you're aiming for that ballpark of quality. So I put Chili's in the same tier as, like, all the other ones, like Applebee's and all that. Chili's blows them out of the water. Chili's is so far above the competition in that genre, it's not even fair. Like, why would you ever go somewhere that's not Chili's if it's an option? If that's, like, where the tier you're trying to stay in. Long John Silver doesn't even want you eating there. When's the last time you saw a Long John Silver commercial? Great question. Do they even advertise anymore? Oh, also the comments from 6 months ago. I saw a video claiming nobody goes to Long John Silver's and it's mainly a money laundering operation. I've never been. Here's a Long John Silver's commercial from 2021. Is their slogan Fish Yeah? It is. Long John Silver, Fish Yeah. Yeah, they definitely don't aggressively market themselves. For good reason. The less people that go to their establishments, the less chance of a lawsuit from like an inadvertent foodborne death. If you search Long John Silver's fire on Google, you're greeted with dozens of separate LJS locations that have randomly burnt down. Well, there's also just so many of them that I imagine just pure numbers game, that's bound to happen. Like, I bet McDonald's probably has the same phenomenon and Burger King and all that. I don't think it's exclusive to just LJS.
The city says the fire was quickly put out, but not before it caused fire, smoke, and water damage.
Luckily, nobody was inside. Alright. So that was a month ago, so it looks like this shit's burning down all the time. Olive Garden's a pretty popular restaurant. I imagine most of you watching this are familiar with it. But have you ever been sitting down enjoying a mediocre meal at Olive Garden and you think to yourself, geez, you know what would really brighten up these flavors and bring out the umami of my soup? A severed rat's foot. My guess would be probably not. I can't imagine that's a thought that's popped into many people's mind while eating at Olive Garden, but it did at least for one person, allegedly. There is an ongoing lawsuit that just got filed recently where a customer is claiming that Olive Garden served him a severed rat's foot in his soup and he dropped a picture of it. So it does appear to be a severed rat's foot. This may have come straight from Splinter himself, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are going to be really upset about that. Obviously, the customer was also upset because he really didn't want to be biting on Stuart Little while he was eating his soup. So he filed a lawsuit. He's claimed that this was a huge health risk. It cut the inside of his mouth, and more than anything, it just became an emotionally traumatizing experience. Which, you know, I mean, that sounds about par for the course. Nobody enjoys chewing on a rat's foot that they didn't order, so this seemed like a big old mistake here from Olive Garden, a big boo-boo. But it's not so cut and dry, actually. There's a lot of layers to this onion. There's potential that this rat's foot was planted here as a way of getting money out of a lawsuit from Olive Garden, because this kind of lawsuit has actually happened in the past in a very similar way. So Olive Garden's not going quietly into the night. They're fighting back here. They're not just going belly up, letting Hulkmania run wild on them. They're not looking to settle with some undisclosed financial amount to try and bury this or anything. They are pushing back against this lawsuit and all of the claims. And it's pretty interesting. If it turns out he did travel with his own rat's foot to plant here in order to try and scam Olive Garden, it wouldn't be the first of its kind. Something very similar actually happened to Wendy's a while ago with a severed human finger, which turned out to be part of a scam, and the culprits faced real hard consequences for it. We'll get to that story here in a minute too. I want to talk about this whole the scope of food-related body parts, both human and animal. So I've been thinking about it a little bit. To serve someone a severed rat's foot would be extremely hard to do on accident, because you'd have to get a rat and then knowingly cut its foot off and then put that in the soup. Like, that wouldn't be something that would just be a whoops-a-daisy moment, didn't mean for that to happen. That would be a planned, calculated event if that were true. There have been those cases that are legitimate where, like, a small rodent or like a cockroach or something falls into a deep fat fryer and someone ends up getting served a fucking fried rat. There have been real cases of that. That wasn't like some kind of malicious, I'm gonna fuck this person in the face with a fried rat type event. That was a, whoop, this rat just fell in the deep fat fryer and people weren't paying enough attention to recognize it and get it out of there, so it ended up getting served to a customer. Those have been reported in the past as real. But in this case, it wasn't the whole rat. It was just his severed leg. Like, you couldn't accidentally serve a severed rat's leg unless one of the chefs brought it from home because they were making a witch's potion in the back of the Olive Garden and it called for a rat's foot as one of the ingredients. Just like practicing alchemy back there. Like, there's no way you could accidentally have a rat's foot in that kitchen because someone would have had to cut the rat's foot off and then knowingly put it in a soup. And beyond that, there are some sketchy things that the customer and his legal team are doing that don't make a whole lot of sense if this is all authentic and legitimate, if he actually did get served a rat's foot at the Olive Garden. Like, they're being very shady with how they're going about this. So I personally lean more on the side that I think this is likely, potentially, a case of a customer bringing this in order to try and get money out of a lawsuit from the restaurant. But they chose Olive Garden. And while Olive Garden doesn't have the best reputation, it doesn't have an overwhelmingly negative one either, where they're just going to like go tits up on it and say, oh god, okay, here, just take the money and don't say anything. Like, if they had done this at a Burger King, like, Burger King served me this rat's foot, no one would have batted an eye. And Burger King would have been like, we probably did. Here's your money. We don't need to investigate. But at Olive Garden, there is some level of quality control, so these claims were taken very seriously, and a real thorough investigation has taken place by them in order to confirm if this is real or a scam. Do you hear about the rat foot found in a man's soup at Olive Garden? Was he upset about it? That sounds like a pretty high quality menu on Olive Garden. They gave him a treat. I actually don't hate Olive Garden, to be honest with you. Madison Heights man is suing Olive Garden for allegedly serving him a severed rat's foot in a bowl of minestrone soup. Thomas Howie, 54, seeking damages of more than $25,000 for physical injury, mental anguish, and emotional distress. Let me take a peek. That could be anything. That might not even be a rat's foot. That's pretty big. That's like a whole goddamn werewolf paw. It's good luck. It's good for you. Howie said he was talking with two dinner companions and not really looking at the soup he ate when he felt something sharp stab his cheek. Ooh. He quickly spat the object out into his napkin. When he looked inside the napkin, he saw what appeared to be the fur-covered foot of a rat, complete with claws. Oh, God. Scrumptious. That's like something you'd find at Burger King. This would be something Burger King would serve you with a smile on their face, and this would probably be better than half their menu. Howie informed Olive Garden management, who says they did not take the matter seriously. One employee even joked about it, implying that Howie had placed the rat foot in the soup himself. This man must have brought a rat foot in here to frame us. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but I feel like it's not that common. The lack of concern displayed by Olive Garden employees led Howie to call the police. Warren police interviewed Howie, his friends, and several employees, and the police report described the object as a rat foot that appeared to have been chewed. Ooh. That's a crucial piece of evidence. Bite marks. The rat foot allegedly cut the inside of Howie's cheek, causing him to bleed and later seek medical treatment at an urgent care in Warner. He received a tetanus shot and was prescribed antibiotics. Health department visited the restaurant and determined there was no evidence of rodents in the facility. MCHD also noted that Olive Garden's pest control provider conducted a regularly scheduled service at the restaurant on March 11th, the same date as the alleged incident, and there were no pests observed in the report. We have no reason to believe there is any validity to this claim. He totally did it himself. It's possible. It is certainly possible. The photo of the foot shows no signs that it underwent a cooking process, nor does it show any signs of taking on any red color consistent with the red base of the minestrone. The foot is significantly larger than our soup spoons and would be difficult for someone to unknowingly insert in their mouth. The guest and his attorney have refused our repeated requests to provide us with the foot so we can have it forensically examined to determine what species it is. Since the incident, Howie has suffered a loss of appetite and an aversion to meat, fear of eating at restaurants, nausea, trouble sleeping, and increased depression. Well, this was all fake. This was absolutely a scam. Planted. Case closed. They won't even turn over the foot. They still have the foot and won't give it to them to forensically examine. Liar. That's case closed. That is crazy, though, if he started biting on the foot himself, though. He's like, all right, I'm doing it. I'm gonna get 50 grand out of this. I swear to God. I'll eat a rat's foot. It happened decades ago at Wendy's. The lady put a severed human thumb in her chili for a payday. What? Police identified severed finger in a Wendy's chili case. Wendy's chili finger lady comes clean. She could only keep quiet for so long, the scam drew international headlines and made millions of people think twice about ordering a cup of chili from Wendy's. Now the woman at the center of the chili finger case is talking about the infamous finger food crime. So this one is a confirmed hoax. In 2005, Anna Ayala was dining at a San Jose Wendy's restaurant when she claimed she chomped down on a partially cooked segment of a human finger. The fast food chain suffered an estimated $21 million in lost business. How do you calculate that? Do you do like an exit survey to your regulars? Like, hey guys, why aren't you ordering the chili anymore? Seems like such a hard thing to quantify. Her husband, Jamie Placencia, got the severed finger from a coworker who lost it in an industrial accident. At least it was ethically sourced. He didn't cut the finger off himself. He went to someone who had already lost it and kept it as a souvenir. I guess on like a keychain or something. Both Ayala and Placencia pleaded guilty. A was sentenced to 9 years in prison but was released after 4 years on good behavior. There's one condition to her release. She's not allowed to step foot back in the place that made her famous. A life without Wendy's, is that even a life worth living? She'd been out of prison for about a year and living in San Jose, but until now she's kept quiet. Placencia is still serving time for his role in the scam. A is coming clean now. In an exclusive interview with CBS 5 this week, she apologized and revealed a deep secret. I cooked it. So hype. As if that was even up for debate. Obviously Wendy's didn't fucking cook it. During the interview, she said she prepared the piece of ring finger at her Las Vegas home, then drove it to San Jose where she dropped it in the chili. A told reporters, other prisoners, and even guards ridiculed her and called her names because of the scam that landed her behind bars. I learned my lesson. I just want to move on with my life. Don't let anyone tell you a little ridicule doesn't work. I imagine the jail time also certainly helped her learn that lesson, but, you know, let's not discount the efficacy of calling her mean names. Calling her stupid. You wouldn't pull that stunt at Waffle House. Oh my god, so true. Oh, you just reminded me. I saw a video, was it last week or the week before? Fuck. Shit popped off at a Waffle House, as it does every day. But they fought by throwing every single pot and pan they had behind the counter at each other. Does anyone know what video I'm talking about, and how can I find it? Because that shit was crazy. I've never seen so many, like, objects flying through the air.
Beef for breakfast wasn't what Christopher Campbell wanted when he placed his order at Waffle House.
What a okay, hats off to the local news here. Beef for breakfast, huh? I like that. What an immediate hook into the story. Good shit.
Campbell says that's the sound of a juice bottle knocking his cap off, barely missing his face.
It was the worst experience of my life. I literally thought to myself, like, wow, I'm a Waffle House victim.
Although the manager apologized for what happened.
I'm very sorry.
Campbell believes.
Yeah, is Waffle House known for anything besides fights? I can't imagine. That's like all anyone ever goes to Waffle House for is fights and then maybe like a waffle. Where the fuck is that video though? They had like 1,000 things flying through the air. I'm talking pots, pans, salt shakers. How can I find that video? It wasn't that long ago. Not this one, but there is a lot being thrown here. This isn't the one I was thinking of, but there is a lot of glass being thrown here. I feel bad for the rest of the customers. There's gonna be no salt left. Damn. What a waste of good condiments. That was not the one I was thinking of, but it seems to be a pretty common occurrence just to throw all the items in the kitchen. The kitchen served multiple purpose, projectile weapons, and to make very mediocre food sometimes.
My kids are right here.
Well, you better arm them with a pan before it's too late. Oh wait, this actually might be it.
Subscribe.
Oh, this is the one. This is the one. This is the one. Like, it actually just... Bro, it fucking sounds like Looney Tunes stock sound effects. Like, it's just like perfect breaking, perfect, like, dinks and dongs when pots get hit and thrown. It's so good. Oh, that wasn't even a spirited toss. Oh god, watch out! No, come back! You haven't finished your waffle. Then break a plate over their head. Luckily, the last thing you need at Waffle House is a plate. The number one item they should have is like boxing gloves for you. Really throw it down efficiently. They seat you by weight class. Here's our featherweight table. You can fight anyone in this section. But if you cross over here, you're getting 5 plates thrown at you. Yeah, I've been to Waffle House probably only maybe 8 times in my life. I haven't seen any crazy shit. I've heard arguments, but I had never seen actual crazy shit, and I think it's the time, because the only times I've ever been to Waffle House, even when I was younger, it was late as fuck. Because they're always open somehow. I'm pretty sure they stay open during hurricanes, if I remember correctly. They have a corporate philosophy that if there's a hurricane or a storm, they try and get their stores open. It doesn't matter if they don't have power. It doesn't matter if you don't have gas. Yeah, that sounds like Waffle House. Yeah, if Waffle House is closed, something has gone awry. Something has gone wrong. Come hell or high water, Waffle House will be open somehow. Cooking waffles on pure hope. Yeah, they just rub the waffles between their hands really quick and hope to get enough friction to heat it up somewhat. It amazes me how this is legal. I think Waffle Houses are just a government-sanctioned fight club. I don't even think they're formally recognized as a restaurant chain. It's just kind of like the Octagon, but in a more official capacity. Instead of the Thunderdome, we have Waffle House. Because if you go to a Waffle House, it's almost set up for a fight. It's an ingenious design, honestly, that's super conducive to a full-blown brawl. Because the kitchen is right in front of you, but it's also sectioned off. So you come in immediately looking at the kitchen, so you have all of your weapons right in front of you that you can immediately start scoping out in case things get a little hectic. And then you have nice hallway right in the entrance, and then 2 side wings for a brief respite. So you can go to one of your corners, get some water, maybe get a waffle in between rounds, and then come back to the middle and throw down again. They're the PvP enabled zone. Yeah, pretty much. Look up Waffle House Index. What's that? Is that a video or a philosophy? There's an actual metric scale called the Waffle House Index that is used for when there's a storm. Green means there's power. Yellow means they have to use a generator. And red means the restaurant... And red means the restaurant is completely destroyed. And red means the restaurant is completely destroyed and cannot be opened. So the only time a Waffle House won't be opened is if it is completely fucking crumbled to the ground and covered in debris and ash. It just fucking buried. I have to see that. It's used to determine the effect of a storm and likely scale of assistance required for disaster recovery. Coined by former Administrator Craig Fugate on the Federal Emergency Management Agency, metric is unofficially used by FEMA to inform disaster response. The Yenix is based on Waffle House reputation for having good disaster preparedness and staying open during extreme weather or reopening quickly afterwards. If you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's really bad. Bro, this is the head of FEMA saying that. Levels. The index has 3 levels based on the extent of operations and services at the restaurants following a storm. Green, full menu. Restaurant has power and damages. Did the stream go fully down or just pause? Because I had myself a little Waffle House code yellow here. The internet blipped. Who signs up to work there? What, at a Waffle House? Man, I think that'd be an incredible place to work. Like, the food's super easy to make, and you just get to watch people fight. As long as they're not picking the fight with you. I'd just be, like, the most agreeable employee there ever. Like, if a guy doesn't want to pay the full price of the menu item, I'd just say, you know what, sir, that's fine. I'll cover the difference. Like, as long as he's not picking the fight with me, I think that'd be a really fun place to work. Just let them, like, fight outside of our zone, and we just watch. You have to clean it up. Well, yeah, so I'd probably just quit. After the first fight involving broken plates and shit, I'd probably just quit on the spot and then just go work at a different Waffle House. Just bounce around. Scroll up to the first image. It's an example of Code Red. Where? This? Oh, this was a Waffle House? Oh, no. Oh, that is indeed a Code Red. Damn. Fuck. I'm surprised they didn't try opening with just these 4 seats. Oh, I didn't realize what this was. I thought this was like a Waffle House under construction. It's a fallen soldier, I see. But the only reason why, like, there were more plates thrown at Denny's during their brawl than at Waffle House is because Waffle House doesn't have that many items. I'm pretty sure once a plate gets thrown at a customer, it never gets replaced. You know, it's not like, you know, when you cut down a tree, you plant 2 more in its place. When you break a plate as the Waffle House employee during a fight, you don't get a new one. They don't replace it. So eventually they just bleed out there. No more plates. Oh, is this just a tour of Heart Attack Grill? I've already seen this.
3 customers suffer heart attacks after eating at the establishment and even celebrating a death on the premises. It's aptly named the Heart Attack Grill.
Remarkably, the owner says it's all done in the name of promoting good health.
One among us has to tell the truth, and that's what we're doing here.
The heart attack,
yeah, you're a real hero, giving people actual heart attacks.
Along with belt sizes.
That'll teach them. Yeah, let's go!
Their flatliner fries, cooked in lard, are unlimited. Thirsty? Try the all butterfat shake.
That sounds so good. What the fuck?
And new to this menu, a burger with 8 patties, almost 20,000 calories. That's the equivalent of nearly 40 Big Macs. Oh, and if you don't finish your meal, you get spanked.
What? Wait, she actually, like, really went in on that.
She's not exactly a real RN, but her spankings are real hard.
Yeah, like, she's not holding back.
The restaurant. Dr. John has become something of a superstar in the fast food world. In
Dr.
his
John,
over-the-top
kinda
way,
suave.
he depicts himself as Jesus Christ at the Last Supper, dining with the industry's other giants.
Alright, Dr. John's is kind of fucking wacky.
Come along. The restaurant was under fire after its nearly 600-pound spokesman, Blair Rivers, died of obesity-related issues.
It's not confirmed.
29.
There's an argument
He may have died of
you used this guy during
consuming
his life.
very
And now
flavorful
you
food,
are
and it was too much.
Very morbidly
It was too
using
good.
his death. So this man's death has not given you pause at all.
0 pause.
You guys, we are actually rolling now.
What
actually
the
rolling.
fuck? This guy's like Nintendo. If your player dies, do you feel bad? Nope. Sounds good, actually.
Fatality rate.
Now, the one that I
Yes.
couldn't save was a very dear friend of mine. And I want to tell you something.
This is his ashes right here.
They'll say,
Yes,
how,
they will.
how can you keep the man's cremation here?
Oh my God,
And
wait,
I'll
it
tell you
is.
something.
What the fuck?
I am setting the bag on the table. And I challenge any
Holy
other
shit.
restaurant to set the bag
Let's
on
turn
the
it into a
table.
burger.
I'm talking about a bag of truth. This was a good man with hopes and dreams who couldn't
And now
control
look
his
at him.
eating habits.
This stupid piece of
Inside
shit.
this bag are the remains
He's sand.
of yet another
He's become
spokesman.
sand.
He ate at the restaurant every day.
Oh,
But people
that
are
explains
actually
it.
dying.
People will continue to die. Can they just stop, pause, and reflect upon the food for thought that I'm selling? It's not happening.
He's like
It's
actually
not
Lex
t-shirts.
Luthor.
It's not
When there are lights and sirens outside and they're bringing some person out on a gurney, you're basically in the background.
He's celebrating. Yeah, he's having fun.
Absolutely. Was that heart attack good for business? Did that heart attack pad my wallet with money? Absolutely.
This is the most honest guy
Did
ever.
I enjoy that? Absolutely. I'm a businessman.
Oh, what did they give this guy? Did they hit him with like a fucking truth serum? Is Wonder Woman there with her lasso around his leg? Why is he so honest? Hey, did you like when that guy died? Oh, fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? I made money off that. Dude died at my restaurant. I was like, hey, holy shit. I'm not only making money, I'm killing idiots, I guess. Hey, fuck yeah. In fact, here's this dude's ashes. Stole them from his loved ones. And they're now in my restaurant. What are they gonna do, fight me?
Now, if they do die here, I'm not going to lie to you. That's great for business. I'll say it again. Death is great for business at the Heart Attack Grill.
Wow.
Somehow, in the
He's like an
3 years
anime
since we
villain.
first met, Dr. John.
In order to save the world, I must kill it first. And from its ashes will rise a phoenix of grease and bacon. And on top of that phoenix, I will be riding it, Dr. John. I think his point's a little dog shit, though, if I'm being honest. Like, other places obviously sell shitty food, but he is going way out of his way to make the food as detrimental to your health as humanly possible. It's not like they're just being dishonest and saying it's good for you food. Like, they're not like hiding that it's bad for you, but he is doing the most he can to kill you with it. So it's a little dishonest to compare the two. It's not like it's a matter of honesty or not. You were actively trying to make it worse for them.
In a city near you.
Fine, son, keep eating.
I'm Ryan.
Wasn't his point that he's not selling shitty things to kids? Is this not a kid eating this? Didn't he make that exact point? Like, I'm not selling this awful death to kids, only these consenting adults. And then in the same interview, there's a kid. Oh, without parental guidance. Oh, did he say that part? I didn't say that. I didn't see that. Or remember hearing that, rather. Why does it matter if they're... What? I don't really understand, though. Why would that matter if they're supervised or not? It's the same food. That guy's nutty. That guy was actually fucking wild. Is there any more from Dr. John? Did he die of a heart attack at his own restaurant? I wonder what's in his will. Like, if he does die at that restaurant, what does he want? Like, make patties out of his corpse? Parade it around? Taxidermy it and hang it? I bet he's got a crazy plan for it.
In 2013, John Ailman, known as the Heart Attack Grill's daily customer and unofficial mascot, died after suffering a heart attack and collapsing as he stood at the bus stop in front of the restaurant. He was the inspiration for the Patient John character seen around the restaurant. In 2017,
Man,
Business
that's
Insider
rough.
talked to John
What?
Basso about this disturbing patient.
So oh my god. Not only did he die at the restaurant because of all the fucking horrible food, and not only does Dr. John have his cremated ashes like it's seasoning for his patties, he also used him as a cartoon character to continue to promote it to other people? Oh, wow. That's fucking awful.
Because if you stop and realize it, I put out a broader, far-reaching message about health and fitness than any other physician
You
in
absolutely
America,
haven't, though.
period. His reasoning
No one
is
thinks of
that
Heart Attack
obesity
Grill
is
and
still
thinks
a problem
of,
in
I
America,
should eat healthy.
despite all the work done by
Nobody.
the fitness and changing experience
Really? All of
for
you
his
do?
customers.
I can't tell if you're memeing or not. So his message of, I make this food that kills people, so it should teach people about not eating unhealthy, is somehow being conveyed to you? Because that's not what I get. If this guy, like, it's a little different when he's going out of his way to make the food as deadly as possible, right? And is happy when people die from it. I don't think the message really gets across. It's more like he found a way to capitalize off the most gluttonous people in society and make a lot of money off it, while also being able to take a bit of a high road, even though he literally has killed people from it. I wouldn't necessarily say the message gets delivered very well. That's like saying because McDonald's exists, it has taught me to eat healthy. I just don't think that really works.
In 2013, he was on Bloomberg's In the Loop with Betty Lou to talk about his food when he pulled out a plastic bag of powder and put it on the desk. Then he said,
John's ashes.
I'm here with the cremated remains of someone who died at my restaurant. He died of a heart attack at my restaurant, and I'm putting the bag clearly on the table. I wish that Burger King, McDonald's, and everyone else would do the same thing. When a shocked Lou pointed out how grim things had suddenly gotten,
pretty bold.
Basso agreed. As he put it, absolutely, because the entire fast food industry is pretty grim. The former employee said that there were more repeat customers than one might expect, like locals who would frequently take advantage of the free meal offered to anyone weighing over 350 pounds. She also revealed some distressing memories, like the time
offering
that a male
free
customer
food for the
passed
morbidly
out and an
obese
ambulance had to be called.
isn't delivering a
As she
message of you
recalled,
should eat
the
healthier.
manager made me
It's
take
doing the
out my cell
opposite. It's
phone to
rewarding
record
you
a
for
video
it.
of the whole. Poor diet certainly does seem that it can contribute to risk over time, but no one has yet shown that it has an immediate effect that can precipitate the heart attack.
I don't know
Thus,
about
there's
that.
little
I
to
feel
no
like
evidence that a one-time trip to the heart
the
attack
people
grill
there
is going to
are
cause a
at
heart
risk.
attack. Everyday
And I
Health
think it can
echoed that
exacerbate.
sentiment in a 2011. Poor diet certainly does seem that it can contribute to risk over time, but no one has yet shown that it has an immediate effect that can precipitate the heart attack.
I don't know
Thus,
about
there's
that.
little
I
to
feel
no
like
evidence that a one-time trip to the heart
the
attack
people
grill
there
is going to
are
cause
at
a heart
risk.
attack. Everyday
And I
Health
think it can
echoed that
exacerbate.
sentiment in a
That was so much more interesting than I thought it would be. I've known about Heart Attack Grill for quite a while. I actually remember back in must have been college. I was reading about Heart Attack Grill. Didn't know it was so deep though. Wow. Fucking wild. Dr. John's a maniac. Is he still alive? In their defense, they haven't had a death in 8 years. I don't know how many more heart attacks they've had in that time, but they have not had a death at Heart Attack Grill in about 8 years. Yeah, apparently Tyler One and Faker went to it. I must have missed that. I know they did content together. Was that what they did? They went to the Heart Attack Grill?
We here at the Heart Attack Grill. Yeah. Now, I don't know what to expect, but let's go!
Jesus, Tyler's like a real YouTuber. Look at him go. Is Dr. John here?
Heart attack grill. This is our entire menu. You guys have to wear hospital gown, and if you guys don't finish eating, you get 3 spines.
He's making goofy thumbnail faces and everything.
The wine comes to the table in an ID bag.
How do you guys even stay open?
That's pretty cute.
Not really, but we tried.
I'll tell you what caught my eye right away. This octuple?
The octuple bypass.
Octuple. And then
40 slices of bacon.
Then I'm trying to add 40 slices of meat.
Any sides?
Fries. And then I'm also trying to get this.
What the fuck is he doing?
So it's actually made with almost a...
You're gonna give me a full stick. I'll take a full stick. Yeah,
This is tier 1 Wallborg.
Single.
Ah, come on, you gotta get that. Dude, if you want the single, you can take it off the top. Dumb, okay.
Hey, peer pressure. Let's go. Faker going in now. Imagine if someone had a heart attack and died during this video.
I have not.
Just some stranger in the back.
Maybe. Do you think I can get one bite?
Does he even finish a single patty?
All the single ones.
I feel like one patty's already like 6k calories.
My heart. Somebody help me. It's honestly pretty good. Listen.
This is so wholesome.
I'm done or not. I'm saving.
It's like an episode of SpongeBob.
It's time for your surgery.
Like SpongeBob and Squidward go to the Heart Attack Grill.
Great. I'm gonna love it. I don't know if you will, but I'm gonna love it.
Listen, don't do it too hard.
Oh, it's gonna be hard.
How many?
3.
I mean, can you at least make it fast? Like, pop, pop, pop.
Probably not. Hands up. Feet together.
It's gonna break the paddle on his ass.
Be so assertive, man.
All right, here is 1.
Holy shit, she cranked that. That windup was nuts. She's getting like a Happy Gilmore running start. She hates him.
I'm so sorry.
I actually bet that would hurt like a bitch.
But I'm glad I could do it with you, Faker.
Me too.
That was so fucking wholesome. Kitchen nightmares? Oh Christ, alright.
What does catch of the day mean, Joe? It means what is fresh, local to the region at the time. Not frozen. Let me tell you something.
Bullshit, Gordon.
You're not a chef.
This guy is cool. Does this guy do YouTube?
Let me tell you something.
I don't even work here, actually. What is this restaurant?
You're a small man with you don't even cook. You just prance around behind the line, throwing raw bits of carrots on top of raw pastry.
Yeah, but what about my fresh fish?
Yeah.
Now it's funny.
Yeah. From a fake.
Ah ha 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 ha! But my fish is
Blow
fresh.
Fucking smoke up your bullshit. Bullshit.
Where's the full episode?
Can you?
Yeah, this looks about right.
Tonight.
Good afternoon.
Wait.
Where's Joe?
Seasons.
Yeah, baby!
Run up against
Oh,
anyone.
it's fucking late though. I don't know if I want to watch all of it. Fuck. I'll start it. I'll start it and we'll see. I'll see how.
Tonight on.
The half of this shit has to be fake. Or camera being so not self-aware.
No, most of our stuff is frozen.
Fuck yeah.
Looks good.
They turn
You know,
brown,
people
they
shit on that, but I
turn
much prefer frozen
I
food
would not eat
sometimes
that.
as opposed to like restaurant fresh garbage.
Quit asking all these arbitrary questions to these customers.
Arbitrary questions of the customers. What do you want to eat? Shut the fuck up! Don't ask them their order.
The way you treat me is disrespectful,
Then you
crude.
need to find another place to work.
I can't.
I come to win.
I'm your fucking daughter, Joe.
I don't think Joe.
We gonna slaughter him?
No.
No.
You know, I always tell
This is
Jimmy,
my
I said,
wife.
You're the only one that's not gonna get.
He's jealous.
If you hit him, I won't French you later.
I'll be 2 minutes, Skinny. Okay? Yeah.
With farm
There's no way this is real. Who would go on TV and like
You run this single-handedly?
hint at a romantic
Skinny?
relationship with a goat?
When was the last time you had a day off?
There's no way.
I think Joe believes the restaurant's a little above the local area.
Agreed.
Seriously?
I think that's probably a
Wow.
I wouldn't want poor people coming into my restaurant. Are you kidding? I'm serving up microwave clams, and you think I want poor people coming into my restaurant? Are you out of your mind, Gordon?
For the badges.
I'm gonna guess he hates everything.
Oil.
And he squirts that on top.
Did he even have any?
Right.
I'll check on you.
Cheese is barely melted. I can see at the bottom. It looks like a little turd. I'm sending it back.
Joe?
We just put a little bit of our olive oil. It was just more of a garnish.
Oh, actually, we ran out of olive oil. That's just some gasoline,
But I
if you don't
see
mind.
anything.
Stop it. Long rest.
Oh, you're too much, Gordon. Oh, Gordon.
Turn around. You carry the.
Oh, he's gonna doggy style her? Oh.
Okay. Micro carrots.
Oh, micro carrots.
Yeah.
From chefs.
From the local farm. Well,
The fuck is a micro carrot? Is that a real thing, micro carrots? I'm looking it up.
My dining room. Those same
Why?
carrots go to the White House. Those same.
Sorry, Amy. These things are. They're like rubber bullets. Pastries.
What are scallops supposed to be like? Aren't they supposed to be rubbery? I don't eat a lot of scallops, but every scallop I've had is pretty rubbery.
Let me take this.
Do I
right
just
out of
not
the
fine
Shut up,
dine?
James.
I sure will.
Yeah.
Am I dining at sub 5-star restaurants as a Twitch streamer?
Uncrude my ass.
Am I dining with plebeian chefs or something?
It's gross.
Oh, looks good. He loved it.
Joe, these are ice cold.
Just fucking break the plate over his head at this point.
I guess we could cook them till they're totally piping hot.
Yeah, we should cook them till they're hot. Wouldn't that be dumb? What?
Wow.
What do you mean that's a good idea?
Grease. Put your fork in there. Just full of grease.
Well, I mean, everything's full of
Amy,
grease. What do you...
Recipe me.
It's not much of a...
Rubbery.
Do I just eat at shit restaurants? Like, half the things I eat are just full of grease and rubbery. And I like them.
I agree. Would you like to know how much we charge for that?
This one?
$35.
Giving it away.
Yes, chef.
Wow.
See, I don't even eat at a restaurant that has anything less than $35.
Wow.
If I want a plate of mayonnaise, I better be charged $35 for that shit.
That is a tender piece of elk.
As he projectile vomits. Yummy.
And I would like
I love that elk.
where he has.
Thank you very much.
You know, if I ran this place
Okay.
and, you know, my employees were just shit-talking me to Gordon Ramsay, I'd be like, you know, I appreciate that. I'm gonna look for people that don't betray my crown.
The dinky.
Please leave. I'll hire some better people that don't talk about my micro dick behind my back
Chef
and
Ramsay
micro
said that he's
carrots.
going to get something to eat.
He's gonna leave and go get something to eat. Good luck. Go find something better.
I mean, to be honest, that's just a super dick move, like a huge douchebag. Can you tell the owner that I'm going somewhere to get food? Because his place sucks dick?
I've never had anybody in my career critique my items that told me every one of them was a piece of and he had to go down the street to eat.
I mean, that's a totally reasonable thing to say. I've never had someone be so disrespectful to say everything I made was shit and tell me to their face that they're leaving my spot to go get food somewhere else. That's totally reasonable. Like, there's certainly a more respectful way of going about this. But that's not what people want to see.
Next course.
So honestly, I would go harder. I would double down. I would whip my cock out if I was Gordon Ramsay, and I would slap him across the face with it. Because that would be good TV. If you're gonna make it fake, I want to make it super fake.
Right, so you're the head chef.
No, I don't cook. How many times have I've never cooked anything?
You're a small man with a fake bistro.
If someone called me small like that, I'd be devastated. You're not a Twitch streamer, you're just a small man.
I'm gonna work.
Oh, Jesus, Gordon, alright, fair enough. What do you want me to do? As long as the micro carrots stay, I think we can call it a victory.
Joe, we could do. I'm deeply sorry your feelings are hurt.
My feelings ain't hurt.
Oh.
That's every Twitter warrior ever. My feelings aren't hurt. I'm just crying because I'm so happy that I out-intellectualed you.
He does not know what I know about lakefish.
You can't trust these people, Joe. Every single one of them was insulting your micro carrots and everything behind your back.
I don't give
Food is
How great would it be if the customers just fucking loved it? Like, just, they become Goku, like ravenous, shoving Joe's food in their mouth right in front of Ramsay's face.
Sorry about that.
Hey, is that Matt Damon? Matt Damon working at Joe's spot? They got a paid actor in here. No, that's not Matt Damon.
Is there something?
You got a pebble in your ravioli, a rock, an actual rock. Yeah.
Are the producers that desperate? Can someone just put a rock in one of those? Just go outside, I don't care what you find, just give me it and put it on a plate.
What is it? Chef Ramsay had reached out to a former employee.
I ended up being garmage, prep, dishes, cleaning. I did my own prep list.
He made me jerk off that goat that he's in love with, and at that point I said it was too much. What is the point of this, Gordon?
What's it doing in her bag?
Blood.
What was she doing?
He serves.
That's the chef garden vegetables.
Making an exposed video on
That's
him?
the black girl pork chops.
What is that?
Good idea. Salmonella. Fuck yeah.
Frozen Astro. Never ever freeze an oyster. The worst thing you can ever do to it. Wow.
There's certainly worse things you can do to an oyster to make it taste worse.
To defrost.
You could dip it in dog shit. You could dip it in horse shit. You could just take a shit on it, don't even have to dip it. Take a bite out of an onion on stream. I'm definitely not opposed to it, I've done that multiple times. Gordon Ramsay is far from jacked. I've seen him with his shirt off. Look at that. Looks like melted butter. Gordon Ramsay once fought a dragon and then turned it into the best French onion soup the medieval times had ever seen. Alright, I'm wrong. Give me your badge and your spatula, Joe. You're fired. You're off the case. Joe decided to be a chef again, and the business is crumbling. He fired half the staff after and sued? What? Wait. Kitchen Nightmares production staff stole from Joe? What did they take, his goat? Since the primordial soup that gave life to all on this planet, since the earliest human settlers of Earth, we've asked one another, do you love memes? Do you love food? And for the longest time, there was never a holy place that combined these two human necessities into one convenient package until now. Welcome to heaven. If you haven't puked yet, then you've likely entered a state of euphoria, similar to when Aang goes into the Avatar state, except this one is triggered by memes. This is similar to a Rorschach test more than anything. What do these stale, dank memes mean to you? When I see them, I think of social ineptitude. I think of nothing but pain and suffering. But some of you out there may see them and think, damn, that makes me hungry. I wish there was food structured to put the brakes on this wild bull here. What the fuck do you mean by humor appreciators? That's one of the dumbest terms I've seen being tossed around in quite some time. It sounds like a failed job position, just a made-up one that somebody would use to get their family off their back and make them think they're at least doing something and have an accomplished title. Oh, what do you do, Richard? Well, I'm the chief humor appreciator at Google. Pretty prestigious position if I do say so myself. You know, when I think of humor appreciator, meme enthusiast, I typically think of middle-aged, elderly men in business attire. Also, I have to disagree. I don't think even that boring guy at the party can become popular by sharing meme videos for the whole party. I don't see that going over very well in the real world. Memes just aren't used exclusively for the geeks and the humor appreciators, as you like to title them. It's pretty mainstream. Most people are familiar with popular memes and such. It's not like this underground thing. Also, why? Because we can? Well, clearly not. You can't do this because you're on Kickstarter asking for $350,000 to bring this abysmal idea to life, and you didn't even have the decency, the courtesy, you don't even know the way to good Kickstarter rewards here. There's 3 tiers, and the lowest one is $5,000. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Epic Rage. Wow. Now, if this menu doesn't make you want to eat there, I just don't know what will. They have everything an 8-year-old boy could ever want. They got spaghetti, they got burgers, they got onion rings. Man, they've got it all. And this is just the mock-up. This isn't even its final form. I can't wait for the full menu to be released. They'll have so much more shit. They'll probably have some super cool shit like the Damn Daniel, which will be a honey mustard salmon hot dog. The what are risottos, which will be a risotto. The possibilities are truly endless. A juice bar and tablets for internet surfing? Fuck, you'll never want to leave. They've got everything. This place really is just all over the place. They don't know what they want to be here. They just looked at every restaurant that's successful, and they put all of it under this feces-covered umbrella of memes being the glue that holds it all together. And it's a horrible idea. Lord, forgive my tits for I have sinned. I actually thought this was a bad idea until they gave me the examples of some of the things I could find there. Sign me the fuck up. 5,000. Huh? Well, not all memes are as PG as the ones you're using at your restaurant, so I can't see that going over super well. I also really love how when they do the visual representation of is this a joke, they use a happy man smiling with thumbs up like, yeah, it's a good joke. And when they say, no, it isn't, he turns into this sad-looking guy. He's like, thinking about it, seems like a really shit idea. I skipped a little bit there, but all it was is, how can you help? Give us money. That's the whole thing there that I skipped. I also really like this here. Even $1 helps? No, you clearly don't care about the $1 people. You don't even get out of bed for the $1 people. You wouldn't piss in their mouth if they were dying of thirst if they gave you $1. You only have tiers for 5,000 and above, so how can anyone think, anything less than that will be worth their while? Here, I'm sure you've all been sold on the idea and are eager to help them reach the $350,000 mark. That's it. See ya. Facebook used to be the cool social media platform that came and slapped around MySpace and put it in its grave. All your friends were using Facebook, everyone posting their status. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Posting pictures, talking to each other. It was the place to be. And then your parents and grandparents found it and it stopped being cool. Then it started to be all about how 5G reptilians faked the moon landing, and the government's putting chemtrails in the sky that's destroying our sperm cells and shit like that. Over the years, Facebook has just become like Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane, a fucking disaster of a platform. And today, Facebook made its biggest announcement since it was revealed that they're selling all of your information to everybody ever. They announced that they're changing their name to Meta. Zuckerberg bot gave an inspired 40-second speech where he was once again devoid of even the most basic human emotion. He announced that Facebook is rebranding itself to fit more in line with where it sees itself in the future, and that future is the metaverse. I'm sure you've all heard of the metaverse by now since a lot of people have been talking about it, and a lot of older people seem really afraid of it. They're treating it like the next Y2K. You'll have like old Cletus and Ruth like, I'm fucking getting rid of these computers, god damn it, I knew they were from the devil. I'm strapping myself in, getting the shortwave radio out with my old double barrel meat cannon. Bring it, metaverse, because they think they're going to get fucking vaporized by it. But there's nothing to fear here. Just take it from Mark Zuckerberg himself. Let him explain it to you.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse, starting with the most important experience of all, connecting with people.
Sorry to immediately interrupt here, but why would they have Mark Zuckerberg of all people talking about the human connection? This guy hasn't connected to a human being in the better part of a decade now. If I was part of the upper echelon of Facebook, the very first thing I would do would be to forbid Mark Zuckerberg from appearing in any promotional material involving Facebook. He just makes it seem like the company is run by actual robots and is completely soulless, which it absolutely is. But I mean, still, why have him be like your public speaker for the company, talking about connecting to people? The only thing Zuckerberg is connected to in the last decade is the electrical outlets to charge his batteries.
Imagine you put on your glasses or headset and you're instantly in your home space. It has parts of your physical home recreated virtually. It has things that are only possible virtually.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah, just gotta find something to wear. Alright.
I love how the in-game avatar looks more human than the real Mark Zuckerberg does.
Hi.
What's up, Ma?
Whoa, we're floating in space? Who made this place? It's awesome. The metaverse will be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day all accessible from anywhere.
Yeah, if you've played VR chat before, you basically know what to expect with the metaverse here. That's the impression I get. Obviously, there's a little more to it, especially when it comes to the augmented reality elements, and I do think it's pretty cool, to be honest. Like, I think it's a cool idea if it was anyone but Facebook doing it, but I love the idea of you going to work and you have like a Ugandan Knuckles or Big Chungus skin, and your boss is like, what the fuck is this? And you're like, I'm in my ideal workspace, baby. I'm connecting. I also absolutely love the idea, like the wet dream of Mark Zuckerberg and his team having a serious meeting in the metaverse, and 4chan raids it like they did back in Habbo Hotel with the pools closed. They just come in, shut that shit down. Zuckerberg scrambling like, oh my god, get your meta blasters, we're going to war. And it becomes like some kind of all-out, like, absolute metaverse catastrophe. In the real world, there's not a huge chance that a Facebook meeting gets invaded by people wearing a Shia LaBeouf skin. But in the metaverse, I feel like that could happen at any moment. Facebook's not exactly known for their optimal security and privacy, so I feel like it's just a matter of time before people figure out how to, like, go into other people's work, kind of like how they already do on Zoom and just crash it. So that'll be pretty wild, and by far the most exciting part about the metaverse is being able to be advertised to right in your fucking shit. Like, right up in your shit, you'll be getting ads. Whether it's ads for, like, in-app purchases, like he even mentions in the press conference, like, yeah, you won't even need a full TV, you can just buy like $1 TV and put it in your house. So just like all of these constant ads for all of these different items and utilities, as well as just different products. Shopping in the metaverse is probably going to be the most intrusive advertising of all time. I don't exactly know how that's going to look when it launches, but I am guessing it's going to be fucking rough. Just picture this, you're kicking back with the boys in the metaverse, you're watching basketball, you got a dope-ass house, you got it placed in the middle of Mordor, and then all of a sudden, football game goes out, bang, it's Zuckerberg, and he's got something to tell you. It's just like, fucking picture a Goatsy, he's like, hey Charles, we saw you visited Goatsy recently, you like spread buttholes, here's some butt plugs. you know, and you have to like exit out of it or wait 20 seconds for them to play their ad or something. It's like, damn, just ruined the whole mood. I was trying to watch football and now I'm just getting blasted with ads. I imagine it's going to be big on advertising since this is a way to feed an ad directly to you. It's really easy to ignore ads on a screen, but when you are in there, like in the fucking trenches, living it, I think it's going to be a lot easier to convince people to buy things they don't need. Like, just look at it in the real world. You can sell something to someone's face far easier than you can just passing out flyers or putting on like a commercial. So I think it's going to be a lot more successful from like brands and shit. And I feel like people are going to spend far more money in the metaverse than they currently do on Facebook. That's just a guess. I'm just speculating, but I do imagine that's going to be pretty huge there. Like I said though, overall, I love this future-y idea where we're all just really jacked into the fucking cyber mainframe. I think it's cool. I've always thought that would be cool and be able to do things in a virtual reality space, though I don't know if Facebook is really the company to lead the charge and make it the best it can be. Facebook is probably the company I have the least amount of respect for, so it's not like I'm super happy that it's them that's leading this charge. But yeah, I can't call them Facebook anymore. They're Meta. Which, you know, maybe that name is scary enough to get people off of the platform. I know, like I said, old people are already afraid of the metaverse, so perhaps they'll just up and abandon Facebook entirely. It's like, oh my god, it's Meta? They're revealing the true colors. It's Demon 666 Meta. It's evil. We gotta get the fuck out, quick. So maybe just them changing their name to Meta was enough to scare people away. That'd be pretty fucking cool. But I mean, yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this real quick because I found it really fascinating that a company as large as Facebook would change their name like this. Now, of course, they're in so much hot water with all the crazy shit going on with Facebook right now and all of the trouble they're in. So I imagine maybe rebranding from Facebook to Meta was a way of like pushing all of that under the rug. So it was probably more than just like, hey, we believe in the metaverse so much. It's more like, hey, this is pretty helpful timing. Let's just change our name and hope people forget a lot of the stuff we are now being outed for. So that's probably the most likely scenario, the more I think about it, honestly. But I thought it was worth at least talking about anyway because, you know, everyone's heard of Facebook and now it's called Meta, which is a stupid name, to be honest. That's about it. So yeah. When was the last time you heard about the metaverse outside of it being the punchline to a joke? It's a complete disaster, an all-around failure that only exists to be point and laughed at, ridiculed and insulted. But it really is the comedic gift that just keeps on giving. It's kind of like the Morbius of technology, where certain companies are being gaslit into thinking that it's popular and a worthwhile investment. So every now and then you have these delusional suits that try and make the metaverse work, and try and capitalize off it and monetize it for their own company. And that's what just happened, where they tried to have a fashion week in the metaverse, but nobody showed up, and it was a just downright catastrophe. Luckily, CNN just ran a story on it, so we get to see exactly what it looked like, and holy shit, it actually looks like something out of Transformers Beast Wars from the late 90s. It is repulsive. It is so awful to look at, and they're huffing this copium that it was like a success and that the only reason it wasn't more popular is because not a lot of people have adopted the technology yet. It's too cutting edge. Our simpleton minds can't really grasp the magnitude of this technology. That's why it's not catching on like wildfire.
Bold, bespoke, and entirely digital. This is high fashion that you can't touch. Fashion Week in the metaverse as brands turn to the internet for haute couture's new horizon.
This shit looks like a fan-made event in Second Life, but this is haute couture's Fashion Week. Hopefully I didn't butcher the pronunciation of the high fashion brand, but I swear to God, the costume contests in City of Heroes back in 2005 looked better than this. And also, you can see the attendees there, all four of them. That's the whole crowd to look at the avatars walk through and then emote. It's so shitty. Like, even worse than I would have imagined it. This seems like they threw it together in 5 minutes and tried to capitalize off of some kind of like metaverse hype that is completely non-existent. There hasn't been hype in the metaverse for quite a long time now. Even the parent company is trying to kind of like bury the metaverse and focus more on AI these days. It's just so sad and pathetic.
We change how we dress for different things, right? It's the same in the metaverse, and it's the same in social media. We dress differently to represent these things. These are the armors of our life.
Last year, participants bought 7,000 wearables for their avatars, averaging around $10 per sale.
I love how they're not even bothering to do the bare minimum of the fashion in-game. It's the fucking digital landscape. You can make anything happen there. You can have fucking 5 laser titties on the dresses going fucking wild if you wanted to, but instead they're just making boring, normal dresses. Like, take a page out of Left 4 Dead Modders playbook where you can have, like, Shrek teaming up with 5 T-Rexes or something and then have them walk across the metaverse runway. Like, they're just barely doing anything at all in there, calling it the armors of their life, which is super cringe. So they sold a few thousand wearables, and I guarantee every customer right now is spitting and shitting in rage at how worthless of an investment that was. Luckily, at $10 each, it wasn't life-ruining unless you bought a ton of them, which hopefully no weirdos thought was a good idea. But yeah, I guarantee all those wearables have done nothing but collect dust and have seen no use at all.
An e-outfit can easily cost as much as a real-world dress, even if it's still far less than the price of haute couture. But this year, unique visitors and sales were down nearly 50%.
That's probably being generous. It's probably a lot more than 50%. There is nobody left in the metaverse. That shit looks like the Fallout 3 wasteland. Like, there is absolutely no signs of life in the metaverse anymore. It is completely flatlined. I also love how, even in this segment here, they can't get the fucking thing to run at more than 3 frames per second. It looks like they're playing the metaverse on the Nintendo Switch right now. Like, they can't even bother to get it to be a smooth video here to showcase the haute couture fashion.
Organisers blamed the lackluster turnout on the relative newness of this online world. In only its second iteration, the virtual event faced criticism about its user experience, its value, and whether digital fashion is really necessary.
I'll go ahead and quickly rapid-fire answer all of those questions for this soulless, stupid company here. There is no value. It's completely worthless. It's not relatively new. This actually looks like something out of Roblox, but significantly worse and runs far worse at fucking 2 frames per second. And then that final wacky question and criticism about if digital fashion is even necessary, the answer is a resounding no. To extend that topic to a broader point, there is obviously a place in the digital landscape for cosmetics. Take, for example, CSGO skins. I always use this as an example. The skins are purely cosmetic. They are there. They are expensive because they look cool and they are rare. But they're part of a larger ecosystem. They're part of a game, an incredible, timeless game. So when you're playing that game and you have these cosmetics you spend a lot of time opening cases for, or if you saved up and bought on the marketplace, you can use them. You get value out of them for your own user experience. However, in haute couture's runway wasteland, you get nothing. You buy a fucking dress, then what? You can't do anything with it. It's not a game. There's nothing to do with it. You are actually just flushing money down a toilet. That's it. Except it's far less embarrassing to just flush money down a toilet as opposed to spend it on a fucking worthless Victorian-era dress in a dead game, in a dead universe.
Even Mark Zuckerberg's Meta has recently shifted its attention from virtual social spaces to artificial intelligence. But some brands and content creators are continuing to experiment regardless, alongside some of fashion's biggest names.
I don't know what content creators are doubling down on the metaverse. Even the ones that were really on board with it initially are no longer, at least not from what I've seen, but maybe I'm completely ignorant to a blossoming community of metaverse fashion enthusiasts somewhere out there. But even still, there's clearly not that many of them, considering what a flop the fashion week was in the metaverse.
I think it's about bringing some utility to what they have been creating in the crypto virtual space. So for example, BNG, they are not presenting their own creations, they are presenting the result of a creators competition. So I think it's like really reversing the discussion about, okay, what you guys are creating, how we can take that as our food for creativity.
So you're making furry fashion here with this showcase. This is the opposite of utility. It's the absence of utility. It's actual just greed to make a fast buck off people that are buying into this fantasy of the metaverse being popular or the future. They're basically just trying to capitalize on fear of missing out, constantly driving home the idea like it's really new and it's really early, you might want to get in here and get some of these cat dresses, or whatever the fuck all of that was, space cat line, I have no fucking clue. It's all literally just there to be a predatory monetization model for an idea that didn't pan out.
So I think everybody became more comfortable saying, well, maybe this is the way we communicate. So definitely from a customer adoption, we saw that. People trying on filters, be more comfortable, testing NFTs.
This poor lady's brain must be trapped in some kind of time dilation. She's perpetually locked mentally in 2021. She just dropped NFTs unironically in a positive light. Like, it has nothing to do with people being comfortable in the metaverse or wanting NFTs. NFTs are pretty dead and buried for the most part as well. That whole trend is 6 feet under for the most part. The metaverse has already come and gone, and it never even came in the first place. It never even got there. Like, there isn't this world, this ecosystem that she thinks there is there. Clearly. Like, they didn't have incredible sales off rip, and then they experienced a 50% drop at least in the following year. Like, that should be a very clear sign that this was not the direction the industry or humanity is going right now.
For designers too, more at home working with silks than lines of code, it's been a new arena, some reimagining old designs digitally.
One of the things that we were encountered with was that the train, for example, couldn't be longer than proportionately four or 5 feet or something like this. And that's the dress right behind us being brought out.
The story then interviews some of the fashion designers who have taken the plunge into the hellscape of the metaverse. Some of them are taking old designs and pumping them into the metaverse, and then some of them are making designs in the metaverse and then trying to recreate them in the real world. Either way, it's still fucking worthless. Like, the metaverse dresses and all of that, they don't have any value because there's no game, there's no anything to do with it, there's no world there. There's nothing. So it's just completely pointless.
Powered by blockchain technologies, metaverse fashion in spaces like Decentraland still require a huge amount of energy to run. Neither will the metaverse likely eradicate our demand for fast fashion, but some hope it will bring about positive change.
This is just a horrifying segment here. Not only does the game look like a PowerPoint moving in like an actual flipbook speed, but it is just horrifying to look at. If someone recreated me in the metaverse and I looked like that, I'd be shaking my fist in anger and researching how to send a cease and desist notice. Because, good lord, that is criminal how fucking unappealing the game looks. I don't even know how you make a game run this shitty or look this bad in the modern age. That takes a special level of incompetence.
I think that it will become a space where people will be able to buy and wear clothes that they may not be able to afford in real life, and I think that's one way of bringing our fashion to the masses.
I've heard that sentiment a few times from a few different places. I just don't see that happening because, again, you don't have anything there besides just buying that dress and having no reason to ever equip it or any use for it, because there is at its core no game and no world and no people. So what is the point in spending the money on that dress? If it's a lower price point than the real world equivalent, it doesn't matter when there's nothing to use the dress for. The reason people buy the expensive dresses in the real world is a status symbol for their friends or people in public and people around them. Like, they buy those items because they want to be seen in those items. Whereas in this game, no one will ever see it, thus why would anyone ever want to purchase them? The whole thing is so nonsensical. It's once again just desperate clinging to this idea that the metaverse isn't dog shit. But unfortunately, the reality is it's very shitty, and there is no value in the metaverse currently. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I saw the story today on Twitter. That's about it. So yeah. I'm sure all of you have seen at least one of those extreme over-the-top PSA commercials where it delivers its message in the most frightening way imaginable, like it's fucking Michael Bay directing it. So, like, the most popular one, I think, is the be careful with speeding. And it's a car that, like, breaks it out in front of another car and then starts tumbling because it was going so fast. And then it crashes through some bushes into a child's birthday party and just fucking splatters, like, 8 kids. Gets, like, a goddamn Kilimanjaro Halo 3 style with, like, just this car blasting through them. It's like, you could have not killed all these kids if you just were going the speed limit. Or another really popular one is workplace safety, and it's this lady who has this giant pot of boiling water, and she's like, I'm about to have a workplace related accident, and then she slips like it's fucking Looney Tunes on a banana peel, slips, throws the boiling water on her face and lets out a blood curdling screech, ah! And her face is melting like Harvey Dent. It's just fucking putting the fear of God in people with its message. Well, I'm sure we've all seen that, but what if we had that level of extreme nature, but for sadness? And unintentionally. Let me show you the most recent Metaverse commercial that's airing during the Super Bowl, apparently. The Metaverse is just getting sadder and sadder with every advertisement. I've got to mute the music here because of DMCA, but it's Don't You Forget About Me. But let's just imagine they were playing like 2019 Guy or a Boner Jam like that here. Yeah, but full-blown Five Nights at Freddy's security breach style shit here. Imagine thinking this is a good idea to get people excited about the metaverse, to make the most depressing scenario imaginable. This is like an ASPCA commercial, but for cyberspace. I think the audience is supposed to relate to the dog and project their life onto the dog's sad existence here, like, man, look how happy that dog was. I remember when I was happy too, singing and dancing, having a hoot and a holler, and then everything just slips away. The melodramatic existence cycle continues. You know, we're just a cog in the wheel of time. The machine keeps turning, life's passing you by, you're down on your luck, falling out of the back of a pickup truck, living on the streets, and then all of a sudden you're caught in a goddamn hydraulic press ready to end it all. I just truly can't wrap my head around this idea at all. Who is this even marketed towards? Emo 18-year-old furries? Like, I don't get the idea here. And the song in the beginning, Don't You Forget About Me, is even more of a tearjerker because it's like Metaverse already knows people are starting to write it off as a joke. So it's like a last-ditch effort. Like, this is very meta of the Metaverse. Like, hey, we know you guys don't really appreciate us and we just took like a 50% nosedive in the stock market, but check out this animatronic dog that's about as depressed as we are. Who's hyped for the Metaverse Quest 2, huh?
Closing time! Get out, please. Stop playing, please. Let's go, folks. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Hoorah! The day is saved thanks to the Metaverse. Some kind stranger just strapped a fucking VR headset to a mascot dog at what I think is a car dealership. I don't even know. Comic-Con or something. I don't really get it. I don't know who would even do that. It's not like a prank or anything. Maybe this dude knew that the machine had a soul. So he's like, here, might as well just lock them in this sarcophagus of the metaverse here. It just makes no fucking sense. Now this poor guy's forever trapped in VR chat or like the Roblox Meep City, whatever the fuck's going on here in the metaverse. Because he can't take it off. It's not like the dog has any means of getting that headset off. So this is just going to be his tomb. So if it ever runs out of battery or, God forbid, a power outage, he's going to be trapped in eternal darkness there. So it's actually a pretty cruel existence. I have to mute the audio again because Don't Forget About Me comes on full blast for its encore. Don't forget about me, more like, please forget that this commercial ever existed. So the takeaway from this advertisement, as I understand it, is the only way to escape the meaningless tedium of existence is to retreat into the metaverse. Hooey! Let's go! Metaverse is here to stay! How exciting! Wow, I mean, if that doesn't make you feel good, I don't know what will. Everything Metaverse is doing is like the worst thing it could be doing in every given situation. Every little bit of detail and information they show or talk about with Metaverse makes it more and more of a joke. It's crazy. It's almost like there's someone on the inside purposely sabotaging at every single step. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. And yeah, I just wanted to share this because this was one of the more confusing ads I've seen. This is up there with like that Coke ad where it's like professional gaming for World of Warcraft PvP, and for some reason instead of finishing the championship battle, they all throw down their axe and drink a Coke instead to be friends. At least that has like a feel-good message. This has nothing. It's like, yep, you're miserable? Might as well go to the metaverse so you can be miserable less because you've escaped it now into a fantasy make-believe world. Not exactly like the most optimistic look of the future. That's about it. So yeah. Over the last year or so, I've been very hard on the metaverse. I've made multiple videos insulting it, pointing and laughing at it, calling it stupid and dumb, and just overall kind of bullying it, just putting its head in the toilet and flushing it. But the metaverse has persisted in the only way it can, with a very slight beating heart. It's kind of a failed project at this point. It's more or less a joke to everyone now. And it still keeps trying, even in the face of adversity. You know, it's saying sticks and stones might break my bones, but in the metaverse, nothing can hurt me, except massive financial loss, which they continue to take. Mark Zuckerberg today put his head down, went back on the grind, and released an update video on the metaverse with some shocking new developments, something to get everyone excited, all 6 people in the metaverse. He announced that they'll finally have legs. I'm not kidding. That's their big groundbreaking announcement. The metaverse avatars now have legs. Something VR chats had for years.
Hey, we're here together in Horizon, and this is the first time that we've done this at Connect.
Did you see that, asshole? Mark Zuckerberg's coming in here with his trademark jeans in the metaverse. He's got legs. He's got his little stompers going on. This is groundbreaking. What an achievement. They're finally catching up to technology that's been around for fucking 8 years now. The only thing sadder than the metaverse is the ending to Marley and Me. What an absolute train wreck of a project. And yet there's still people huffing copium saying it's the future, but it is just such an unbelievable waste. It's so useless. In fact, even in this presentation, the main selling point was, look at all the things you might eventually be able to do in the metaverse that we don't really have yet, but one day we might. The whole advertisement campaign for the last year of the metaverse is saying, one day the metaverse might be fun or useful, but that day's not today. Like, that is their actual marketing. And, like, it's so fucking stupid. And it's not just the metaverse that continues to fucking flounder around like a fish out of water. I read an article yesterday that really warmed my heart. It's one of those feel-good stories. It's about a $1.2 billion metaverse crypto project called Decentraland, and it only has 38 active users. Which is, of course, a shockingly low number. That's not even like a full classroom at most high schools. That's probably less people than you have in your fucking local church choir. And to put it in even more of an interesting perspective, it's the same amount of active players Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Conviction has right now, yet it still has a higher 24-hour peak for Conviction, and that's a game that came out in 2010. I just love seeing all of the metaverse fat L's that keep stacking up. It's just beautiful, honestly, because it's such a dog shit implementation of a moderately interesting idea at the moment. Just a cash grab. It's just soulless, passionless cash grab. And it is great to see it just fucking fall on its face.
And this is a preview of our next generation of avatars. They're so much more expressive and detailed than anything else today, and they have this unique meta style to them.
They're not that detailed, nor are they that expressive. They certainly do have that meta style, because that style is synonymous with actual diarrhea. But like, even Roblox characters are more expressive than most of these metaverse avatars. They're very stiff, very robotic. It's just not good. The metaverse, Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse, is a much worse version of VR chat. VR chat is a significantly better metaverse at the moment, and it's not even close.
Hey, Igram.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, want to update everyone on the latest with the avatars ecosystem?
Yes, we have so many exciting things going on. Our first milestone is making it so you could use your avatar across all of our apps and in VR.
Whoa, hold the phone, pump the brakes. I can use my avatar in multiple places? What? How is something like that even possible? Get out of town. We don't have that kind of technology. No. It is just baffling to me that they say these things unashamedly. Even on the Xbox 360, you could take your little avatar into multiple games like in the Kinect, or even like racing games. I think it was Sonic Team Racing or something, whatever the fuck it was called back then. You could just take your avatar that you made on the dashboard in 5 seconds, and you could take it in game. On the Switch, you can take your fucking Mii into the game in Smash Brothers, or they even had the Mii Universe in the old Wii. Like this is a concept that's been around for so many years, and the metaverse is just now getting this capability to take this avatar elsewhere. Like, I get this one's VR, so it's like a little more involved than just like an Xbox avatar. But even still, it's a basic feature I think most people would have expected. I had no idea the metaverse didn't already come with this. I didn't know that when you made an avatar in the metaverse, it was locked like in fucking purgatory on Horizon or whatever it's called. It was like exclusive to just that. I assumed that avatar would be able to be used worldwide across that platform. You know, you could take that avatar wherever. So after watching this presentation, the metaverse is even more useless than I thought it was.
Already see avatars showing up in stickers, stories, comments, and more across Instagram, Facebook, Messenger, and in the future, WhatsApp. And we're working on bringing them more to life through animation and to more places like, for example, Reels. We want you to be able to use avatars anywhere you want to express yourself.
Now, maybe this is just because I'm not the kind of person that would ever use this, but I truly feel like this is a completely worthless feature for 99% of human beings in this world. Being able to use your fucking metaverse avatar in Instagram Reels, why would anyone use that? If you want to take a picture saying, missing California summer with like a selfie of you in bed, you'll just take a picture of you in bed. Why would you put on your VR headset, lay in bed, and then take a picture of your avatar? Or even if you don't have to go through all that effort, why would you still use an avatar to represent that story? I don't really see what the point would be. I mean, I could kind of understand it for text messages to like replace a Bitmoji with your avatar. I'm not the kind of person who's ever used a Bitmoji, but I guess for someone that does, maybe that has value. But I just can't see the vision, or can't see a person that'd be pumping their fist like, yes! Finally, I can use my metaverse avatar instead of my own face. Like, it doesn't compute with me. Like, in any situation you'd use your avatar, why wouldn't you just use yourself, right? Unless, of course, you fully, like, bought into this and, like, you know, the flesh is gone and now it's just all machine. Like, Charles, you know, in the corporeal dimension is kaput. Now it's only Cyber Charles in the metaverse. So now all my shit's just like my avatar. I don't know if I'm making sense or if I sound like a raving lunatic on crazy pills, but I just don't see why you'd start fucking Fortnite default dancing in the metaverse as opposed to just doing that normally and posting it on your reel. You know, you're getting the same effect but with more work through the metaverse, and it looks stupider.
Yeah, we're working on this now and expect to launch it next year.
And in virtual reality, there's already head and hand positions, so...
I love the camera pans to the audience reception here who are still without legs. Mark Zuckerberg has still stolen their lower half like a rogue magician here. And all they can do is just throw confetti, just...
And in fact, today we're announcing partnership with Zoom that will let you show up as your avatar on Zoom calls.
Yeah, but why? Again, this might just be because it's a feature I would never ever use, but let's say I'm on a Zoom call and I don't feel like turning on my camera, which I imagine this is for people that don't want to turn their camera on but still want to be able to display emotions, I guess, like a fucking Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic with the metaverse avatar, but still. The idea is it's in between video on and video off, so you still get like an avatar, but you don't have your camera on. What the fuck is the point, though? Just don't turn your camera on. The people that are, like, let's say it's a job interview or something, and you're having a bad day, you know, like maybe you fell down while skateboarding and you cut up your face or something, you don't want to turn on the video. You know, turning on the avatar is not doing you any favors either. I'm sure the employer would be like, no, can you put away the cartoon, please? You know, this isn't Pixar. We want to see you. I just don't see a situation where you don't feel like turning on the video and you put the avatar there instead. Why not just keep the video off? It's not like the avatar really brings anything to the table or elevates the experience or makes it more human-like somehow. Just don't turn the video on in the first place. Like, that would be probably more respectful. You know, I think that'd be far more professional as well. As opposed to going into like a serious Zoom meeting or something and you don't feel like turning the camera on, so now you got like this goofy little Snapchat filter here. You know, just keep the video off. I just don't see it. And again, it might be because I would never use it or be in a situation where it would have any kind of practical use, but to me it just seems like another worthless thing.
Yeah, so right now, a lot of developers are building their own avatar systems since the tools that you can import are pretty basic. But over the next year or two, as all these new tools and styles become available...
I just wanted to quickly take that excerpt there because they've already said this multiple times for pretty much everything. Like, oh, we're expecting maybe about a year from now. We're expecting about a year. Oh, right now the functionality and, all of it's pretty basic, but, over the next year or two as things become available and evolve, like everything is just, in a year, perhaps. To me, that wouldn't inspire confidence. That just keeps, like, stalling. Like, oh, a year. Oh, okay, another year. Like, it's already been quite a while for the metaverse to be out here, and what it has is very lacking. So to keep pushing everything like a year or 2 years down the line, it's like, man, what the fuck am I supposed to be excited about?
Legs.
Legs! I know you've been waiting for this.
I think everyone has been waiting for this.
Pretty epic. You see Mark Zuckerberg stretch those puppies out? That was like a 55-inch vertical leap right there that Mark Zuckerberg did in his room. This guy is an athletic freak, a specimen to be studied for his raw athletic nature. But yeah, legs are now in the metaverse. Yeehaw.
Yeah, so that's why we're going to bring legs to Horizon first. And we're going to keep bringing them to more and more experiences over time as we improve our technology stack.
Oh yeah, also, they mention at the end, legs are only going to Horizon right now. It's not even across all of the shit, I guess. So, they said sometime, at some point, the legs will make it to other shit in the metaverse, I suppose. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's just another metaverse L, and who doesn't love seeing those, right? That's about it. See ya. Meta plunged $700 billion in value today, and Zuck's net worth is down from $150 to $30 billion. Meta's the future. This is an investment into the advancement of human species. $700 billion is nothing in the grand scheme of VR chat brought to the mainstream. I hope he continues to pour his entire net worth into Meta. An actual money pit. Best investment decision? I couldn't agree more. I pray that they continue to go all in on Meta and completely ruin themselves. Here, hold on. Let me pull up the graph real quick. Oops. Okay, here we go. Actually, here, I don't know why I did it up here. I'll just do it over here. Oh, yeah. You love to see that. Looks so good. Oof. Oof. You can't help but just celebrate. You gotta love the metaverse. The gift that keeps on giving. The tier 1 cast iron and the prime king and the resub ladder and huge. It's just 2 big games come out tonight. That's why it's a big night. Thanks for the bits purely, Samurai. Did you see F1 is trying to kill the drivers at the Japanese Grand Prix? No, what are you talking about? Thanks for resub Lion. Is the Germa tummy time still happening? Yes, on Halloween. We had to reschedule because his flight got canceled, but it'll be on Halloween. So that'll be a fun tummy time. Why do you think Modern Warfare 2 is shit? Where are people getting that I think Modern Warfare 2 is shit? Where is this coming from? Is this just assumed because I think the last, 5 Call of Duties have been shit? I have not played the multiplayer yet. I have only played the campaign, and I said it was fine. The ending is shit. It's a terrible ending. It's an underwhelming, abrupt ending. The post-credit scene slaps. But the campaign overall was fine. The beta was also fine, it's just slower than Modern Warfare 2019. But I haven't played it since beta, and when it comes to multiplayer. So you do hate it. True. Thanks, resub veteran. Well, that's what I was at. What happened at the F1 Grand Prix in Japan? Why are you saying that they're trying to get the drivers killed? Thanks, resub Shurg and Charlie makes me wet. No, I don't know what you're talking about with that one, Punk. But thank you for the bits and the Prime, Janine. They put a tractor on the track. Let's see. Verstappen reflects on the difficult F1 race director. Leclerc reveals positive signs that Ferrari can fix key issues. This is all I'm seeing from the Japan headlines. Pierre Gasly's near miss in Japan. How did it happen and what comes next? Is this what you're talking about? Oh. Formula One drivers and team bosses have called for answers from the FIA after a recovery vehicle entered the track at the Japanese Grand Prix while Pierre Gasly was still circulating a soaking wet Suzuka circuit. Okay, so it looks like they just went onto the track during the race, and he almost hit them. They got a little excited. There's a Prime Spencer in the resub Tyson and Turok in care. That same thing's happened and it's killed a driver with the same type of tractor. Jesus Christ. Meta, the biggest flop. I think across the entire history of flops, whether it be box office flops, product flops, whatever, Meta has to be the most costly. It's wiped $700 billion worth of value from the parent company and has plunged Zuckerberg's net worth from 150 to 30 bill. Still absurdly wealthy, but you can immediately see these massive numbers and how detrimental it is. And it's only just starting. At least I hope it's only just starting. I don't think it can recover. It's such a failed, useless product. It'll get better with time. The technology will get better with time. But the problem is, Meta is already 5 years behind VR chat. Fucking Blade and Sorcery is a more technically impressive experience than anything in the metaverse. So yeah, maybe in 10 years, but by then they'll be running off pennies. They'll have nothing left. He's the resub Space Cat, and the Prime Waka, and the Bits Tori. Why doesn't Meta just buy VR chat? That would have been so much smarter if they just bought VR chat, honestly. I don't know. I really don't know why they didn't just do that. It's literally a direct competitor to VR chat, but it's worse in every possible aspect. Thanks to Prime. Resplanders? Can you even be a furry or anime girl in Meta? They have like 6 customization options, man. You can't even be yourself. Like, it's just not ready yet. Just give it some time. They're cooking it up. Thanks to the bitch Shuttle Man and the gift sub Sonia and the Prime David. No, they have legs. They just had a huge announcement about how they've added legs finally. But as I pointed out in the video I made about it, every single Meta conference always is the same thing. Eventually, we'll have things that currently exist in other things like VR chat. So like their whole conference is, we have these really cool things planned for the future. And that's it. It's like, this is coming maybe in a year. Within the next few years, we might see that's their whole thing. They have no fucking clue and no idea how long it will take them. Weren't the legs fake? I heard it was all done in post. Oh, that'd be news to me. I didn't hear that. I wouldn't be surprised. Really? It was fake? Holy shit. No, hold on. I have to look that up now. Meta... Okay, how about Metaverse legs? Oh my god. It turns out the legs that were shown off with all the kicking and jumping were fake. That was not actually Mark jumping. The sequence was pre-rendered for the show. Holy fuck, so they still don't have legs. This is a pretty... As much as I hate Forbes, it's a pretty reputable source. So I'm going to assume this is accurate. My god. That's so sad. That's so sad. Holy shit. Thanks to Prime Nifty. Have you done anything with Meta yet? No, I planned on going in there as a joke, but every time I try and convince myself it's a good joke, I'm reminded of the fact that I'd still have to go into the metaverse and it loses all the fun appeal. I know RT Game just went in there recently, and it seemed pretty miserable, like even as a joke. Thanks to resub Taz and Sneaky and Bapish. They have the money and resources to make it good, so why is it so bad? That is a great question. I have no idea how it could be so primitive. I don't know. I really don't. There's a Prime Frank. And the resub toe. There's a video on the history of the world according to the Ancient Alien series. Yeah, someone recommended that not long ago. I checked it out. Do you think his dev team is just ripping him off and bleeding him dry? How can you spend that much money and literally only have Meta to show for it? I don't know. I definitely think there is some tomfoolery afoot. Unless he has only hired the least talented developers of all time, I don't know how it could be in such a poor state. And so far behind things like VR chat. I mean, shit, even Second Life. Like, this is barely more technically impressive than Second Life. We started it last night, Kopi. It's just kind of rough because it's the person it's about is very, very cringe. It was hard to actually watch some of those TikToks. It's because it has to run on a mobile chip. It's not that complicated. Why does it have to run on a mobile chip? I actually don't... that's news to me. Why would it have to run on a mobile chip? For the Quest 2. I don't see why... Why would that be a hindrance, though? Isn't everything already made with that in mind? Oh, well, I guess not everything's compatible with the Quest 2, to be fair. I don't have the Quest, so I don't really know much about it. I have the Index. Like the resub Shinju and Sparlight and Cardboard. Do you think it's actually possible for Meta to go bankrupt? If you had asked me this 1 week ago, I would say no. But this gives me hope. 700 billion erased in a day. Well, I guess not like a full day. A bit more than a day. So, yeah. I think there may be a chance if they continue to go hog wild on Meta, the metaverse, it could very well fuck them. Plus, Facebook itself already has such a terrible reputation, there's no way they're getting many new signups. I just don't believe that. Facebook is viewed negatively by the youth. Older people are the only ones on there. So the only demographic they still have is like an elderly base. So like they're not fucking prospering. Thanks to Tier 1 Ashton and the resub beg to differ and the Prime Scorpdo. Everyone says that, but there's still mad 20-year-olds there. You could be right. Maybe, I guess. But, like, I know for a fact kids are not signing up to Facebook. Why would they when you could just use TikTok? And that's what all of them do. Facebook is just seen as the not cool platform because your mom, dad, and grandma are on there. Why would you want to be on the platform, like, shit posting with your friends when your parents can fucking supervise you? They own Instagram. Oh yeah, true, they do own Instagram. That's another one that's been floundering a bit because they put so much focus on Reels. So I know they lost a lot of their base from like the forcing of Reels. I think it's still doing okay, but I know the whole Reels focus has really kind of turned a lot of people away. %95 of Instagram is just stolen TikToks. I don't really go on Instagram, so I couldn't tell you, but that sounds about right. Everything wants to be TikTok right now. Thanks for resub, Caleb. Yeah, but YouTube isn't trying to be TikTok. They're just trying to have their foot in the TikTok market. Things like Instagram are legit putting like their entire focus on being TikTok. But yeah, YouTube Shorts are a direct competitor as well. But that's just like a spin-off, not the focus. Have you seen Mark Zuckerberg interview Neil deGrasse Tyson in the metaverse? No, I can't say I've seen that. Another day, another out-of-touch dog-shit metaverse presentation, desperately trying to get anyone, anywhere, even somewhat excited about the metaverse. I swear to God, there was more hype around getting the bubonic plague than there has been for the metaverse. People get more excited getting fired from their job than anything involving the metaverse. I bet couples would prefer that their significant other cheat on them rather than join the metaverse. Everything around the metaverse has just been a catastrophic failure at every turn. It's like a star going supernova, but instead of a star, it's a septic tank. And instead of an explosion, it's everyone laughing it out of existence. It is such a joke of a concept at this point. Every single thing the metaverse tries to show or do is immediately mocked because it is so unbelievably out of touch. Today, they did a last-ditch effort to try and appeal to athletes, so now they have Coach Nat entering the metaverse in order to try and get basketball players excited about metaverse possibilities, and it's fucking abominable. This might be their worst one yet. I would rather watch my car get stolen in front of me than watch more of these metaverse presentations. It is baffling. Let me go ahead and show it to you.
Coach Nat, rather than communicate by Zoom, to come down on the stage and demonstrate to everyone what you're able to do at these clinics.
Hello, and thank you, Adam.
Yeah, that is Shaquille O'Neal's voice, and I love Shaquille O'Neal. He's like the Keanu Reeves of sports. He's just so fucking likable. How can you not be a fan of the Diesel? Shaq could beat the shit out of me, spit on me, and leave me stranded for dead in the desert, and I'd still ask for an autograph afterwards and say nice things about him. He's definitely the best part of this awful event here, but you can tell he's phoned it in. It's just a paycheck for him. Now, all of the astute observers out there will have noticed that in the Zoom call, there was a lot of big names. Probably the biggest amongst them was Obama. I don't know why Obama was there. Maybe he was like the chief engineer behind the Coach Nat programming. I couldn't really tell you. I don't know why, but what a power move. Maybe they're crediting Coach Nat for Obama becoming president. Like, without Coach Nat, Obama would have never been elected to office, which would be a crazy selling point, but my god, that would be pretty fucking hype. But I don't know exactly what the Zoom call was about. Maybe they were all brainstorming like, how can I get better at basketball at 80 years old? You know, what does it take? Oh, Coach Nat, the local geriatrics athlete instructor. All right, let's see Coach Nat app. And then they bring him out on stage. I can't find the whole clip. Not that I've looked that hard because I just really like this part. But either way, I like to just imagine Coach Nat is credited for everyone in that Zoom call's success, no matter what it is.
Holy cow. I mean, we'd heard a lot about him during the pandemic, but I'd never stood next to him.
My role is to help coach, train, develop the next generation of NBA talent. I know all the best moves and am untethered by one single dimension. I can even make a free throw.
I don't know what it is about the metaverse where they have to choose the absolute laziest character design of all time, but they just have Coach Nat looking like a zombie, like a reanimated corpse of a basketball player at some point. And it's the same thing from like their Super Bowl commercial where they didn't even bother putting legs on any of the avatars. Second Life does a better job than Metaverse. Fucking VR chat does a better job than the metaverse. It is baffling how unbelievably lazy and out of touch the metaverse is. I don't know too much about the modern NBA. I haven't kept up in quite a few years, so I don't know exactly who's introducing Coach Nat, but he looks like Jeff Bezos on a keto diet and somehow more robotic. He's like a failed android. I wouldn't be surprised if the presenter is actually part of the metaverse as well, just some kind of failed cyborg experiment that they've manifested through a 3D printer to go on stage and unenthusiastically introduce this metaverse coach. It's just so weird. It's like there's no human beings that actually work for these companies, and they just don't bother trying to hide it, just totally shameless. This dude has about as much emotion as a mannequin. He delivers the world's most unenthusiastic holy cow. He said it with about as much enthusiasm as me putting away clean dishes from the dishwasher. It's just, why even have this guy presenting your product? It's gonna like kill any potential hype it might have accidentally garnered, because you have this guy who just doesn't seem like he gives a fuck about it at all. And you have Shaq clearly reading off the script, and this guy doing his best to memorize his lines like a child in middle school for a presentation. It just doesn't work at all. Like, how the fuck can this be your best foot forward for the metaverse?
Before you leave, anything else you can do that you want to show the audience?
I can even be the real Superman.
my god, he was flying, oh fuck, oh my god. Like, what reaction do they expect from that? It's a fucking video game character. I would expect it to be able to fly and move around or something, because it's not real. You can do anything you want. You could have taken his head off his shoulders and put it on his dick. Like, you could do anything. Like, why am I supposed to be impressed that the character's moving around? I don't know if it was supposed to be like a joke or something, but it went on for like 10, 15 seconds. It's so fucking weird. What do they expect? Because it's not like a good joke or anything like that. It's silly. It makes no sense at all. It's a fucking video game character. The whole idea of Coach Nat doesn't make sense to me either from a conceptual standpoint. It's supposed to be like a virtual coach through the metaverse to make you a better basketball player. If you are relying on a goddamn app to make you good at basketball, you've already failed. You're not going to make it as an NBA player or even a moderately decent high school basketball player. To be good at the game, the sport, it is a physical activity. You need a real coach to be correcting you real time as you're actually playing the sport. I don't think there's a reality where you can log into the Metaverse NBA Jam with Coach Nat and expect whatever you're doing there in the video game to translate into the real world. I don't see how that would happen unless it's like some kind of shit where Coach Nat also gives you some fucking microchip in your skull that is like the ball from Space Jam after he sapped all the talent from NBA players and given it to you for, $15 a month or whatever he costs. I just don't see the future of the NBA being in Coach Nat's hands. I don't think the best players are going to be suckling from the infinite wisdom of Coach Nat's bosom. It just doesn't seem plausible to me. I was really good at Guitar Hero, but I fucking sucked at the real guitar. Like, there is just a difference between being good in a video game and being good in the actual physical world in the same, sport. I just don't see how that's going to change. Even if Coach Nat's giving, genuinely decent advice, like keeping your elbow closer to you when you're shooting is good advice. But you can already find that advice for free on YouTube from just watching, general basketball tip videos as opposed to paying for the Coach Nat tutoring in the VR metaverse. And again, if you're going to pay for coaching one-on-one, why not just get a real world human being to teach you? Because then you can be in person and they can correct your form in real time. So you don't develop bad habits and they can actually give you the advice and show you how it's implemented as opposed to just being in this VR game. You can be ranked 1 in the metaverse basketball program, but actually suck stinky shit in the real world at basketball. Because I don't think VR gaming ability is going to work on the court, right? I just don't see it happening. So yeah, this is just another fat L for the metaverse here. I don't know why they can't get anything right about it. It is shocking. Every new presentation, every new ad is somehow worse than all the previous ones. It just keeps getting worse for it. I don't know how they keep doing it. But yep, just wanted to share this new one. That's about it. See ya. It's been a busy week for Mark Zuckerberg. He's become the face of the metaverse, and in return, he's become the punching bag for it as well. When Mark Zuckerberg's not busy sucking the blood from the necks of unicorns like Voldemort, he's making horrifying promotional pieces for the metaverse where he's interviewing people, and it's frightening. It's genuinely startling. And I just wanted to share the most recent one where he's talking about gaming. And this fucking thing sounds like two aliens having a conversation with one another, but they're trying their best to blend in as humans, but they don't know enough about our culture. They read a single book like 50 Shades of Grey and assume that's how all humans behave. It is startling how not normal this feels. And I get that it's low-hanging fruit to make fun of Mark Zuckerberg, but god damn it, he's such a goofy goober and all this metaverse shit has been so wacky, I can't help but talk about it.
Keep creating. Now Deb from our studios team is joining me. Deb, do you want to take us through some of the exciting games in the pipeline for Quest?
Absolutely.
I hate to interrupt so early, but Mark Zuckerberg is genuinely made of binary code. I can see the numbers being crunched and the algorithms being run to try and make it appear like he's human. He's smiling at the weirdest times. It's like an NPC that's glitching out during a conversation in a video game. Unfortunately, the smiling code just isn't complete. This doesn't look human. He'll be talking and then throw in a smile randomly, but it looks like this. This is not a normal smile. This is that kind of shit that you fake on Christmas morning when you get socks that you didn't want, but you don't want your parents to feel bad. You don't want them to know that you're not happy with the gift, so you give them one of these.
Over the years, we've had the opportunity to work with incredible developers like Vertigo Games, the studio behind fan favorite Arizona Sunshine.
I love Arizona Sunshine. That game basically got me and my friends through the first few months of the pandemic.
That's awesome. If you enjoyed that, Mark, I think you'll be excited that we're partnering with Vertigo on 5 more great games.
One thing you'll notice throughout the entire interview is the woman that Mark Zuckerberg is interviewing is using a lot of hand gestures, and I'm convinced it's a cry for help. Like she's trying to spell out torture with her hand gestures, kind of like YMCA, but torture. Very reminiscent of that time that soldier was caught in the Vietnam War, and during a press conference he started blinking torture in Morse code. I think that's what's going on here. I can't prove it, but there's definitely something fishy afoot here. There's no reason for her to be like fucking popping and locking throughout the whole interview. There's gotta be a reason for it. Also, that Mark Zuckerberg just told the second biggest lie of his career, right behind the time he said that Facebook wasn't selling user data. Him saying he knows what Arizona Sunshine is and it got him through the pandemic. There's a 0% chance he's ever played that game. You can tell by the way he answered it. Oh, Arizona Sunshine. I do love that video game.
From Deep Silver and others. We'll share more about this lineup very soon.
Nice. What else is coming?
Well, the metaverse is constantly evolving. So one of the most important aspects will be live service games that launch updates and new downloadable content regularly, like Echo VR, Beat Saber, Onward, Pistol Whip, and more. We're focused on this a lot right now.
I don't know if those are hype announcements or anything, like someone right now hearing that and fucking pumping their fists like, yeah, Pistol Whip, let's go. The only game I know there is Beat Saber, and that game does slap for sure. I don't know exactly what's going to change about Beat Saber in the metaverse that isn't currently in Beat Saber, but god damn it, I mean, that sounds cool. But I think a cooler way to announce that would have been by doing literally anything else besides this. This just sounds like 2 Skyrim NPCs having a conversation.
Making sure games can build out active communities. Beat Saber has a passionate community.
Oh, I love Beat Saber.
So do I. And Beat Saber just passed $100 million in lifetime revenue on Quest alone. It's a great example of a game that keeps releasing fresh content.
This has the same energy of the Chris Pratt is so cool thing from Nintendo. Mark Zuckerberg just saying, oh, I love Beat Saber. I'm like, okay, Mark, whatever, I guess.
They've actually been working on evolving the way that you interact with the tracks and feel the music. Also, the team has been working on something really cool. Check this out. I can't wait to play this.
Oh, Jiminy Cricket, I cummed. Wow. I see why Mark Zuckerberg gave Beat Saber a stamp of approval with an announcement like that. Hooey! Like I said, I like Beat Saber as much as the next guy. I think Beat Saber is great. A fucking talented mapper once mapped the entire Shrek movie in Beat Saber to play through, so I think the game's incredible. But what the fuck is this?
And they keep partnering with incredible artists to release new music packs all the time. Did you play the Billie Eilish music pack last month?
Yeah, a little more than I should have. I probably should have been working more on this metaverse presentation.
Well, they have a great lineup of artists for 2022. And there's one more epic surprise before the end of the year. So stay tuned. Okay, have you played Population 1?
I mean, yeah, I love the game so much that...
For those who haven't...
Ooh, shit. She just cucked the Zuck. Interrupted him as he was about to lie about liking another video game. Apparently he's a huge Billie Eilish fan, and she just came in and then fucking slapped the dick out of his hand there. He was about to go in like, oh yes, actually, Population 0, one of my favorite games ever created. Of course, a masterpiece by all accounts. And she said, no sir, not on my watch, putting the kibosh on that shit right away. Interrupted him, and he never tries to get back in the conversation. She just takes it. She takes control.
Population 1 is a thrilling battle royale that is only possible in VR. Since its launch at Connect last year, it has become one of the highest earning games on Quest and the biggest multiplayer FPS on the platform. You can have up to 24 people in at once for a match.
I won't play any more of this. You get the idea. It's a very weird conversation that just doesn't sound normal. Mark Zuckerberg has this incredible ability to make not only himself, but everyone around him sound and act like robots. I bet she does not normally talk or move like this, but just being in the presence of Zuckerberg, like, fucking lobotomized her and had her like a puppet on his strings. She was the marionette, he was the puppet master, and this is the result. She was probably directed to act this way, like be as human as possible, so then she ends up looking like some kind of crazy cartoon character doing all exaggerated gestures and shit. It's just so weird. Every time Mark Zuckerberg tries to promote the metaverse or really anything, it's just uncomfortable. I just want to talk about it again. I mean, that's about it. See ya. I hope you've got your dancing shoes on, partner, because I'm about to hit you with a story that's so beautiful, make you so happy, you won't be able to stop yourself from getting up and busting out a boogie. The laughable catastrophe of the metaverse has lost the overall parent company nearly $700 billion and has begun taking a toll on Mark Zuckerberg's personal net worth. Zuckerberg could plant his entire tongue in my ass and it still wouldn't leave a worse taste in his mouth than the ongoing failure of the metaverse. It is just the gift that keeps on giving. It's like every single day we're visited by Santa Claus who leaves us a nice little treat in the form of bad news for Facebook that you just can't help but be excited for. It's just such a wholesome moment, honestly. It's a very short list of people and things that I'm always praying on the downfall of, but at the top of that list is Facebook/Meta. That shit sucks so much dick, it is embarrassing. That shit sucks more dick than my mom on Xbox Live Call of Duty lobbies. Now, I want to make it clear, I actually don't think the whole idea is trash. Marcus Brownlee just made a really good video about VR and AR as it currently is, as well as the potential it could have for the future. And it is very interesting, and I do see some practical usage for it, and I've always said I think there is a time in the future where it will be pretty impressive, but that time is not now, and it's certainly not with the metaverse, and I really don't feel confident in Meta being the company to lead this charge when they have so little to show for most of their work right now. Let's take a look at their stock price real quick. I went over it on stream and I let out some real primal celebratory noises I didn't even know my vocal folds were capable of producing. I sound like a little kid who just tried pizza for the first time and I'm making happy noises. Looks so good. Oof. Oof. You can't help but just celebrate. It's so joyous to see the incredible delusion on display here from Zuckerberg and the entire Meta team, who's continuously pouring billions of dollars into this shithole called the metaverse and just flushing it all down the toilet. It'd be more effective to just burn the billions of dollars. You'd get more value out of just burning the money as opposed to putting it into the metaverse. It is such a dog shit product. It's worse than Roblox. There's no reason to ever hop in the metaverse like with Horizon World or anything. Why not just go into Roblox? It's like a better metaverse experience. Like, the metaverse is 10 years behind VR chat. I made a video recently about their big conference where they announced they're going to have legs for their avatars for the first time, as if that's some kind of new innovation, like a breakthrough in technology. Even though we've been able to do that for like a decade now, and you want to know what's even sadder? It was a lie. The demonstration of the legs for the avatar was fake. It was pre-rendered. They couldn't even get it right for their own fucking conference. They scammed them. Like, they didn't even actually have the leg technology ready yet. It is so mind-boggling. They've poured billions and billions of dollars into the metaverse only to have less to show for it than a team of like 30 people with VR chat. The metaverse is just barely above Second Life from almost 2 decades ago. Like, Second Life might actually be technologically more impressive than the current metaverse, honestly. It is such a joke, but it's a beautiful, costly joke because it is just wiping value out from the parent company. $700 billion just sent straight to hell over the last like year or so. How can you not be happy to hear that? Facebook is awful, Meta is awful, but metaverse is the key. Facebook is a disease, and the metaverse is the cure, and the cure is just killing the host. Like, you know, once Facebook's dead, all the problems go away. You know, it's a pretty impressive solution. The metaverse is just that plague to finally just wipe out the trash that is Facebook, which I think is beautiful. Of course, I'm being exaggeratory. I don't think Facebook's going anywhere anytime soon, but it is on an incredibly remarkable downward spiral, a death spiral. But they have their fingers in so many pies they might be able to recover in other sectors, perhaps. But Metaverse is doing everything it can to bankrupt them as quickly as possible. It's doing the speedrun any percent dead business route, and it's doing an impressive split right now. It's going for a gold split. Now, I think it's important we shout out a couple of heroes of this story. So, big hats off and a salute to all of the developers that are hosing Facebook and Meta for all of this investment money. I don't know how you can pour billions of dollars into a project like this and have so little to show for it. They have to either be hiring the most untalented developers the world has ever seen, like literally going to local middle schools and asking who wants the code for Meta, because they are not getting shit done, or they're going to developers that are overcharging for almost no service and laughing about it in their face. So I'm thinking it's the latter. They're just going to the developers and they're just overcharging the fuck out of this, scamming them, and giving them nothing. You could give like 10 grand to like 3 people on Twitter and they would probably be able to put legs in your VR game before Metaverse does. I also think I should clear up some confusion here because the company themselves does a horrible job of explaining what exactly all this shit is. Unironically, Marques Brownlee's video is a better presentation for the Metaverse than anything Zuckerberg or that entire team has put together. When I'm talking about the Metaverse, I'm more specifically focusing on Horizon Worlds, since that's Meta's really flagship Metaverse title. And that's the one where you walk around without legs. You walk around like SpongeBob with the anchor arms. It's fucking laughable how dated and behind the times it is. Honestly, Horizon Worlds as it is right now feels like a little mini game that would have been at Disney Quest back in the late 90s. Disney Quest being that old arcade thing in Orlando. Used to love that place, God rest its soul. But Horizon Worlds would have been cool there back then. It's not cool now. It's just embarrassing. There's one thing that Twitch chat brought up when I was talking about this that I actually didn't even consider that would have been a really smart play here from the get-go. Why didn't they just buy VR chat or like purchase the whole team and build upon that game? They're so tardy to the party with the technology itself. I don't see why they wouldn't have started instead of like at ground level, why they just wouldn't hit the ground running and start by purchasing the VR chat team and game and building upon that for their vision. They're so busy playing catch up with things VR chat's had for years. Why wouldn't you have just considered purchasing VR chat in the team? I'm glad they didn't, because it's great watching the entire company crash and burn like this. It's a beautiful spectator sport, but I'm just a little shocked that they didn't consider that option as all. Because they are very, very much behind. Like, it's not even close right now. Maybe it will be in the future, who knows? But so far, every single Metaverse presentation they've done has always just been, we don't have any of these features, but we're thinking about it, and we might have them in the near future, maybe next year or the year after. Their presentations are always just telling people they might be coming in a year or two. That's not exciting, that's not hype, that's just sad. If you haven't seen any like actual gameplay from the Metaverse, I implore you to take a look. I feel horrible for the community that's already there, all 9 of them, because they're getting a significantly worse experience there compared to any other alternative. Compare any of the worlds in Horizon Worlds to anything in VR chat, and the difference is absolutely shocking. It's night and day. VR chat is just so far above Metaverse in every possible aspect. I just don't understand how for billions of dollars invested in this project, they can be this primitive and this bare bones. But anyway, it's great to watch from a distance. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, maybe brighten your day with this great news, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. Do I think Avatar is going to be good? No. It definitely looks better than the M. Night Shyamalan movie, which of course is a very low bar. But you have to remember the creators of Avatar left the project due to creative differences, so whatever's going to come out, I think, is going to be trash. Thanks for the membership, Panned. But the trailer was fine. So here's hoping. You said the same thing about One Piece? Yeah, but One Piece didn't have Oda publicly besmirch it, saying that there was creative differences they couldn't reconcile and leave. Avatar, the actual creators left, saying that it was just not what they wanted. That's totally different. You remember when everyone was leaving Rockstar Games because of the extreme toxic environment? I actually don't remember that. When was that? Seen the rumors of Iron Man returning to the MCU? Yeah, we talked about it. I don't think they're going to do that. That'd be well beyond desperate, and I don't think it would save them. I know they're desperate, but I don't think they're going to bring Robert Downey Jr. back. It's not going to save them, even if they did. which I don't think they will, but it still wouldn't get people going back to Marvel movies, especially not after the Marvels. I saw it tonight. It was absolutely atrocious. They are absolutely lost. What are your thoughts on this situation with The Escapist and everyone quitting after they fired the editor? I still didn't look into it, but I was surprised to hear that it was still going. People only went to The Escapist for a couple of specific creators, and I don't know anyone else who went there outside of that. So I was shocked that it was even still operational. Any plans to play Assassin's Creed Nexus? I'll probably play it once for 3 hours and quit like I do for all Assassin's Creed games because they're so fucking boring. That's super sweet, Tyson. That was very wholesome. Appreciate it, Alvin. Hope everything goes well. And yeah, of course, Ryan, at some point. And good luck. I hope it goes well for you, VHS. You hear that Deadpool 3 is the only MCU movie coming out in 2024. 3 other movies got delayed to 2025. Didn't hear that, but that's great news. Finally give people a break. Any thoughts on Modern Warfare 3? Worst campaign in Call of Duty history, but haven't played the multiplayer. And I've not seen the Jujutsu Kaisen episode today. I had to decline my friend inviting me to watch The Marvels. You saved yourself 150 minutes of agony. That movie is atrocious. It's not fun bad. There's not a single redeeming thing about it other than Miss Marvel being a good character. It's worthless. I don't know why they even put it out in the current state. Of course I'll play Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm very excited for that. Now you should get some rest, Ash. Was it worse than Shazam 2? Yes. It was somehow less coherent than Shazam 2 as well. I think R-rated Blade will help refresh the MCU. Maybe. No idea, Intent. And maybe because I switched to YouTube mainly. It can't be as bad as Eternals, right? It is. Thanks for the membership, Kev. Stalker 2 is releasing. It has a release date, doesn't it? I don't think that's something that's never coming out. But yeah, I'm definitely going to play it when it releases. I think the only thing that can save Marvel is if they bring in District 8 Medic. I wasn't a medic, I was a hospital helper. At least get my title correct. But you're right, that might revitalize the MCU. They made a whole fucking series around, well, I guess it wasn't all around him, but it had that guy, what's his name, Colin? Fuck, I forgot him. From Avengers. They could do that for me. Take me from the Hunger Games multiverse. Don't know enough about it, Cactus. Is it worse than Morbius? No. It's not worse than Morbius. But it is somehow a messier movie than Morbius. I'm telling you, it is not a cohesive movie that's printed. It's terrible. Thanks to the resub, Cat and Temple. That's super sweet. Thanks for that, Say. Yeah, I can check that out later. Hope you had a good night. Thoughts on Jennifer Gardner coming back for Elektra? Is she really? Oh my god, what a fucking throwback. Is that real? This is from like the golden age of trash superhero movies. Elektra. Oh my lord. Where are you seeing these rumors? Oh, Deadpool 3 rumors. Sounds great to me. Man, this and Daredevil. Bad movies, like objectively speaking, of course. But there's something special about that era. Good evening, Strange. Kind of like Daredevil from 03. It's a bad movie. Like, it's not a good movie. If you go back and watch it, it's pretty bad. But I liked it at the time, too. It was just a special era where some of the biggest dog shit movies were some of the most memorable as a kid. I listened to both of them, Kenneth. I'm a huge fan of both. Omni-Man came out today. Oh yeah, I forgot today's the day he comes out. Don't know who that is, Green. Has he stolen content and then reacted to it yet? Are you stuck in a time vortex, man? I haven't done react content in like a year. But good one. Objective View. Haven't started Pluto, not yet. I heard great things though, so I am excited. I'm doing alright, Alex. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, like I said, the new Avatar trailer was fine. Like, it definitely looks like a big improvement over the last one. But I am not expecting much, considering the creators left. So, I still think it's not going to be good, just based off of that. But I would love to be proven wrong. And I'm also tired of this fucking trend of taking extremely successful and extremely beautiful animated shows and making them live action, but only adapting it 1-to-1, so you don't really add anything to it, you just make it worse. Kind of like the fucking live action Lion King. Just like you take the exact same thing and make it worse. It worked really well for One Piece because they didn't just do it like that. They added their own creativity and input to it while keeping the vibe the same. Which is how you have to do it. It's fucking worthless to just take something animated and do a bad version of it live action. Like, what's the point? Stupid. It's fucking stupid. My shitty childhood was Zoom Academy for Superheroes. I saw that in theaters. That movie is awful. I hated it back then, too. It was so bad. You're talking about Tim Allen's Zoom, right? This came out during, like, the Sky High craze. This shit is atrocious. I didn't know anyone could like this movie. That's fair, Snow. I never watched Legend of Korra, though. That movie is so fucking good. It is not! It was bad even for its time. It was a horrible movie. Hope you had fun at the concert, Caleb. And yeah, I'm a fan. I think they're good. I don't know if it's fun bad. I haven't watched it since I was a young boy. Maybe it's fun bad. Thanks for the membership, Connor. You watched the Ghostbusters trailer? No, I totally forgot about it. I just have no interest in it, unfortunately. What's it called again? Frozen something? Frozen Empire. I don't know, I just can't even pretend to be interested in it. Ghostbusters is a franchise that... It's just not getting any tender love and care, unfortunately. I wish it would, though. Loved Ghostbusters, and Ghostbusters 2 growing up. A lot of people didn't like the sequel, but I did. I still fucking quote, God, well, it's been a while since I quoted it now. Are you the Keymaster? I am Zool. What was the... Oh my god, that's not it. What the fuck was the order? And then she starts levitating above the bed. The fuck is it? Now I can't remember. Have you heard about the absolute show going on with the Amazing Spider-Man comics? Someone in chat mentioned that a minute ago, but I didn't bother to look it up. Let me see. What's happening? I don't see anything in the news here about it. I see 9 hours ago they teased Spider-Man hunting Kraven. So what is it? And I'll look for it. I see resub Ewu, Toxic, and Tier 1 Cyclone, the anonymous gift sub. And the bits Moth and Digital. I know that he would be so disappointed, Digital. He got cucked again. Like, the true definition of cucked is Spider-Man now confirmed cuckold? Like, what do you mean? Literally, yes. No way. Or, I don't see anything about that when Googling. Where do I go to find that? I don't believe you. What do I do? Amazing Spider-Man cuck. I see something from 3 months ago. Bits. Oh, so it's not actual cuckoldry. They're just making a shitty run right now. Look up MJ and Paul. I feel like I'm just being lied to, in general. Who the fuck is Paul? Paul Rabin? MJ's new boyfriend. Oh, she's moved on from Spider-Man to Paul. And has kids with Paul. Cool. Awesome. So, okay. What happened then? From what I'm reading, Mary Jane and Paul got locked in an alternate dimension for 4 years, and they fell in love. That's so weird. What the fuck? Cool. You said Edible, Bulldog, Nightwing, Aaron, Andrew, and Tier 1 Joey. Is Paul just some dude? He's apparently related to a villain. I don't know. This is very silly sounding from the cliff notes here. This is just titled Mary Jane's 2 children are no more. And then it looks like they were created and then erased by him. Wow. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Joey. And the resub Nostalgia, Mickey, and the Prime Rar. So is the drama just it's bad? This isn't the first time Peter got cucked. Gwen Stacy cheated on him with the Green Goblin and had secret kids back in the day. Damn, he can't catch a break. Thanks for your sub, Drunk. Yeah, this doesn't really seem like drama. It just seems like it's a bad Spider-Man run right now. What kind of writing is that? I don't know, man. Goofy writing? They made Captain America into a secret Nazi? Well, probably in like an alternate timeline, right? That's the whole point of their multiverse, is everything is possible. So that doesn't even sound that egregious or anything. Just sounds dumb. It's a tier 1 diet. No, it's canon. It's canon? Wait. Wait, let me see. That's a pretty wild twist. Oh, this is all the way back in 2017. How Marvel has responded to the Nazi Captain America controversy. Captain America is actually evil and aligned with the shadowy organization Hydra. Huh. What a... I mean, this panel goes hard. Just says, Hail Hydra. Cool. He was just an agent or something, was he? Captain America Steve Rogers #1 closes with the iconic hero killing a teammate and declaring Hail Hydra. That's bold. That's big. Ugh. I'm the most hated man in America today, Spencer told the Daily Beast. Brother, you write comic books. You're not the most hated man in America because you're not good at writing comic books. Stop. Just stop. Ugh. I write comics too, man. And if I fumbled, I wouldn't say I'm the most hated man in America. I'd say, damn, I really let people down with this one. When you decide to do something like this, you understand, obviously, that people aren't going to throw you a party for it. You understand that this is the kind of story designed to upset people and shock people and worry people. That's the response you're supposed to have to something like this when you're seeing a bad thing. Does he think it's all, like, real or something? This is certainly the kind of response I expected, but in terms of the magnitude of it and just how many people are chiming in, that part's unreal. It surpassed any expectation I had. I must have missed all the riots in the street over Captain America turning out to be a Nazi in an issue of Marvel. Somehow I didn't see that one. Series of Joy Boy, Care, Squid, Spud, Shrek, Mess, and the Bits Jack, Toutist, and Thunder. Doing alright, Thunder. Hope you had a good day. You see Kiora has ChatGPT now? No, I didn't see that. I've still not seen Raka Raka's horror movie yet. I will be seeing it soon, though. I want to. It looks good. Like, all the reviews and everything are good, so, I mean, it's sounding pretty good. Thanks for some clarity. It's an old story. He was a sleeper agent deep undercover, pretending to be Hydra was how they changed it. He was faking it to go take Hydra down from the inside. Damn, so they couldn't even stick to their guns. Cowards. You know that as of now, Jean Grey has died a total of 16 times throughout Marvel's mainline canon. Wow. Yeah, I saw that Pee Wee Herman passed away today. Him and Angus Cloud, I believe his name is, from Euphoria. Fucking awful. Both those, terrible. Twitter's going crazy with conspiracies? On what? I don't think there's any foul play or anything here, man. Thanks, Risa Bless. I don't even know what you could possibly make a conspiracy out of for this. Anyone who dies is vaccine related now. Yeah, I do see that on pretty much all of those posts. There was a post today, actually, as well, about a famous, like, daredevil, like one of those Instagram daredevils who climbs skyscrapers and shit. He fell to his death today. And one of the replies was asking about his vaccination status. I'm unsure if it was like a meme on that or not, but that is legitimately on every post about someone passing away, is about, like, it was probably vaccine related. It's so hard now to tell on the platform formerly known as Twitter, like, what's satire and what's not, because it's so fucking crazy. Absolute loony bin. You see the girl who had a fuck machine on Kick livestream? Oh yeah, I saw Jake's tweet about it. That went hard. Yeah, that was wild. Thanks a gift sub or the resub Zoro. Hey man, if Kick allows it, I say let it ride. That's super smart. You get a 95% cut. And everyone pays for, like, camming. Shit, let it rip. That's just smart business. Until they shut it down, I mean, that's just smart business for now. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, 4x. 18 plus section. Yeah. I've always said that would have been very smart, and it looks like Kick's going to do that, if they're not already. Am I going to update my Marvel tier list? Not anytime soon. Maybe like next year when there's 10 more movies and shows. 10 more shit movies, you mean? Oh, speaking of shit movies and superheroes, have you guys seen this? I'm sure it'll come up if I just type this in. Jesus. I think that's what the headline was. Yeah. So apparently they did a test screening for the new Aquaman movie, and they called it the worst DCU movie ever after walking out. Did you guys see that shit? I heard about it today from Aaron, so I looked it up, and it's apparently true. This sounded made up, because usually test screenings go immediately to, like, fans, and they will never give you good feedback. At least I've never heard of a test screening leading to anything positive. And yet somehow even here they're like, yeah, this shit is trash. Oh, it's a test screening? Typically they'll take a cut of the movie, give it to a small audience in order to get feedback on, like, what's working, what's not. So, like, if the villain's bad, or if some scenes are bad, or if something's not testing highly, so they can make, like, last-minute changes to the product to move things around, make it a little bit better. But here, apparently people literally walked out and just said it's the worst DCU movie ever. Thanks to the resub Taco, Smartigan, the gift sub Logan. Imagine inviting someone to a screening and they just walk out. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It sounded made up. It literally sounded made up. No way worse than Wonder Woman. The new, I guess it's not new anymore, but the second Wonder Woman was truly awful, but I guess this is shaping up to be worse. Oh, and another thing that looks very bad for DC, Shazam is projected to be the lowest grossing DCU movie ever. It's tracking 43 mil opening weekend, which is even less than their previous low one, which I don't think it was Black Adam. I think it was one before that, but one of those. So the new Shazam's also not looking good. The issue with the new Shazam is they turned a unique idea into a standard DC movie once the first did good. I don't know if that's the case. My little game theory is when they split Black Adam into a solo film, they really fucked Shazam. Because now what is Shazam supposed to do? So they ended up just giving it some generic schlock. Was it boring or cringe? What? This isn't out yet. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Superhero movies aren't the same without Iron Man, Captain America. Well, I mean, that's Marvel. This is DC. DC has stumbled in their live-action superhero movies for a while. They've had a couple good ones, though. Outside of, like, the Nolan stuff, because that's obviously absolute top tier, but it's not DCEU. So it doesn't really count. Same with the Batman, also not DCEU. But, like, their actual core ones, they have fucking struggled. The Suicide Squad is great, the recent one. Is that DCEU? I'm not sure. But I actually did like James Gunn's Suicide Squad. I enjoyed that. I agree. I like that one. 2016 Suicide Squad is an unwatchable mess. Thanks to Prime J-Ob. Thanks to Resub Uga. Didn't you hate it before? Which one? James Gunn's Suicide Squad? No, I even gave that a good moist meter. 2016's was like the lowest moist meter score I gave way before I even started doing like actual ratings. That movie was so offensive to me that it actually kickstarted moist meters for movies, because prior to that I was mainly just doing games. It's that bad. Yeah, 2016 Suicide Squad I literally think is unwatchable. James Gunn's The Suicide Squad though is good. I enjoyed it. And the Peacemaker show was fun. Did you hear about Suicide Squad needing an internet connection just to play? Yeah, we watched the state of play. Game looks very not great. I like the movement. I hate the live service aspect. All the monetization shit got leaked. I don't like needing to be perpetually online just to play a single player game. It's all not looking great. Also hate that everyone uses a gun and no one looks unique. Yeah, it just doesn't look good, man. Just straight up, there's not a whole lot to be excited about for this. Except the movement. If you're just really into movement, I think it looks like they nailed that. But every character can just use a gun, and every character does just use a gun. Something they even advertise, that you can just mix and match guns with every character. It's like, that's not really fun. This was originally going to be a Superman game before Warner Bros. Told them that it was impossible to make one and forced them to make this instead, supposedly. Don't know if I believe that or not, but take your word for it, I guess. Not like it changes anything. Thanks for some sharpshooter and boring one. You plan on getting a haircut again soon? I actually just got a haircut a couple days ago. Just for some of the dead ends. But no, I don't plan on going back to like short hair anytime soon. I want to try like some wackier shit with it. Get experimental, start doing some like anime styles or something. Just literally trying a bunch of different styles. Might as well. Give it a whirl. Did you see Steven Yeun might play Sentry in Thunderbolts? I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Hey, Rise. Yeah, it is what it is. Exhibits, Casey. Ezra Miller got charged with robbery in Vermont. Burglary, you swine. But yes, Ezra Miller did get charged with burglary in Vermont. How? I don't remember it. I forgot. They broke into a house for beer or something. It was something so useless. I don't recall. We looked it up. I mean, I guess I can look it up again, but it was something so unbelievably dumb. Out of all the fucked up shit Ezra Miller has done, what they're finally getting them on is burglary for a beer or something. Yep, missing bottle of alcohol. God damn. Oh, I also forgot about this part. That mom that's been living with them, surrounded by guns, is also an unlicensed cannabis farm, which is kind of wild. I didn't know that. Ezra Miller must be the version of the Flash that's just the shitty person. You're talking about Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash is a real character. It is just some dude who hates the Flash. So he just does everything to make the Flash's life worse. But sometimes it's really petty. No way. Yeah, it's real. You've probably seen him in that viral clip where it's the, "It's me, Barry. You remember when you prematurely ejaculated in front of whatever her name is?" I'll just pull up the clip.
Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
Like, that's the one that floats around all the time. It's a real character, though. Granted, I don't think DC's brave enough to have a supersonic meat jerker in official lore, but he does just do everything to make the Flash's life a little worse. In the CW show, he fakes being in a wheelchair to fuck with Barry. How does that even fuck with Barry? So every time Barry sees him, he's just in a wheelchair? How does that make Barry's life worse? Yeah, I guess unless Barry just really hates people confined to wheelchairs, I suppose. So just, like, roll in front of him and maniacally laugh knowing that Barry's uncomfortable. He pretends to be a caring mentor. See, like, that's super lame. In fact, I don't care, Barry, and I'm not teaching you good things. Haha. He's such a goofy character. Why does Reverse Flash hate the Flash? The top 10 worst things Reverse Flash has done. I have to know.
Learning that you're intended to become your idol's greatest rival and a psychotic mass killer isn't really the best day in the office. However, it happened to Eobard Thawne, aka the Reverse Flash.
I know he actually does kill a lot of people.
Chaos. But what are some of the
so this might be a
worst
serious
things that Eobard
top 10
Thawne has ever done over his various and seemingly infinite incarnations? After his research on the Speed Force while at residency in the Flash Museum had gained some traction, Eobard fell in love with a reporter named Rose who had been hired by Central City Science Today to interview him. However,
God, he looks like such a dweeb.
Engaged. So his future self interfered with the timeline, killing Rose's fiance in an attempt to get her to love him, but it didn't work. So he proceeded to kill every man she had started seeing after her fiance, and eventually every man who she had ever dated at all. So
how does that help him, though? This guy's just a fucking idiot.
Friends. However, she continued to just brush off Thawne's romantic advances, eventually retaliating physically when he attempted to kiss her. In anger, his future self traumatized the reporter as a child, rendering her mute and causing her to be institutionalized for the rest of her life. Although, if she was still friends with Eobard, well, knowing full well that...
Who writes this? This actually feels like something I would have read as a child on DeviantArt. So his crush never loved him. So his future self killed her boyfriend. She still didn't love him. So he killed every man on Earth until it was just the two of them. And she still didn't love him. So then his future self traumatized her as a child, rendering her mute and institutionalized. And now they're married. This is incredible. What great lore.
I'm causing a few of you to rethink your relationships, huh? In at 9.
I mean, if that's what a healthy relationship sounds like.
This doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me. During the events of the Flashpoint comic arc, Barry brought back to Batman a letter from his father, who is alive in the Flashpoint timeline as Batman. It's the only contact that Batman has had with his parents ever since they died.
Oh no.
So it would be a shame if something were to happen to it. Oh wait, that's right. Thawne decides to rip it to shreds so that it couldn't even be reassembled. It also didn't help that.
I mean, he only wrote 2 sentences. Like, At that point, just knowing that his dad wrote him something is probably good enough. I don't think this one's too bad. A message sent across time, a letter to your dead son. I'm not the hero of this story. Was it consoling Thomas? Oh, was it consoling Thomas, knowing he would have it? That though he lost you, he could always see you loved him. Did that make you feel better, Thomas? As you burned. I mean, okay.
Either there was an original timeline where Barry's mother didn't die, but he still
So he
became
killed
the Flash,
Barry's mom.
or Joe did a whole other thing. After being stranded in our present after killing Barry's mother due to a lack of speed, Thawne decides that the only way to get back.
Pardon? After killing Barry's mother due to a lack of speed, so she died of being slow? She couldn't run a 4-second 40, thus she died. You're too slow to exist in this timeline, Mom. You're cringe. Oh, you got trapped due to a lack of speed. Ah, okay, so he was too slow to make it back to her. So she died because her son isn't fast enough. Gotcha. Alright, I thought it was the mom who wasn't, like, up to snuff with the track team.
Similar to what Nora does when she helps Barry destroy the Thinker satellite in the season 4 finale, advancing time by 5 years. This time, Thawne advanced it by 6 years. Using the face of another man to train Barry, gain his trust,
this was the
and
fake
ultimately
mentor
use
thing
him
you
to get
mentioned.
back to his own time. These soldiers are accompanied by evil versions of Green Arrow and Supergirl. The evil version of Flash.
They didn't even change Supergirl's costume. The evil version of Supergirl is the same Supergirl, but I guess just with shady morals now. They couldn't even give her a cool evil costume.
The evil version of Flash is missing, however he doesn't
They did?
appear in
Oh,
the
that wasn't
Ray
a
animated
picture of her?
series,
Okay.
which this crossover also technically has a crossover with, but they're just brought into real life. Same, kind of like how they did with the Vixen crossover. But the evil version of the Flash in this crossover, oh, you bet your ass it's Thawne. Wearing Wells' face, no less. Presumably having killed the Barry of Earth X, Thawne helps Overgirl and Dark Arrow lead a group of fascist soldiers on the attack. In the process of killing Barry's mother out of anger since he couldn't manage to kill Barry, Thawne ended up framing his father for the murder and gets him sent to prison. Obviously, this wasn't really avoidable because of how time works or whatever, but this still causes Barry a great deal of pain.
I would imagine.
To be highly intelligent and to have a particular appearance. However, as he grew up, they became concerned about
What
his
in the fuck kind of art is this? My name was Eobard Thawne. I was an only child. Bro, this family, it's like the Jetsons. Wow. I mean, I would have guessed this is a villain already, this whole family.
hoping that caring for a sibling would help Eobard adjust. His
They're from the
parents had a
future?
second son.
Man, even if they are from the future, what happens in the future? Everyone gets hit by an ugly beam? Like, what is going on here? Like, everyone's like their face is elongated and wrinkled, and it's weird.
But then he was caught by Robert, who was an officer in the science police. This caused Eobard a great deal of pain, which is understandable.
Oh, I have to look them up. The science police? What do they tackle that the normal authorities won't? I see you didn't factor in the baseline variables here. You're going to jail. What do they do? Stop people from researching dangerous shit? I guess, but would that not fall under the jurisdiction of the normal police? If they're like researching weapons or something? Arrest flat earthers. So anyone they arrest anyone who has conspiracy beliefs. Alright. I can get behind that, I guess.
Well, given that your brother's altering reality. It is mentioned in Judeo-Christian religions, and it was an ordinary spear before Roman soldier Longinus used it to pierce the side of Jesus Christ after he died on the cross, resulting in its immense supernatural powers. The second season of the...
You telling me Jesus Christ is in DC Comics? Alright, excuse me, I need to look up, what kind of powers did he have? Jesus of Nazareth, New Earth. He was one of Charles Xavier's mutants. Oh wait, that's Marvel. Whatever. The resurrection of Christ is disproven by science. What a cool story arc. Wubba-lubba-dub-dub. Wow, I mean, they really bring a lot into the fold here. But then, I mean, he is public domain, so they have every right to. Healing, molecular reconstruction, resurrection, weather manipulation, and exorcism. I feel like there's so few instances in comic books where an exorcism is a helpful power. Like, it's such a tedious process. Who else has the power of exorcisms in the DC universe? Oh, Constantine makes sense. You're telling me oh, wait, these are trending pages. Oh, actually, no, wait, these are characters that perform exorcisms. Who the fuck did Clark Kent exorcise? He performed an exorcism on Batman. Bro, I need to start reading DC comics. Holy shit, this sounds unhinged. Wait, he just got, like, ordained by the Catholic Church or something and they gave him the authority?
He manages to kill Barry as a child, as he set out to do so many years ago. Or I guess Will set out to do. I don't know, time travel is weird, man. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Why did he keep targeting his mom? He could have just killed Barry, like, as a kid. It would have been easier, I guess. Like, what's Barry gonna do as a child to fight back? Oh, because he wants Barry to suffer. Right, I keep forgetting it. Like, his main motivation is just to make his life miserable. True. So it would defeat the purpose if he killed him. So why? Why? Okay, why don't I just look it up? Okay, let's see. Why does Reverse Flash hate Flash? He hates the Flash because he was so damn obsessed over him that he started to become like him, only to realize his destiny is meant to be his greatest enemy. So that really ruined his life and made him hate the Flash. To me, that sounds like he doesn't really have a reason to hate the Flash as much as he does.
The Reverse Flash is one of my favorite villains within the DC universe. He's so psychotic, he's so crazy, and his entire purpose is to just mess with Barry Allen, the Flash, one of my favorite superheroes, in which Jeff Johns wanted to reinvent the Reverse Flash to be someone significant within the Flash's life, to be his Joker, per se. And it was at that moment that we got the Reverse Flash that many of you know today, the one that has been in TV shows and in cartoon movies, and in the video games, the psychistic and psychotic things, classic storyline titled The Return of Barry Allen. Thawne becomes Barry Allen, in a sense. You see, in his original origin, Barry Allen went to the future where he found Eobard Thawne using an old Flash costume to commit his crimes. Barry Allen destroyed the suit and
why is Eobard Thawne so fucking repulsive? Like, this guy looks like inbred. Every single goddamn panel I've seen of this guy makes him look truly abhorrent. Maybe that's why he's just so goddamn mad.
This led down a long path that would involve Barry Allen running into the future to live there with Iris until he was needed.
I love this is so old school comic. Get up, you can't be dead. But he is. And Flash killed him. That is vintage.
Because in his second origin, Thawne is still a scientist in the future, but this time he went back in time to replace Barry Allen. He even had facial reconstruction to make it happen, and he stole the cosmic treadmill from an antique shop. He then went back in time and he learned that he was in fact the Flash's greatest enemy, not his replacement. This caused a break in his mind, and he was convinced that he was Barry Allen. Central City had forgotten about him. He battled against Wally and Jay until Wally tricked him into returning to his own time.
Okay.
You see, those were the only two appearances of Eobard Thawne that were
still not like a really strong reasoning to hate him that much. Like, I still, like, I don't see the real drive. Like, yeah, it's frustrating, like, damn. So I can't replace him.
He tries to murder Wally West's kids in front of their mother, Linda Park. The only thing that saves them is Jay and Bart Allen. But he then quickly defeats Jay, and he threatens to kill Bart. He is, of course, stopped, and he proceeds to inform Barry that everything that has ever gone wrong in Barry's life is because of Thawne. Even when he would, like, fall down the stairs into the basement, Thawne tripped him using super speed. When he lost a friend, that was because Thawne messed with him. To seal up
like, see, how can you not appreciate that? That's so stupid. When he fall down the stairs, it's because Reverse Flash came and tripped him. That's like some shit you would hear Alex Jones say. Like, the reason why this is in my search history is because 11th dimensional Alex Jones actually came and framed me with it. That fucking trickster is at it again. This is such a wacky character. Holy shit. Are all comics like this? Right? Like I said, I haven't really kept up with comics much, but my Jesus. Fucking 50 different timelines and 400 different alternate universes. My lord. Is that fun to keep up with? That just seems like a headache. And it feels like there's never any stakes. I remember I watched a video on the death of Superman on how it actually broke comics. And it really feels like that's super accurate. I really think they need just like one like single canon timeline. They can have all the spin-offs elsewhere, but I really think they need to stick with one like actual canon timeline. Like, condense all of the ideas, take what worked, what didn't work from all of the other ones, and make like an actual single line to follow. I just feel like that'd be much, much better. Maybe they do. I don't know. but it seems like all of chat said that this is how they go. They've done that several times, but it always gets rebooted. Then it's completely worthless. This was a fun little a rabbit hole. Yeah, Reverse Flash is super goofy. Like, fun goofy. There's a character called Bruno Excelente that's a sex offender. And that's it. Well, is he supposed to be a hero? Because that's kind of a hard guy to root for. Oh, Bueno Excelente. Yeah, I'll look him up. Is it DC? Bueno Excelente was a perverted sex offender whose skills earned him a place on the hero team, Section 8. This is real? I mean, this would probably be my least favorite member of the team. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I find it hard to root for a sex offender. His only ability is intimidation. His only heroic ability is to scare people with the threat and act of sexual assault. And he's part of the... Oh, heroes. Okay, it's not exactly a hero team. Okay. So he's part of a team of villains, then. What a character. He only ever spoke the words bueno and excelente. It is implied that Kyle Rayner was once drugged and sexually assaulted by Bueno Excelente. Man, it's such a shame they retired such a classic character in 2000. There's a Batman comic where Batman abuses his newly adopted son because he misinterprets what his PC says. Thinks it says son, but instead it was sun, S-U-N. Man, what in tarnation? Andrew talked about that one, did he? I don't recall. Andrew knows a lot about, like, the wacky lore of some of this dog shit. But, like, all of it starts to blend together. Comics sound like they're in a pretty cool spot. Who's Dog Welder? I don't know, I'll look him up. Dog Welder, New Earth. He was a member of Section 8, which we just learned also had the convicted sex offender whose ability is intimidation and sexual assault. So this is a team of superstars. Dog Welder spent his time trapping and killing dogs in alleyways. Abilities: dog welding. Sometimes called mechanical construction. Okay. He has a strong compulsion to weld dogs to people's faces. Damn, and to think he also retired in 2000. What a sad year for DC Comics when they retired Bueno Excelente and Dog Welder. Like I said, I was never a huge comic reader by any means. And now it's in such a weird state. Oh my god, there's a Dog Welder too. The second Dog Welder was similar to the first one. Oh, this guy's got like actual lore. One day in an antique store, he was possessed by the original Dog Welder's welding equipment, becoming the current Dog Welder. His wife and family wanted to help him, however he was too compelled to weld dogs to people and welded the family dog to his children. This guy's a menace. As a result, his wife divorced him, and remarried a year later. Let's go. Dog Welder secretly watches his family. How do you remarry that? He welded the family dog to his children. His wife's like, I can fix him, I guess. He watches his family from afar, shows a desire to speak with him, but decides to leave instead. While in Gotham, he encounters Constantine, who reveals to Dog Welder that he can communicate vocally by using dead dogs as puppets. Later, Dog Welder attempts to reconcile with his family. However, his children are still very traumatized by their last encounter with him. His ex-wife, seeking to defend her kids, threatens him with a knife and urges him to leave. Realizing he is frightening the kids, he decides to leave with Section 8 and they head to the pyramids of Egypt. There, Dog Welder learns the truth of his power. Bro, what power? He has welding equipment, kills a dog, and tries to weld it to a person. That's not a power. Like that, you have all the powers of a man. And modern welding equipment. While they are attacked by mummies, Dog Welder lights his torch and is immediately transported to the Dog Welder afterlife. What does that consist? What does that even consist of? Paradise, I guess. Wow. Here he encounters the previous Dog Welder and learns their origin. The power of the Dog Welders is derived from a curse created by Anubis. After their conversation is concluded, Dog Welder returns to his friends. Man, that Anubis is always up to no good. I've said it since I was a kid. You can't trust him. Back in Gotham, they learn that stars Sirius A and B are expanding. When they touch, they will explode and destroy Earth. Dog welder has an epiphany that he is meant to weld the stars together. As, as serious is the dog star. Are these written like are these supposed to be jokes, or is it like serious? Are these like actual stories? Like, do they take themselves seriously? I cannot fucking tell. I don't know. I'm getting mixed reviews. It's supposed to be serious, 100% serious, and the comic series is a joke. I can't tell. Most people are saying serious. It's obviously not very serious. See, like, that's what I would normally say, but Reverse Flash is supposed to be like a serious villain, and some of his crimes, while some are heinous, some of his other ones are he trips Barry when he's a kid. He pushed Barry down the stairs when he was a kid once. And that's like a serious villain. Like, that's one of their, like, big villains. Constantine reveals that Dog Welder has a lot of untapped power. As a result, he may be able to fix Sirius. Section 8 then knock out some NASA astronauts, steal their suits, and hijack a space shuttle. When they arrive in the Sirius star system, Dog Welder leaves the ship and harnesses the power of all previous Dog Welders. He's able to weld Sirius A and B together, stabilizing them. He says goodbye to his friends, knowing that the stars will expand, killing him. Though he was content, as this would prevent the curse from afflicting other people. Section 8 returned to Noonan's, where they all mourn the loss of Dog Welder, whose world-saving sacrifice will never be known to the public. Fuck me. I'm a Dog Welder fan. Alright, I need to see these, like, comic panels. Damn, he is not very popular. This is a whole video on the Section 8, the one with Bueno Excelente, the sex offender, and Dog Welder. Who else is part of Section 8? Here's one guy whose spit tastes really bad, so he spits in people's mouths. Team leaders, six-pack. Sydney... Okay, so this is definitely a joke series. It clearly... Okay. I see. So it's not supposed to be taken, like, in earnest. Flim Jim? Oh my god, this guy actually just spits. Holy shit. I just tried to think of the most useless power and I fucking nailed it. Wow. Wow. Well, I feel real good right now. I was a little off though. I thought he would just spit on people and it tastes bad, but it looks like his is kind of like acidic. Friendly fire. Wait, this guy might actually have a power. He accidentally shot off his own head while also fatally injuring the defenestrator. So he has energy projection but can't aim. Jean de Baton. Alright, pretty cool, pretty cool. So he throws a baton. And then last one is Shake. Alright. Well, I'd say the Section 8 squad is probably up there with the Justice League. They've got all the heavy hitters here. I'm guessing they didn't perform super well, considering their run only lasted like 20 issues. But I think we're overdue for the reboot. This was created by the guy that made The Boys. Oh, no fucking way. Wait, what? Oh, Garth Ennis, you're right. Holy shit. Yeah, he's the guy that made The Boys. Wow, okay. I don't know why they don't credit The Boys here. I'm guessing this is just DC-related properties because we're on the DC fandom. But yeah, Garth made The Boys. Also, The Boys is a fucking terrible comic. Like, it's not a very good comic, but it's a great premise. The show did such a great job adapting it. Yeah, it's just shock for the sake of shock in a lot of places. Wow, I think there might actually be a real chance that they at some point try Section 8. With the success of The Boys, they really might. And I think it could slap. They'd have to tone down Bueno Excelente, I think, though. I don't think having a sympathetic sexual assaulter would go over super well. But aside from that, I think everyone else would probably see moderate success. Bueno Excelente is the soul of the team. Yeah, true. He's really... I mean, at the end of the day, it's only him and Six-Pack that survived the mini-angled ones, whatever that means. So the world is left with just the alcoholic and the guy who rapes people. So he is one of the stronger members. But Dog Welder's the one that saves the world by welding stars together instead of dogs. By the way, apparently James Gunn actually considered Dog Welder for the Suicide Squad, and there was even a fan petition to include him. They should have. He could have just been one of those people that die, like, immediately on the beach. Six-Pack fixed his life after going to Alcoholics Anonymous, but then Superman ruined his life again for no reason. I kind of want to read this. I tried to read a little of The Boys, but I guess that's a bad example because it is just like actually a bad series. Like the comic series is trash. Yeah, I hear a lot of great things about Invincible. I haven't read it though. But basically what we, like, I just think a lot of comics just aren't super fun to read, which is why for Godslap we've been focusing on making it so even if you hate reading, you'll at least enjoy Godslap, or at least that's the goal. Marvel is one of the biggest names in entertainment. They've been creating beloved superhero stories for like 100 years now. They have the most well-known and most recognizable characters of all time, second only to Jesus Christ, I imagine. Everyone knows the characters, seen the movies, or read the comic books. I myself am not a big comic book reader. I don't read many stories or anything of that nature. I don't read manga or shit like that. Maybe I'd read more Marvel comics if they had some hentai issues, but overall, I'm just not a huge fan of the medium. Nothing but respect for people that are, though. And yesterday, Marvel Comics made history by announcing something that nobody in the world liked. They announced the New Warriors comic series, which was received with overwhelming sighs and just a thunderous amount of disinterest. I swear to God, there's more hype in a retirement home when someone finally finishes bingo than for New Warriors. People get more excited in a public library when someone drops their pencil on the floor. Nobody was excited about it, and when they released it, a lot of people just felt downright insulted.
So the first character that we're introduced to is Trailblazer Law, and she inherited from her grandfather a magic backpack of divine origin.
So this is the first character we're introduced to in the Marvel New Warriors announcement, their fucking E3 press conference here for New Warriors. This is Trailblazer, and her superpower is having a magic backpack. So she's basically just Dora the Explorer. And the backpack itself looks like Ben 10's Omnitrix if it was butt-fucked by a laser tag vest. Now, I think it's a pretty lame superpower just to have a magic backpack that you pull things out of. Like, I can't really see that being super fun in a crime-fighting situation, you know? We're fighting the supervillain and my teammate's dehydrated, but luckily Trailblazer had a bottle of water in her super backpack. She saved the day. It's just, that's not really interesting from a superpower perspective, but there's nothing inherently silly or wrong about it. I just think it's kind of boring. What we get into and what most people have a problem with is the next few characters, because this shit is just so ridiculous.
Screen Time is a internet kid taken to its sort of logical conclusion. As a youth, he was exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet gas, and that has patched him permanently into the World Wide Web.
This is where people started to roll their eyes because this shit just gets so fucking dumb. So Screen Time is the result of a teenager being exposed to their grandfather's experimental internet gas. What the fuck is experimental internet gas? Was his grandfather harvesting farts from a Twitch chat shit poster or something and then accidentally released it in the house? That's some of the laziest writing I've seen in a while. Fucking fanfic has better explanations for how a character gets their powers. If you really wanted to make sense of it, why not just have it be like, you know, he was a programmer who made a virtual reality game but accidentally locked himself in it and now he's stuck in there and, you know, caught in between the real world and the augmented world. Or even use fucking Wi-Fi if you want. Throw around some like boogeyman Wi-Fi 5G shit maybe. Get the conspiracy theorists all riled up about Screen Time. I don't know, man. But fucking experimental internet gas. Screen Time is a meme-obsessed super teen whose brain became connected to the internet after becoming exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet gas. Still, I mean, that still just sounds so fucking dumb, especially when it's written down like that. His grandfather had internet juice and he accidentally drank from the bottle and now he's stuck in the internet. Now he can see augmented reality and real-time maps and can instantly Google any fact. You know who else can instantly Google any fact? Anyone else in the entire world who has a phone. It's not really a superpower. As you can clearly see, Marvel is struggling to come up with cool superpowers. A meme-obsessed super teen? They created a fucking Redditor. And he's actually worse than a Redditor. His only power to the group is being able to Google things. He's just a fucking cell phone with legs.
Snowflake and Safe Space are the twins, and their names are very similar to Screen Time. It's this idea that these are terms that get thrown around on the internet that they don't see as derogatory, to take those words and kind of wear them as badges of honor. Snowflake is non-binary, and goes by they, them. Snowflake has the power to generate individual crystallized snowflake-shaped shurikens.
This is what made people the most upset. Snowflake and safe space. Let me preface this by saying I don't think there's anything wrong with Marvel taking this kind of approach to characters or using their comics to make political stances. It's totally within their right to do so, but this is the absolute worst possible way of going about it. Nobody appreciated this, and I fucking looked hard. I went through so many different Twitter threads. I went through the fucking swamp looking for anything I could find for anyone trying to say, good work, Marvel. There wasn't a single fucking person patting Marvel on the back for this shit. From the non-binary community, the vast majority of them felt insulted and embarrassed. They felt like they were being used as a joke by Marvel. And I see why, because this is the first non-binary superhero, and they named them Snowflake. That'd be like if the first homosexual superhero was called Captain Gay. I just can't imagine how they thought that was a good idea. They're not doing anything other than making these caricatures that just seem so out of touch. It's some ridiculous shit. Psychic twins. All twins are psychic, but we're psychic-er. That's such a fucking dumb line to kick it off. Snowflake can materialize snowflake-shaped shuriken. Projectiles for throwing in safe space can materialize pink force fields, but can't inhabit them himself. Reflex only works if he's protecting others. They're hyper-aware of modern culture and optics, and they see their superheroics as a post-ironic meditation of using violence to combat bullying. They're probably streaming this. That's just garbage. Actual fucking garbage. Set aside any personal beliefs or anything, these are just not good characters. The writing is bad. 100%. It's just terrible. It's actually fucking terrible. And they insulted the people that they really wanted to, you know, empower with their characters. It just made it seem like they were turning them into a joke. It's fucking terrible what they've done. They've made the worst cast of characters I've ever seen in comic books. From lazy writing to just being so out of tune and tone deaf. It's absolutely wild. I don't know why they wouldn't just make like an actual interesting character with an interesting superpower that happens to be non-binary, instead of making it something so on the nose like, here's Snowflake and safe space. Like, it's so silly. And then the last character is a fucking vampire. B negative is the goth kid. When he was a baby, he got a rogue life-saving blood transfusion, we assume from Michael Morbius, and now he has a very similar look and very similar vampire powers. B negative ages like a regular person. Or does he? Who gives a fuck? I don't think there was anyone reading about B negative and wondering, you know, on the fucking edge of their seat, how is he aging? I don't think anyone's like, oh, he's going Benjamin Button style. I've got to know, how's he aging? And he definitely drinks blood. Or does he? Now I'm interested. Yeah, it's just fucking bad. It's terrible. It's actually fucking terrible. And yeah, that's really about it. I don't know what the fuck Marvel's doing. I don't think there's anyone that's, you know, gonna go out there fucking day one launch of the new Warriors and buy these comic books. But who knows, maybe I'm wrong. That's about it. So yeah. Batman. A name all of you are familiar with, no doubt. Whether you've seen any of the movies, whether you've played any of the games, whether you've purchased any of the Batman-themed dildos and butt plugs, or even dabbled in the Batman-themed nipple clamps, you are familiar with this character. I've even seen an entire community of people who are dedicated to coming on figurines ejaculate onto a Batman figurine. It was eye-opening, so undoubtedly anyone out there that's watching this is familiar with the name Batman in one way or the other. As a fictional character, Batman has actually reached into the real world and inspired many of us. Entire generations of human beings are taking on many of the ideals Batman himself symbolized in his comic books and other media portrayals of the character, such as fighting for justice. For example, right now there's an entire group of heroes on the internet that are trying to get Rotten Tomatoes taken down due to poor reviews of the movie Suicide Squad. This is what Batman was known for in his comic books, his prowess behind the keyboard and his outrage over mundane matters, and of course making sure every opinion that exists in the world echoes the opinion of the hive mind. And if one heathen dares speak out, have the audacity to disagree with this generally accepted opinion, they should be silenced. Truly fighting the good fight. Now, as I said in the beginning, Batman is extremely well known. I would argue he is the second most well-known hero in all of fiction and the second most beloved. He is second only to Hard Turbo of the Hard Turbo universe, the undisputed god of all superheroes in fiction. Batman has also delivered some unforgettable moments in television and movie history, such as this scene when Batman and the Joker enter a surfing competition and bust out some super duper radical, gnarly, tubular, ultra-tastic, groovy moves and just engage in some high octane fuck titties action that is nothing short of a cinematic marvel. This stands as film's magnum opus. Batman is known for the many villains and hundreds of thousands of thugs he's defeated, among them some really fearsome foes such as Bane, the Mad Hatter, the Riddler, Joker. He's even slapped Superman's ass cheeks around a little bit, but he could never beat Hard Turbo in a fight. Hard Turbo would fuck his shit up. Despite the innumerable amount of foes Batman has vanquished, there is one that stood too powerful, too great to overcome for this hero, and that is Telltale Games' Batman series. I'm just gonna go ahead and roll the clip.
Hey, what are you...
Hello, I'm world-renowned author Genghis Swan. The New York Times has called me literature's next evolutionary step, the author most likely to make George R.R. Martin finally give up on the Game of Thrones series and lose a significant amount of weight. I'm the sole recipient of the first and only Magic School Bus International Academic Full Ride Literary Scholarship. I am a 3-time WWE Hell in a Cell pay-per-view spectator. I have not missed a single Super Bowl in all 23 years of my existence. I am also just looking for someone to vibe with. Please swipe right. I'm here to introduce to you my most recent novella, The Man Who Forgot How to Poop, written by me and illustrated by Chris Metzner, the sole son of Salvador Dali. He had to change his name in order to avoid the spotlight, but he's come out of hiding to illustrate this book, and my god, is it a fucking work of art. Now let's go ahead and dive into this book and see why they call me Genghis, He Won't Make You Yawn, Swan. Title page, bitch. Now let's get into the action. A beautiful town from the sky to the ground, a place where no one grows old. Not a problem in sight, full of delight, or at least that's what I'm told. It's all thanks to one guy with the power to fly, a hero abiding his oaths, saves kittens from trees, always says please, defeats the villains and ghosts. Ice beams from his eyes, knuckle sandwich surprise, bad guys stood not a chance. Strength of an ox, biceps like rocks, and a smile that compels you to dance. An agent of justice, a god amongst us, people can't help but cheer. Despite his talent and efforts valiant, there was but one thing he'd fear. A rumble in his tummy, after sushi so yummy, he felt nature's call. He sat, squatted, his bowels knotted, the feces refused to fall. He waited a week, situation was bleak, he simply forgot how to poop. He'd sit and he'd think, the bathroom would stink, but still, the effort was moot. To the doctor he went, his money was spent, but the problem deemed unknown. Gave him some pills, paid hefty bills, but still, his anus was sewn. His condition worsened, left barely a person, he was devolving into a slug. His skin turned green, his powers lost steam, it looked like his grave was dug. With his time almost done, the town overrun with crime and evil and sadness, his family wept as the town crept deeper into madness. Not ready to leave, his wife left bereaved, the fat lady's last note was hit. Final moment he cried, this man had just died because he was so full of shit. It's a tearjerker, I know. At some points it can even be hard to read, hard to look at, and for me, hard to write. Sometimes I thought I got too dark, it was too gross, too gruesome, but I had to press forward. This is a story that needed to be told, and if I didn't tell it, who else would? You should have read this bad boy before I took out the plane crash and subsequent cannibalistic society that formed among the survivors. Now there's 6 pages left in this book, but I'm going to keep those a surprise for anyone who does buy it on Amazon. I know this is in the style of a kid's book, but as you can clearly see now, This is not a kid's book. This is anything but. This is a very critical look into the psyche of humans as we know them. This is a book that will challenge your very understanding of what it means to be sentient. It's a book that, kids could probably enjoy. It'll teach them the importance of shitting, but upon closer inspection, you could find something far deeper than you ever bargained for. Now you know why they call me Genghis, he's shitting on your lawn, Swan. This book can be very difficult to read, very graphic, very intense stuff. 24 pages of pure pain. The reading pain bow. Shit's intense. The book is real if anyone does want to check it out on Amazon. And there really is actually 6 pages at the end that I'm not going to show here. It's probably better read. So yeah, that's it. So yeah. Elon Musk is a worm I like to shoot spitballs and throw tomatoes at from time to time because he is a jaw-droppingly embarrassing specimen of pure cringe that it is impossible to fight the urge to clown on him. Yet, whenever I do, and whenever anyone mentions Elon in a less than flattering way, you will have the most unlovable Cro-Magnon swarm you, dogpiling like it's World War Z zombies, to try and defend Elon from whatever the slight criticism or jokes were about him. These gonad gobblers will always blow my mind because I don't understand this brain-off worship of Elon Musk. Everything they hype him up to be, he is the opposite. He is not cool. He generates AI images of himself where he's not like this meatball-shaped man. He is not for free speech like they like to hype him up as. He's not a champion of free speech by any means. In fact, I personally think he is someone that is firmly against it in almost every single instance. Like, he personally banned the word cis. He actively bans things that hurt his feelings, and today I think is a great example of that, and hopefully will be a mask-off moment for a lot of people, and open their eyes to the fact that this is not a guy who's for free speech and is not for you. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but do we even need to talk about the H-1B take? Like, come on. He's not looking to hire you. He doesn't want to know you. He doesn't want to employ you. He wants the cheapest labor, and he wants everyone to be constantly fondling his sack and being really, really nice to him because he's our special boy. It's so embarrassing. So, what I want to talk about today is what I think should be a very clear example of how Elon uses his power and where he actually stands on free speech. He is having a textbook crash out over gaming. Earlier this week, Quinn made a beautiful video that's breaking down the fact that Elon Musk is not the one who piloted his Path of Exile 2 account to the top of the leaderboard. It's not a conspiracy, it's not grasping at straws. When you finish that video, and I highly recommend you watch the whole video, it will be very clear, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Elon Musk was not the one who actually got the account to where it was. He instead gets permission from the boosters to play on it and flex it for his Twitter streams. He didn't know the very basic fundamentals of the game. However, I will say that his catastrophe of a stream, while trying to show how great he is at gaming, was enough to make me get back into grinding Path of Exile 2, because I've been slow rolling it for a while. I was still on cruel difficulty, but then watching Elon the bumbling buffoon try and play Path of Exile was like actual rage bait to get me to go back in and grind hard. So now I'm up to tier 3 waystones in the end game. It's so fucking fun. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, Elon Musk knew nothing about the game. It was very clear. And the big thing about it wasn't even that he had someone boosting his account for him. It's that he was just in this complete denial and trying to convince people that he is the best gamer alive. Like, this game's a little too easy. I'm on max difficulty, swagged out mode, and I'm just kind of breezing through it because I'm just that good at games, that kind of thing. It's his reluctance to just be honest about, like, hey guys, I like this game. I don't have time to grind it, so I paid these people to grind it for me so that way I can get to the end game and, play the content I want. It wouldn't have blown up to this degree. I still think that would have been a little silly, and people would have still absolutely made fun of him for it, but to a lesser degree. It's just, what's the point? Why are you paying someone to boost your account? If you like the game, why not just play it on your own time, even if it's not that fast, and even if you're not top of the charts? But for Elon, the reason is because he wants everyone to view him as God's gift to humanity. So, like, I'm one of the best gamers. Check the stats. And he didn't achieve it. It wasn't him. And when Quinn made this video, it very much hurt Elon because the gamers that he's trying to appeal to were privy to the fact that he's not the gaming god he claims to be. And that damaged him. So I knew he was going to have a comical response, but I didn't expect it would be this absurd. To set the stage for what happens next, Asman and many others covered Quinn's video, as well as other people's content talking about how it was impossible that Elon was the one that actually played on that account because he is just dog shit and knows nothing about the game. Asman covered this, he talked about it, reacted to the video, and today, Elon went on Twitter and had this to say. Asman behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man. He then leaked his DMs with Asman, where he said, this is Asman, I'm going to see if my editors might want to make a second account for it. And then Elon replies, sure. Who are these mysterious editors? He actually sounds like that news anchor. Who is this 4chan? Like, how can someone be this fucking out of touch and stupid? I will never cease to be shocked by the absolute idiot potion this guy seems to be boofing on the daily. Like, how? What do you mean, who are these mysterious editors? Do you not know what editors are? Holy shit. So then, Asman explains, 2 guys, links them, and then they basically run the entire YouTube account, lol. So basically any content I post is edited or uploaded by them and they can just get a cut of the ad rev. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. And then there's a community note there, which says what should be obvious to anyone with a functioning frontal lobe. Elon Musk seems to think Asmongold is an employee with editors overseeing him. That's incorrect. Asmongold's editors are actually his employees. They edit, upload his content for a revenue share. They don't control what he does. And then Elon Musk proceeds to take away Asmongold's checkmark on Twitter. You remember that thing Elon was like really adamant about, you know, how checkmarks were kind of like weaponized? Hey, Elon, you're doing that. So the free speech guy, you're taking away his checkmark because he hurt your feelings, fundamentally shadow banning him because without a checkmark, his replies and his engagement go way down and you won't really see it anymore. You're shadow banning someone who hurt your feelings. Elon is just that fucking sensitive. In fact, sensitive doesn't even really cover it. Like, my cock gets sensitive when it gets sucked for too long. I'm like, ooh. But, like, that's sensitive. Elon has reached a new level of sensitivity I did not think was even achievable by a human being. It is just fucking flabbergasted by how soft he is. He has all the money in the world, but is beyond insecure to the point that I can't believe he's a real person. This has to be some kind of, like, Android protocol that's been sent from space, from like space Redditors, in order to see like the limits of cringe that can be pushed. Come on. He's talking about editors and then saying Asman needs his editor's permission to post things. He lacks the fundamental understanding not only of Path of Exile 2, but of life. Like of living as a sentient being. How can you even reach that conclusion? I mean, I know how he reached that conclusion because he is a turbo moron who can't, like, activate neurons and think. So he saw the word editor and made the assumption that it's like the editors that will oversee someone's work in the journalism sector. And he gets these dots, these breadcrumbs that he starts connecting from out of fucking nowhere about how, well, Asman is actually just a pawn of his editors. That's not just wrong, that is just blatant misinformation. He is actively engaging in misinformation, making it seem like Asman has a puppet master above him, these editors, that he has to answer to. And then he abuses his power to take away his checkmark. He is actively doing all of the things he says he is super against, and all of the people say that he hates and will never do. He does it. I don't see how a single Elon Musk nipple-suckling leech could see this and conjure up some kind of excuse for it. There's no mental gymnastics that could possibly exist to justify this behavior. It's the epitome of everything people hate. It's cringe. It's sensitive. It's an abuse of power. His feelings got hurt, so he used his power as the fucking chief general of Twitter to take away his checkmark because he hurt his feelings. And then he goes on to leak DMs. How could you possibly look at that and be like, no, that makes sense. Elon was in the right here. Like, let's say you just love Elon. You know what? I'm not your dad. You can like whoever you want, like whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. But why do you have to like something and then love everything they ever do. Why can't you be more receptive to, like, I really like Elon, but this was a bad look. I didn't like what he did here. I think this was pretty embarrassing. That's called being normal. For some reason, people just can't be normal anymore. If you like something, you have to be obsessed with it. You have to fucking love it. You have to be, like, snorting that drug constantly and shut out and hate everyone who pokes holes in it. It's so weird. I don't know why people want to live their life this way. They just want, like, the black and white. Elon good. Anyone who said Elon not good, they're bad. Elon good. I don't know why people want that. No one likes to think anymore, and with the way the internet's gone, you don't have to think anymore. You can just wait for tweets to tell you what to think, or even ChatGPT to tell you what to think. I guess it's just easier to live your life on, like, drooling autopilot mode. But I would argue that you are doing yourself a huge disservice in life if you just live this way, where even if you really like Elon, whatever, why not just be receptive to the idea that he's not infallible? Maybe he does make mistakes. Maybe he is cringe sometimes. And you can acknowledge that, recognize that, and then at the end of the day, still like him if you want. It just doesn't compute with me. And of course, it's not exclusive to Elon. It's a very normal thing now all of a sudden, where if you like something or like someone, anything that is brought up that's negative about it is like the end of the world to you, and then you spend hours a day arguing with bots on Twitter about it and defending the thing you like. I just don't get it. Elon Musk, I think, is just the best example of this phenomenon because his fan base does PR for him as if it's their actual job. Like, they are professional PR drones for Elon that he doesn't even have to pay, because they are in the trenches every single minute of every single day, suckling on him, arguing on his behalf, shutting down any criticisms against him. It's just so embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as Elon himself. So yeah, anyway, I had to talk about this. Because what an incredible response from Elon to just take away Asmon's check mark and then leak his DMs where he completely misunderstands that editors aren't like his overseers. It's so, oh my god. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I was going to wait a little bit longer before fully diving in on this, but I've talked about it on stream, tickling the subject here and there, with Elon Musk's weirdest lie so far about being a Path of Exile 2 top player. For as long as I can remember, Elon has always touted himself as basically a gaming god, where anytime he picks up the sticks, he becomes one of the best to ever do it. And he's been trying that with Path of Exile 2, puffing out his chest, popping his collar, letting people know that he has one of the top characters in the game. Which he does, except it's very clear from the live stream he did, it's not actually his character. He has one or a team of people that actually pilot this character, and they just give him permission to go on the account to flex it. It's not a hurricane machine conspiracy theory. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt true that Elon Musk does not play this game. His account that he showed is definitely not played by him. And it's very clear through the live stream, which we'll go through in a moment, because Quinn made a great video breaking it all down to show just how obvious it is.
So let's start off with some context. Elon Musk's character is currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has been playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened.
The reason I wanted to wait a little longer before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of this is because I wanted to see Elon's response to it, because I know he's seen it. He is more addicted to social media than an Overwatch gooner. He is glued to this shit 24/7, so I am confident he is well aware that the entire gaming community is privy to his fraudulent claims of being one of the top Path of Exile players, and I just wanted to see how he would tackle that, because his responses are always glorious. It's always the most cringe shit imaginable, where he posts like an AI photo of himself as Iron Man. I am Irony Man. You call yourself the Joker, yet you can't take a joke. Ironic. And I wanted to see him do some garbage like that for this, but he hasn't yet, and I just really want to talk about it, because it is so clownish.
And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps, which immediately is a little bit of a red flag, because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but okay, he does that. He then proceeds to walk up to his map device and go to put a map in. The literal first thing you learn upon getting to the end game is how to operate this map device. You're going to start off at a node, and then from that node you can go to adjacent connected maps. Now, Elon, he's trying to click.
Oh, he's trying to do the map that's not in the chain.
He's just clicking a map repeatedly, trying to access it. He was not eligible to enter that map.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
I don't know how many of you have ever subjected yourself to the torture of trying to watch an Elon Musk stream, but they are agonizing when he tries to stream a game, because it's like 30 minutes of actual nothing burgers where he will sit there AFK and all you get is just background noise. The banging of pans sounds like shit falling over. It's like listening to Legos exploding, and then he'll like occasionally talk and he's still doing nothing, and then maybe he'll do like briefly one map. Watching Snoop Dogg stream when he left and just left it running for like a day was more entertaining than trying to sit through an Elon Musk Twitter stream. They're fucking brutal. So Quinn going through this cut out a lot of that, and when he's actually trying to play the game, he doesn't know what he's doing. So what he's showing here is he has that tab called Elon's Maps, which is a weird thing to do, but he's a quirky guy. Maybe he refers to himself in the third person. You could maybe try and conjure up some kind of argument there, because he is just so peculiar as an individual that he would do that. But the big smoking gun in this intro is that he doesn't even know how to use the in-game map. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like, I'm not even to that point in the game, yet looking at that map, I can tell you what is and is not accessible just through the basic understanding of how games work. He is clicking on a grayed out node. He is repeatedly clicking on it, expecting something different to happen. It's fucking grayed out, goofball. You clearly can't go there yet. But he doesn't understand it.
Anyone who's level 97 is... And you know, we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like sitting there like some sort of geriatric old man clicking this node, expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while, and then realizes his mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're going to clear a map, you're going to loot the valuable items.
And you're going to sell the trash, keep the good stuff, salvage the bad stuff. Everyone knows that. It's not just being an efficient player, it's just being a player in general. Elon Musk goes into it with a full inventory. You don't have to be a Path of Exile player to know that that's pretty stupid. If you're playing a game that revolves around getting loot, why would you go in with no ability of collecting loot? It doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you're Elon, who doesn't actually play the game and can't wrap his head around that concept that, you know, having a full inventory kind of defeats the whole purpose. You'd want to get rid of your trash. Or if all of that is just treasure, just absolute beautiful loot you don't want to part with, you'd put it in your stash. You wouldn't take it into the map with you because you need the space in your inventory. That is like actual basics. And he's already failing on the most fundamental aspects of playing not only this game, but any games even similar to it. It's actually a rookie mistake that I myself was making when I was first starting this game, where I was just taking unnecessary shit with me. I didn't realize just how quick and easy it was to just go store it or sell it. You can just click a single button, it'll make a portal to the town, and you can just sell it and then go right back through that portal to where you were. You don't lose any time or anything. It's not a hassle or a chore, and it's something that once you start playing the game, you become privy to. But Elon Musk doesn't really play this game, it seems, yet somehow has one of the top accounts in the whole fucking hardcore space. How odd.
So what I'm doing here is just boosting my shield before battle by meditation. Meditation before battle is always good.
And he starts killing monsters. He starts obliterating monsters with his character. But what becomes obviously apparent...
Chaos Orb, no loot filter.
Is like, no, he's just running past Chaos Orbs! He just ran past the Chaos Orb!
Chaos Orbs are one of the most important currencies, and they're also really rare. I have about 140 Exalts. I have like 9 Chaos Orbs. Just so you guys understand.
This fucking goober doesn't even have the wherewithal to loot one of the most valuable currencies in the game with a Chaos Orb. So I'm 30 hours deep. I've seen one. I've seen one in 30 hours. And he just runs right by it. He doesn't know the game at all. The only thing he loots are completely meaningless waystones. They're not fully meaningless, but for where he's at in the game, it's not what you'd be prioritizing for loot. But the reason he's clicking the waystones is because those are what's highlighted. Meanwhile, Chaos Orb wasn't highlighted, so in Elon Musk's little, like, caveman brain, not shiny, not need. So he just ignores it. He doesn't know the game.
It's unfathomable for someone to be in the top ranks without a loot filter. Yet, Elon Musk, the god gamer, he doesn't play with a loot filter. The only thing Elon does pick up are maps, because the default in-game loot filter highlights those. Those things are worthless. The actual items of value that he should be picking up, that he would have had to pick up in order to get the gear, leave it on the ground. He gets to the boss, he's fighting the boss, and I would say for about 10 seconds, he sits there and he's out of mana. Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities. He just sits there, default attacking the boss without activating his mana flask. Anyone who's played the game and understands the character would understand, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana.
There's no explanation for him being bad at this character at this level. If he was the one that has been piloting it this whole journey, he would have mastered it. And what Quinn is pointing out is that he clearly hasn't. You can tell from his gameplay. When he's fighting this boss here, he is out of mana for an inexcusably long period of time. In Path of Exile 2, if you go out of mana, if you play League of Legends, you can immediately pop a mana flask and get it back to continue optimizing your DPS. He doesn't do that. His character is juiced out the wazoo, so he's able to get away with being so dog shit. But the fact that he doesn't pop his mana flask for like 10 seconds is crazy to me. And anybody who plays the game. It's not him being some kind of chess master galaxy braining this where he's being frugal with his mana. Well, actually, I made a calculation that it would be suboptimal if I had popped one of my fucking 20 mana flasks at this moment, because you wouldn't understand. I'm one of the top players in the game. I'm thinking, well, 5 steps ahead of you. It's just him just being bad. It's him being bad at this character, because it's not really his character. Whoever is piloting this account behind the scenes and boosting it lets Elon go on and do these really easy maps where even when he's super shit, he can get away with being bad and not be punished for it.
He then goes on to loot items off the ground. He starts dragging them into his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that is to anyone who actually plays the game. And his bags are full and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. Nobody, not even people who are kind of noobs at the game, do this. I don't even think Elon Musk has done the campaign, honestly.
I also don't think he's finished the campaign, and I'm going to go a step further. I don't think he has ever really played an ARPG to a high level at all, including Diablo. Nobody, I mean actually nobody, is going to drag their loot into their bag once they spend any amount of hours in Path of Exile or Diablo or anything. No one's going to be doing that. That is a mistake that only your grandpappy would make if you sat him down to play this game, where you just slowly drag in the loot. Nobody fucking does that. So I really question the authenticity of his claims of being one of the top Diablo players through his own sheer blood, sweat, tears, and elbow grease and cum. I think something similar has been happening for him on Diablo, where he has people behind the scenes playing the game for him, and then he just goes on occasionally to do a couple maps to flex on Twitter streams.
You're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I've played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are
Yeah.
playing, to rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being.
Yeah.
There has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah.
Are you in the top 20 in the world or top 20 wow, in Diablo?
Yeah.
A ton of people are calling this into question now after watching the Path of Exile stream, because those are transferable skills. If you're really good at Diablo, you should at least be pretty good at Path of Exile. And he's just not. And he lacks the basic understanding of ARPG fundamentals. So how the fuck could he be one of the top Diablo players and be this clueless for Path of Exile? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't compute.
His settings on the map transparency are turned on by default. His life values are turned on. All these basic settings that anyone in the top 100 would do, he is not doing. Maps can effectively have different content on them, and that content will be signified by icons on the map. So it could be a map which has an expedition in it, a breach in it, or it could be corrupted. Elon starts looking through the atlas, and he finds a map with, I kid you not, 4 things on it.
There are 4 things there. So this one has a real risk of dying.
4 things. What are those things?
God, dude. Four things. It's 4 things, dude.
You can't just write this off as him being lazy and trying to put it in layman's terms, because this stream of him flexing his Path of Exile 2 achievements isn't made for, you know, your uncle or something who's a big Elon meat swallower. This is like specifically catered to gamers. So it makes no sense that he would just write that off as just 4 things. And also, his settings make no sense for someone in the top 100. No loot filter and all of the basics still on. That's how I play. And I am nowhere near a top player in Path of Exile 2 at all. It doesn't work. That excuse of him just being lazy, it doesn't work. He could not achieve what he has in Path of Exile 2 with these settings and the way he approaches the game. It's clearly just not him that has got the character to this point. He doesn't know what those 4 things are, which is why he calls it that.
He then goes on to say,
This is max difficulty on hardcore. If there's a way to get higher difficulty, I don't know what it is, but this is everything maxed out.
Path of Exile has boss fights and endgame bosses, which are quote-unquote difficult battles, which Elon actually did do on one of his streams, where he just went into the endgame boss and died repeatedly to it. Maps are just farming. You go into maps and you farm them for loot and experience. They're not the most difficult battles, and I don't know if he's trying to deceive people watching a stream into thinking that he's doing some insanely hard thing, whenever he's literally doing something you do to effectively grind or farm.
Listening to Elon talk about Path of Exile 2 is like listening to the out-of-touch writers in CSI, where they'd have things like, yeah, I have all the top scores in every MMORPG ever. I am elite noob slayer. Like, when they try and relate to gamers, that's Elon with Path of Exile 2. It's such a weird thing to lie about, because this isn't a cool thing to anyone that's not already playing Path of Exile 2, but anyone who plays the game would immediately recognize he's just making shit up and doesn't actually know what he's doing or saying. And it's just classic Elon. This is a max difficulty Turbo XL Super Arcade. In fact, I'm the only one that's unlocked this difficulty setting, and I just wish it was a little bit harder, because for someone of my intellect, it's just a bit beneath me. But yeah, this is maxed out difficulty on hardcore. You can see I'm breezing through it. I wish I could increase the difficulty a little bit just to stimulate myself a bit more, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm just too good for it. Like, the way he talks about this game, while clearly being clueless on it, he's actually infuriating. I can't fucking stand it.
And Elon Musk starts going over his gear.
This is a great staff, but it's only a level, 62 staff.
His weapon is, I kid you not, one of the best, if not the best staffs on the entire hardcore trade league. You cannot even buy it. Insane weapon.
Not only does Elon have a staff that you can't even buy, but it's so good that second best one, which is missing 2 of what makes a staff so powerful for an invoker, which is the crit and crit bonus, is still 20 divines, and that's obviously very expensive.
Here I am, like, level 95, but my staff is only level 62.
That is something that you learn pretty early on into the game, that the actual level of gear isn't the most important part about it. That's just the requirement to equip it. Quinn gave an example that one of the strongest, most meta builds at the moment uses a weapon that is level 1 requirement. A level 1. If Elon Musk had that on his stream, he would have probably blown a fucking gasket. He would have had a conniption, thinking that his boosters were doing a bad job. But they're doing such a good job that it has become blatantly obvious that Elon is not the one behind it at all. His weapon is nuts, yet he is fixated on it being level 62, thinking it's beneath him because he's a much higher level. He doesn't grasp the concept that it's not the level that makes the weapon good, it's all of the blue stuff there. You can't reach this point in the game without that basic understanding. You just can't. He's talking like he needs to upgrade his weapon soon. Like, yeah, I need to get myself a better weapon, one that reaches my potential at level 95. But for now, this is getting the job done. I'm able to do all of this with such a low-leveled weapon. It's fucking insanity.
My helmet is level 56.
Int, lightning, and chaos resist. Okay. It's only 56.
Amulet level 61. Ring is only level 48, 49. At least a level 75 jacket.
It's a jacket with 6 things. Yeah, tell us how bad the item that only drops from the highest difficulty of the hardest boss. Just tell us that it's only level 52. Did you find this at level 52? That's impressive.
Level 52 here.
They can only ever be level 52. Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
Pretty low level compared to my character level, but it seems to work pretty well. In softcore, you can get much better equipment.
Seems to work pretty well is an understatement. He is a fucking force of nature with this gear. He is beyond juiced. The actual pilots of this account have done an extraordinary job of making an absolute deity with this this gear here. And yet Elon can't recognize that because he's not the one that did it. He only mentions the item's level, the least important part about items in the game. And once again, the excuse of, oh, he's just being lazy and he's trying to put it in layman's terms so people can understand. People know, like, level 62 versus level 95. Well, no, because that doesn't work because the 62 is extremely good regardless of him being level 95. He could be level 1000 and that level 62 weapon is still going to be fucking unbelievable. Like, he just doesn't understand how the game works. He just doesn't. Like, if he didn't want to go into detail on everything for his gear during the stream, that's fine, but he is actively saying that the gear isn't really good because of its level, which is so false, it's laughable. That's why he is being giggled at by both Crip and Quinn during this, because he is beyond clueless as to what he's even looking at and what he's talking about. And from his gameplay, it seems he doesn't even really know how to play the game itself either. I would wager a guess he's maybe spent a couple of hours actually playing the game, but only, like, clearing maps. I don't think he has ever picked up a piece of fucking gear in his life or worked on a build or anything at all. I don't think he even knows how to use, like, skill gems or support gems or anything. I bet if you asked him to bring up, like, certain things, like explain why this gym is where it is, he would have no clue why. If he brought up his skill tree, he would have no idea what's even on it. And, like, if you asked him about trials, he would hit you with big fucking question marks or just ignore it and move on. He doesn't know the game. And he proved it with this live stream here. But the question needs to be asked, why? Why even lie about this in the first place? Again, this isn't something cool to people who don't play Path of Exile, but anyone who plays Path of Exile is going to recognize that you're a fraud. This is not your account. If he was honest about it, saying like, hey, I tried Path of Exile, I really liked it, but I don't have time to grind it, so I paid people to grind it for me, I think people would have a little bit more respect for that, as opposed to him cosplaying as one of the top players, pretending he's the one actually putting in the work and doing it, when he's definitely not.
And if you needed any more proof that Elon is 100% boosted, he was playing the game today inside of maps blasting while simultaneously on a X space.
Yeah, RIP. So Elon's account, Percy, did die, and in hardcore that is permadeath. And I'm not sure if it was Elon that died on it, or if one of the people he paid to boost it made a mistake while grinding. I'm not sure. But I love the idea that it was Elon who bit the dust on it and bought the farm, because the people that actually put the hundreds of hours into getting this account so juiced out the wazoo are probably fucking furious. Like, they set Elon's maps aside, which are very easy maps for him to clear for the sake of flexing on Twitter with this account that they're actually putting the work into, and yet somehow this bumbling buffoon still finds a way to die on this overpowered character, just reverting all of their hard work to zero. It's just a beautiful thought, because they set aside easy maps for him. And maybe he got a little too big for his britches. Maybe what happened is he saw all the people, you know, calling him out for obviously not playing this game. He's like, okay, I'll put on my big boy britches and I'll do some hard content, and immediately just gets fucking washed. Like, just actually rinsed. I'm very excited to learn how exactly this account perished, because I feel like he'd probably mention it, you know, like, what happened? What went so wrong? But yeah, I wanted to talk about this a bit. It's such a weird, stupid thing to even lie about in the first place, and yet here he is, telling blatantly obvious fibs. He's got all the money in the world and all of the insecurity imaginable. He has this desperate, insatiable appetite for unconditional love from everyone, and in this pursuit makes everyone hate him through being just a lying cringelord. Like, this is such an unnecessary lie to even tell. He just wants to be viewed as the smartest person to ever grace this fucking space rock that we live on, and the best at everything he even attempts to do, even when he's just not. He could have actually probably scored a ton of brownie points with gamers by saying, hey, Path of Exile 2 is a really good game. I'm learning it right now. Watch me stream the early game content. And people probably would have actually really applauded that, because he's playing it on his own two legs here. He's playing and learning it, and that could have been a really easy way to relate to gamers. Like, hey, this game's great. I'm going to start learning to grind it. I'm not very good right now, but if you want to check out my early game, here's the stream. And I bet it would have been received far better than this dog shit. He is poorly playing an account that has never actually been piloted by him. But it's an account with a lot of prestige because it's so high ranked, and that is like the most appealing thing to Elon. It's just, it's nonsensical. He's so fucking cringe, it's crazy. That's about it. So, yeah. I'm on my hands and knees. I'm begging you, please stop making me do this. I can't handle much more. I'm running out of juice. It's like that meme when you nut but she keeps sucking, and it's that clip of Frieza like screaming out in agony as he's getting drained. That's how I feel when it comes to every unhinged decision that Elon Musk makes with Twitter. I can't help it though. I need goofiness like a fish needs water, and there is nothing goofier than everything that keeps happening on Twitter. I've made like 7 videos about it, and I don't even want to, but I can't stop myself. Where there is wackiness, I will be there. When silliness is afoot, I will be there. Which means I have to be here making fun of Twitter again. God damn it, heavens to Betsy, I can't even call it Twitter because its name is now X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Even its name is the pure essence of lunacy, because he changed it to just the letter X, because Elon Musk's brain is an incomprehensible enigma of cringe. A month can't go by without some other embarrassing fuck-up from Elon Musk with the handling of this platform. So go ahead and reset your days since last workplace-related cringe accident, because we're starting again. It has only been a couple of weeks since the last the last nugget of dog shit ideas from Elon reared its disgusting head, where he made the tagline for X on the App Store, "Blaze your glory." Brother, my glory is still blazing. I want it to stop. I am so tired of making fun of this platform and Elon, but I can't stop myself because he just keeps doing dumber and dumber shit. Today, this homunculus goober must have taken some ayahuasca and hatched an unfathomably ridiculous idea, stating that the block feature is soon going to be deleted except for DMs, and then even had the gall to reply to that, saying it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. He's absolutely right. That makes no fucking sense at all to remove the block feature. So obviously, this set everyone's glory ablaze. Now, I think what he was trying to say is that the block feature itself doesn't make any sense, which is why they're removing it, which is just delusional. And it's also not surprising because Elon Musk is the epitome of delusional. He is, if that word came to life, he is the very incarnation of delusion made flesh. He is a clown that never stops dancing and honking his nose, making me giggle and spit up, forcing me to point and laugh at him while shooting spitballs and throwing tomatoes. Like, I don't want to keep talking about every bafflingly awful decision that he keeps making. You know what I do want to talk about, though, real quick before getting back to this topic? We just made a huge change to my first ever live event coming up on September 8th. So, when it launched, there was only one ticket option available, which was for September 8th, 9th, and 10th, and you couldn't go individual days. That was because we were instructed that that'd probably be the optimal way of doing it, because they've never done individual days at that venue. But after talking with them, we were able to get individual tickets available, so if you want to just go on Saturday or just want to go on Sunday, it'll be $25 for a day ticket, and it'll be like about 5 or 6 hours per day that will be there. And it's going to be just a big party, meet and greet, and it's going to be basically having a big fucking hootenanny for our Moist Esports Apex team as we win the World Championship September 8th, 9th, and 10th. So if you're interested, it's our first live event. Really excited. You can get tickets at strazcenter.org. I'll put a link to it in the description. Now, I'm sure I don't need to explain why it's a bad idea to remove the block feature, but I'm going to go ahead and indulge here because I've seen a lot of people defending this, saying, you know, we don't even need the block feature. Elon's right. It is redundant. It's useless. I'll start by explaining that there are differences between muting and blocking. The biggest one is a muted user can still follow you, see you, even, quote, retweet you. They can still interact with you. A blocked user cannot. A blocked user can do none of those things. It basically just cuts them off, slams the door in their face. And I've seen a lot of people saying that taking away the block feature is actually a great move for free speech because Elon Musk is a free speech absolutist. And I have to say, you are really deep in the brainwashing protocol here. You are lost in the mainframe. At its core, this is taking away a choice you as an individual get to make for yourself. It's taking away one of your freedoms to choose who or what you want or don't want to interact with. I don't see why anyone would consider this a W. Why would you celebrate having less freedoms? It doesn't make sense to me. It blows my mind. I understand a lot of people don't like to think for themselves. Having individuality is scary. It's easier to just exist in a hive mind or an echo chamber. But it's still just ridiculous to me that anyone would think that it's good, that something is getting taken away that's become such a very basic thing. So basic and so fundamental to the internet experience that it's actually one of the terms and conditions for X as a platform to even be able to be listed on the Google Play Store and the App Store. Both of these require a user's ability to block things and users they don't want to see. So if X does remove it, they may jeopardize their position on the app stores, which would be wildly detrimental to the overall health and future of the platform. So this is a decision that could potentially sink X down the line if they can no longer exist on the two biggest platforms that people download it. So it's something that I feel most people should recognize isn't good. There's nothing to be gained from losing an ability for yourself to make a choice for yourself as opposed to letting someone else do it for you. One of the main arguments I've seen in support of the block feature is that it's used by people to silence their critics. It's the town square, and you shouldn't be able to avoid criticism and hide in your bubble. And I'm sure to a certain extent there are people that'll block accounts in order to hide from criticism, but it never silences it. That criticism will always exist whether or not that user is blocked. So if we're going to stick with this whole town square shit, this would basically just be like them leaving the town square, which everyone can do. Like, it's super simple to grasp. Blocking an account doesn't just silence criticism or anything like that. And most people, I imagine, are using the block feature on bots or OnlyFans link spammers or like stalkers or weirdos, dangerous psychopaths on the platform. Like, I imagine the block feature is mainly used against like those kind of accounts, especially in the modern landscape of X where it is so much spam and so many bots. Like, OnlyFans spam has become so commonplace. Any tweet you go to, you are guaranteed to find at least 1,000 that just replies with OnlyFans links. So a lot of people block those accounts so they can't do that anymore. So it's not just poisoning all kinds of discussion on the platform. I don't see how there's a good argument that can be made for removing the block feature. Muting doesn't accomplish the same goal. It accomplishes something similar, but not quite the same. Now, if I may blaze your glory for a moment, I actually would like to speculate on how this idea may have even formed in his noodle, because I do have a working game theory. So, it's become very clear over the last few years that everyone in Elon's life is just a yes man and constantly baby him, powder his little bottom, and make sure that he's always happy and not throwing tantrums. So, I think what must have happened is, last evening, he was having dinner, he was at the high chair, bib on, having a wonderful scrumptious meal, an exquisite cuisine prepared by his personal chef. But it was time to eat the vegetables, and everything I've seen from Elon leads me to believe that he's not really a man that likes vegetables. He strikes me as someone that's very much against it, at least in my little fanfic up here in the story I'm crafting. So, he was probably apprehensive about it. Probably one of his assistants had to put the vegetables on a spoon and get him excited for it, like, oh, here comes the rocket ship, Elon, open wide, it's got a dock. Elon's like, hey, excuse me, that's not a rocket ship, there's no propulsion system there. But then they fed him the vegetables anyway. And he was so disgusted, he said, oh, gross, you're fired. I need to calm myself down, I'm going on X to post a dank-ass meme. But while scrolling, he realized that he wasn't getting the engagement he was used to, which then led him down the rabbit hole where he discovered that he is far and away the most blocked account across the entire platform. And he said, why, I oughta. You block me? No. No more, we're shutting it down. And that leads us to today. I really think that was probably the impetus for this. He probably realized that the engagement was lower, and most likely because everyone blocks him because he is insufferable to read from on Twitter. His memes are absolute fucking trash, and all of his replies are either stolen from other people or just fucking horrible. So he's highly blocked, and I think that made him upset. It hurt his feelings, and so he's getting rid of that feature entirely. That's my theory. That's my working hypothesis here. That's the only thing that I can almost rationalize. Because why else would you take away a basic feature that every platform ever has had since basically the dawn of the internet? The bad ideas from Elon just don't stop. I truly am exhausted from talking about the platform formerly known as Twitter. and Elon's decisions with all of it. Like, I'm so tired of talking about it, but it just keeps getting sillier. I can't not talk about it. I have to. I do. But maybe a longer break then. Go 2 or 3 months without making another disastrously, incomprehensibly terrible decision for the platform, so that way I can feel rejuvenated when I come back to laugh at you. Just give us a break. Just give us like a bit of a respite between this awful decision and whatever the next one's going to be. That's all I'm asking. Maybe just like a halftime. Just give it a little halftime. Just a little breather. That's really about it. So yeah. I know I've talked a ton about Twitter recently since Elon Musk took over, but I just can't help it. It is so entertaining to see all of this silliness unfold. It's become my go-to soap opera. I'm more captivated by this than I was Better Call Saul. I'm waking up each day to new Twitter drama, a new catastrophe, and it is putting a massive smile on my face. Elon's been celebrating the active user records they've been hitting recently, and I don't doubt that they're breaking records with active users right now. I imagine there's tons of people just like me signing on every day just to laugh at the state of the site and laugh at all of the impersonation accounts that are all verified now and costing real companies billions of dollars. I'm going to talk about that in a second. It is so wild. And yeah, he's absolutely right about one thing. Comedy is legal again on Twitter. He has unleashed it. The floodgates are open and the goofs are coming in hot. So let's just get right into it. I'm sure a lot of you have seen by now, but maybe some of you haven't, and I can't wait to open your third eye here to true enlightenment. This is trolling to perfection. So Elon Musk announced for $8 a month you can get a verified checkmark. Doesn't matter who you are, it's open to the public, you just have to pay for it. This has also led to some confusion, especially surrounding my personal Twitter account because I'm still verified on there, so a lot of people have been accusing me of being a hypocrite, saying, interesting, you still have a checkmark, clearly paying $8 a month even after you criticized it so heavily. Let me make it clear, I don't pay for Twitter. Like I said, I still believe it's a fucking dumb, brain-dead, dog shit idea to pay $8 a month for a check mark that's basically a Boy Scout badge for humiliation. I would never do that. It's more shameful to pay for Twitter than it would be to pay for a happy ending at a massage parlor. So no, I'm not paying for Twitter, I still just have the old check mark on there. Now to get back on track, Twitter Blue has fully launched and it is a colossal flop. It's having a box office performance like The Room here. It is just a fucking failure, it seems. A lot of the numbers that are being reported are all over the place. They range between 100,000 on the low end up to 440,000 on the highest end that I've seen. But let's go ahead and round that up. Let's say there's 500,000 Twitter Blue subscribers, and all of them are paying $8 a month. That's $4 million a month coming into Twitter. That doesn't even cover 2 days of their operating cost, because Elon Musk has claimed Twitter is losing $4 million a day. So through Twitter Blue, they're able to make back 1 day's worth of operating cost. That's it. And that's their monthly subscription. So after a month, they'll be able to pay for 1 day's worth of running Twitter. What a tough pill to swallow, I'm sure. Let that sink in, am I right? Now, of course, this isn't their only source of revenue. They do still have some advertisers, even though a ton of them pulled out, and Elon really seemed to put most of his eggs in this Twitter Blue basket, truly believing that most people would want it. Like, everyone's going to ask for this for Christmas, everyone's going to sign up for the checkmark because that's what's most important to everyone on Twitter, so we'll charge for it. Only it turns out the interest really wasn't as big as he and many others thought that it was. So yeah, that $44 billion that he used to purchase Twitter may have been better spent wiping his own ass with it. He also took out a loan. I believe the loan was $13 billion, according to Bloomberg. And the loan is also going to be something that Elon Musk is probably going to have to make payments on, and those are going to be extremely expensive as well. So at current rate with Twitter Blue, he better pray that Twitter's around for the next 2,000 years, because by then he might finally be able to start making a dent in how much money he owes and how much he has lost on Twitter so far. Yeah, while the number of users may be skyrocketing, that's clearly not translating into money for the company. But god damn it, I am so glad Elon's doing what he's doing right now because it is so entertaining to watch. Twitter Blue has been mainly being used as a tool for impersonation and trolling, and it's done remarkably well. I'm sure a lot of you have seen over the last couple days, one very successful viral post came from someone impersonating Eli Lilly. Some Giga Chad hero out there paid the $8, impersonated Eli Lilly, and said, "We're excited to announce insulin is free now," and then this tanked their stock 3% instantly. just from one shitpost from someone impersonating them on Twitter with the check mark. Now, of course, my heart isn't breaking for Eli Lilly here. I think what they're doing with the price of insulin is very fucked up and shady, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to laugh at this, because my god, this has to be the most expensive troll ever. Fucking beautiful. I actually just wiped out billions of dollars there. Now, there are people that are saying this is just a theory and it might just be a coincidence that that viral tweet from the Eli Lilly impersonator coincided with the stock drop, because apparently there were other market factors that may have led to this drop in stock. I'll go ahead and share that with you now. Now, I'm not smart enough to really opine on whether or not it was the tweet or other market factors here, but I'd like to share all the arguments here from both sides for the evidence. Now, I will say, of course, it's very possible this tweet has no impact on it, and it truly was just a coincidence, but this also wouldn't be the first time a tweet has had massive market effects as well. It's far from unheard of. In fact, Elon Musk himself has even done this a couple of times, where some of his tweets have real implications on the Tesla stock. The most infamous being, "Am considering taking Tesla private at 420. Funding secured." This, of course, had a huge effect on the market for the time, and even resulted in Musk having to pay a $20 million fraud settlement, as well as Tesla paying a $20 million penalty. So these kind of things can result from tweets. It wouldn't be the first time. And Eli Lilly wasn't the only victim. Lockheed Martin also found itself in a tough situation when someone impersonated them on Twitter and made this post. "We will begin halting all weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States until further investigation into their record of human rights abuses. #WeAreLM. And after this went viral, the Lockheed Martin stock dropped 5%. Now, this of course could be chalked up to yet another coincidence, and a lot of people do believe that's the case, because the entire defense industry was down on this day. So yes, it is very possible that, again, this was just a big coincidence. I do think it'd be a little odd that the same thing happened in two different industries under similar circumstances, and it just happens to be coincidental, but of course, it's also a hard sell to claim that those tweets actually had that huge market effect. There's really no telling, but regardless, it's super entertaining. It seems most of the people that are buying Twitter Blue are doing it just for this shit, because even if they're not trolling massive companies to cost them billions of dollars, they're making impersonation accounts for people in positions of power and saying really goofy shit like, "Anyone else up right now playing with their Johnson? I've got lotion on my dick right now." And it's all verified accounts from people like Barack Obama, Bernie Sanders. Like, it makes me laugh every time. It actually does. That little check mark and then taking their profile and just mimicking it and then saying shit like that is somehow just a recipe for good laughs from me, as well as many others, which is probably why the usage is at an all-time high. It's just been so entertaining. But unfortunately, Elon Musk must have felt the pressure, because both Eli Lilly and Lockheed Martin have shown that they're really not happy about what's happening on Twitter. Nintendo was also a victim of someone impersonating Nintendo of America and tweeting out a picture of Mario giving everyone the finger. But Elon Musk, in response to all of this, has shut down Twitter Blue for the time being to try and put a halt to all the impersonation. You have to wonder how Elon couldn't see this coming, or how anyone could have possibly convinced themselves this wouldn't happen. If you go back to the videos I made talking about this system and how it would likely be abused, there were so many people huffing copium that saying things like, "No, this wouldn't happen. You think you're as smart as Elon? He's clearly thought of this. There must be fail-safes in place to prevent this from happening." And then bang. The exact thing that everyone knew would happen, happened, and some people are acting shocked about it. This was the most predictable outcome. This is the most predictable situation imaginable that would arise from this system, this Twitter Blue $8 a month system. Everyone who even thought for a single second about this knew this would happen. It doesn't take a galaxy brain intellect to figure this out, yet somehow Elon Musk, as well as I guess many others, for some reason didn't think this would happen. Which is wild. That's just absolutely wild. But it has been so entertaining to watch. I'm really glad he went through with it. So hats off to him for actually pulling the trigger on this dog shit idea. Because fuck, man, it has been so fun. So I just wanted to share all of this with you. I'm excited to see where it goes next. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic. But now that I got your heart pumping a little bit, I want to talk to you about an absolutely wacky lawsuit that I read about today. Elon Musk is being sued for $258 billion because of Dogecoin. This is the story of how one angry Dogecoin enjoyer named Keith teamed up with Saul Goodman to try and win more money than some country's entire GDP, all from a shitcoin. Now, not much is known about Keith other than he invested in Dogecoin in 2019, thanks almost entirely due to Elon Musk's tweets about it, promoting it. He was under the impression it was a legitimate investment and a good idea. And fast forward to today, where Dogecoin has eaten more ass than pinworms, and he's a little upset. He claims he has been defrauded by Musk, and it was actually all part of a pyramid scheme. Keith was feeling awfully gluttonous and is suing for $86 billion in damages, as well as triple damages of $172 billion. He's suing Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Tesla. He's aiming to score a hat trick here. He's arguing that Musk and his companies falsely and deceptively claim that Dogecoin is a legitimate investment when it has no value at all. Man, who could have seen that coming? What a surprise. Dogecoin actually doesn't have value? It was started as a joke in 2013. It was a meme coin. And you know what they say? Live by the shit coin, die in shit. This was always going to happen. This was always the predetermined fate for every Dogecoin enthusiast. Unless you were a galaxy brain gigachad like me, who put a little bit of money into Dogecoin right when the hype train really started just because of pure FOMO. I put in it like 20 cents and just turned my brain off and dumped into like a lot of other shit coins as well. But Dogecoin I got in on like 20 cents and then I sold it hours before Elon Musk was going to appear on SNL because I knew nothing good ever comes from SNL. So I sold it at like 66 cents and made out like a goddamn king. I turned like $100 into like 300 or 400 or something because I fucking predicted it. I knew if Elon Musk was going on SNL to mention Dogecoin, it was going to kill it on the spot, and it did. It's never recovered. I fucking calculated it. But for that one good decision, I also made 1,000 bad ones. I put money into like 20,000 other rug pulls as well, but god damn it, this is the one that mattered the most. I will say this though, I do feel bad for people like Keith who had no idea what crypto was and only learned about it from Elon Musk. For some reason, Elon still has like a following that worships him as a god and will take everything he says at face value and just go hog wild with it. Keith was no exception, and he lost a lot of money from it allegedly and is now aiming to try and at least fight for it back. And then some. I don't know if Keith necessarily lost 270 or 58 billion, but god damn it, he's coming for scalps right now, I suppose. It continues saying that Keith wants to represent a class of people who had lost money trading in Dogecoin since April 2019, asking for 86 billion plus the 172, as well as an order blocking Musk and the companies from promoting Dogecoin and declaring that Dogecoin trading constitutes gambling under US and New York law. Well, good news for Keith, Elon Musk and his companies haven't mentioned Dogecoin in like a year. That name has become like Voldemort now. They don't touch it. I can't even remember the last time I saw him say that. So that one's already good without a court order. They've completely stopped because they've had their fun memeing around at the expense of people like Keith who lost a ton of money on it. Any money lost on Dogecoin to Elon Musk is negligible. But to an average octogenarian that only learns about it through Elon convincing them that it's a good idea, the money they lose, that means a lot. That's a huge difference maker in their lives. And I also don't think Elon Musk lost money on Dogecoin either. I wouldn't be surprised if he never put money into it in the first place and was only joking from the get-go, just to fuck with people and just to fuck with the entire market of it. But regardless, a lot of people did legitimately lose tons and tons of money on it, like Keith. And then he wants it to be like constituted as gambling, which it is. I mean, all crypto is gambling, 100%. I don't care how much copium you're boofing, there is no crypto that isn't just straight gambling. Take, for example, Luna, which was like the 4th most traded crypto for like the last year, and then over the course of a week, it went from $100 per token to less than like 1/1,000,000th of a penny. It died in a week. It just completely spiraled and died. It was a stable coin and died in a week from 100 to 0, well, way below 0. So yeah, I think every sane person would agree with Keith here. If you're putting money into crypto, you're gambling with it. And I pray that Keith never finds games like Diablo Immortal after reading this. I'm no lawyer, and from what I've read, Keith actually does have a legal team behind this, but to me this sounds like an unwinnable case. It feels like something that they're trying to drum up as much headline and hype for as possible, to get people to rally behind them like other Dogecoin enthusiasts that lost tons of money on it. I don't call them Dogecoin investors because they've just been deluded into thinking it was an investment. They've been scammed, basically. If you put money into Dogecoin, you fell for the scam. So I don't really call it Dogecoin investors, hobbyists perhaps. So I think the whole goal here with Keith and his team is to get this lawsuit out there so a lot of media picks it up, which they have, and a lot of people come forward like, yeah, I also got fucked by Elon Musk here promoting it and this and that. And then hopefully the public pressure will mount to a point where the Elon Musk and the companies will settle with Keith outside of court for whatever undisclosed amount. I don't think there's any law firm or any human being on the planet that actually thinks Keith is going to win $258 billion here, and I don't think they're trying to win $258 billion here. They're trying to get some kind of settlement out of court with the pressure that the public can mount. That's my uneducated guess for my little reptile brain. That's what makes sense to me. This is truly a David versus Goliath situation here for $258 billion with just, fucking Keith over here versus the wealthiest man in the world. It seems like it's unwinnable, but if he has a team behind it, then they must have some kind of strategy, because there's no self-respecting lawyer or law firm that's going to represent a case like this without some kind of plan. And I don't think there's any way they beat Elon Musk with this $258 billion. But who knows? Again, I'm not a lawyer. I haven't passed the bar. Maybe this somehow makes it all the way to court and Keith shows up with the goddamn Avengers of lawyers, and they lay a biblical smackdown on Elon Musk and his team. Just fucking Hulkmania goes wild, and Keith somehow wins and becomes instantly overnight the wealthiest person in the world. I don't think we're living in that fantasy, but hey, again, I guess it could be possible. No, I'm just kidding. I really don't think it's possible in any dimension in the multiverse. But I guess I could be wrong. Who knows? Anyway, one other thing I'd like to mention, I've seen this story float around a little bit on Twitter, and people get mad at Keith, just calling him like an idiot, it's your fault, you did this, I can't believe he's even bothering to sue Elon Musk. And to a certain extent, I agree. It is entirely Keith's fault that he put money into this without doing even the bare minimum amount of research on what he was putting money into and just taking shitpost tweets as fact. One of the things I saw pop up in one of the articles talking about this is Keith used a couple of Elon Musk tweets as an example for him deceptively promoting Dogecoin as legitimate, and one of them was SpaceX is literally going to put a literal Dogecoin on the moon. And like, you have to be stupid to read that tweet and be like, oh my god, they're actually going to do that? Quick, sell this, sell my car, I'm putting it into Dogecoin. Honey, what do you mean you're leaving? Like, yes, there's a lot of self-responsibility there. It is, at the end of the day, Keith's fault that he put into it. But I really cannot help but feel bad for people like Keith, who trusted someone they looked up to lead them in the right direction to financial security. Yes, it is Keith's fault, but I can't help but feel bad for him and people like him that bought into it. And yes, this lawsuit is comical. Going for $258 billion out of falling for a shitcoin meme, it's a silly lawsuit, but I, again, just can't help but feel sorry for him, because I'm assuming he lost a lot of money, like a meaningful amount of money in his life, and is just desperately doing anything he can to try and get some of it back. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, and that's about it. See ya. What an absolutely wild morning full of shocking surprises. I never thought it was possible for me to get any taller at my age. I'm 27 and like the epiphyseal plates close at 20 and whatever. I didn't think it was possible to grow anymore. And I didn't. But I also didn't think it was possible for Elon Musk to just outright try and buy Twitter. And that seems to be happening right now. Today, Elon Musk put out a public statement with a real offer to buy Twitter, which was sent to Twitter at $54 a share. So coming out to roughly a $43 billion buyout of Twitter. I said publicly I don't think there's a chance Elon would ever try this. Not that I'm like Elon Musk's PR guy or his fucking therapist or whatever. I don't know him. It's not like a parasocial relationship. But this guy goes on Twitter and dank meme shit posts every day. I remember for a little while he was talking about buying Fortnite just to shut it down. Thinking about buying Santa's workshop and hiring all the elves to pump out Teslas for all the good boys and girls in the world. He makes posts like that all the time, like, yeah, I might just buy this, might just go ahead and take control of this. And he never does or anything, so when he initially made the tweet saying, yeah, I might just buy Twitter, why not, fuck it. No one really took it seriously, myself included. I swear to God, Elon Musk took a puff of a joint one time on Rogan, and that changed his life, it feels like. Because from that moment, he just started going like a little hard here, getting a bit wacky. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow he makes an offer to try and buy heaven from God. But anyway, no one took him seriously when he's like, yeah, I might buy Twitter. And then he made a power move and got 9% of Twitter for like $3 billion or whatever that was, which I guess is just pennies to him. He's wiping his ass with $3 billion, so that was meaningless. And I thought that's where the story would end. That's where the anime wraps up. But then he went full-blown anime protagonist here by just saying, you know what, I want the whole company. I'm not done with you yet. So he makes a formal offer for a crazy price at $43-ish billion because he wants to make it better for free speech and improve the platform overall and take it private because he doesn't want the company public anymore. And it's just truly wild. Now, what I find to be the most interesting part of it is the way that he's doing it with a very public statement. It feels like he made a twitlonger to buy the website. When I first started reading it, I thought I was looking at a fucking YouTuber apology or like drama between internet creators. Let's go ahead and read it. I invested in Twitter as I believe in its potential to be a platform for free speech around the globe, and I believe free speech is a societal imperative for a functioning democracy. However, since making my investment, I now realize the company will neither thrive nor serve this societal imperative in its current form. Twitter needs to be transformed as a private company. As a result, I am offering to buy 100% of Twitter for $54.20 per share in cash, a 54% premium over the day before I began investing in Twitter, and a 38% premium over the day before my investment was publicly announced. My offer is my best and final offer, and if it is not accepted, I would need to reconsider my position as a shareholder. Twitter has extraordinary potential. I will unlock it. My man's out here sounding like Dr. Robotnik after the Chaos Emeralds, talking about unlocking its full power. Now, it's not as goofy as it sounds, him offering to buy Twitter like this, because he does have 9% stake in the company, and this statement he put out is, it's kind of going nuts to butts. He's saying, you know, if you don't accept this, I'll have to reconsider being a shareholder. He's their biggest shareholder, so if he sells off all of his stock, it's going to tank Twitter's price. It's going to be pretty devastating if Elon just decided, oh, they haven't accepted my offer, eat this, suck on my cock, here's my dick and balls, and sells all 9% of his shares. That's not good for a company's stock price, but it is good for Elon. I'm a dumb troglodyte and not super smart when it comes to these things, so in my eyes, it seems like he put his ass in their asshole, where even if they don't accept his offer, he just gets to sell his stock and make money off of that, which is good for him, or they accept his offer, and he gets the platform that he's been fucking addicted to for the last few years. This guy posts more on Twitter than a 16-year-old girl. So, I mean, he gets to have his dream platform under his belt and do with it what he wants. I don't exactly know what he's going to do to make Twitter better, if such a thing is even possible, but I also don't think he can make it worse. I imagine it's just going to be exactly the same as it is right now. But I've been wrong millions of times before. Maybe he's going to change Twitter where you log in and get free fucking ice cream. I couldn't tell you. But from the perspective of a little reptile brain idiot like me, it seems like no matter what Twitter decides to do here, Elon Musk wins. He either gets Twitter or gets a big payday when selling the stock. But you know who never wins with an Elon Musk tweet? Gab. On every single tweet Elon makes, I see fucking Gab make a desperate post for Elon to notice them. Gab is supposed to be a free speech alternative to Twitter or some shit, but every time I've checked out their website for even a fucking millisecond, the top posts are either QAnon conspiracies or just actual racism, and the comments just have a lot of people using the N-word. I don't know if that's the entire community, it's probably not representative of the entire Gab group, but Jesus Christ, it is fucking weird. And I really feel like every single time I see Elon tweet, Gab is just beneath them replying to it, either begging for some kind of attention or recognition from Big Daddy Elon, or begging for investment. So when Elon made this offer tweet where he goes through like trying to buy Twitter, Gab made their offer to Elon saying, this is all a bunch of hogwash. This is garbage, Elon. How about you sell your Twitter stock and then invest $2 billion into Gab and we'll take the world over? And it's just so desperate. And then he even signed, it comes from their CEO, and then he even signed it at the bottom with Jesus Christ is King. Even the Gab community wasn't excited about it. You can read some of these posts talking about like the relationship between Elon and Jesus Christ isn't strong enough, and about a transhuman agenda to build a prison planet. And then, of course, going right into the N-word and then microchips in people's brains and shit. So not even the Gab community was excited about another desperate post from their CEO begging to suckle a little bit of milk out of Elon's bosom. But yeah, I just wanted to briefly at least mention that Gab part of this because they are always in the replies to everything Elon does, and it's so sad. And not just them. NFT crypto bros, in every Elon tweet, they are begging for Elon to mention their shitcoin or their NFT project. Like, hey Elon, what do you think about this dolphin butthole? Is this the next big NFT craze? Or like attributing a quote to Elon where it's like, in quotes, this is the best NFT ever made, Elon Musk. Thanks Elon for the endorsement from some garbage crypto thing. It is always in his replies now since the whole Dogecoin shit. It's wild. I don't know how there is so little shame on Twitter. But anyway, I just wanted to at least mention those two things briefly. So the whole situation is wild with Elon attempting to buy Twitter. I think even if successful and he gets Twitter, I don't think anything changes with the platform. I don't know what he could possibly fucking do to make the platform any less of a giant cesspool than it currently is. But, I mean, good luck, I suppose. To me, it just seems like he's throwing $43 billion or $41 billion. I actually can't tell because a lot of different places are reporting a different number. Between $41 and $43 billion, it just seems like he's flushing it down the toilet. And it's the grossest, filthiest toilet imaginable since it's Twitter. But, yeah, anyway, just wanted to at least talk about it since it's such a crazy topic. That's about it. So, yeah. Elon Musk has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday was the grand unveiling of the new Cybertruck, fresh out of Dexter's laboratory. He made a big live performance showing off the truck, and man, it was fucking wild. Expectations were subverted harder than in Game of Thrones. The design is like nothing I've ever seen before. Let me just show you some clips from the unveiling.
So I present to you the Cybertruck.
Elon had this shit popping off like you were at an EDM rave. This was hype as fuck. I half expected The Undertaker to be coming out of that tunnel instead of the truck. This was like some WWE pyrotechnics display. This is the Super Bowl of truck announcements. I love that even the employees get out of the truck in costume. They have like these long future-looking trench coats on and shit. I have expected them to bust out into a choreographed dance routine to some type of theme song written for the Cybertruck by Skrillex. But that didn't happen, unfortunately. But I love the costuming. It's fucking great. Now, obviously, this whole event has drummed up a lot of attention online, mainly due to the peculiar design of the Cybertruck.
Doesn't look like anything else.
And he's not wrong, the Cybertruck looks like a lot of things, and none of them are a truck. The first thing I thought of when I saw it was Lara Croft's tits from the PlayStation 1 game. It's so goddamn pointy at the top, like you're driving around like a fucking paper sailboat. It just looks so low polygon, like as if you entered into a Halo game but the Warthog's textures haven't finished rendering, so it's just like this mess of polygons on your screen. I don't know why it's so goddamn pointy. I feel like you'd cut yourself just getting in and out of the vehicle. But to be honest, I actually kind of like how over-the-top goofy this looks. It's like you're driving around the spaceship from the old Atari Space Invaders game. I think there's a certain charm to it, but the rest of the performance here at the unveiling is spectacular, so let's continue.
It's a regular truck door. Really wind up and nail it.
So this was a demonstration of its armor capabilities in case you find yourself driving through a rough neighborhood of anti-vax moms who start trying to hunt you down with their sledgehammer. Ordinarily on a normal truck door, as you saw, it would dent it, kind of fuck it up a little bit. But if you're driving the Cybertruck through that area, they can't get through that shit with a sledgehammer.
What if we shot it? Let's shoot it.
Whoa, now you've gone too far, Elon. Shooting it with what, a fucking 50 caliber round? Phalanx gun? Railgun? Think it'd probably stand up to all of it. Unfortunately, he doesn't actually shoot it on stage. He doesn't execute it. I have expected him to pull out a Desert Eagle from his back pocket and just blast it ricocheting the bullet off of the truck and hitting an audience member. If that did happen, though, the audience member would probably consider it an honor to get shot by Elon Musk's Cybertruck. But unfortunately, he just shows video footage of what happens when they did shoot it in testing.
Nothing. Yeah, it's still doing it, I guess. Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
This was to compare the Cybertruck's glass to normal truck glass. The Cybertruck glass could withstand a goddamn space shuttle taking off right in front of it, and to demonstrate that, they're using this very heavy, dense steel ball and dropping it on the normal truck glass, which shattered. Well, not shattered, but it cracked, and using it on the Cybertruck glass where it didn't crack at all. So you had Danny Sexbang going up the ladder and dropping it on it, and you saw it didn't crack or anything. Very impressive stuff, but I would have done it a little differently. If I was in Elon Musk's shoes doing that, I would have had like a Cirque du Soleil juggler juggling those steel balls and then just dropping them one at a time onto the piece of glass. It would have been a really cool performance, and I think it would have added a lot more to the display.
Sure? Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Well, maybe that was a little too hard. It didn't go through. So that's a plus side.
Let's try the
right. Try that one, really? Okay. Sure.
Oh, man.
It didn't go through.
Unfortunately, that man's arm is just too strong. A professional pitcher throwing that steel ball at the glass, it never stood a chance. He could take down a fucking building with that. He's got like a little wrecking ball for an arm, and he's just throwing it at it. Yeah, there was no chance. So unfortunately, the glass cracked quite significantly, which wasn't in the script, but god damn it, Elon Musk's recovery was pretty solid. At least it didn't go through, so that's good. You're being hunted down by a major league pitcher with a steel ball in the Cybertruck. May fuck your glass up, but it ain't gonna take you down.
So you can see the truck.
This whole thing was so goddamn hype, I half expected that man to take off the helmet and it's Jeffrey Epstein underneath or something crazy like that, fucking Steve Jobs or something. But no, it's just a normal man. He was driving that ATV that looked like it was a huge paper cut hazard up into the bed to show that it can sustain big weight, stuff like that. And that's pretty much where the truck unveiling ends. I think the truck is super goofy, which makes it cool to me. And yeah, what a design. Elon Musk has done it again, baby. Fuck yeah. See ya. Wow, what a crazy day, huh? No foreplay, we're just gonna get right into the actual meat here. So, there's been a big falling out between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I'm not sure all the particulars around it. I wasn't a little fly on the wall that observed everything that led to this crumbling relationship, but it is messy. Maybe Trump found out about Elon's stolen valor in Path of Exile. He said, you're a fraudulent Path of Exile player, scram, get out of here. I don't know. It was pretty shocking to see, considering that only like a month or two ago, Elon made this post about loving Donald Trump as much as a straight man could. And it really seemed like they had a really, like, bubbly relationship. They were always giddy around each other, like fucking frolicking through flowers, it seemed. And then out of nowhere, it just blows up like a fucking septic tank here. Now there's shit spewing everywhere. So it was... A relationship ended on not good terms, and it culminated with Donald Trump threatening to cut Elon Musk's government contracts, and that is when the dam really broke. Elon got out his best ketamine cocktail and hit the Thunderdome, the only arena he's ever known, Twitter, saying things like, without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude. I can already just picture Elon at his desk doing one of these. Such ingratitude. Like a 90s anime villain. And then he really rolled up his sleeves and said, no more Mr. Nice Guy, bub. And he hit him with a big-time uh-oh spaghetti-o when he dropped this. Time to drop the really big bomb. At the real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. An absolute bomb. I haven't been this surprised since I was a freshman in high school playing in the Students vs. Parents Wiffle Ball tournament, and I was jogging to first base, and one of the dads hit me with like an E-Honda Level 3 Super. I mean, this guy clobbered my shit, and he sent me straight to the hospital with a broken wrist. This came out of nowhere. I don't think even Baba Vanga could have predicted this. It was stunning. It's a massive claim here, and it's one that also makes people raise an eyebrow at Elon Musk, because if it's true, then naturally people question, why would Elon Musk be all buddy-buddy, suckling the nipples of Trump's titties, knowing that he was on the Epstein flight list doing illegal, evil shit, if it's all true? Because he's now also retweeting things about Trump's link to Epstein, like this here with a party that Trump was at with Epstein in the 90s, or this about the times that he flew on Epstein's planes. And he puts his cringe fucking emojis every time. Half of his tweets are usually just like emoji reaction shits, but he's very clearly making the accusation directly, like in his own words, that Trump is on the Epstein flight logs, and that is the whole reason that he is prohibiting their release. And then he's retweeting these things with like raised eyebrow emojis like, curious, interesting. He's retweeting this connection that he's showcasing here and clearly making a statement about it. He's not just saying like, Trump had a connection to Epstein, you know, he flew on these planes, but nothing happened probably. He is clearly trying to say that something must have happened there because he's using this as a way of attacking Trump. He even retweeted this from Ian Gobbles Dick for Miles Chong, saying that Trump should be impeached and J.D. Vance should replace him. He not only retweets it, but just agrees with it flat out, saying yes. This is crazy. And again, if this claim is true and Elon Musk knew all about it, it's very odd that he would choose to work so closely with and be so friendly with somebody like that. Now, all of this led to today being a historic day for Cope. I swear to God, a century from now, the most grizzled, seasoned veteran Copeologists will look back on June 5th, 2025 as the biggest day of Cope in this nation's history. The amount of mental gymnastics and shit I've seen with people trying to explain what's actually happening here as like a 5D chess maneuver between Trump and Elon Musk is just pathetic. It would be comical if it wasn't so sad. I have seen so many posts speculating that all of this is a genius ploy, a ruse, in order to force the Epstein files to come out. Let that marinate for a moment. I really want you to stew with that thought process. Those are living, breathing people that actually think that. Why the fuck would that be their plan? Or anybody's plan for that matter? What a dog shit strategy. That is a worse idea than Concord. You're telling me that the President of the United States would willingly work with Elon Musk to have him be insinuated a pedophile in order to try and get the Epstein files to come out? Just stop for a minute. Just fucking put down the stupid pills. The President of the United States could 100% force these files to come out if he was felt so inclined to. He wouldn't need to be used like a fleshlight by Elon Musk publicly in order to raise awareness on the Epstein files and try and put pressure on their release. And it's not like the Epstein files were ever lacking awareness. That's like the number one thing every citizen in this country has wanted to be released since this happened. It has been a circus with this shit for years, even before Trump. Under Biden, too. These files will never see the light of day. They incriminate way too many powerful people on both sides of the political aisle. Like, 100%, I don't think they're ever coming out, and if they ever do, it's so hard to trust them now with how much they could have been tampered with over the years. Like, this is a stupid theory. The most plain and simple thing just unfolded in front of you. A relationship soured, and Elon felt Trump was attacking him, and he has proven that he is very much a strong proponent of revenge and trying to get even or fight back against someone he believes slighted him. He has done this many, many times in the past. For example, probably his most famous one was years ago with the cave situation where some people were trapped in a cave. Elon suggested using the submarine to help. A diver said that it wasn't going to be effective. They got into like an argument, and then Elon randomly called the diver a pedophile. Led to a lawsuit and everything, but the point is, he has proven that if he believes someone is like insulting him or belittling him, Elon will seek vengeance and like lash out against them. He has proven numerous times that he is going to retaliate if he feels that someone has insulted him, and now he's doing just that, something he's done millions of times in the past. I don't think there's any deeper layers to this onion. I don't think these are actually calculated galaxy brain maneuvers going on the back end with the two of them working together or anything like that. Now, I have read conflicting reports about, like, the Epstein files are actually coming out this time, which will be like the 300th song and dance we've had with this. So I guess we'll see if they actually do follow through this time, or if they're just going to drop the exact same files for the 30th remix. They have dropped the same Epstein shit, the same Epstein information, more times than Naughty Dog has dropped Last of Us remasters. Like, I am expecting if they do actually do anything with the Epstein files, it'll be the same thing they've done multiple times before, but I guess we'll see. Either way, though, what a crazy day. This falling out between Elon Musk and Trump has been unbelievable. Like, actually unbelievable. And I wonder if Elon's going to continue just, like, tweeting out bombs like this. Like, he had so much access to, like, government information and shit. Like, is he just going to start leaking national secrets and all of that? Like, the amount that even just came out today was astonishing. Like, he was leaking more shit than my butt after eating anything with dairy in it. And I wondered, is he going to keep doing that? Or are tempers going to, like, I don't know, like, simmer down? Are they going to try and meet in the middle and, like, try and shake hands once again and not be on bad terms? Like, I do wonder, because he was deep in the government. He probably did have access to, like, very sensitive information. And he has just proven today, like, he is more than willing to just go on Twitter and just air some shit out. Again, they are just allegations right now. He hasn't proven anything about this, but still, crazy day for sure. That's really about it. See ya. When it comes to making predictions, I'm wrong more often than a March Madness bracket. If I was a meteorologist, they would have me publicly executed at the town square while people throw tomatoes at me, because I would legitimately never predict the weather correctly. And I almost think that that's more impressive, the fact that I can't even accidentally get a prediction right. But that doesn't mean that I don't like to keep trying, so that's what I'm doing today. I may be 0 for 100 on predictions, but we're about to change that. The curse will be lifted. Statistically, you gotta get one right eventually, and this is my one. I know for a fact Elon Musk will never fight Mark Zuckerberg in a real fight. Now, maybe they get together in the octagon and play a game of patty cake or a little slap boxing with headgear like it's straight out of SpongeBob karate episode or something, but they will never actually have a fight. For those that don't know, for the last couple months, Elon Musk and Zuckerberg has been posturing that they're going to fight each other, like in a legitimate fight. But I just don't think that's going to happen. I think this is all just publicity and attention, because Elon Musk loves attention. He feeds on that more than a plant feeds on sunlight. Elon Musk photosynthesizes attention the same way plants do. It's how he lives. So I think that's the actual motivation here, is just to keep his name in people's mouths. Because there is no way he has ever thrown a punch in his life. His body is built like a tub of mayonnaise. It looks like he's smuggling 6 bowling balls in his torso. I don't think his confusing body geometry would even allow for him to throw a punch. It'd be like trying to stretch a wet spaghetti noodle. There's no way he's ever trained, nor ever even thrown a punch at a punching bag, I don't think. So this would just be a ridiculous fight to take, because Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking goofy soulless android straight out of Skynet, actively trains in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and actually just won a gold and silver medal in a Jiu-Jitsu tournament a month ago. Which initially that headline didn't impress me, because I just assumed Zuckerbot went in there, opened his wallet and paid everyone to just throw against him so he could feel good about himself. But there's footage of the event, and he is pretty solid. He is actually pretty talented. It's clear he takes it seriously. He's also just been training with experts as well to become better at it. So this is something that he's serious about. Meanwhile, the only thing Elon Musk is serious about is shit-tier memes. Like the crustiest, dankest memes ever that no one can even ironically laugh at. If this was a fighting game, Elon Musk would be in the unusable below F-tier ranking. Meanwhile, Zuckerberg would be like C-tier. So there's just no chance. Like, there's literally no chance Elon Musk would win this fight, and he knows it. Mark Zuckerberg would smoke his meat. Mark Zuckerberg would rip his fucking tongue out and lick his ass with it. Like, Elon Musk would truly get brutalized, I think. Even though Elon Musk definitely has some size on him, it doesn't matter, because there's no way Elon Musk can use his size unless he tries to do some kind of weird forbidden jutsu where he, like, oils himself up to get real slippery and, like, slides around and attacks him like that. Like, I don't know what else he could possibly do, because he doesn't train. He hasn't trained, and he won't train. So he's already planted the seeds of doubt. He made a tweet not too long ago talking about how he might need back surgery. So he's already, like, alluding to some excuses he could use to get out of this fight to weasel his way out. So I just don't see this fight happening. I really don't see this fight happening at all. But it hasn't stopped the hype train. Elon Musk keeps talking about how it's definitely going to happen, and he even makes, like, these bold claims about where it's happening and when. Meanwhile, Zuck on Threads, and also, God rest the soul of Threads, that didn't make it more than a month before it died. What a tragically fast demise that platform had. I don't know anyone that still uses Threads except for Zuck now. That's just like his quarantine zone, his containment unit. He just goes in there and speaks, and that's the only thing left on Threads. But anyway, Zuck made this post in response to all of the posts Elon had made about how the fight's, coming up pretty soon. Zuck said, "I love this sport and I've been ready to fight since the day Elon challenged me. If he ever agrees on an actual date, you'll hear it from me. Until then, please assume anything he says has not been agreed on." Which I 100% believe Mark Zuckerberg here, because Elon Musk does nothing but make false promises and just make shit up. Like, the way Elon Musk talks about it, you'd think the fight's happening this weekend. But meanwhile, there's not a single date that's been agreed upon or anything like that. So, there's nothing confirmed here. It is still just a bunch of brouhaha, but I don't think it's ever happening. But it doesn't stop Elon Musk from puffing out his grotesque chest. He keeps making statements like this. So this was in response to Mark Zuckerberg saying, just take everything he says with a grain of salt, but I'm ready to fight whenever. Elon Musk said, "If Zuck wants my tongue," I guess. I don't really know what this emoji's supposed to mean. And now it just seems like he's more flirting than anything. So I'm having a hard time deducing these hieroglyphics here. I don't know why he's using that emoji in this fight context, but whatever. "If Zuck wants my tongue, really wants a lesson in why there are weight categories and fighting so badly, I could just head over to his house next week and teach him a lesson he won't soon forget." Elon is legitimately a 14-year-old on Xbox Live trapped in the body of a 50-year-old grown man. It is incredible. Like, this is actual old Call of Duty lobby energy here. Elon would never actually fight Zuckerberg. That's what I truly believe. If he did, that would not go well, I imagine. I really do think Mark Zuckerberg would fuck him up. I really think Zuckerberg's got psychopath energy. That man's probably got so much pent-up rage from the colossal historic failure of the metaverse that this man is just looking for an excuse. And Elon Musk might be that excuse. I think he would just absolutely destroy in this billionaire beatdown against Musk. But once again, I don't think we'll ever know for sure, because it's not going to happen. That is my prediction. I wanted to put it out here because sometimes I like to get my predictions out, and so far every single time they've been wrong. Many of you may remember I made a video talking about Halo Infinite not being real. I made that video like 4 years ago or something when they first showed like the early trailer, then a year went by and they didn't show anything else, and then like 6 months went by and they showed like actual pre-alpha level footage, and I proclaimed that the game is probably not real and even close to being released. But then it came out like a year and a half later, so it looked like they did have it cooking in the oven. And unfortunately, you know how the story goes, they served it raw. It was missing like half of the game's overall content it was supposed to have, and then it remained in a completely barren wasteland of a state where they weren't adding or changing anything about it, and then they eventually just canceled a lot of the components. And well, it's actually a very sad story, the post-release of Halo Infinite. Good news though on that front, they're getting it together. Halo Infinite's made quite a few new updates that are actually pretty well received. I haven't personally tried them myself, but they do seem like quality updates. They finally got Forge in the game, like 2 years late, but they got it. Like, baby steps, damn it. They finally started adding some shit to the game, finally starting to turn it around. Maybe too little too late, but the point is, I'm way off topic now. Point is, they did at least start making improvements there. But I did make the prediction that it wasn't even real, which I was wrong about, and that to tie it all back to what I was saying. Point is, I'm bad at predictions. I usually get them wrong. This one I am very, very confident on. I don't think there is a world where Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have a legitimate fight against each other. I do think there is a chance that they'll have some kind of really embarrassing, silly show match where it's clear that it's not a real fight, it's just some kind of scripted mess or some kind of very haphazardly thrown together disaster where neither person is really fighting. It's just like they're toying with each other and pretending it's a fight. Like, I'm talking CW level choreography of a fight. Like, I don't think they'll ever have a real one, but I do think there's a chance they'll have a fake fight against each other just to try and capitalize off the hype. But anyway, just wanted to get that out there. That's really about it. So yeah. Lord forgive me because I'm about to sin again. I have sworn time and time again that I would do my best to resist making fun of the platform formerly known as Twitter, but I can't help myself. They keep giving me little layups that I can't help but just finish at the rim on. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. I just made a video making fun of the Twitter rebrand. It's now just called X, the letter X and nothing else, which, as I said, is very embarrassing because it sounds like something on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby from 2009 where every 12-year-old thought having X's in their name was cool, and I thought I had finally got it all out of my system. There's no more jokes left to make about this low-hanging fruit. Until just now, with breaking news, they released their new official tagline, and I couldn't believe it. My jaw was literally on the floor. I was more stunned by this tagline than I was with the ending to Inception when I first watched it. I shit you not. The report said that their tagline was "Blaze Your Glory." And I didn't believe them at first. I thought this was propaganda because surely no one is that uncool. What does this even mean? Blaze your glory. That sounds like a meaningless nothing burger that an anime protagonist would have shouted in a 2004 throwaway anime. I just can't believe someone could be this lame. I don't think evolution would allow for someone to be this uncool. We didn't evolve over the course of millions of years to reach a point where someone has made it to the apotheosis of cringe. I just don't believe we're there yet. Yet, all of the evidence points to the contrary. Elon Musk might legitimately be the lamest person to ever exist to think that this is cool. Blaze your glory. What does that even mean? It sounds like a sexual euphemism, like, oh, fuck, I'm up late, lotion on my hands, and I'm blazing my glory right now. I actually went to the App Store to check this for myself because I thought I was being lied to. I couldn't believe we existed in such a cursed dimension that would allow someone to think that this was cool. But it's true, it's real. That is the tagline for the platform formerly known as Twitter. It is "Blaze your glory." That is worse than those old Discord cringe messages that would pop up when you try and launch the program where it was like, calculating RAR mean threshold, need to construct additional pylons for optimal memeing, quick get to cover, Wumpus is a fire in his laser. Watch out, Springle just deleted all your base no longer are belong to us. That old garbage, this is worse. Blaze Your Glory is like 50 times worse. I have legitimately been giggling about this for at least 10 minutes, which is why I'm making a whole video once again making fun of this platform, even though I have sworn that I would stop, like, control myself, the urge, but I can't fight it. It's like that scene in Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, where he gets tied up by the two girls, and he's like, I didn't fuck you, you fucked me. You came into my house and you sucked my cock. You sucked my dick. It was free pizza. That's how I feel right now. This is free pizza. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, how could I not make fun of this? My glory is blazing just thinking about this shit. It's so wild to me. And I really just can't get over his obsession with the letter X. He named one of their fucking children X. And then a couple of other letters here that he must have seen during like a Steam Guard check to make sure that you're not a robot. Like, I understand that it has some kind of connotation with some kind of fighter jet or something, but once again, it's probably chosen by Elon Musk just because the letter X is in it. And for fucking 20 years now, over 2 decades, he's wanted X.com. Like, he wanted that to be PayPal originally. They shot that down for obvious reason because very clearly it seems like a porn site. But now he's got fucking full reign, unthrottled, uncircumcised, and unhinged. So he's got X and he's letting it all rip. There is no one but yes men surrounding Elon Musk just saying, go wild, brother. And he is. The glory will not stop being set ablaze right now at the X headquarters. Just a few nights ago, they set up some kind of X sign, like a light beaming off of a sign to the building, like it was the goddamn bat signal, but for fucking cringe. It was just like the letter X on a building. It looked horrible. It was disruptive. It was awful. It is just a non-stop roller coaster of embarrassment. I really don't know how it's possible to be that uncool. Like, it's incomprehensible to me. I grew up as a fucking loser, a weirdo, for sure. But even I would know that this is so embarrassing. My cheeks would never stop being red. I would never show my face out of shame. I would legitimately be in a paper bag for the rest of my life. I wouldn't let people see my face if I was the guy that kept doing this shit with X and Blaze Your Glory. The shame would just be far too much to even put into words. I just... I can't help but make fun of it. I really can't. It's begging for it. I think there is a chance Elon Musk has some kind of humiliation fetish. Like, the more people say that it's lame, the more he wants to be insulted for it, it feels like. This seems deliberate. This can't be accidental. No one is this accidentally uncool. It's a plague because it's infecting other people into being just as lame. There's a lot of people that will just defend anything Elon Musk does with the platform, and then get mad when people make fun of it. So it's not just him, he is infecting and spreading the lame virus. He's like the Axe body spray for online losers, where a lot of people will flock to him as like this group feeling of being like successful and cool, and like they're always going to battle for their leader Elon Musk, which makes no sense. Again, I don't really care about Twitter's success or its failure. I'm just laughing at the goofy decisions made along the way. So I'm just going to bring up one tweet here. It's not even this person in particular I have a problem with or anything. This is just the general attitude about how when I make fun of it, I'm just coping with the success of Twitter under the leadership of Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck. If Twitter burns to the ground tomorrow, I don't care. If it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I don't care. I think the platform sucks. I'd prefer if it was in the dirt, buried 6 feet under. I think it's been a net negative for the entire world, but overall, its presence isn't something that disturbs me or makes me upset. I'm not coping with its success. I'm making fun of it. So even if it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I will still make fun of it. You know what else is extremely successful? Selling soiled, used panties online to degenerates. I'll make fun of that too, but it is successful. It's very successful. A lot of women make a ton of money doing that. But just like X, Blaze Your Glory, it's something to laugh at because it's so fucking silly. It's so goofy. So no, this has nothing to do with jealousy over a platform's success or its failure or anything. It is just legitimately comical nonsense along the way that is something to point and laugh at as a spectacle and shoot some spitballs at. It's a circus, and the clowns are dancing, honking their nose and making me giggle. It's just not that deep. There's really nothing to psychoanalyze here. You don't need to be holding up Rorschachs to me in order to get down to the bottom of it. It's just super simple. So just stop being so upset when people make fun of some goofy shit like this. Keep your glory blazing, take a step back, and share in the laughs. It's just that simple. You're not on the board of directors or anything. You don't have any like actual investment into the company. So whether it's successful or it's not, it shouldn't matter to you. Just have fun. Like, just enjoy the silly ride that we're all on here with watching all of these goofy things unfold in front of us. Maybe it'll end up making the platform 1,000 times more successful and becomes extremely profitable. And maybe, 10 years from now, Blaze Your Glory's on t-shirts. It's even got its own little mascot, like fucking Ultra Lord out of Jimmy Neutron, the Glory Blazer or something. Like, maybe it's the biggest thing in the world, but it will still always be a fucking goofy, uncool thing. Always worthy of being joked about. But anyway, I won't go on too much longer about it. That's really about it. May your glory be forever ablaze, my ex-friends. That's about it. See ya. I don't like talking about Twitter. I want to make that very clear. Even just saying the word Twitter burns my mouth leaving it. It feels awful, like I'm gargling sewage. But I just can't resist. The platform has become a factory of goofs. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, but instead of producing candy, it produces the weirdest ideas ever. How can I resist pure, refined silliness like Twitter's decision-making process? Every time I swear I'm done talking about Twitter, they announce something that drags me back in. I'm like a drug addict that just keeps falling off the wagon again. They just keep putting the heroin in my veins. But honestly, laughing at Twitter has become a harder drug than anything currently out there. It's baffling. So I'm sure all of you saw by now, Elon Musk has announced that Twitter is being rebranded as X. Just X. It's not short for anything, it's not part of anything, it's just the single letter, X. And I swear to God, Elon Musk has been more obsessed with the letter X than a pirate looking at a treasure map, because for at least 2 decades now, he's had that on his brain. Apparently, the original name he wanted for PayPal was X.com, and he has squatted on that, looking at it as some kind of nugget of genius for over 2 decades, and he has dusted it off, and right now, X.com currently redirects to Twitter, so I'm guessing that's going to be the new domain, since he recently did buy it back. Now, obviously, X.com looks like a porn site, but I guess that doesn't matter to him because X is just super cool in his eyes, which I think proves that he has to be one of the most uncool people on the planet. Being obsessed with the letter X is like something a 12-year-old on Xbox Live when choosing their gamer tag does. But I will say, in his other company, SpaceX, the X looks good because it's part of something. It's not just X on its own, it is part of something else. So it actually looks cool. I think SpaceX is a great name. And not only that, he even named his own baby X. Well, at least part of his name is X. It's X and then a random captcha here. I think it's supposed to be like a plane or something, I already forgot. But it's very clear Elon Musk loves the letter X, more so than Xander Cage in the XXX movies. Like, this is wild. Not only because, obviously, it's very wacky, it's very, very wacky. Like, the dial went from silly all the way to wacky and then kept going, teetering all the way on bonkers territory with this decision. Because Twitter is one of the most recognizable brand names on the planet. One of the most recognizable brands ever, really, probably. And now Elon Musk has executed the bird, getting rid of the bird. It is transitioning over to X now. Here's what the logo looks like. I think it very much looks like something out of the Call of Duty game battle scene from way back in the day. It looks like one of those really quickly put together emblems. But this is the future here. The bird has been put down. Like Elmer Fudd, but instead of hunting rabbits, he was hunting birds here. It's just so weird, because this is going to be the worst SEO ever, X. Like, searching up X is just going to be fucking awful trying to get to where you want to go. It's also just a horrible name in general that just sounds super lame and embarrassing. And it's even weirder considering how Twitter had spawned its own terminology for when you send out short sentences on the platform. They're tweets. They're retweets when you post them back on your page from someone else's page. When you post videos on Twitter, you reference them as Twitter videos. So what a lot of people have pointed out under this change, when you're referencing videos on X, you're going to call them X videos. And those of you who know, X videos is the biggest porn site in the world. So it's going to be real confusing real quick. And also, what's the new term going to be for when you tweet? You're sending an X. Or I'm going to re-X this. Or did you look at my X's. Which is just so fucking embarrassing to say. That's even worse than saying tweet and Twitter and retweet. It's the worst terminology imaginable, if that is the direction they go. I'm still not fully convinced that this is anything more than just a gag from Elon Musk. I feel like this is just one of his classic shitposty things where he thinks it's like enjoyable for some length of time and then he says, I'm done playing with this toy and forgets about it. I don't know if he's actually going to do this. It would be a really dumb decision too, because again, you bought one of the most recognizable brands ever, and now you're just completely changing the brand name and brand identity. What's the point? All of the hard work of brand building was done for you. You had the easiest part of the brand building process. It was already a juggernaut of a brand. Why are you going back to try and start over with a new brand and a much worse name and a much worse identity that people are already laughing at? It just doesn't make sense. So I feel like he probably won't actually go through with this if it is an idea he's toying around with. I feel like this is just going to be a short period thing that he's kicking around and maybe goofing a bit with. But I guess we'll see. He's made some inexplicably odd decisions with Twitter so far, so I guess it is possible. Clearly, I don't think this is going to kill Twitter, the platform formerly known as Twitter. I don't think everyone's just going to stop using it because the name is shitty, but it's just such a weird thing to do. It doesn't make any sense. It's such a counterintuitive decision. This isn't going to help it become profitable. which I think is like the main goal right now since it bleeds so much money and is so fucking directionless. This is only going to set it back in that direction because now you're going to have to like repitch all of the major brands on why they should work with X, which again is going to be easily confused for pornography often, which is going to make it very hard to work with other brands, I would think. Let me give you a great example because I have a first-hand account of this. Our esports team is named Moist. That's a bit of an odd word. That's a bit of a yucky word. But that's not even like something that can be conflated to porn easily. It's just one of those words that makes you feel a little icky. It's just one of those words that makes you raise an eyebrow. And just because of that, there have been many, many brands that don't really want to work with us just because of the name, and solely because of the name. Imagine now with X, a brand name that if you make one typo immediately takes you to porn, is extremely hard to find through just search engine optimization. It's just going to be a hard thing to get across. Brands are probably going to be a little apprehensive about it, I would think. Assuming, of course, the logic carries over and remains consistent, I think X is a significantly harder to sell name than Moist. But that's just me, and of course that's not exactly the most unbiased judgment there. I've definitely got a horse in this race, but it does seem like X is a much worse name for brands to work with. Just going off of basic common sense here. Now, to me, it's still not entirely clear if he's truly committed to removing Twitter and the bird from everything on the platform and really just diving in deep, cannonballing into the X pool and rebranding fully to that entirely. But according to this article, and according to a Threads post from platformer managing editor Zoe Scheifer, according to her, she says that Twitter's business was already renamed X Corp, and that he said that their email last night would be the last time he emails them from that company address. It would now be fully X Corp. I didn't know that he had renamed Twitter business on the inside to X Corp. That is so fucking lame. Like, if you're going to do this, just choose a cool name. Like, it really does feel like I'm back on Xbox Live when I was 11 years old going by the name Fast Fighter and playing with my friends that had X's in their names everywhere because they thought it was the coolest shit ever. How the fuck is this an adult man who is this obsessed with just the letter X? I don't get it. If you're going to go through all of these hoops and rebrand Twitter, whatever, choose a cooler name. Like, just choose something that sounds cool or is just better overall. X is so embarrassing. Going on Twitter right now is already shameful enough, and this is just going to make it be even more miserable. Having to say that you went on X and read a couple of X's or saw the videos posted on X or whatever. It's just, it's so dumb. Yeah, I just had to talk about it. I couldn't resist. It's just so weird. It's such a weird decision. That's really about it. See ya. I just wasn't strong enough. I couldn't do it. I couldn't fight the urge, exercise the demon that was compelling me to talk about Elon Musk making a clown of himself again. I told myself, like as a pre-New Year's resolution, to stop talking so much about all of the Twitter dog shittery that's been going on and how wacky and wild it's all been over there, because I've already made so many videos talking about it, but it just keeps getting more and more wacky. And I'm drawn to wackiness like a moth to a flame, so I couldn't stop myself. I'm just like a junkie who fell off the wagon again, scratching at my neck, and I needed my fix. I couldn't help myself. I just have to talk about the most recent development in the never-ending soap opera of Elon Musk and Twitter. I'm sure you saw yesterday, Twitter made a statement about an upcoming policy change where they would no longer be allowing promotional links to competing websites. They initially said that if the purpose is to drive traffic away from Twitter into the other sites, you can't do that anymore. We're putting the kibosh on it. The fist is coming down. But it was vaguely written to the point where it could be interpreted in a lot of different ways and caused mass hysteria, like an actual panic, because they even mentioned Linktree by name, which is something a lot of people use to like put their links to other places. So by having it be so vague, it made it feel like if you just link to competing websites, you could face punishment, be banned for it. So that obviously raised a lot of people's red flags because it sounded cutthroat, like absolutely brutal. Twitter just seemed like they were putting these walls up to keep everyone trapped in the insane asylum. It reminds me of like a competing student council president in middle school where he's like, my opponent over there absolutely stinks. He sucks eggs, and if you go to any of his functions, you're not allowed at any of my functions. It just felt like a temper tantrum almost to try and prevent people from linking elsewhere. Like even having that statement at the end where it says follow me on and then dropping your Instagram handle would be a bannable offense. Like that is alarming. So obviously the backlash was huge, and this is one of the very few things I've ever seen that has unified everyone of all sides to come together and hate it equally. Even the biggest throat goat Musk meat swallowers were choking on this wiener here. This news made even them upset. Everyone came out against this. It was like a galactic threat in the Marvel universe where the villains start working together with the heroes to defeat the common evil. This was a big moment, and the backlash actually got some results. They seem to have backpedaled on the policy. They deleted the initial post with all of this in there, which is a great thing. I'm glad they decided to bury this and hopefully never try something similar. They were receptive to the feedback because there was a ton of feedback, so I'm glad they implemented that change quickly. But this is where we get to the wackiest part of the story. Shortly after this huge debacle, Elon Musk made a post saying that from now on major changes will be pulled, which reminds me of like old school RuneScape system where they pull like even the most minor fucking changes and leave it up to the community to decide, which I think is a good thing overall. But it then went to Elon Musk polling something else. Elon Musk polled whether or not he should stay head of Twitter. And good golly, I tell ya, I don't know if these were the results he was hoping for, but this is where we're at. 57.5% have said yes, he should step down as the head of Twitter. This is big. I'll tell you where I stand here. I don't think he should step down as the head of Twitter because then I wouldn't have as much to laugh at every single day. I also don't think he should be able to bail out of this sinking ship, at least not in the public eye. I think he should absolutely continue running Arkham Asylum. I don't think he should be able to get the free ticket out. He should absolutely have to stand by this product now. Plus, he's still obviously going to have a huge say-so in the company's direction. It's just he'll no longer be the public punching bag for it. He's going to dump that responsibility on some other poor soul. I've talked about this before, and it seems a lot of people must have flown under their radar. But this doesn't actually mean anything either. Elon Musk has been actively looking for a CEO since purchasing this fucking pile of shit anyway. I think a lot of people seem to have forgot that last month he did make a statement that he's looking for a new CEO of Twitter anyway. So this poll really feels pretty fucking useless when he's already planning on not being the CEO for much longer regardless. This feels like some kind of PR play to be like, okay, the people have spoken and I care so much about democracy, I will actually be stepping down and here's your new CEO. Even though that was his plan from the beginning. But I actually think this is a lot more shameful. Like, this isn't exactly the best PR play because if he does step down now and get that new CEO up, it's going to be like, yeah, okay, you guys didn't like me, and then you like kick sand, so maybe you'll like this guy more. I think that's infinitely more pathetic than if you had just gone out like the traditional way saying, okay, I've done enough here, here's your new CEO. But instead, it now looks like you're leaving because people threw too many fucking tomatoes at you. You got too many boos. That 90% cheers and 10% boos, I guess, wasn't necessarily accurate. This, I think, is just a much sadder way of departing, especially considering you had already had plans to get a new CEO in there pretty soon. It's just a very silly and wacky twist to this story here that I, of course, had to talk about, because how could I not? This is goofiness. This is prime goofiness, like, the essence of it, like, right in the palm of our hands. Of course I was going to speak about it, even though I had already kind of sworn off this hard drug of talking about Elon Musk and Twitter's silliness. I just couldn't help it for this one. I had to make a special exception. So that's where we're at right now. Not sure when or even if Elon Musk will be stepping down anytime super soon, but it's definitely worth mentioning that this is going on because, man, it is just a never-ending ride of fun and thrills. That's about it. See ya. When I was growing up, I was an extremely religious kid. I stole my friend's Digimon cards in 4th grade and I never forgave myself. I was convinced I was going to be banished to the Shadow Realm, sent straight to hell. I knew that I had just broken one of the 10 commandments, but I couldn't, fight the demon that told me to take those Digimon cards. I thought the Lord was up in heaven wiggling his finger saying, no, Charles, enjoy your time with Lucifer for this. But then I remembered what I was always taught, that the Lord could forgive any sin, no matter how great. But now that I'm an adult, I've learned that that's just not the truth, because there is one sin that is unforgivable, and that's cringe. and nobody is more cringe than Elon Musk. Now, I know I've made quite a few videos about Twitter and Elon Musk over the last month or so, but that's just because there's been so much silliness going on with it. But people keep thinking I'm some mindless drone who hates on him blindly for no reason, and that's just not the truth. I always give credit where credit's due. I've talked about this on stream, but I'll mention it quickly in this video before getting into the actual meat of the topic. Elon Musk seems to have been taking a hardline stance against the open pedophiles that were using Twitter unimpeded for years. I read a report recently that he's banned thousands of accounts from these predators that were openly sharing explicit child materials on Twitter. Those accounts are now gone, and I think that is a wonderful, great thing that he's done. I never have any problem giving appreciation for good things done by people that I might not like. Like, I don't just assume everything that someone does is evil just because I'm not a huge fan of them. Now, getting on to today's topic. Elon Musk has embarrassed himself publicly yet again. He was invited on stage at Dave Chappelle's most recent comedy show and got booed. Extremely booed. It sounded like when Valve revealed Artifact at E3.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the richest man in the world.
There's so many boos, it sounds like a stock sound effect from a cartoon. I was surprised tomatoes weren't flying during this. Like, there are, of course, some cheers mixed in there, especially from, like, the cameraman and the people next to him, but the overwhelming amount of the noise is boos. And it's not surprising, regardless of what your political beliefs are, the question remains, why is Elon Musk at a comedy show? He's not a comedian, he's not even entertaining. Every interview he's ever done, every show he's ever been a part of, he completely lacks charisma and he just doesn't really tell jokes in general. Like on Twitter he tells jokes, but those are stolen from replies. I actually saw him do that in real time once on stream when we were just going through like some latest Twitter drama. He had literally taken the top reply to a tweet about Kathy Griffin being banned, saying, well, she was actually banned for impersonating a comedian. Elon Musk took that reply and then 30 minutes later said the exact same thing. Just stole it. He's like the Amy Schumer of Twitter. He also, of course, doesn't make his own memes, he just steals those too, so he's not exactly like an entertaining person. Why is he going to be like the guest at a Dave Chappelle show? Like, he's not going to go up there and tell jokes, and he clearly didn't have like a script or anything because he really flounders here. Like, this was rough. This was brutal to listen to. I also don't think it helped that Dave Chappelle just introduced him as the richest man in the world. Like, what kind of response are you expecting there? Like, cheers like, oh, whoa, 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 he's got a lot of money, whoa, he's got a lot of money, wee, that's what I came here to see, a rich guy, and no comedy. Like, I don't know why that intro is supposed to get people hyped. Like, okay, he's the world's richest man. And what's he gonna do? Is he here to make us laugh, or is he just here to be like a circus freak? Like, wow, look at this guy, the world's richest man. Well, hey, why are you not applauding him for being rich?
Cheers and booze, I see. Elon. Hey, Dave.
Yeah, I just don't get what the plan was here. Elon Musk doesn't say much of anything. He just kind of stands there awkwardly looking down sometimes like a kid at homecoming who didn't get a date. And then he says, "Hey, Dave," and that's it. He's like pretty much silent for most of this while Dave Chappelle desperately tries to ease the discomfort. It's just fucking weird.
Weren't expecting this, were you? It sounds like some of them people you fired are in the audience. Hey, wait a minute. Those of you booing.
Dave Chappelle gets some laughs out of the crowd, hoping that they can then move on from this situation, but the damage is already done. They just go right back to booing. I don't know what his thought process was here, bringing Elon Musk out, as if that was like going to go over well. It's a comedy show and he is not entertaining. Like, set aside the political beliefs or anything of what the audience might disagree with Musk on, the fact of the matter is the guy is just not entertaining. So why bring him out to a comedy show? Like, he's already come out here and now has killed the vibe of the entire atmosphere, like a cop showing up to a frat party to shut it down.
Tough road ahead, like sounds like. But you notice one thing, all those people are booing, and I'm just pointing out the obvious. You have terrible seats, and I understand. All coming from way up there.
This is when it gets super sad. Dave Chappelle starts fighting for Elon Musk's honor like a K-pop stan going to defend him in the comment section. So Dave's diving in front of all of the boos that are being tossed his way like he's deflecting bullets from the president. And he just shits on his own audience for not liking Elon Musk popping out here like a jump scare. He says that the majority of people booing are the ones that have terrible seats, thus implying it's poor people that are booing him. Like, what the fuck, man? That's just like a lame joke, like, in general. I understand that you're probably like a little panicked here and very uncomfortable with this situation because the guy that you invited up, your buddy, isn't being received well by your audience, but why are you shitting on them for it? It was a stupid idea to bring him out in general. Even if he wasn't like a controversial figure, if you just bring up someone that's not even associated with comedy, they're probably not going to be received well at a fucking comedy show. Like, it's just that simple. Like, he could have called up like, hey, everyone, and now introducing the world's best plumber. This guy's helped me with so many of my toilets. Like, okay, and why is he here? Like, why are we supposed to get excited for that? But at least in that hypothetical situation, the plumber has a chance of being, like, fun to listen to with jokes. Everyone already knows Elon Musk can't tell jokes, so there's literally nothing to even be remotely excited about other than, like, hey, he's got a lot of money. Like, what? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Dave, what should I say?
Don't say nothing.
Okay.
It'll only spoil the moment. Do you hear that sound, Elon? That's the sound of pending civil unrest.
Oh, that desperate Dave, what should I say? Oh my god, it's like in middle school when you're giving that class presentation, you're super nervous and you start freezing up. Oh, fuck me. Dave, fucking help, please. What should I say? Tell me what to say. Like, what a disaster. Now, we talked about this on the podcast, and Kaya made a good point. What should have happened here if they really wanted to integrate Musk into this, it should have been treated like a roast session. The guy is not good with, like, scripts or anything. Look no further than SNL when he fucking bombed on that. But you could treat it like a roast session where Dave Chappelle makes jokes about him, you know, all that, and Elon Musk takes it on the chin. It makes him look humble and like a good sport. But this is just a disaster. And speaking of disasters, the first 2 accounts that posted footage of this got deleted. Now, whether or not they were banned for sharing this embarrassing moment of Musk, or if they deleted the accounts themselves, there's no telling. But the first 2 accounts that posted this video are no longer on Twitter, which is a little weird. I'm going to hope they deleted it themselves and weren't banned for showing this video. Because if so, that would be a huge red flag on the enforcement of Twitter's policies, because this violates no rules. This is just showcasing a really embarrassing moment from Elon Musk and Dave Chappelle here. Like, that's not against the Twitter terms. There's no reason why that should lead to a ban. So I'm hoping that their accounts were just deleted, and that them being banned is just a conspiracy. But there's no telling. What is confirmed, though, is Elon Musk made this tweet about 2 or 3 hours after being booed off stage at Chappelle's performance. Now, whether or not this is in response to getting booed, I don't know for sure. But he said the woke mind virus is either defeated or nothing else matters. So he leaves the stage with tears in his eyes, his ego shattered, and then shortly after, this tweet comes up. I don't know if this was just weirdly timed pandering or if he's actually blaming woke people for getting booed off stage, but to me it feels like he really believes the only people that would boo him are woke people. My man, you were at a Dave Chappelle show. That is not a woke audience. You can't keep falling back on this woke boogeyman and just writing off people that don't like you as being plagued by wokeness. You went to a comedy show, you're not a comedian, and you're not entertaining. Of course that wasn't going to be received well in any universe. Oh, also, I think it's only fair I mention how the show actually wraps up. Elon Musk gets into a crouch position, makes a huge gesture, gets the mic and says, "I'm rich, bitch." And that's it. And he actually butchered that line, by the way. He delivered it like there was peanut butter all in his mouth, so he couldn't actually get all the words out properly. And then the music plays and they walk off. It was rough. This just goes to show you no amount of money in the world can prevent you from being cringe. That's about it. So yeah. I couldn't have been more wrong. When Elon Musk took over Twitter, I was convinced there really wasn't a lot he could do to make it worse. And he has absolutely slapped me around here and spit in my face, letting me know that no, it always could get worse. I already made a video talking about his $8 a month for the check mark on Twitter, his verification, his pay-to-win opinion scheme where you can pay $8 a month to have your check mark and you get priority in the search and replies and all that. I already talked about that at length. The main takeaway there is I just find that to be really embarrassing. To publicly display that you pay for a service like Twitter is more shameful than letting people know that you pay for furry porn. So I just thought that would be a little Boy Scout badge people would always point and laugh at you for, and that was the worst thing about it. I just thought it was silly, especially because you don't even get an ad-free experience. You're paying $8 a month and he says you only get half as many ads, which is just a fat L. Imagine paying a monthly subscription and still getting ads. Yucky. But today, Elon Musk actually made a much more concerning announcement regarding this new program, where if you don't pay $8 a month for Twitter, if you try and use Twitter for free, as it's always been, you're basically shadow banned. At least, that's how it sounds coming from his mouth. Your replies aren't really going to be seen. He says verbatim, you'll have to scroll far to see unverified users, which sounds like going forward, you'll need to cough up $8 a month in order to have a voice. To anyone with their brain even remotely functioning properly, you'll recognize this is the exact opposite of free speech, which he claims to champion for the platform. But I'm just going to publicly beg all Elon Musk meat riders to hop off his cock for just a few seconds here, put away your little sausage fingers before writing your comment about how upset you are that I insulted your savior, and just listen. Just join me on a magic school bus ride through this absolutely terrible idea and why this is such a fucking outrageous program.
So how do you prevent the use of the N-word? We should be able to figure out with software how to moderate this and prevent that from happening. Is that true or not?
What I'm trying to achieve with this sort of enabling everyone to be payment verified with Twitter Blue is to try to get as many people payment verified as possible. It's only $8 a month, although for some people that were complaining about that, and these are people who pay more than that for their latte.
Elon was asked his strategy for combating hate speech, racism, anti-Semitism, all that, and he brought up the payment subscription plan as a way of fighting against it. But I wanted to highlight this part here where he compares the price of a Starbucks latte to the subscription plan, because he loves this one. This is for some reason like his smoking gun. He's already posted this dank meme about it, so this is pretty much his anime signature finishing move. This is his Kamehameha. He really thinks this is just a checkmate, like, so you'll pay $8 for a Starbucks latte and it only lasts you 30 minutes, but you'll cry about $8 a month for Twitter and it lasts you 30 days. Curious. So you'll pay $8 for a drink and it only lasts you a couple of minutes, but you're going to go ahead and whine and throw a temper tantrum for the same price for having a voice on a shithole platform? Very interesting. I'm not a Starbucks enjoyer. I don't like Starbucks. I don't go there. Maybe the drinks are overpriced. Couldn't tell you. But that's neither here nor there. This is just like a gotcha moment that a child would think is clever. Like, Mom, Dad, why won't you buy me the new Call of Duty game? We spend more on groceries every week, and this is just a one-time purchase. And some of those groceries are so yucky, like broccoli and shit. We're paying more for that than Call of Duty, so just get me Call of Duty. Or back in the day when streaming services first started popping off, streaming service to nutbutt.com is only $6 a month. That's less than a single meal from Burger King. It's just so silly. You're comparing things that aren't even comparable. You're comparing food to a checkmark on Twitter. Like, it's so dumb. I also see a lot of people bastardizing what free speech means in order to fit their own personal image of Elon Musk as the Messiah. People are saying this is just how it's supposed to be. Twitter's like this big public bulletin board where anyone can go up and post something on it, but now you can pay to post something bigger on it on top of those. And I guess you're not, like, wrong, but why is that something that's good? In fact, this is the exact thing people were upset about before Elon's takeover, talking about silencing their voice, where more powerful, more wealthy outlets were overshadowing their side of things and their opinions. And now it's just like a blatant system that celebrates that fact. And for some reason, because it's Elon, they're like, oh no, this is good now.
Part of it's revenue, part of it is payment authentication. And so if somebody, because there is a huge problem with spam and bots and trolls on Twitter, and organizations trying to manipulate public opinion. But if we can get enough verified users, and we're going to prioritize Twitter search, replies, mentions, by verified users first.
This is not news. He made this very clear with his initial post saying like the benefits of the checkmark going forward, which is priority in these places. But what wasn't clear is not only are they getting priority, but the people that don't pay for it are getting fundamentally shadow banned. And he's going to go a little further on that in just a moment here, but I just wanted to point out that's not new. He made this clear that by paying for it, you are going to have the benefit of being, you know, the superstar of every single post you ever make, I suppose. People will see that you pay $8 a month for Twitter, they'll give you a thumbs up and start throwing roses and blowing kisses your way for such a great financial decision. This isn't any new information, but I just want to again let everyone know that this is the value that they're paying for $8 a month on Twitter.
With the blue checkmark, then you're prioritized, and hateful conduct pays. But if somebody risks losing even $8, the net effect will be over time that the verified users will pretty much always be at the top of comments and search, and you won't really see, you'll have to scroll far to see the unverified users, which will be the bots and trolls and whatnot.
So if something we don't want to see, it gets pushed way down.
Yeah, just the basic.
I promise you, if this was announced before Elon Musk's takeover, there would be nobody defending it. But the fact that Elon Musk has people that would throw themselves in front of a fucking moving train if it meant saving Elon's reputation, they're doing the most incredible mental gymnastics to try and spin this as a positive thing, which it's not. This goes against free speech. Plain and simple. It absolutely does. If you don't pay, you don't have a voice. It's as simple as that. What he's describing here, where you just get pushed to the bottom and you really won't be seen, that's called shadow banning, and it's something everybody hates because it's just downright wrong. It's fucking evil. And he's celebrating it like, oh, if you're not paying me, if you don't have that check mark, you're not going to be seen. That's not a flex. That's not something people will wiggle their finger about with a smile on their face. That is a Wumbo-sized box of ass right there. What a load of shit. It's so dumb. And another fundamental misunderstanding Elon Musk can't wrap his brain around is the fact that there are people that aren't bots, aren't trolls, that won't pay $8 a month. He says you won't see from these unverified users, that's the bots and the trolls. So in his mind, the only unverified users are bots and trolls. He can't comprehend that there's going to be real people with real voices that either can't afford $8 a month or just don't want to pay $8 a month. But he still just throws them down just like, oh no, they're beneath us. Those are bots and trolls. Those unverified users, not real people.
And you won't really see, you'll have to scroll far to see the unverified users, which will be the bots and trolls and whatnot.
When this was initially announced, I thought this would just be like what verification used to mean, like just confirming there's a real person behind the keyboard. But it's not that anymore. It's confirming it's a real person behind the keyboard, and now it's the only way to have a voice. You can't be a free user anymore, at least not one that gets seen. So if you're posting Twitter to like talk to friends or engage in conversation with people that you like, and you're a free user, there's a good chance they won't see it because it'll get drowned out by the verified users. So fundamentally, you just get pushed out of your own circles by the priority of the verified accounts. When he announced this, he tried to portray it as like power to the people, but all it is power to the people that pay. So it's even more so benefiting and only benefiting the people that are wealthy enough to afford an $8 subscription to an absolute fucking hemorrhoid like Twitter, and just completely slaps everyone who can't afford that or won't pay for it. I also don't necessarily seeing it being effective at stopping scams, spam, or hate speech, because he even mentions, you know, people will pay for it and we'll just ban them. It's significantly cheaper now to pay $8 a month for a checkmark than it was for scammers and all of that prior. It was like 15 grand if you bought like a hacked verified account to promote your scam. It was far more expensive. So all of those scammers that were verified and scamming are now able to do it cheaper and probably more often because it's such a lower price point for them now. So I don't see it even stopping that. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. The way he describes it, though, really does seem like as a free user, you basically can't exist on Twitter, at least not in any meaningful way with your current circles or making posts. They just won't get seen because all the verified accounts are going to be above you everywhere, not just in the comments, but also in the search. So I don't know how people are even going to find unverified accounts anymore. So yeah, that's the latest update here from this awful idea from Elon. As I've mentioned numerous times now, I really wouldn't mind if Twitter shut down just in general. I think it would be a net positive to the whole fucking world if that were the case. And this does seem like it's a push in that direction. I feel like there's not a ton of people that'll pay $8 a month to be verified, but I just don't know. I really don't. I'm not paying $8 a month for it, I can promise you that much, but I guess we'll have to see how popular the system becomes, but regardless, it is legitimately against free speech, no matter what happens. It is just a fucked up idea. So, that's about it. See ya. I really didn't think Twitter would ever have a stupider idea than super follows, that paid monthly subscription to your favorite Twitter account. I thought that was going to be like the magnum opus of incompetence for the site, but Elon Musk took over now, and his neurons are working overtime. He's rubbing the Dogecoins in his brain together and creating some absolute insanity when it comes to bad ideas for monetization. So let's talk about his new $8 a month subscription for check marks on Twitter. Elon Musk has only been the head of it for like less than a week and is already proving me wrong. I said he wouldn't make like any change whatsoever. It'd say exactly the same. But dude is fucking cleaning house at the company and implementing some absolute brain-dead ideas. So I'm sure you guys all saw he's looking to charge like $20 a month for verification. After Stephen King's like, nah, I'm out, he started haggling with Stephen King in this public embarrassment, like a humiliation fetish from Elon Musk. He's like, oh bro, but what about $8 a month? So now he's rolling with $8 a month. Here, actually, I'll just pull up the tweet so you can read it. He like starts groveling at Stephen King's feet. Like, no, what do you mean you're leaving? Yeah, we need to pay the bills somehow. Twitter cannot rely entirely on advertisers. How about $8? I don't know how he wasn't embarrassed posting that publicly. That's so shameless. But yeah, so that's the idea, charging $8 to keep the check mark, as well as opening it up to anyone who can pay $8 a month and have a check mark. Oh, here it is. Lords and peasant system, power to the people for $8 a month. So I think most people can sniff out some problems right away with the idea, and Elon Musk himself. So Rubius point this out. What happens when a random user pays $8, changes his display name to Elon Musk using your same profile pic, starts tweeting like you, verified checks exist so people know they follow the real person. He doesn't even address that, he just said it already happens, which he's just blatantly wrong about. There's currently, at least not from the last time I checked, which was 2 hours ago, there is no verified Elon Musk scamming accounts, but there are people like impersonating him without the check mark. Whereas this can have verified scammers. But regardless, not even the biggest takeaway here. I think anyone who pays $8 for a check mark is an absolute certified fucking loser. It should only be used by like companies maybe. I could see that like companies or businesses wanting it. Individuals, I think that shit is trash. Like you are basically just begging to be bullied. Like, that's like an elevated chat, but on Twitter. That's just a -8 in every reply. I would not take a check mark from anyone seriously anymore. It would be too embarrassing. But yeah, his whole thing is like, it's going to... Actually, here, let me just pull it up instead of put words in his mouth. Here. You get priority in replies, mentions, and searches, which is essential to defeat spam and scams. Which I cannot believe he's that out of touch. This will only increase that because anyone can do it now. So now you can have verified scams, which are going to take priority in the replies and in the searches. I'm not paying $8 a month for the checkmark, I'll tell you right now. That is no shot. That is so dumb. It is more productive to burn your $8 a month. You are getting no value from it. So when that happens, there'll be like 1,000 moist criticals everywhere, and they will all be in the priority scamming people. So it's only going to increase that problem. And you don't even get an ad-free experience, you just get half as many ads. So imagine paying $8 a month for a stupid little Boy Scout badge and then still getting ads. How silly. This is like actual pay pig behavior where you just pay someone to get nothing in return except insults. $8 for a check mark. I see why he's doing it, because now he just paid $44 billion for this pile of shit, and there is no way it's making money, not even close, so he's just scrapping together every shitty idea to try and squeeze a little money into it. And he also has a problem right now where advertisers are pulling out. So not only is he losing all of his like members in the company, the employees that he's firing en masse, but the advertisers themselves are starting to pull out because they have no faith in Elon actually steering the ship. So he can't rely on them anymore, which he publicly admits to Stephen King. So he's just trying everything to make something back on this absolute massive shitpost that was so costly. Man made a $44 billion joke and is starting to regret it like a Darman video. This shit is super follows on crack. Oh, that is such a... I keep forgetting about super chats. Like, super chats is absolutely inviting wedgies into your life. If you are... sorry, super follows. Super follows invites, like, actual swirlies in the bathroom from the football team. If anyone sees that you are a super follower of someone on Twitch, you will never hear the end of it. You are going to be absolutely bullied on Twitter forever. So people don't do it. You never see super followers. Because you're paying for fucking nothing. And that is exactly what the checkmark's about to be with the $8 a month. It's so beautiful. I want to quickly explain super follows a bit more since I'm aware that most of you probably don't even know what it is. It's a system Twitter rolled out where you can do a monthly paid subscription to your favorite Twitter accounts, and you get like a little badge that highlights you that you're a super follower publicly so you can stand out in conversation, and you get bonus tweets. You probably haven't seen any super followers because no one uses it because it's downright embarrassing. This is just like going out in public and asking to be spit on. If someone sees you're a super follower on Twitter, good luck having anything you're talking about be taken seriously. And this is what I feel the checkmark will become with this new system if it goes into place. Because you're paying for nothing, and it publicly shows that you are wasting your money. So of course you're just going to be insulted for it, and I think that's going to be a deterrent for people buying it. Like, I just don't see why anyone would when you don't get anything in return for it except for a public badge that lets people know you're wasting your money. Oh, to all complainers, please continue complaining, but it'll cost $8. Fucking epic. That's a fat own right there, noobs, from the mastermind of memes. Let that sink in. I mean, I wish he would have just shut it down. Maybe this is like a long-term play to like slowly wean people off of it, which would be pretty big brain. But it would have been better if he just like, yeah, I regret it, I'm shutting it down. That would have been fantastic. But now he's just gonna go out sad here with this one. Just a way to make money. Yeah, it's a desperate way of making money. One that I don't see going super well. The only people that are gonna use it are people that do it to troll or scam. Why the fuck is a normal person gonna care about having a check mark on their name? Yeah, I'm Biff Cheeseburger from North Baptist University. I want to be verified on Twitter. I'll pay $8 a month for it. I saw, like, even the Elon meat writers that pretty much support everything are kind of scratching their heads here. Because for $8 a month, you're getting nothing. You get priority in replies, yeehaw, so you can say L plus ratio quicker than most people and have it at the top. Like, you don't get anything out of that subscription. They keep comparing it to things like Netflix or Hulu subs, but think of all the content you get from anything else with a subscription. Fucking RuneScape, you get an entire thousands hours worth of gameplay. World of Warcraft, and then any streaming service ever. You get fucking tons of content. On Twitter, you get a check mark, you get a badge. It's worthless. Like, if it was a one-time payment, I could see some people doing it, but a subscription, a monthly subscription to have that, nobody's doing that, except for businesses, maybe. No shot. And you don't even get an ad-free experience, so it's even worse than, like, anything else, like, alternative. O.J. Simpson finally getting his checkmark. True! O.J. Simpson made that post to Elon. Now that Elon's got Twitter under his control, maybe now I can get verified. And he can for only $8. So we finally got the real OJ with that check mark. You can be like OJ Simpson on Twitter. Let's go. Fucking huge. So I can make fake government accounts for only $8. We were talking about this on the podcast, and someone in the chat made like a really fun suggestion of just impersonating foreign policy like higher ups, because you can do this infinitely, right? Even if you have to verify via photo ID and you get banned for impersonation, you can just do it again. You can just keep doing this over and over again and keep changing your handle to like anyone with a position of power and just going fucking hog wild. He said the $8 will help fund content creators. Is there any info on this? Oh yeah, he did say that. No, that just seems like buzzwords to get people more on his side because people love that kind of sentiment. I don't know how the fuck that's going to fund content creators on Twitter. Like, what the fuck is a Twitter content creator? Like, just anyone with a big following on Twitter? I think the payable verification at this point is meant to reduce bots and not meant to signify that an account belongs to a public figure. Yeah, but it's not going to stop anything with bots or scams or anything. Because it's open to anyone. You can just pay $8 a month. It's just going to be a little costly to promote your scams, but you're going to get more out of it because it's going to fool more people because of the check mark. And since it floats to the top of the replies now, and since it's going to be the first things that come up when you search things, scams are going to be much more prevalent. Assuming it goes as he has it stated so far. Maybe he has fail-safes in mind, but he certainly hasn't said that yet. How will this stop bots? Bots already exist now, and when you implement buying verification, you'll have the same bots plus easily verified bots. I don't know, like, he's not very in touch. It doesn't, like, I don't see how this stops spam or bots. It seems to me to only increase spam and scams, but I guess we'll see. Like, it doesn't seem to stop bots. The bots are still there, and now some of them can be verified. The day of reckoning is upon us. The Armageddon the Bible warned us about has finally come true. The demon of Dogecoin has taken over Twitter, and he's already made some massive changes internally. It took only a matter of minutes with Elon Musk at the top of the Twitter food chain for him to let WrestleMania run wild and start firing people, including 3 top Twitter executives, the CEO, the CFO, and the chief legal officer. All of them were immediately just let go by Musk. Now, of course, they're not leaving without some compensation. They're getting a lot of money in this firing, but even still, he just took 3 of the top executives and just said, pack your bags. You're going home. But before I get into those changes, I want to go over the reception to this news because I've already seen some wacky tantrums being thrown about it, and overall people are more divided than my butt cheeks on how to feel about all this. So I want to give my perspective right away. I'll toss my take out there. I think this is just going to be a huge nothing burger that most people are going to forget about in 2 weeks because there's not going to be any meaningful, noticeable difference in the platform itself with Elon Musk at the helm. I think the problem with Twitter isn't necessarily a platform problem, it's a people problem. It's just fucking dumb, stupid idiots on there, and since everyone has a voice that's amplified because of just how big Twitter is, those things gain steam, gain traction, and then you have people always arguing with each other over the stupidest shit. Biff Cheeseburger over here is talking about how women are sexually abused because it's their own fault for what they're wearing, and then that ends in like a giant viral conflict where people are somehow debating this as if there was ever even like a legitimate argument in the first place, besides just the incoherent ramblings of a raving lunatic. So I don't even think the biggest problem with Twitter is with the platform itself. It really feels to me like the main issue is just the people. Twitter is a more toxic place than Chernobyl. Twitter is like the modern age equivalent of using asbestos in everyday life, just slowly killing your brain cells instead. It's just awful. And I don't know what Elon Musk could possibly do to make it better, but I also don't think there's anything he could do to make it worse. I think currently Twitter is in the worst possible state it could be, and even if he starts unbanning accounts, I don't see that somehow making the platform worse. Like, it really feels like it's genuinely rock bottom, like the bedrock in hell itself. So really, the only way to go is up from here, but I just don't see it happening. I can't imagine a world where all of a sudden Twitter rallies and becomes a positive force for good in the world. But maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe Elon Musk has some grand vision for the platform that I'm too stupid to see. Though I highly doubt that he has any plan at all besides he thought it'd be a fun joke and he wipes his ass with $40 billion, so why not buy it? So anyway, that's my whole take on it. Oh, I will say though, as I've been very upfront in the past, I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan. I'm not like a diehard Musketeer or whatever the super fans call themselves, or the cult-like following he has with crypto bros who huff copium every single day, replying to all of his tweets, praying that he'll at least give them a crumb of attention to try and save their dying shitcoin. Yeah, overall, I'm just not really an Elon Musk supporter, and even I don't think this is going to somehow plummet Twitter into an even deeper shithole status. But some people really seem to think so. I won't go through a ton of them. In fact, I really only want to look at one. Most of the responses were very pretentious and exaggerated about how this is like going to ruin the entirety of society. This is going to plunge us into a deeper divide and everything's ruined now that Elon Musk has Twitter. But the one I want to focus on is one that I saw floating around all over the place, and it said, "The gates of hell opened on this site tonight." As if they weren't already. There are pedophiles using Twitter openly. Zoophiles that get viral posts talking about how zoophile acceptance is important. Twitter is already the gates of hell, and we are constantly taking a look into the abyss. That's not going to change with Elon Musk at the helm now. It's not like it was in a good state before Elon Musk. It's not like Elon Musk came in here like a burglar in the night and stole the crown jewel of society. He basically came in here like a garbage man and swept up a pile of dog shit and kept it to himself. Nothing is really much worse right now. I don't know what this journalist who made the tweet was seeing. I don't know where they were that all of a sudden Elon Musk taking over suddenly sprung forth all kinds of foul miasma that just spread throughout all of Twitter like a plague. It's exactly the fucking same. The only thing that has changed is internally, and they are big internal changes. By firing these top executives, he's sending a message that he's just gonna run this shit with an iron fist, and he's been very adamant about making Twitter more welcoming to free speech and less censorship. I'm not a fan of censorship, I've made that clear. I have an overall dislike for censorship, so it's not like I'm exactly crying over him firing people that were very for it. So him firing these people doesn't make me upset. It seems to have made other people upset, which surprises me considering most people don't like the state of Twitter pre-Musk anyway. So I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to change course and experiment with other options to make Twitter somehow marginally better. He said in a Twitter post that he's going to be forming a content moderation council with widely diverse viewpoints and that no major content decisions or account reinstatements will happen before the council convenes. And so far, this is the only strategy he's revealed publicly with this team that he's going to be setting up. And I guess we'll see how it all plays out. I, again, don't think this is going to lead to any massive changes, positive or negative, to the user experience on Twitter or the platform as a whole. I guess we'll see, though. I'm always up to be pleasantly surprised. Well, if it's positive. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Let me go ahead and ease your worry. Don't panic. I haven't fallen off the wagon. I'm not back to the addiction of clowning on Twitter / Elon Musk and a lot of the unbelievable cringe that he indulges in. That's not the purpose of the video today. I know I've made a lot of videos about that platform, X, formerly known as Twitter, which no one calls it X for good reason. It's an absolutely atrocious name. I'm already getting off on a tangent here because they're making fun of Twitter is more addictive than heroin and Magic the Gathering card collecting. Like, there's just something about it. It just feels so good to insult, to spit on it. But again, that's not what I'm doing today. So don't worry, I made you a solemn vow, a promise, that I wouldn't just keep making fun of that platform. I want to talk about what they're trying to do right now with streaming because I legitimately do think it is a good thing. But we are still going to sprinkle on some seasoning here of some insults because the very first test stream for Elon Musk on Twitter did not go overly well. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, Elon Musk has been making a big hoopla about making Twitter a strong streaming platform. He really wants it to be this all-encompassing hub for content to keep you hooked like cigarettes. So it'll have a little bit of everything, and that includes gaming streams. So in order to test it, he went live last night to do some Diablo 4 runs. And boy howdy, it didn't go swimmingly, I'd say. I got to watch most of it unfold live on stream last night with Matt and Danny, and it was a confusing mess of a stream, but I do think the idea of bringing streaming to Twitter is a solid idea. I have long been an outspoken advocate for competition, and in the streaming space, it's been mainly dominated by Twitch for a long time. Of course, they've been floundering a little bit here. Unfortunately, SpongeBob has been whipping up some nasty patties of some ideas at the Twitch headquarters, so they haven't been really crushing it at the top, which has led to the rise of other competitors that are legitimately popping off. Like, they're not nearly to Twitch's level, but they are competitive in the market. So things like Kick, Rumble, YouTube. Facebook, not so much. Facebook is a place where streaming goes to die. That's just kind of like a sad, pathetic joke of a streaming platform, but it does exist and it does pull some numbers. Point is, streaming has become far more competitive over the last couple of years, and now Twitter is looking to have a strong streaming competitor as well. And overall, I just think it's a good thing because as more competition arises, it forces all of the other platforms to improve. So mainly YouTube and Twitch, which are the two biggest. If there's more competition out there, there's more reason for them to improve their service, so overall competition is always the best thing for consumers. So even though the first stream was rocky, and Elon Musk is the furthest thing from a streamer, it at least is a proof of concept that shows that they do want to actually make streaming prevalent on the site, which again, I think is helpful to the entire streaming ecosystem, because then the top dogs can't just endlessly coast and stagnate and refuse to improve their platform. They'll need to, hopefully, assuming Twitter becomes a legitimate competitor with streaming. So let's go ahead and take a look at how Elon's first stream unfolded, because it's a bit of a head scratcher.
The candle's the size of him.
That is a massive candle. That looks like something out of Dark Souls.
What is that?
That's cool. I kind of want one.
That's like...
We're going to watch his house burn down in real time.
He told his assistant he wanted a candle, and they were like, "How much should it cost?" And he was like, "I don't know, $45,000." Okay.
How much do candles go for? Like $400? That should be good enough. Breathing directly into the mic now.
Yep. 5-foot candle. Let's see.
He's actively trying to suck all the oxygen out of the room.
God damn, these are big.
This looks like a satanic ritual room.
It really does.
There's nothing on the walls. It's just empty with a giant candle.
He's really breathing into that mic.
He fixed the flicker, though, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the flicker is not fixed. It was just in the pause screen. Yeah.
It's back.
Where is chat on Twitter streaming?
I'm watching on my phone. If you just go vertical, you can see it at the bottom, but it's off. Chat is off.
Oh, it's off. Oh, he turned chat off?
Yeah, he's a coward.
Oh, yeah, he wouldn't want to get bullied. That's like his worst nightmare. Why is he streaming this right now?
I don't know.
Why is he doing this?
How tall is a standard desk? On a table? It definitely is not. It's 100% not on a table. You can see it right now.
Table, yeah.
Yeah, it goes all the way to the ground. And then the question is there a mirror behind him, or is there a second massive
He's got rooms of candles.
God. When there's not a flashbang on his face, this actually looks like dark and darker.
It looks so demonic.
It's dungeon-esque.
Somebody said with the lights on, homie, he looks like he's in the presence of a deity.
Just watch a YouTube tutorial, Elon. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, please. Do anything. The first thing everybody yells is turn off VSync. Try that. Or turn it on.
I think it's just his OBS settings. He just said OBS, I'm pretty sure. I think it's just the settings.
I just wonder why it's not happening in menu.
That's okay, I guess.
Oh, good question.
That shit is so bad.
See, it's not even on his inventory. It's just the game.
Good point.
It's weird. Elon, give me in there.
You know what he probably did? He probably set his bitrate to like 40,000 or some shit.
Oh,
so
I
now,
can't handle.
Yeah, so now it's kind of cooking it.
So I just look at the replies to the live post and just occasionally
Sir.
What was that statement? What the
That
fuck?
was not a complete sentence. What was that?
It sounded like he casted a spell.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be a speed run, right?
I don't know.
I think that's what he's advertising.
Oh my god. I just got fragged by a blood blister.
Wow.
Well then, the first mob. What a speed run.
Oh, his name is I Will Never Die.
There we go. Now he's moving. There we go. He had to get the wiggles out.
Yeah, it's his first time live streaming. He's got a big audience. He was nervous.
Yeah. And since it's dark in here, you can't even see the flickering that much.
That's true. Oh, he's dead. Oh, wow.
That would have been awful if you died back-to-back times on this one mob.
This might be a bit of a grind.
All in all, the stream lasted about 40 minutes. It was a tech test. At the end, he was talking about how there's a lot to improve, but overall was just kind of working the bugs out. Now, he himself isn't the most amazing streamer. There was no chat, so he couldn't interact with anyone or anything, and he didn't really make any conversation on his own or even really talk. Most of the first 20 minutes was spent with him face down, buried in his phone. Like, he looked like me back in high school at prom, just like on the side of the wall, like just looking at my phone and nothing else. Like, it was just really insufferably boring just watching him struggle in Diablo and then not say anything at all, just kind of stare blankly at it and occasionally go, and that was about it. But he doesn't claim to be a good streamer, right? He's not out here trying to start his streaming career or anything. This really seemed like it was supposed to be a tech test. I just wish he had at least done the bare minimum beforehand to just make sure that he got his settings correct, because you could have probably found that flicker through just recording before going live and could have fixed it, because that was just unwatchable. That flicker was legitimately giving me a headache. And I'm not even like sensitive to that kind of stuff, but it was just so aggressive, like it was just making me disoriented. And you could have probably massaged that issue out before ever going live. Like, I don't think that just spontaneously happened when he clicked start stream. He probably could have figured it out through just a recording. But other than that, I do legitimately think it is a good idea for Twitter to offer streaming, just because I do like when there's more competition in the space. And since we've seen so many other streaming platforms that are performing well, it shows that there is room in the market for more competitors, which again just makes the entire industry more competitive, which makes everything better, because they have to be better in order to stay competitive. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit. I guess we'll see where streaming's at in a year from now on Twitter. Maybe they never actually get it together or make it super functional or super great, or maybe they do and it becomes a legitimate competitor in the industry. We'll see. That's about it. See ya. It's always so inspiring to see someone never give up in the face of adversity, to push forward and achieve great things, like Rocky, or Will Smith in iRobot, when he was telling people like, hey, these robots are a little fishy, and they said, hey pal, you just blowing from stupid town? And then turns out he was right, and he still protected us anyway. Point is, this is the backbone to so many of the best stories ever told in books, movies, TV shows, and anime. It's like one of the 10 commandments of anime for every protagonist, just that never quitting attitude. But in the real world, when companies in particular adopt this never give up mentality, it's pretty embarrassing and pathetic. In particular when it comes to Meta, or as you know them, Facebook, because nobody really knows this fucking clown company is anything other than Facebook. Meta's been on a bit of a cold streak recently, with the most recent embarrassing blunder being the Metaverse. More like Meta reimburse everyone who bought into that scam. Being sold as like the way of the future. Nowadays, it's just a barren, empty wasteland of broken dreams and broken promises. The goofballs just made a virtual reality experience more primitive than Roblox and Second Life. It's just shameful. But they didn't give up. They didn't quit. They said, you know what? That was so good, we're gonna do it a second time. What about second breakfast? So they're trying another venture here, and it's actually opening to pretty big success. And it's what we're talking about today. Threads, a Twitter competitor. Twitter's had its own series of missteps, quite a few blunders. They've given up Scholar's Mate a few times here, and it looks like Meta's trying to strike while the iron's hot, so they released their own Twitter competitor called Threads. When looking it up, I saw this headline: Meta's Twitter competitor for friendly conversation launches early. And this feels like the worst article ever written to promote something. Calling it a place for friendly conversation makes it sound like Weenie Hut Jr., where you're not allowed to go in there unless you're wearing elbow and knee pads. Not that I like Twitter. I think, and I've been very vocal about this, I think Twitter fucking sucks. I don't think the world was ready for a platform like that, and it is just the absolute worst thing for a human being's mental health. And now for the first time, we're being cursed with a platform that threatens Twitter's stranglehold on brain rot. This is like that scene out of Godzilla where he says, "Let them fight." We now have two kaijus going to war over poisoning your mind, basically. So you have Twitter, which is no stranger to horrible decisions, and now you have Meta with Threads, which is no stranger to horrible decisions. Obviously, Meta's mainly going to be using this for more data harvesting, I imagine, since that's kind of their bread and butter behind their business models. But this is a big deal because Twitter now has actual competition in the space. And it doesn't seem like they like this ball game very much because apparently Twitter is threatening to sue Meta for Threads right now, saying that it stole their trade secrets. I don't know what Krabby Patty secret formula they think they cooked up there, but Twitter itself was already derivative of some of the old message boards from way back in the day. It just kind of became streamlined on Twitter, and everything just got so concentrated on the internet as a whole that everyone flocked to Twitter for the experience. I don't know exactly if they have a strong case against Meta here for Threads, so I guess we'll just have to see how that whole soap opera plays out. But honestly, the biggest thing about this announcement that I see nobody talking about for some reason is the fact that Meta maliciously calculated today as their launch day because they knew that I was dropping our Plague Seeker animation. They wanted to take the wind out of our sails knowing that Plague Seeker was going to hog all of the internet's attention for today, so they had to drop Threads in order to take the wind out of our sails, which is foul play from Meta, but I'd expect nothing less from fucking Zuckerbot. So don't let them win. Go watch the Plague Seeker animation. We worked very hard on that. But anyway, I don't want to get too lost in the sauce here at the buffet, so before the steam keeps pouring out of my ears, let's focus on Threads. I have always been extremely vocal about how important competition is, and more now than ever since everything is getting so concentrated on the internet where pretty much all discussions are happening on either Twitter or Reddit and like nowhere else these days. I always think competition is a great thing. But that being said, Twitter sucks shit through a crazy straw, and I am not thrilled about making another Twitter account on something called Threads. I don't need a Twitter 1.5. I already don't like current Twitter, so why would I come around for the sequel here? I don't need too fast to Twitter, so I'm not going to make a Threads account, but I'm glad that it exists, and I hope it does become successful, so that way Twitter doesn't have a stranglehold on brain rot anymore. They can now share the neural load, and maybe, now we're just spitballing utopias. Maybe Threads actually does become a great social media platform somehow, and Twitter can just kind of be like this quarantine zone for, wild, wacky nonsense. It could just be like the fucking loony bin, right? Then I'd make the switch to Threads. But for now, I don't need another Twitter, so I'm not going to be signing up for it. I'm not exactly, scratching at my neck for more of that experience. But like I said, competition is great, and I do hope Threads can at least threaten Twitter enough so that way both can improve. So that way you're not stuck with constant dog shit changes that make the user experience worse. The most important thing to remember about competition, that it is always the best thing for consumers. You want competition. This isn't me trying to hypnotize you. I'm telling you a fact. You want competition. You don't want one entity to have all of the power when it comes to a market share like this. So it's good. But I don't like Twitter, so I'm not making a Threads account for more Twitter. But I'm out here rooting for it, even though it is one of Meta's. But at least now you get the choice. Do you want to stay on Twitter, or do you want to go to fucking Mark Zuckerberg's booby here and suckle on that for the Twitter experience? You get choices now. And since I don't have a Threads account, I've just been reading people's personal accounts of the site. Apparently they're not allowing pornographic material, and they're also censoring people, individuals. I don't know how true these claims are right now because I'm getting conflicting information from different sources. And if both of these claims are true, the censorship is a big L, but not having it constantly feeding you pornographic material, I actually think is a good thing. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I was talking about this on stream last night. I never stopped to think about just how weird it was that Twitter's a platform that you have to be 13 or older to sign up for, and it just has porn plastered all over the place. And it's super common, especially in replies. And this is a platform that is, again, 13, which is below the legal age for porn consumption, which is 18. And it just wasn't even something I even thought about until a couple people on Twitter started mentioning it, and I was like, that's an interesting point. And the majority of the time, it's not age-gated at all. You just immediately get fed the content with no, safeguard in place or anything. You'll read a goofy tweet that you're giggling about, such as the timeless classic, dude walked into the pee store and said, "Is this the poop store?" It's like, brother, look around. And you're, busting a gut laughing at it, having an old belly laugh, and then you scroll into the reply section to see who else is laughing with you, and then bang, just a full picture of a gaping, leaking butthole and an OnlyFans link. And it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I'm not exactly going to be crying about the lack of porn on Threads if that is the decision they decide to make. But I did look up some complaints that a couple of articles have noted, so I'm just going to go through those real quick, because again, I'm not making an account on Threads right now, so I don't know firsthand what the experience is like. According to this article, you can't set Threads to view only posts from accounts you follow, which, again, this just feels like they rushed it out and just didn't bother putting this in yet, but will be coming shortly if I had to guess, because this is a pretty obvious one that they'd need to have set up. There's also no web interface, but you can read the threads on the website, but you can't post them or interact with them in any way. And apparently you can't delete your Threads profile without deleting your Instagram, which seems like a pretty big oversight, but it seems like something a lot of people will have an issue with down the line. According to the quote here, you can deactivate it, but you can't delete it without, also annihilating your Instagram account. Also, there's no search functionality right now in Threads. It only lets you find user accounts, so they do say that they'll be adding more features to help discovery, obviously. That's very clear. This is just a rushed job getting it out, so it doesn't have all the features at the moment. And then the other thing is that it's not currently available in the EU, which I imagine it will be shortly. But yeah, anyway, like I said, even if I'm not making a Threads account right now, I am happy that there is competition in the space, and hopefully it can be a legitimate competitor to Twitter. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. No need for dilly-dally, you already know what we're here to talk about. Twitter is the gift that just keeps on giving, like a birthday party clown that never runs out of ribbon to pull out of his thumb, and it makes me continue to burp and clap while smiling. It's a beautiful disaster, a blunder that never ends. It reminds me of like that cheese rolling competition that happens every year in the UK, where they throw a cheese wheel down like a really steep hill, and people just throw themselves down the hill, hurting themselves the whole way, tumbling, chasing after that cheese wheel. That's Twitter, constantly hurting itself in pursuit of that cheese. And in this case, it's the big cheese, the biggest cheese, money. Twitter is a platform that just burns money forever. And with Elon Musk at the helm now, it is desperate to start turning some kind of profit, or at least mitigate the losses as best as possible. Because obviously you don't want to own a business that just keeps taking spaghetti out of your bank account here forever and burning it. So they've been coming up with all kinds of different plans in order to try and make Twitter generate some level of money. And I've followed it pretty closely. I've made quite a few videos going over a lot of the silly stuff that's happened recently, but I haven't talked about it very much, even though they have made some decisions that I still think are comically bad. For example, you can now no longer even access any Twitter content unless you log in. So if you try and read a tweet, watch a Twitter video, or anything like that, and you're not logged in on desktop, you just get taken right to the sign-in page, which I think is a luxury afforded only to Twitter. That is the only platform that can get away with that. Imagine if you went on YouTube and it wouldn't allow you to watch any videos until you signed in. It'd kill the platform. But Twitter is more addicting than heroin, and the people that are hooked on the product perpetually need their fix. It reminds me of Bane from Batman, how he constantly has those tubes that are filtering that juice, that venom, into his body in order for him to live. That's a lot of people's relationship with Twitter. They fucking need that poison in their life, so if they're forced to log in to even view anything on the platform, they'll do it without a second thought, really, with a smile on their face. But it's really the only platform that can get away with it. They're the only platform afforded that luxury. Other platforms like YouTube, again, for example, would absolutely see a drastic decrease in the amount of traffic that they get. Platforms like Reddit, too, I imagine if you have to log in to read anything on the platform, would also see a significant drop-off. But we're not here to talk about that change. Instead, I want to focus on the big change from today. And that is Elon Musk finally targeting data scrapers, which is a legitimate problem. I want to make this very clear up front. Data scraping is actually a problem. I didn't realize how big of a problem it was for so many companies until I watched Mudahar's video on it today. And data scraping is extremely expensive, and there is so many people exploiting a lot of like API and just in general a lot of shady shit going on with data scraping, that it is something that does require a solution. But this is Elon Musk's solution, and it's basically just kill the host as well as the parasite. So he's imposing a limitation on all accounts. So he says, to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day, unverified accounts up to 600 posts per day, and new unverified accounts to 300 posts per day. Now, to be clear, this just means if you see this many posts. It's not about how many times you post. If you post something, it counts as 1 on your daily Twitter allowance. But if you scroll past a post, that still counts. So anything you scroll by, anything at all on Twitter counts as posts. So if you scroll through like 10 comments, that's 10 of your 300 posts for the day if you're a new unverified account. So people have been speedrunning to see how long it takes to reach this limit. And right now I believe this is the world record, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. But keep in mind, this any percent route here is about 2 minutes worth of time lost to setting up the account itself. So the speedrun goes from actual nothing, you don't have an account, to then going through the captchas, going through the codes, the emails, and all of that. And it's about 2 minutes to set up your account, and then the other 33 seconds is spent scrolling. And then this is what you get at the very end of your journey here. Rate limit exceeded. And most people get this within the first couple of minutes if it's a new unverified account. Now for older unverified accounts, it goes up to 600 per day, so double that. You basically get like about 10 minutes. At being very generous, you'd get about 10 minutes worth of scrolling for your unverified account before you get the rate limit exceeded. Now if you have like the Twitter Blue Boy Scout badge, 6,000 posts per day is probably what a normal person will be fine with. I don't think many people, aside from like actual hard addicts and power users of Twitter, are going to scroll past 6,000 posts per day. So that one probably isn't going to give any Twitter Blue enthusiasts a big problem. But the other two basically restrict everyone's access to the site to only a handful of minutes. He does say that this is just like a temporary thing, so a band-aid for the data scraping problem. Not sure exactly how long they're going to engage in this social experiment of self-destruction, but he is saying up front that it is temporary. So I guess this is just going to be a matter of waiting to see how long it continues for. Now this is good and bad because I've been very vocal about how awful I think Twitter is as a platform for the mental health of everyone that uses it. So anything that gets people off the platform for an extended period of time I think is a good thing. It gets them doing other things that aren't just brain rot on Twitter. But of course, as a platform, it does provide real value to a lot of people as well. So for a lot of like businesses or artists or anything like that that rely on Twitter in order for marketing or in order to get their content out, it's very rough because so many people are going to hit their rate and not see what you're posting, or you won't see what they're posting if it's something that you actively check in on. And of course, Twitter is invaluable when it comes to like real world important events. Like a lot of times that news breaks on Twitter and people follow it there, but with the new Twitter allowance here for what you're allowed to see a day, you'd have a very hard time keeping up with a developing story, especially like, let's say it's in your area, so it'd be like really important to you. If you hit your Twitter allowance, you exceed your rate, you now get cut off from that information. So there is like an actual problem here with this system. It's a bit deeper than just go touch grass now, loser. This is a good thing. You're free. You can go touch grass. There is like an actual underlying issue with this whole format. So it is a big issue overall, and you can see why this would kill the platform. If you can only use it for 10 minutes per day, it's not exactly going to be something that stands the test of time. It becomes less of a social media platform and more of like a mobile game daily quest that you do in a couple of minutes and then you're done for the day, which is exactly what Mudahar said in his video, and he's right on the nose with it. That's 100% correct. The number one thing that online companies are salivating over is how to keep you on their platform. It's the reason YouTube has such a robust recommended algorithm. It's constantly feeding you videos it thinks you want to watch, because if it's things you want to watch, you stay on the platform for a longer period of time. All of these companies are fighting for your time. They want to keep you there as long as possible. With this new Twitter policy, they're now driving you away from the platform as quickly as possible. So they're trying to target data scraping to solve that problem, but they're giving themselves a new problem, which is nobody's going to be able to use the service anymore. You are driving users off of the platform in a matter of minutes for the vast majority of your user base. They can't spend time on your platform even if they wanted to, because you are limiting the amount of time they can spend there drastically. Again, unverified accounts can't spend very long on the platform at all, a handful of minutes per day. So they're going to go to competing services. So it should be pretty obvious why Twitter would likely be buried if this becomes their permanent solution to the data scraping problem. it won't be a site that's able to exist anymore because it won't have a user base left. Because they literally would not be able to use the platform because they'll hit their rates so quickly. It's what's been happening all day to so many accounts. And Elon Musk recognized that as well. He must have seen that so many people were instantly exceeding their rate and being cut off from the service, so he increased it to 8K, 800, and 400. That 400 makes pretty much no difference. That is negligible. That'll give you an extra 5 seconds worth of scrolling, so that's who gives a shit. The 800 gives you maybe another couple of minutes of scrolling, and then the 8,000 doesn't really matter because that wasn't the biggest issue with the change. Or maybe I'm dreadfully underestimating just how addicted people are to Twitter. Like maybe people are scrolling past more than 6,000 or 8,000 posts per day. But regardless, he increased the limit because so many people were hitting it so quickly. As I was recording this video, he increased it again to 10,000, 1,000, and then 500. The 500 is still, once again, not a big difference. You're still going to have to be rationing your time on the platform to make sure you don't see unnecessary tweets that take away from your allowance. So that is, again, still not going to be a big deal. It adds maybe an extra 3 seconds to the speedrun route. The 1,000 for unverified accounts that have existed for a while, that might be, you know, like let's just be super generous and say that it gives you like a full hour worth of scrolling on Twitter if you do it at like a very leisurely pace and you painstakingly read everything you scroll by. Like maybe that'll give you like an hour. But then once again, increasing the Twitter Blue to 10,000, this is just starting to highlight that I might just be really out of touch with how addicted people really are. Because again, I thought 6 or 8K was probably not really the big issue with this because I didn't think most Twitter Blue subscribers would be that deep into fucking doom scrolling forever. But I mean, he's increasing the Twitter Blue one again to 10K. So I mean, there must be an issue on that front as well. But regardless, you can see that the rate limiting of everyone on the platform is starting to cause some kind of internal panic. Clearly the goal is to combat the bad actors with data scraping, but it's coming at the cost of killing the entire platform for everybody else. It's like hunting a mosquito with a bazooka. You'll kill the mosquito, but everything else around it too. And in this case, it's your users that aren't paying for Twitter Blue, which is the vast, vast majority of your user base. It's obviously trying to push all of the unverified accounts to paying Twitter Blue subscribers. It's trying to convert them into handing over some money out of their wallet so that way they continue to spend all day on Twitter like they're used to. So all the goals are pretty obvious here. Obviously trying to stop losing as much money as they are to data scraping, and also trying to convert the people that aren't willing to drop some doubloons on Twitter into people that will pay money for a Twitter Blue subscription, so that way they can unlock the, you know, bigger allowance for the site. They can spend more time on there. They get to unlock more time with Twitter. I don't know how successful that's going to be. Hopefully it won't be at all. I really don't see a world where people hit their rate and then just immediately like grab their fucking credit card because they are scratching at their neck for more Twitter immediately. I hope that isn't the case. But regardless, should this system carry over for a long period of time, I really do see it being the legitimate end of the site. Again, most people aren't going to be paying for a service that has been free for as long as it's existed. So I just don't see a world where all of a sudden they're going to be okay with it now. But like Mudahar, I recognize that data scraping is a problem that requires a solution. And somehow Elon Musk found the worst solution to the problem. I don't have the answers though. So don't look at me to, you know, cough up something genius here to stop data scraping without ruining the entire platform for all of the users that aren't paying for it. Because I don't know how to even begin combating it. But surely there's got to be something else that doesn't immediately nuke the whole platform. So I guess we'll just have to wait to see how everything continues developing here, but I did think this was actually pretty fascinating. Twitter is one of the few platforms that repeatedly makes decisions that I think are counterintuitive to long-term health of it, but it's still around, it hasn't died yet, and maybe it'll endure this change as well. There's no telling, but just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Twitter and bad decisions go together like spaghetti and meatballs, and it brings me no joy to keep talking about Twitter continuously getting worse with more and more embarrassing changes that keep hitting the platform. I would love to be talking about it getting better, right? Talking about like, oh man, Twitter's introducing an amazing change and people are, you know, pumping their fists in celebration. But that is just not the utopia we live in. That Narnia doesn't exist. Right now, we're cursed with this brain rot Twitter that only somehow continues to fester and ooze. And what we're talking about today is its latest fumble with a new bad decision. It's actually been a whole handful of goofy changes, but I'm just going to focus on the silliest ones. So let's get into the cream of the crop, the biggest one people are talking about right now, the legacy checkmarks. For a few months now, Elon Musk was saying it needs a drastic overhaul. I've got my finger on the trigger and I'm about to just blow the fucking brains out of these check marks. He was going to eradicate the old blue check marks, letting everyone know it's about to go extinct like the dinosaurs. Elon Musk was coming in, dropping the asteroid. The only check marks that would exist after April 1st of this year were going to be the Twitter blue check marks, the paid ones, $8 a month, flushed right down the shitter. Those would be the only blue check marks left. Well, it looks like we all survived Armageddon because it's April 2nd and there's only been one minor tweak to the blue checkmark system. This is kind of like when the Mayan calendar stopped at 2012, but then we hit 2012 and kept going, so people were curious about like, oh wow, how did we, what happened to the end of the world? That's what's got everyone scratching their head right now because the blue checkmark system is exactly the fucking same, except now the wording on them is changed. So everyone that had a legacy checkmark before the purge still has it. There was no purge. It was a false flag operation, I guess. All that changed is how they explain it. So now, if you look at any checkmark, they all say the same thing, which is this account is verified because it's subscribed to Twitter Blue or is a legacy verified account. It's such a minor tweak and not at all what it was hyped up to be. This really feels like it was running defense for the feelings of people who paid $8 for Twitter Blue and kept getting bullied because it proudly showcased that they are verified because they paid for it. So they were being relentlessly bullied all over Twitter for anyone that bought the service. Now, this muddies the waters, so you'll never know if that checkmark is from someone that paid for it or if they were a important person with a legacy verification checkmark. It really feels like it was just to protect the feelings of those pay piggies that were dumping the $8. So that was pretty lame and disappointing, but if you are a Twitter Blue subscriber, now's the time to rejoice. You'll be able to sleep easier at night knowing that people won't be able to laugh and spit on you as easily as before since they won't know if you're dumping the $8 a month for that checkmark. But there have been a couple other changes that I think are worth mentioning here since we're talking about it. And one of them is about the other two badges. So there's also a gray badge in addition to the blue one. This is a completely different badge, and it's reserved for government officials or politically powerful people. It goes to them. That's not something you can buy. That is something that you have bestowed upon you, like Elon Musk personally knighting you with the gray badge on the platform for the politically powerful people. And there's really nothing I think that's wrong with that. I actually think that's probably a pretty good idea, so that way people don't ever really get confused. But one thing that I don't really like about it is that it's gray. And sometimes when I'm just scrolling, since I'm on dark mode, I don't even notice if there's a check mark there. So sometimes I just think that it's a troll account or something. They should make it more obvious. They should have made that one fucking glisten. Like have it be red with flames coming off of it. Maybe like sound effects, fucking fireworks blasting off like you just hit 99 in a skill in RuneScape. Like, that one they should have went hog wild on. But regardless, there's another badge as well, and this one's for corporations. That's the gold badge, the little Mario coin. So the gold badge is interesting. The gold badge is for brands and companies, nonprofits, any of that, and it costs $1,000 per month in addition to an extra $50 per month for each affiliate sub-account, i.e. employees, brands, or divisions. But there is an exemption here. The top 10,000 most followed brands, companies, and organizations that have already been verified will be exempt from the $1,000 monthly fee. So if you're like a startup business and you want the gold badge to help solidify to customers that this is the official brand account, well then I hope you've got your pocketbook at the ready because you're going to need to pony up at least $1,000 per month for that bitch. That is not cheap whatsoever. And I actually would be super insulted if I was a startup business that would find value in that gold badge, because the top 10,000 most followed corporate accounts, as well as just its 500 largest advertisers, are being grandfathered into it for free. These are massive corporations that could easily afford the $1,000 per month charge without feeling shit. Meanwhile, you got mom and pop Wiggleberry who just launched their artisan candle business that really wanted the gold checkmark to try and extend their reach online, and they're gonna have to fork out a fucking ton for it. So that would be pretty insulting as a small business owner who might want the gold check mark. I don't think it's necessary whatsoever. I don't think the gold check mark's going to necessarily be hitting home runs for your bottom line and getting you more customers. But I have heard from a few small businesses and nonprofits that aren't going to be, with the waived fee here, that were very upset about it. And I do understand why they would be. Because again, that is expensive for smaller businesses. Meanwhile, the businesses that are already huge that could easily afford it don't have to. They don't have to eat the cost at all. Instead, it's coming from smaller businesses, which is weird. That seems kind of backwards to me, but whatever. I thought that was at least worth mentioning because $1,000 per month for a fucking badge on Twitter is in and of itself a wonderful joke. Now, the last change that I'd like to discuss is one that kind of branches off of a bigger topic. What is the value of even being verified on Twitter? Well, I think the answer is nothing. I think there is absolutely no fucking value in being verified on Twitter. One of the things Elon Musk has been hyping up for a while is monetization options, but as of right now, they're non-existent. There's really no such thing as like Twitter monetization. You're not going to make a living off of just fucking shitposting tweets with a verified account. At least not yet. Though I do wonder if he is like genuinely exploring that to see if there is a way to have content on Twitter generate ad revenue for its Twitter Blue subscribers to incentivize them to keep posting. I think that's the plan. It's just not fully realized yet. So as of right now, it is completely worthless to have the check mark. It doesn't give you any kind of big priority in comments, at least not that I've seen. It doesn't offer you any useful tools outside of the ability to like review a tweet before sending it or make like an edit to it, which who really gives a fuck? It's Twitter. You could just delete the tweet if you want to. It's very simple and very quick already. It just seems like a complete waste of money. But with a recent announcement from Musk, it seems like he's really trying to make Twitter Blue a requirement to even use the platform effectively. So the change is that only verified users will show up in the recommended feed, and also that only verified accounts will even appear in the Twitter's For You feed, making the claim that this is the only realistic way to address advanced AI bot swarms taking over. It goes into effect on April 15th, and also voting in polls will require verification for the same reason. I don't really care too much about the poll voting shit. That doesn't matter at all to me. Twitter polls are completely fucking useless. But the shutting out non-verified accounts from For You recommendations, that's a load of horseradish right there, especially with the reason given to stop AI bot swarms. This feels like a totally different tone and attitude here, as opposed to the old Elon, the bold Elon, who went to war with bots right away when he took over the platform, stating that he was going to make sure bots and all of those troll fake accounts weren't going to be an issue anymore, and he had so many plans to get rid of it. Now he's saying it's a losing battle without just taking off unverified accounts from the For You recommendation page. What the fuck happened? Yeah, they won, I guess? Jesus Christ. That's a weird way of combating that. There's plenty of other ways of combating bots that don't involve just slapping the people that aren't paying $8 a month. I don't think I need to explain why this is a terrible decision. Everyone was dunking on him for this one. Even the biggest of supporters for Musk were pretty put off by this because it just does seem weak, no matter how you spin it, saying it's a losing battle unless he turns off a pretty crucial component to the service, which is allowing unverified accounts, any account, to show up on the For You recommendations based on algorithms and shit. Like, that has been a core part of Twitter for a while now, so taking that away, stating like he's going to lose to bots if he doesn't, is very weird and not a great look. And since we're on the topic of For You, I want to quickly just ask, what the fuck is going on with For You on Twitter? I talked about this on stream and everyone's having the exact same experience over the last couple months, where every time you go on, there's just random death and gore videos, like out the wazoo. Every time I scroll through Twitter for more than like 3 or 4 seconds, I'll inevitably scroll past someone just getting shot somewhere in a video of it, or like a fight that broke out that led to someone getting killed. And it's not even based on my previous viewing. Like, I don't go out of my way to watch like best gore on Twitter or anything. Like, it's out of nowhere, and everyone seems to be having a similar experience. And if it's not death and gore videos, it's for some reason other horrific shit that's not even viral. Like, they're not even viral clips. I don't understand why it's doing that. I don't know if it's by design or if there's just something that's got a little funky in there, but it's certainly odd. And I just wanted to at least mention that briefly. But overall, these are not amazing changes so far for Twitter. Maybe they'll get it together and start pumping out some great ones, but man, it has been a load of L's for that platform. Elon Musk bought it not too long ago for $44 billion, and it is currently valued at roughly like $20 billion. So not exactly seeing the best of returns at the moment, and doesn't really seem to have the best of ideas. But who knows, maybe it'll start to really pick itself up. That's about it. So yeah. I find it so fascinating how often people just film their own crimes or post on Twitter about illegal activities that they're doing, and then it eventually comes back to haunt them where they lose their job or get arrested. It's just wild that so often people have this complete lack of self-control and inability to stop themselves from saying or doing dumb, stupid things on Twitter. Like, posting cringe on Twitter has cost more jobs than the invention of machines. And today I want to go over a disturbing new case of gross shit. This was something that went viral a few days ago, but I've only just now caught up on it. It's really gross, and I actually think that this is a deeper onion than most people realize. I think that this was all a manufactured marketing campaign conducted by a shameless degenerate in order to get OnlyFans subscribers. So, let's take it from the top. I'm sure if you were on Twitter a few days ago, you saw this post floating around. This little bit of eyeball poison was getting dunked on by everyone around the globe. And if people weren't shitting on it, they were shitting themselves out of just pure repulsion. So the post is talking about how they're coming out as trans canine and talking about how they've been with 6 dogs. So they celebrate fucking dogs, and they double down on this, triple down on it, and have made it their entire brand identity now. Like, this is now their online presence, is being the dog fucker. And they're very open about it, talking about it, and trying to make it like some kind of powerful movement about why fucking dogs is a great thing. Obviously, I'm on the side of common sense here. Animals can't consent to having sex. Thus, you're not even having sex with the animals, you're raping them. You're a dog raper. It's called bestiality, and it's a crime. It's illegal. It's not something to be celebrated or encouraged. Now, I think the person behind this knows it and was making this as a giant post that would hopefully gather a lot of hoopla and put eyes on their content. Because even prior to this post, they were dropping nude photos, lewd photos, and just talking like about trying to monetize their sexual content. And then after this post got so much steam, they made a statement saying that this had cost them their job, they now no longer have a way of making money, so in desperation, they're saying fuck it and starting an OnlyFans. When I'm pretty sure that was the entire plan from the get-go, and by having so many eyes on them from all of this spotlight that was shined there, they immediately got a giant head start. Like, they're way over 150,000 followers at this point, and I'm pretty sure that this was their intention from the get-go. They chose something that they knew most people would have a problem with. No one likes to see animals being abused, and no one likes to hear about animals being used as like sexual objects or sexual props for people in their content. It's like, that is beyond weird. So they are probably aware that by making that post, it would have gathered a lot of steam, which it did, and then they immediately went around with this narrative that they were fired. There's no way of knowing 100% for sure if they were fired. I take all of that with a grain of salt. And even the way they talk about it, like in that post they're saying they're going to sue everyone that got them fired, that just seems like a troll. That legitimately just seems like a weak, low-effort troll statement at the end there. There is evidence to suggest they may have actually lost their job from this, but even still, I don't think it's 100% confirmed as of this moment. Like, it just, to me, feels like this was all part of the plan. And you can also even see them, like, lean into it. If you go back a couple days before this blew up, they made this post about how OnlyFans models are the devil. You know, this is terrible stuff. Look, what kind of example are you setting for children, you godless heathens? And then only days later, turning around and dropping one of their own, OnlyFans is disgusting and you're going to hell for it, as they're signing up for an account. I could be wrong. This all could be done genuinely and wasn't meant as a marketing play for OnlyFans subscribers, but to me, that's just really what it feels like. It feels like someone that is very aware of what they're doing and trying to capitalize off outrage and being the villain. I've said this a million times, but on Twitter, since everyone has unlimited access to every unhinged thought and person imaginable across the globe, you will always find people that agree with you. No matter how outrageous the belief, you will always find supporters. And that's exactly what's happened here. they now do have legitimate supporters backing them and the dog fucking stuff from other equally deranged animal fuckers. It's pathetic, sad, and it's just really depressing that this is actually succeeding for them financially. Now, if I'm correct and this is all just revolting marketing for their OnlyFans, it doesn't make any of this justifiable, excusable, and it doesn't make the whole situation any better. But it would at least be nice knowing that the person behind all of this isn't actually a danger to animals around them and having sex with them, as well as other awful things that they've been talking about recently. Though I do think that there is a possibility that this is all true and they are actually out there harming animals, and they're just spitting in the face of anyone with any level of human decency, making posts like this saying that they'll buy a wolf pup with their first OnlyFans check, which is of course them not so subtly letting people know that they're going to be buying an animal for the sole purpose of having sex with it. They even mention that they're a size queen in reference to buying that wolf pup. So that's like something that needs to be like actually investigated, if this person is a legitimate danger or not to animals. Now, if I may, I'd like to turn your attention to another piece of evidence that I've collected in this case, and I'd like to present it to the court. So this is Exhibit D here. This is a post from them today, which is now seeming to champion for incest, talking about how having sex with your cousin is fine, it's all good, it's normal, and it shouldn't be like stigmatized and this and that. So this reinforces to me the thought that the person behind all of this is someone who is just trying to choose the most disgusting stances possible in order to attract as many tomatoes being thrown at them, so that way hopefully they can then catch a couple of like mentally unwell stragglers that are agreeing with them and then signing up to the OnlyFans. That's what this whole thing seems to me. Of course, I could be wrong, and this really could be someone that really believes in fucking dogs as well as incest, because they go on and on to try and defend this whole cousin sexual relationship thing. It's more really gross, repulsive stuff. But I just really do think that this is all just supposed to drive traffic to their OnlyFans through outrage. But yeah, regardless, the whole thing is horrible, the person is horrible. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I'm usually not one to believe in the paranormal. However, I've recently been convinced that there's one man that's being haunted and possessed by a bad take demon. And if you're a fan of sports, you know exactly who I'm going to talk about. When you hear the word bad take, one image and one name pops into your head: Skip Bayless. He's been around for a long time. When I was a huge sports fan, I used to watch him and his shows as well. However, I don't much anymore. Now I just kind of see the viral clips of his most awful brain-dead opinions that are usually just way off the mark, or him just cosplaying as LeBron James boxers so he could hold his meat. I can't decide if he truly believes half the shit he talks about, because some of it's just blatantly wrong or just weird. So I don't know if he says it for the sake of shock and controversy for views, or if he really is just an android that's powered by awful sports takes, like he's algorithmically programmed to deliver horrible sports opinions. But last night, this reached a boiling point when he dropped this stinker. This tweet, I believe, is the highest ratioed tweet on the entire site. I haven't been able to find anything that has a stronger, fatter L+ ratio here anywhere. Now, before diving into what made this tweet so hated, I'll give context around it in case you're unfamiliar with the situation that it's in reference to. Last night in the Bills vs. Bengals game, a player for the Bills named Damar Hamlin was making a tackle and he got hit in the chest, and when he got up off of making the tackle off the ground, he collapsed. Medical personnel attended to him for about 10 minutes performing CPR before he was taken away to a hospital. His condition was unknown, but it was very scary to see that. Most people were afraid they had just watched this young man die on the field from this, and it was just a really horrifying situation all around. Of course, a ton of people from all over went on Twitter to talk about it as well as offer prayers, hoping for a full recovery for Damar Hamlin. And then there was Skip Bayless, who went on Twitter with 2 tweets that weren't anything bad, just kind of talking about what was happening and like how serious it was. But then on his 3rd tweet, something went awry. Some wires got crossed in the old dusty brain of Skip Bayless. This was not a 3rd time's the charm situation here. He let the bad take devil out to play. And that's when he dropped this tweet. This poorly worded masterpiece is what's getting dunked on right now. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of this game. But how? This late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. Now let me break down why this was hated so widely, because when I talked about it on stream, there was a few people that were confused by it, which in turn confused me at their confusion, and it just became this fucking degenerate cycle of spitting confusion at each other's mouths like two girls, one cup. So, the reason why most people, including myself, found this to be a dumb tweet is because of how callous it reads. It feels more like Skip Bayless is focusing on the importance of the game rather than Damar Hamlin's health. Instead of being concerned for Damar Hamlin here, he's more concerned about the game, and since it's an important one, they're considering postponing it, but how? That's a tough thing to do. Which he's not wrong about. Postponing and suspending a game is not an easy decision to make, and it is an important game, but that really isn't what's most important here. And when you read this tweet, it feels like he's saying that the game is what's most important. And that last line where he says, which suddenly seems so irrelevant, well, that little zinger had more interpretations than a Rorschach painting. So some people are saying this is Skip Bayless saying that, the game's important, but now it's not because of Hamlin, so he is putting focus on Hamlin. But the majority of people read that as Skip Bayless being disappointed that the focus is no longer the game. Oh, this game is so important, the magnitude, it's crucial to the regular season, and postponing it, how? It's such an important, crucial game to be played, but now it just suddenly seems irrelevant. Like, it sounds like he's disappointed that the Hamlin injury has taken the focus off of the game. So his tweet is to put it back on the game. It's a poorly worded, jumbled thought here that reads badly and reads very callous. And it doesn't even, do anything. He's just talking about the difficulty of rescheduling or postponing a game. And he's not wrong. It is hard. But what the fuck is the point here? Why even mention this? Everyone knows it's not an easy decision to make on whether or not to suspend a game in a situation like this. That offered nothing, and it just seemed like you cared more about the game than Hamlin. He did then drop this apology tweet. Nothing is more important than that young man's health. That was the point of my last tweet. I'm sorry if it was misunderstood, but his health is all that matters. Again, everything else is irrelevant. I prayed for him and will continue to do so. This one rubbed me the wrong way. This one grinded my ass. This is a little petty, but he's saying sorry if it was misunderstood. Just take responsibility. You poorly worded it. Don't say, I'm sorry you guys didn't understand my wise words, my sage wisdom. I'm sorry it went over your head with what I was really saying. Just be like, yeah, I didn't word my thought properly. Because it is just poorly worded. It is just not worded correctly. If your point is all of this isn't relevant now because we should all care more about Hamlin's health than the outcome of this game, then you should have made that more clear, because the way it reads is that the game is more important than Hamlin's health. Which is obviously why Skip Bayless became a public toilet for everyone to shit in last night. Now, to give an update on Damar Hamlin's condition, as of right now, the most recent update, his vitals are back to normal, but he remains sedated. So things are trending in the right direction. The official statement for what happened here is he suffered cardiac arrest following that hit, and that's what was going on. So it's just a very scary situation overall. He remains in critical condition as of right now, but with his vitals being normal, things seem to be stepping in the right direction, so hopefully everything continues to improve for Hamlin's condition. Now, I do want to mention something wholesome that's happened in the face of all of this awfulness. Damar Hamlin had a charity that was doing a toy drive, and after this hit, they've raised over $3 million for that charity. So I just really thought this was something very positive from the community to come together to show support for Hamlin. So I definitely wanted to mention that. Overall, Skip Bayless does what he does best, make a fucking fool of himself. The tweet was horribly worded. I don't not believe him that he cares about Hamlin's health more than the game. I feel like you'd have to be a real evil son of a bitch to actually think the game is somehow more important than Hamlin's life. So it's not like I think that he's lying about what his intentions with the tweet were, but it's just so poorly worded, as are most of his thoughts throughout his entire career. So that's why he got dunked on. It is just still a shit tweet overall, and that's now become part of Twitter history as, I believe, the most ratioed tweet to ever exist. At the very least, the hardest ratio of 2023, and we're already kicking it off in a big way here with that one. That's going to be a tough ratio to beat. That's about it. So, yeah. Twitter is a place where fun and happiness goes to die. But people have talked about how shitty Twitter is a million times by now. I'm not going to be talking about that today. I'm not here to add another noodle to that spaghetti. Instead, I want to talk about my favorite moment on Twitter. And this is a classic. This is something that I still think about pretty often, and it puts a big goofy smile on my face. And I'd like to share it with all of you, just in case you weren't on Twitter at that time. And if you weren't, God bless you. Keep up the good work. But for those of you that may have missed it, I'd just like to bring it to your attention, because this was truly one of the best moments on Twitter, in my opinion. This happened in the crazy, wild, and wacky year of 2018. It was August 21st, and a young Charles White had only just recently celebrated his 23rd birthday. At the time, I hadn't even considered growing my hair out. How naive I was back then. A silly, short-haired Charles, in all his hubris, took to Twitter on August 21st, as he typically did, just perusing and seeing what was going on, cruising the internet, when all of a sudden, his eyes were drawn to a developing story that was starting to really make waves on the platform. And the story involved NASA and a recently hired intern. Everyone shut the fuck up. I got accepted for a NASA internship. That's absolutely massive. That's huge. Like, that is a big accomplishment and something definitely worthy of celebration. Like, shit, I would be going wild too, ripping my shirt off and twirling it over my head if NASA even asked me to lick their toilet seats clean. So absolutely, I see the jubilation they were going through, but perhaps they celebrated a bit too aggressively. A while after the initial tweet, there was this response from a man named Homer Hickam, and he said something very simple: language. This is some shit like right out of a movie. One single word that changes everything, and it did. You see, on Twitter, most people assume that when there's just a picture of a person and they're an older person, that it's either a fake account or someone that they can just bully. I don't know why Twitter has that impression that old people just deserve to be bullied on the internet, but that's how it goes on Twitter, where everyone gets bullied. So Homer came in here and just dropped his cock on the celebration, just flopped his meat out on the fucking birthday cake here, and just said exactly what every teacher growing up would say when the class was getting rowdy: language. And the community didn't take too kindly to that, and especially not the original poster, who replied with this: "Suck my dick and balls, I'm working at NASA." This is one of those lines that would be on their tombstone, because this was a big mistake. Like Icarus, they had flown too close to the sun and were burning up now. Because they didn't just talk shit to a random person on Twitter, they said this to Homer Hickam, who holds the entire future of this person's career in the palm of his hand. It just like, his picture reminds me of Chris Hansen, and just like Chris Hansen, Homer Hickman has come out here and fucking shocked this person. Homer Hickman responds by saying, "And I am on the National Space Council that oversees NASA." You basically couldn't have chosen a worse person to say "suck my dick and balls" to. When it comes to their new job, they basically just told Jesus Christ to suck their dick and balls. It was a bold and foolish move, because our original poster here lost the internship. And it wasn't Homer Hickam who caused them to lose their internship. He didn't go to corporate, talk to the manager, and demand they lose it or anything like that. He didn't tattletale. They lost their internship naturally as a result of this conversation catching so much steam online. And Homer Hickam actually ran a blog where he talked about this, where he defended this person and elaborates a little bit further on the situation. So Homer Hickman seems like a fucking great guy. I'll go ahead and read his blog post to you now, which is unfortunately deleted, but it has been archived, so here it is. Social media. I love the way he starts this. It's like immediately professional, as if he's giving a full-blown fucking press release here to Twitter. Recently, it was called to my attention on Twitter that someone was being hired by NASA and that they were using the F word in a tweet about it. I'm a Vietnam vet and not at all offended by the F word. However, when I saw NASA and the word used together, it occurred to me that this young person might get in trouble if NASA saw it, so I tweeted to her one word: language, and intended to leave it at that. Soon, her friends took umbrage and said a lot of unkind things, but long after I was gone, as I immediately deleted my comments and blocked all concerned. Classic Twitter, bullying this guy until he just deactivates his shit, not surprising. Later, I learned she had lost her offer for an internship with NASA. This I had nothing to do with, nor could I, since I do not hire and fire at the agency or have any say on employment whatsoever. As it turned out, it was due to NASA hashtag her friends used that called the agency's attention to it long after my comments were gone. Again, classic Twitter. They thought they were helping, but they made it significantly fucking worse. It was all of her friends spamming NASA, which showed them the initial tweet of this person being extremely fucking hostile to a high-ranking NASA employee. So, excellent work, Twitter. We did it. She reached out to me with an unnecessary apology, which I heartily accepted and returned with my own. After talking to her, I am certain she deserves a position in the aerospace industry, and I'm doing all I can to secure her one that will be better than she lost. I have also talked to the folks that had to do with her internship and made absolutely certain that there will be no black mark on her record. Signed, Homer Hickam. It would have been such a power move and a huge mic drop if he didn't sign Homer Hickam and instead just ends it with, "Suck my dick and balls now." This guy seems like a real fucking class act. He gets absolutely fisted, his mud tunnel stretched on Twitter, unjustly, since he was literally just looking out for them in the first place by saying, hey, language, you shouldn't be saying NASA and fuck and suck dick and balls all in the same thing. NASA probably doesn't like that. Literally just looking out for this person and got nothing but hostility in response and having to deactivate his shit, and he still goes out of his way to try and help the person. That right there is a great guy. Now, from everything I've read, they never got the internship back, though they are still pursuing that field, and they were qualified for the position and still are qualified, but they no longer are offered that internship at NASA, and that's pretty much where the story ends. I just thought this was a truly fucking wild ride since I watched it happen in real time for the most part, and it was just so fucking crazy to see it go from like, I'm so happy, suck my fucking cock and balls, loser, I'm on NASA. Oh, there goes my internship. Just like this, it was like a full 4-act play, and it played out beautifully. And it was just great. So I just wanted to share that with all of you in case you never saw it, didn't know about it, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.